We're at the Midwest Pioneer Broadcasters meeting in Chicago, in the Chicago's Loop, and we're delighted to be here today to talk with a number of folks who have a good background in broadcasting, both radio and television, and in many other facets of entertainment as well. Our guests are Parker Gronwald, Mercedes DeMonk, and Herb Graham. And you're going to get to know a little bit about them and some of the work they've done in the past and some of the work they're doing today. As a matter of fact, all three are members of the AFTRA-SAG Senior Radio Players. AFTRA is the American Federation of Television and Radio Actors. SAG is the Screen Actors Guild. These are all professionals who have discovered a love of a medium known as old-time radio. And many of them were involved in it at one time or another, or on the edges of it, and they have embraced these members of the Senior Radio Players of the AFTRA-SAG and continue to entertain audiences today. In fact, I believe it's, Herb, it's 4 times a year you perform at the Chicago Cultural Center?
Presently, Chuck. When the Radio Museum hopefully opens in a short time, it'll be 6 times a year.
6 times a year?
Yeah. But presently it's 4 times.
At the Cultural Center?
At the Cultural Center.
And you're playing to sell out audiences, right?
Well, in a sense, because we don't charge anything.
No charge, no admission, right?
But we do fill the place.
Well, it's a 300-seat auditorium, the Claudia Cassidy Theater.
I've heard estimates of 200 to 500, but we'll take whatever.
Actually, it's 298.
Okay.
It's 298.
Yeah.
And it's wonderful. You used to perform in the radio studio at the museum when the museum was at the Cultural Center, which had a comfortable capacity of about 70. And whenever the AFTRA-SAG players were there, it was an uncomfortable capacity of about 110 in the room, and sundry others out in the hallway listening on a PA system looking through the glass wall.
That's true. Whether they stayed for the entire show, I don't know.
Most of them did. Most of them did stay. And it was always a fun event because it was nice to see the pros doing these things. We have a lot of the non-professionals those were the days players, but with the AFTRA-SAG players, it's great to see the pros. And the wonderful thing about it, as a member of an audience who would see the AFTRA-SAG players, it was such a delight to see the expressions on. Mason Adams is a man who contributed the voice and heart to radio for so many years during the golden age, that's for sure. When was your entree into radio?
Well, I started in radio when I was about 15 years old. I was in New York City, and I was a tremendous fan of shows like The Witch's Tale and The Silver Flute. These are probably shows that you never even heard of, but they were major shows in those days, and kid shows. And interestingly enough, actors who were on shows like The Witch's Tale and The Silver Flute remained radio actors, and when I came to New York, back to New York, and worked in radio, I worked with some of those actors, like John McGovern, and now some of the names escape me, but it was quite a thing. So I was interested in doing radio from a very early age.
And your interest, of course, was because you were listening to those shows, but how did you get into radio then?
Well, when I went to the University of Wisconsin in Madison, I'm a sort of transplanted Midwesterner. I enjoy talking to anyone from Chicago, let me tell you that.
Thank you.
Not only that, I've been a spokesman for Smucker's Jams and Jellies for nearly 40 years, and they're in Orrville, Ohio. So I kind of have all kinds of Midwestern coloration.
Well, with a client like that, it has to be good, right?
Yeah. They're really wonderful people. When I got back from Madison, I intended to be an actor in the theater, which I was. But like all actors, I had to earn a living. And beginning acting is no way to earn a living. You can drive a cab, you can wait on table, but there was radio. And so I moved into radio in New York and then remained with it for a long, long time, also doing theater and films and everything else. But radio was the backbone of what I did. And I loved doing radio.
Well, you primarily are based on the East Coast, right?
Yes, I live in Connecticut. But one time when there is work, I go out to Los Angeles. When I was doing Lurene, I lived there for 5 years. And I go back to L.A. from time to time, and I enjoy being in L.A. as well.
Charlie Hume.
Charlie Hume on Lurene.
The editor-in-chief or executive editor?
No, I was the managing.
Managing editor, right. And a fine job you did, too.
Thank you.
That you need me to tell you that.
No,
But
it was a very enjoyable experience.
You had appeared in a great many of the more or less anthology programs like Lights Out.
No,
you
never
did
Lights Out. No, it was kind of before my time. I just entered radio in the very early 40s, and by then maybe Lights Out was still on, but I'd never worked with Arch Obler, for instance, unhappily. I just missed working with Orson Welles, unfortunately. That was toward the end of the 30s that they were really active. But I did work I worked on Grand Central Station, on Inner Sanctum, on Thin Man, all of the shows that came out of New York I generally worked on one way or another.
At what point did you connect with Pepper Young's family?
That was in 1944 or 45. There had been several Pepper Youngs before me. The first Pepper Young was Burgess Meredith, when the show was called Red Adams. It was always written by Elaine Carrington. They had to change the name of Red Adams, the title of the show, because they Beechnut sponsored them, and there was an Adams Pepsin chewing gum. So they had to change it. It became Pepper Young's family. Burgess Meredith left.
Good thing they didn't get to pick up Morton Salt then to be the sponsor.
The next actor was a fellow named Kurt Arnall. He played it for a couple of years, and then Lawson Zerbe, who was one of the best actors in radio imaginable. He had to leave. And then they auditioned maybe 150 actors, and I was chosen, and I was very happy to get the part because it was a terrific part and very, very nice show. And
you stayed with that till the very end of the run then?
Till the very end.
And that was one of the longest running.
It was 16 years or thereabouts. It almost became a steady job. Bad joke. Anyway, yeah.
Well, you're used to steady jobs. You've had long engagements with many of these things. In the later years too, in the more or less the revival of radio, you worked with High Brown and
I worked with High Brown right from the very beginning. One of the first shows I did was Joyce Jordan, M.D. High Brown produced that. So I was with him, and then, of course, he stayed. And he's still going, you know, and trying to revive radio. He's extraordinary.
He keeps going with it, that's right.
He sure does, yeah.
You have done a tremendous amount of voiceover work for television and radio things. That you mentioned Smuckers.
Well, what happened, the way I got into that field was this. At the end of the 50s, into the early 60s, it was clear that radio was disappearing, television was taking over. And one had to decide how one was going to subsist, exist, survive. Boy, anyhow, one of those words. A lot of my colleagues moved to California to try to break into movies. I didn't want to leave. And I looked at this field of commercials. I knew that, you know, I had certain techniques that might be useful, and I moved into it, and that's how it was. So that became the substitute for radio. I earned a living doing commercials, but at the same time I was an actor and was able to do my work as an actor. So it worked out very well.
In your opinion, what is the differences? What are the differences between doing a live radio show and a 30-second commercial?
That's a tough question. They just are different experiences. They're both equal. They require technique and they require certain knacks and stuff. But when you're working in radio, you try your best to create a character and do what an actor does. In a commercial, you're working within a very set framework. You have certain messages that you have to provide subliminally almost without making it sound apparent. And they're just two different techniques.
When you were doing, for example, the long run of Pepper Young's Family, were you involved in repeat broadcasts with that, or was it a one?
No, we never had that problem. There was those were the evening shows usually where you came back later that night, 3 hours in order to broadcast for the West Coast. Then that could be a problem because you fall asleep or whatever.
You ever
show up.
Ever miss the second show?
No, but I've known actors who did. Yeah. No, I never did, but I've known actors.
How much rehearsal would you get for an evening show? How much time would they
Depended
require?
on who was producing it. High Brown used to rehearse us. We would get in there, we'd read the script once, we'd get on the mic, and it would be timed and ready to go, and we would go. He moved very, very fast, and he very economically. Other shows you'd take hours to do. It all depended on who was running it.
And the where you were a running character, for example, Pepper Young.
Well, we came in an hour ahead of time. We sat around the table, read it. It was timed. We got up on the microphone and we rehearsed it at the mic, and then had some more cuts and comments from the director, and then we went on and did it. The whole thing took about an hour and an hour and 3/4.
And yet you did just one show.
One show. That's right.
Was that heard all over the country simultaneously then? Or would they record that at the same time for smaller markets?
I think there were live shows.
That was the period of live radio.
Yeah, it was pretty much live.
What are some of the problems you encountered with all of that stuff?
I'd never encountered any problems. I mean, life was a bowl of... No, I don't know. I don't really remember. Sure, there were problems. You read somebody else's speech, this, that, the other thing. But people were making bad bloopers. If this weren't a family show, I'd tell you some of the bloopers that were being made. But no, you ran into problems all the time, but you resolved them one way or another.
You were doing many shows at a single time.
Yeah, we would do a lot. I mean,
you would
some
do Pepper
days
Young in the morning?
Yeah, some days there were certain shows that you couldn't get to a rehearsal for, so you'd find another actor and say, hey, sit in for me. You'd give him after scale to do it, and then you'd come back for the final rehearsal, and it depended on how busy one was.
And how well the director knew you.
Oh, yeah.
Could depend upon you to pick up the script and do it. There was a stretch of time when you were on one of the most popular after-school radio programs, the kids' show. We're talking about the Adventures of Superman.
Oh yeah, Superman. Yeah, well that's the when they sent me the script of the Atom Man, I decided I was very anxious to do it, and I did, and enjoyed it very much. One of the funny stories that emerged from that was that the show was done at WOR, and they were very careful to keep any children away so that the illusion of Superman would not be broken. One day there was a man with his son, young kid, in the viewing booth. I guess he might have been a friend of somebody's and got in there. And when we finished recording the show, it was not recorded. When we finished doing the show, I was on my way to the elevator, and I see this young kid with his father, and he sees me, the kid sees me, and says, hey, Pop, you see that little skinny guy with the glasses? That's the Atom Man. Okay, you've had your funny joke, you've had your funny story
and the illusion
for the day.
The
illusion was shattered.
Of all the years that you spent in radio, was there an outstanding experience? What was the most satisfying or gratifying job you did? It was
all fun.
All of it was good.
It was all fun. You know, when speaking to, once I addressed the National Association of Broadcasters, or one of those organizations, on what it was like to work in radio, and I got a joke from a friend, and I started it by saying, in the words of that famous Dutch philosopher Xavier Hollander, who wrote, you won't remember this, but she wrote a book called The Happy Hooker. It wasn't work, it was a pleasure. And that's the way I've always felt about radio.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Okay.
It's a pleasure talking to you today.
It's been my pleasure.
Thank you
nice
very much.
meeting you.
You know, when I was about 10 years old, I hated all girls and didn't want anything to do with a single one of them. Of course, I was secretly in love with one little girl, and I often had a Saturday afternoon rendezvous with her. Now, I wouldn't admit this to anyone, but I could hardly wait to go to the movies on Saturday afternoon just to have a chance to see her on the screen. Well, that little girl, as you may have guessed by now, was Margaret O'Brien, and I guess a million other little boys, and probably 50 million adults, too, were in love with this gal. Well, my goodness, it's Saturday afternoon all over again, and can you believe this? Sitting with me before our microphones is my 1944 Miss Dreamboat, Margaret O'Brien. Margaret, welcome to Those Were the Days.
Thank you very much. It's very nice to be here.
Say, what are you doing in town now?
Well, actually, I'm on a tour for Q-tips cotton swabs, and I'm telling people how to put on Q-tips with eye makeup. Eye makeup with Q-tips, and I've learned most of it from the studio makeup men, at the studio, who use Q-tips to put on all the actresses' eye makeup, and to kind of give them that smoky look, and not the harsh lines that they used to use in the older days.
That's what's in today, the smoky look.
That's what's in
right?
today, not the harsh look and the made-up look that they did in the 40s.
Well, now, Q-tips, most people associate Q-tips with babies.
Babies, right. But it can be used for so many different things, like painting and taking off your nail polish. And if you're gardening and you get, stains on your hands and you can't get it off with soap, you can dip a Q-tips cotton swab in peroxide and take off the stain. And there's many, many uses.
You know what? I use Q-tips almost every day because I have a couple of tape recorders, and I'm always using it to
yes, it's great for cleaning the heads. Right,
yeah.
right. So there are many uses, and it's really a wonderful product. And I'm going around the country showing people how to, put on makeup.
Well, you've been doing a few television things here in
Yes,
Chicago,
a lot of
too.
television, so
good.
that people can see how
It's a lot easier.
applied.
Well, I'm very lucky today because I can see in person how you've used the Q-tips, and you've used them very well.
Thank you very much.
Did you use a lot? Now I'll bridge the gap now back to 1942, 43. Did you use a lot of makeup when you were in movies as a child star?
No, I really didn't use any. I just they painted a couple of freckles on, and that was about it.
You mean those weren't your freckles?
No, not really.
I'm crushed. Here, all these years, I thought
you
those
thought
were
I
your
had
natural
a lot of
freckles.
Well, that's what they do at the studios.
Well, let's see, you made your movie debut, around the time you were 4 years old, right?
That's right.
Did you make a film? Was your first film a government-sponsored film?
No, that came after. My first film was Journey for Margaret.
Journey for Margaret.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Now, I checked an old... I don't want to... I keep talking about old stuff, but this gal is... let's see. You were 4 years old in 1941, right?
No. You're a little wrong there. No. The Journey for Margaret wasn't made till about 1943. 44.
Weren't you with Mickey Rooney?
And, no. That was way before.
That's a myth, right?
Myth. I never made a movie with Mickey Rooney, no. That was much later.
Every reference book that I can find said that you made your movie debut in Babes on Broadway in 1941.
No.
Okay. All right. Well, we can figure out approximately how
right.
old you are. So you're not really an old
not
gal.
Really that old,
No. All right. You made Journey for Margaret, and you had made something like 15 films, right? By the time you were 10 years old.
Just about, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I want to just quickly mention a couple of those films so all of our listeners will conjure up some thoughts. And we can't show a film clip, but I think just the title of some of these films will really bring back some great memories. Journey for Margaret in 1942 with Robert Young.
No, 44.
44.
44.
All right.
Keep those years straight.
We're shaving every year we can.
At this point, yes.
Well, Thousands Cheer, Lost Angel.
No, I was never in Thousands Cheer. I was in Lost Angel.
Yeah. Madame Curie.
Right.
Now Thousands Cheer was a film with a whole load of MGM stars.
Right.
And
maybe I was.
Maybe
I
you
don't
weren't.
remember.
Maybe you didn't do something specifically
maybe
for
not.
it, but maybe they had an outtake.
I don't really remember
the
film.
Madame Curie.
Right.
With Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon. You worked with Orson Welles in Jane Eyre.
Yes.
And with Charles Laughton in The Canterville Ghost.
That's right, yes.
Well, we all remember, of course, Meet Me in St. Louis and that fantastic Halloween sequence in there.
Right.
What did you think about that when you were filming that?
I loved doing that sequence. I thought it was a lot of fun.
That was
dressing up in the costumes and everything.
Did you have fun when you were making these pictures?
Yes, I always did. I really enjoyed it, or I wouldn't have done it.
Good. How did they treat you? How did your fellow actors treat you?
Well, I was very lucky because most everyone I worked with was really awfully nice to me, and all the actors like children very much. And so I must say that I was quite lucky.
Did you went to school around your film shooting schedule,
Well,
right?
no. The film shoots around your schooling. It's the opposite because the Board of Education was very, very strict, and the studio had to bow to the teachers, so to speak. And if you didn't have A's or B's, the Board of Education would take you out of pictures. So they came first.
You must have been a good student then, because you...
Well, you had to be, or you wouldn't be making film.
When did you go to school? Early in the morning or late in the afternoon?
No, you had to have 4 hours a day, and it was spread over a period of time. You do a scene, and then you go back to school, and then you do a scene, you go back to school, and you kind of learn to work that way.
It must have been a little more difficult.
Not really. You were used to it. So, but then a teacher would be on the set with you at all times to see that you only worked also so many hours a day, because you could only work until 6 o'clock. And even if they wanted to go over, or, it would mean a lot of money to the studios to do another set, the school teacher would take you away. So the studios kind of all hated school teachers, I think, but they were good for the
we
children.
always all did, so that's no different.
Right.
Was this so-called MGM Little Red Schoolhouse a fictional thing, or was there really a schoolhouse on the lot?
There was a schoolhouse on the lot. It wasn't red, but there was a schoolhouse on the lot, yes.
Now, you spent the major portion of your career as a child star with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer.
Right. The only picture that I was loaned out was Fox for Jane Eyre.
For Jane Eyre, right. Well, we were talking about some of these films. You did Music for Millions with Jimmy Durante and June Allison. Our Vines Have Tender Grapes with Edward G. Robinson.
That's right.
Bad Bascom with Wallace Beery. What kind of a guy was Wallace Beery?
He was the only one that was a little bit more difficult
to work
with for children.
I see.
And sometimes he'd like to turn your back to the camera and little things like that. But he was about the only one that the studio had trouble than anybody.
He didn't like a child star then. He was afraid of the scene stealing.
That's right.
Well, now, everyone has always said that Margaret O'Brien was the greatest scene stealer of all time. But this was not an intentional thing.
No, I think children and dogs usually steal scenes anyway. And it was kind of a challenge because I would try to do it, and so would the other actor, which I think always makes for a good scene.
You were aware of trying to steal a scene?
Oh, yes.
Yes. You were right on as far as Hollywood was concerned at the time. Well, no, you have said that you enjoyed making the movies and you liked the Hollywood life. But what about your free time? Did you have so-called playmates that you would...
Yes, and most of my friends were not in pictures. They were just, the little girl next door, or, somebody that went to another school. And none of my friends were in pictures, so I think it works out better that way.
Well, but what did you do as a youngster that the so-called average kid might have done? I mean, when I came home from school, I'd go out and play.
That's what I do too.
Did you?
Right.
I mean, did you actually have time?
Yes.
Well, how
certainly.
about your learning of the scripts and so forth? Or was it your pretty quick study?
Well, it was a quick study, so it didn't, take me all that long. And in pictures, you're shooting one scene at a time. Doing a radio show was much more difficult because I was, on the air for an hour, and I had to go right through. Scene they can shoot over. So it wasn't that big a problem in memorizing a picture, because you don't memorize the whole picture at once. So I would have plenty of time, and I wouldn't always be working till 6 o'clock. A lot of times I'd be off, early, and so I would be home around the same time that my friend was home. Or
occasionally, for a short length of time, you were between pictures. But I know in 43 and 44 you were making 4 pictures or so a year.
Not really that many, no.
That was when they were released, maybe.
Maybe when they were released,
I see.
yeah.
But
so you see, you did have a lot of time off, really.
I'm happy to
Between
know
pictures.
that now.
Yes, no, you didn't just continue making.
That you weren't deprived of.
No, you didn't make one continuous picture.
You said that you had done some radio work, and
yes.
Who will ever forget your confrontations or love affairs, if you will, with Charlie McCarthy?
Oh, yes, I did a lot of the Charlie McCarthy shows, and I enjoyed that very much.
Edgar Bergen had you on a number of times, and also you did some things with Bing Crosby, and you were on many of the dramatic programs,
Lux,
too.
Radio Theater, and I did a lot of those.
Now, you won an Oscar in 1944 as the best child actress of the year, the outstanding child actress. Now, they didn't, in this case, they didn't elect or they didn't vote for someone, I don't think, as they do today.
I don't know how really it worked at that time. I did receive one, and it was a very nice thing, although I didn't really realize it at that time.
It's interesting to note that today, if someone receives an Oscar and they are perhaps not a very well-established star, the Oscar would really do a great service for them, aside from the honor. It would really help them.
Well, I think it can help and it can hinder also. So it's really kind of hard to say.
What did it do to you?
Well, it didn't do anything to me because as I say, at that time,
you were
it
well
was a special
established
thing, and
right.
I just, made other pictures. But I think it can hinder a little bit today.
You think it can hinder today?
Or it can work for you. It depends. It's a difficult thing to say, for each individual.
You could turn on your tears almost as though someone tapped a switch, couldn't you?
Well, yeah, it was.
Well, you quivered. That lower lip quivered a lot, and the tears would run down in so many of the great pictures. And we're lucky today to have television because the films are on TV all the time. And instead of having just a single memory of a lost angel, for example, from 1944, and never to see it again except in some obscure theater for a revival, perhaps, you can see it regularly on TV, or even somewhere along the line there's a radio version of Lost Angel, and we play that too now and then.
Oh, really?
And now you've at the time you were a big established child star in Hollywood. You were making numerous public appearances, weren't you?
Yes, my mother tried to keep, the public appearances down quite a bit because that was really harder. That was something I didn't enjoy all that much. I loved going to the studio and working, but I didn't really like going, to luncheons or, making appearances. That's hard for a child.
Now, I have read, and of course it's difficult when you dig into old movie magazines, and there's a story. And I read a story about you the other day. I thought, this is great. I'm going to get a lot of information about Margaret O'Brien, and I got a fantastic amount of information about the fellow who wrote the story. But there was nothing in the it was all a picture about you and all of this, but there was no information about Margaret O'Brien on there, except that you had a dog called Toto, named after the Wizard of Oz.
Which wasn't true.
You didn't have the dog.
Don't believe what you read in movie magazines. No, I didn't have a dog by that name. I had lots of dogs, but not by that name.
But not by that name.
No.
You had a dog named Lassie?
I did have a dog, one of Lassie's puppies.
Oh.
But it was named Lad.
Well, I thought Lassie was a male anyway.
Lassie was. Mine was a female, and I named her Lad.
It gets complicated.
So it does get complicated.
Well, anyway, I want to get to that movie magazine that I picked up. It was from 44, 45. And in that magazine, your mother said that you were a normal little girl, that you accepted your Hollywood way of life as a natural one, and that you didn't think you were different from other little girls your age.
True.
Is that a fact?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You didn't. I suppose because you had really been born right into this acting business.
Yes, that I didn't.
You didn't know
really
anything
notice
else,
a big change or change of my life type of thing. So no, it was. I enjoyed it.
Well, no. As far as an allowance was concerned, I know that the Coughlin law and all of this business where they put your money that you would earn from filmmaking into a trust fund to mature sometime along the line. But what kind of spending money did you have?
Oh, gee, I really forget. I kind of, I think I had an allowance like every child had, more or less around the same. I don't really remember exactly what it was.
Would you go to the commissary and blow yourself to a banana split once in a while?
Oh, yes. Yes, I would.
Well, what do you, aside from the tour for Q-Tips, what else are you doing these days?
Oh, well, I made, as I said, 2 pictures in Peru that are Edgar Allan Poe stories. And then when I go back, I'm probably going to be making a picture in Mexico. And that, I believe William Holden is going to be the star in the picture.
Can you tell us a title?
No, they don't have a title for it yet, but the producer is Marty Rackin, and it's a Western.
Oh, fine.
So that should be fun.
Well, I suppose I have one last question for you, and I suppose you've been asked this 1,000 times, but I hope you won't mind answering it for us, all of us out in Radio Land. What was Butch Jenkins really like?
Oh, he was a tomboy, like all boys, I guess. He was a regular little tomboy, like he came across in the movies.
There were so many films with you and Butch Jenkins in there,
yes.
and I alternately was crazy about Butch Jenkins, and I hated him because he would pick on you in the movies, and I hated him. And then when he would be nice to you, then it was great, and I could identify with Butch Jenkins.
I sort of picked on him at times in the movies too, so I guess we were even.
Margaret O'Brien, it's been a great treat for us to talk with you on Those Were the Days.
Thank you.
And we're very happy that you spent a little time with us, and we'll take a cue tip from you.
Very good.
And look for your upcoming films, and
thank you.
We'll spot you whenever we can, and thanks for being here.
Thank you very much. It was nice being here.
Our nostalgic journey has taken us to Burbank, California, to visit with a man whose career was very important to the good old days of radio, as we love to call them, and whose name was very well known. Many's the time we heard. And now here's Charles Lyons for, and then a product was mentioned, or here's Charlie Lyon for, and so we say, here's Charlie Lyon, and we're glad to be here.
Well, it's nice of you to stop by, Chuck. Glad to see you and your wife.
Thank you. Your career blossomed quite a bit in the Chicago segment of it, didn't it?
It certainly did. They were very, very good to me there, and very understanding and forgiving.
Forgiving? What did we have to? Why did Chicago have to be forgiving?
Well, I hadn't been in radio too long. Mm-hmm. I was originally in WTAM in Cleveland, and NBC bought the station a couple of months after I went there, and John Royal, who was the general manager, went into NBC New York as the vice president in charge of programs, and about 2 months after that I was transferred to Chicago NBC. So I had actually only been in radio about 6 months before I was
so
sent
Chicago
over.
was basically the beginning of it then,
yeah.
wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And were you on the staff, the NBC staff?
I was on staff and sent over primarily to do special events for NBC, the Central Division. And I was on staff, however, and carried a regular staff schedule.
What would that have been? Now, about when was this?
That was in April. This is about when they were recording Time and Stone. 1931, I went over there.
And then what were the duties of a staff announcer?
Well,
at that time?
I think the prime requisite was that you be able to play a xylophone, because in those days you rang chimes after every show, and you did it manually, and not just the 3 chimes that you currently hear, but you did bing, 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 and you had to keep from hitting in between them.
The whole thing there.
Oh yeah.
Was that
sure.
a time signal?
No.
That was the total NBC identification.
Yeah, that was for the. You'd say this is the Blue Network of the National Broadcasting Company, and then do your little solo, and then the stations would cut away and do their stuff with the bulletins and so forth.
Were you network staff or the local staff?
Network.
So you
and we had 2 networks then, the red and blue. That was before they divided them, and the blue finally became ABC.
Well, you were working in for both segments of the NBC then.
We had 2 stations, WMAQ and WENR.
Didn't WENR share its frequency with WLS?
Yes.
And you were heard on both of those, not LS though, on MAQ and ENR. With some of the shows that you were involved with in those days.
Oh, good night.
Did you work with Jim and Marion Jordan?
Yeah, and Smack Out. I see Jim very often. And incidentally, he just looks great.
He certainly does, doesn't
he? Gosh, he's feeling better than ever.
Right.
Smack out, and I did a soap opera called Girl Alone. That was a heart-gripping thing. And, I've even forgotten the name of the one that I did for General Mills, and was the principal reason that I moved out here, or a contributing reason. And I did the so-called Sinclair Wiener Minstrels. That was on the Blue Network.
That was Wiener Minstrels,
yeah,
were
WENR, because that's where it started.
Mm-hmm.
And,
now, you were announcing. You were not otherwise performing on these
right.
shows.
Mm-hmm.
But didn't you, as an announcer, participate a little bit more than just with the announcing duties in some of those shows?
Yes, I did a lot of the special events. I believe it was in the first year I was there that Wiley Post and Harold Gatty flew around the world in a little Lockheed. What kind of a plane? Orion, I believe it was. Lockheed Orion or something called the Winnie Mae. And NBC sent me up to Edmonton, Alberta. It was the first program on NBC where the engineers and the announcer were NBC personnel. They were not taking it from CBC.
Oh, I see. Canadian, not
it was
from
an
Canada.
NBC origination.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went up to meet them, and I made 2 more flights up there. And I did then in 1932, the political conventions both were held in Chicago. And on the first one, Graham McNamee came out from New York and was the announcer in charge, and I worked on the floor around among the delegates and so forth.
Did you have to have, we see on television today when all the the floor reporters are on, they've got the headsets and the backpack and all the other things like that. How did you work it in those days?
I think we just, as I recall, we just had a microphone and a long line.
One long line. Yeah. You didn't have any long cord.
Sure. Then Graham, when the Democratic convention came along, Graham wasn't well, and so by gosh, I drew the assignment and was
the anchorman,
chief announcer.
More or less.
For the and that was when FDR was nominated. That was a pretty exciting convention.
I can't imagine it was. Yeah.
One of the most exciting things I ever saw. Perhaps exciting isn't the word, but nerviest certainly.
Are you speaking as just an observer of the convention, or as a radio reporter?
I was just a reporter. At that time, you could not express any opinion. You could just say what you saw right then, and we had political commentators to cover the political implications.
On the floor of the convention, though, were you trying to get comments from this person and that person as much as they do today? I mean, was it the same kind of a thing?
Yeah.
You say, here we are at the Illinois delegation, and we want to talk with them.
Sure. Oh, yes. But that Democratic convention at that particular time, when Roosevelt was about to be nominated, there was a big conflict between Jimmy Walker, the mayor of New York, and FDR. And a committee had been established to investigate James J. Walker. And the committee had just reported to the governor of New York, FDR, and given their report, and it was not a very flattering report. As a matter of fact, it was practically an indictment. And Jimmy Walker was staying out on Lakeshore Drive with Vincent Bendix. And after the second ballot was taken, it was around 12:30, he assumed that there would be no third ballot taken that night, so he went home, went back to Bendix's home. However, they decided to go on and have another ballot. So about 3 o'clock in the morning, the New York delegation voted, and Jimmy Walker's alternate represented him, and Jimmy Walker did not like FDR. So the alternate voted for Alfred E. Smith. And about 10 minutes later, the door on the Madison Avenue Street side busted open, and in came Jimmy Walker in his pajamas and a top coat over them, and came walking right down the center aisle, and Mr. Chairman. And the chairman that I recognized, the delegate from New York, James A. Walker, said, "I understand my alternate has voted for me. If it please the chair, I'd like to have his vote withdrawn, and I will cast my own." And so they finally decided they could do that, and said, "How does the delegate from New York vote?" And he said, "James J. Walker, mayor of the city of New York, and a delegate from that city, cast one vote for Alfred E. Smith," and turned around and went right on back to bed. But it was quite a nervy thing.
Oh, an exciting time, too.
It was throwing it right into the teeth of FDR.
Well, he was quite a showman, and of course
he
was also aware, I'm sure, of the radio coverage.
Oh, yeah.
There had been earlier coverage of conventions, I think, on radio, but at this point in 32 had to be, up to that point, the largest listening audience ever at that time.
Yeah. Oh, it grew every 4 years. So it was very important.
You were involved in some other special event activities for NBC, too, in those days, and shortly thereafter. You were in Chicago till the middle 40s then, weren't you?
Oh, yes. 46, we moved out here. Yeah, we did the, good night, the Century of Progress. We dedicated every building and every room in them that was built down on the lake shore.
Didn't NBC... We must explain, we're in your living room and we have an audience outside of the house here, right?
Sakes. Oh, yeah.
Got a couple of dogs?
That's a nutty little dog that walked in here on his own on 3 legs. He'd been hit by a car. So we got him fixed up, and he's still living here and yelling. Would you like for me to go out and hush him up?
No, that's all right. It's all right. It's the net. But we noticed one is a nice little basset hound. Is that the one? Is that
no, that's the other little fellow, Herbie.
Herbie?
And the little black dog.
The basset hound's name is not
Sam.
Cleo. Oh, Sam.
Sam and Herbie. It sounded like a vaudeville act.
The Sam and Henry. That was before you got to Chicago, I think.
Well, not much before.
Well, you were talking about the Century of Progress. Didn't NBC have a studio site there?
Oh, yes.
And you worked out of that?
Matter of fact, I think CBS did too. And oh, yes, we did lots of shows there. And
what kind of shows did originate, aside from the openings of each of the exhibits?
Well, I remember one in particular, Admiral Byrd, was on the air for General Foods. And he came out, pardon me, that's an awful faux pas, because the principal sponsor of his trip to Antarctica was Horlick's Malted Milk. And he came out there because Horlick's was right up in Racine, Wisconsin, and we did the show there. Harry Von Zell came out to do the announcing there. I think all I said was, "This is NBC," or something like that. But it was quite a thrill to meet him.
Von Zell actually was the announcer for the Byrd expedition. He did all the bridging when Byrd was on the expedition.
Yeah, he came out to handle the Admiral. Oh, gosh, let's see, what else?
Well, there must have been so much going on at the fair that the world was really getting pretty good coverage from radio, weren't they?
Yes.
And you were helping along.
Very good coverage. And it was very well handled. General Dawes was cognizant of the importance of it and saw to it that it was well handled.
Before the war broke out, Chicago was really a pretty important center for network radio.
For a while, I believe we were originating. It was either 68 or 72 now. Why those two figures stand out, I don't know. 68 or 72% of all the programs on NBC.
Coming right out of Chicago.
Now, those were principally soap operas, every 15 minutes, by gosh.
And were you there with the chimes and the ID and the whole business?
Sure. Huh? Oh, my. And one of the more exciting adventures and kind of humorous was in those days you could, a sponsor could buy the Southeast Network or the Southwest leg or the Middle States or the Northeast, Northwest. So good night. Sometimes it was necessary to have 3 or 4 announcers and they all weren't selling the same product. For example, maybe in the Southwest they were giving away sombreros with a box of something, and they weren't doing it in other parts of the country, so it would have to be a special announcer. Well, I was doing a musical show one morning, and in came Bill Kephart, who was the supervisor of announcers, and said, for gosh sakes, get into Studio E, you're on draft or something like that. And I remember the show started out with Dr. Brent calls surgery. So I ran in there, and all I had was the script, and I looked, and there were the announcer and 4 characters. Supposed to be 4 actors, and they weren't there. And a sound man, he wasn't there either. So good night. I started out, and Dr. Brent calls surgery was supposed to be the phone operator paging the hospital for good old Dr. Brent. And so I had to be the nurse, the phone operator too. So Dr. Brent calls surgery. And then Draft presents and all. Oh gosh, it was a wild thing. And I got all through, and we called the advertising agency in New York immediately. I said, what the dickens? No one knew this was going to happen. They said, well, we sent a girl out there to get the cast all ready, and my gosh, she picked a man for it. What's the idea of that woman?
They had heard you do it.
Yeah, I had to do it. And they discovered that it was a man. I didn't do a very good impersonation.
Well, you mentioned about the fact that there would be different commercials for different segments of the full network. Would that be different commercials for the same product?
Generally, yes.
Generally.
Yeah.
So
I guess it always was.
Was it a possibility then that while the program was being broadcast live, there might be 4, suppose there were 4 different sections to this, there would be 4 live announcers in 4 different studios, I assume.
Yeah.
Each coming in at the same time and meeting the cues and all of that.
All timed.
That must have been really interesting. I've never heard that story before.
It was
That's
wild.
quite something.
It was wild. They generally had a little music at the end, so there'd be a little pad, and your announcer or your engineer could fade it in rather than just bust it in.
Give a little softening to it.
Mm-hmm.
Were you working on any of the nighttime broadcasts in your Chicago days?
Oh, well, that minstrel show thing was. Oh, yes, and I did a thing for Real Silk, Charles Previn, and Countess Olga Albani, singer. And, oh, gosh, we had George Gershwin, and he was just one appearance, a star appearance. But we had stars coming in from New York every week. That was for Real Silk.
Whereabouts did you live when you were in Chicago in those days?
I lived at 1366 North Dearborn.
1366 Dearborn.
Yeah, my. Right across from the Racket Club.
Oh, yes. It's nice and easy to get to the Merchandise Mart from there, I think.
I had the greatest deal going you ever heard of. In the wintertime, or if it was raining, it was hard to get a cab. But not far from that address was a place called the Union Livery. And my golly, they had Cadillac limousines and chauffeurs and everything. And so every morning I'd leave the apartment at 9:30, go down, and there was the limousine, and just $1.
$1, huh?
$1. And then they'd pick me up after. I didn't even own a car in Chicago.
Well, it was not bad transportation. A
full
limousine at your disposal for $1 a trip. That's going in class.
Always right there, and no worry about snow or rain or anything else.
Is that why you left Chicago, because of the snow and the rain?
No. No, I left it because at that time radio seemed to be on the decline. That is, so far as network origination.
In Chicago?
Commercial, yeah. And it all seemed to be moving out here to California. And I had an offer from Hedda Hopper to come out here. And General Mills was moving out here, so I had that show and Hedda Hopper.
Now, how would Charles Lyons, a staff announcer at NBC in Chicago, get an offer from Hedda Hopper? Now, I know you were very well known, but how would that come about?
Well, I wasn't well enough known for that, I'll tell you. Our very best friends were Lum and Abner, and they moved out here in 1938. And every spring, my wife would come out here about 2 weeks ahead of me, and then I would come out to spend 2 or 3 weeks. We practically lived here then. And I would go down to NBC with Tuffy Golf. We stayed at Abner's house. And I'd go down with them to do their show. And a perfectly remarkable businesswoman named Dima Harshbarger had been in Chicago, and I did a number of shows for her. She had a company called, oh dear, what was it? Some Concert Artists. She booked all these concert artists, and then finally NBC bought that from her, and she came out here, pardon me, to run the artist service here. Pardon me, I'm talking too much. And Dima also was the one who was the guiding angel behind Hedda Hopper. So P&G was going to put Hedda Hopper on, and I was lucky enough that Dima knew me and steered me into it.
And then you went into many other important shows, actually.
Did lots of them.
Let's refresh our memory. Some of the shows you did.
Roy Rogers, good night. Gene Autry.
You did all the commercials for Wrigley's Spearmint Gum,
all of
didn't
those.
you? For Gene Autry and the Melody Ranch. Didn't they consider that a conflict of interest for you to work for both Gene Autry and Roy Rogers?
Well, they weren't on at the same time.
You mean not?
Roy was on for Alka-Seltzer, and Gene was on for Wrigley. And I believe by the time I started doing Gene's show, Roy's show had gone off the air.
Oh, I see.
Roy, by the way, is making a terrific splash now.
That's right, he
Currently,
is.
He's making some new pictures.
Got a nice museum out in Southern California here someplace.
Yeah, out near Victorville, Apple Valley.
Well, you worked with the Lassie show. And Lassie had a show on the radio,
yes.
too.
Oh, that was something. Sure, good old Lassie.
Did they bring Lassie into the studio, or was Mr. Sound Effects Man the one?
No, we had not only had Lassie, but we had an animal imitator in the event Lassie became disinterested.
Oh, he had a standby, huh? He had
Lassie never missed.
He didn't?
No, never did.
Well, how would you get the Lassie to, well, I suppose just on cue from the trainer?
Yeah. Lassie stood right on the table, and Rudd Weatherwax, who owns Lassie, stood right there, and he had the leash, and he'd get his attention and give him the finger signal, and old Lassie would bark like mad, and growl and all that stuff.
Did Lassie ever do it not on cue? Did he ever bark?
No, he perfectly trained.
Wonderful dog.
Oh, he was a smart dog. Gosh, yes.
You made a nice, easy transition from radio to television, too.
I was very lucky there, too. By George, I've never had an agent.
done it all on your talent.
No, golly, and that's pretty thin.
Well, I wouldn't agree with you.
I was doing a show I was doing 2 shows for Carlton E. Morse. One was called, what the dickens was that? Something about a ghost, Mercedes McCambridge.
Oh, it was I Love a Mystery, huh?
No, this was another one. That mystery preceded this one. Well, anyway, it was Mercedes McCambridge. It was just the world's longest chase. It never did get any place. It went every place, but never did catch anybody. But I was also doing one called The Woman in My House for Carlton. Pardon me. California is really a very healthful spot to live. But anyhow, Ed Bailey was who I first met when he was a page boy in NBC Chicago. Was producing Truth or Consequences. And they first had, this was the nighttime show for Old Gold, and they hired me as a writer, and that's a very deceptive title, because you certainly don't write much on
for Truth or Consequences, yeah.
No, it's a matter of thinking up situations and gags and so forth. So I did that, and also announced the nighttime show. Then that went off. But the last show, we were going to do a special event in Indianapolis. Some druggist down there had been washed out in a flood, and he was going to retire and get out of the business because he had financial difficulties or something. So anyhow, we went down there and got him out of town and rebuilt his whole doggone store and all that. And that was the last show of the nighttime TRC. And a few months later, 2 months later, Ralph Edwards called me up and said they were going on NBC every day, and would I be interested in announcing it and being associate producer. So, doggone right. So I went down and started, and that ran for about 20 years.
Yeah. Are you still involved with this at this point?
No. TRC last year in June, by that time we were 2 years ahead in our tapings.
2 years ahead?
Well, now, I should clarify that a little bit. There were only, I believe, 10 stations that were carrying the current product, that we would make them and ship them right out. The others were at least a year behind, because it's a syndicated program, and whenever you buy it, you can start at whatever point you want. So then some of the other stations were 2 years behind. And gee whiz, it got to a point where we were so far ahead that it was not a great deal of advantage to continuing that way, because you just get farther and farther and farther ahead. So I decided to just stop making them and wait till everything caught up. Well, I don't know whether they're going to start again or not.
Well, they're still being shown all across the country.
Yeah, but those are
rerun shows.
All reruns, Yeah, golly, we were just down in New Orleans a couple of weeks ago, and I saw a show on down there that we'd made about 3 years ago. And Miami was about the same thing.
Well, you've had a very interesting career in radio and in television. If you had a chance to do it all over again, would you?
Oh, yes. Sure. It's been very pleasant, and I've met very, very nice people who've become very, very good friends.
Well,
that's hard to come by.
Yeah, you're a nice man yourself, and I appreciate your inviting us down to share some memories with you.
Well, gee whiz. Love it.
Thank you very much, Charles Lyons.
Well, thank you very much for coming by, Chuck.
We've come to the desert in California to visit with Mary Lee Robb, who is originally from Chicago.
Right.
And so it comes full. I send hello to you from your friends in Chicago.
Oh, thank you.
And from your friends who listened to you when you were so much a part of the Gildersleeve broadcast.
Those were wonderful days. They were just absolutely wonderful days.
You played Marjorie Forrester, and you were the only member of the Gildersleeve household who grew during the course of the show. I mean, your character,
right?
You got older, a little bit older, you got married, you had a family,
right.
All of this on the show, where the others, you know, Gildy never did get remarried.
No.
Or married, I guess.
Right.
And Leroy was always incorrigible Leroy.
I think, yeah, at the time I wasn't so happy about it, frankly. I didn't want to see her get married, you know. I kind of wanted the same thing. I was a little afraid that, the character would, you know, would go off into the sunset, and that was that. But it was amazing. They really did go on for a long time. When we did the marriage, Richard Crenna, who was played my husband,
Bronco,
and he was. We dressed it. It was the first time that we ever did anything like it, and we dressed the wedding. What we mean by dress the wedding, they got me a wedding dress. We did it all on the show, and it was done in costume. And very rarely did you do anything like that
in front of a studio audience.
In front of a studio audience. Yeah. So of course they all adored it, and we were all very. I mean, the flowers and everything. So it was very cute. It was a cute idea.
Now, but later, when Bronco and Marjorie had children, you didn't resimulate that.
Oh, no, thanks. no, that would have been going just a little bit too far, I'm afraid.
Too much for art's sake.
Right. But we did have some awfully cute children, and they had a big contest. Kraft was our sponsor, and there was a big Name the Babies contest, so we had to go through all of that, so that was kind of fun, too.
How did you get the role of Marjorie on that broadcast?
I'm a little like, who was it, Shirley MacLaine, who... When she got her chance, somebody broke a leg on Broadway, and she replaced someone. Well, Louise Erickson, who was one of the, I think the third Marjorie.
Lurene Tuttle.
Lurene Tuttle and Louise Erickson, and then myself. And so Louise was doing a play and was doing something else that day, and something came up, and she could not get back for the dress rehearsal. And I was one of those little people who was in what they called a background noise. You stood in the, you know, blah, 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 talking, you know, in a scene, and so the time came for the rehearsal, and I mean, they were sitting there. We had everybody waiting, and whether it was traffic or something like that, she couldn't get back, and so I said, well, I'll read, you know, for it. I'll time it for you if you want, because they had the orchestra. See, we had full orchestra and everything, and wonderful musicians. Perry Botkin, who was the great guitarist who had been with Bing Crosby, was also, and wonderful musicians. So they were all waiting. So we did the show, and we did it, and so then something came up. I don't know what happened, and she couldn't get back. So all of a sudden I thought, oh my gosh, you know, here I am, the little background noise suddenly being pushed in this thing. They said, and of course Walter Tetley, who was so wonderful, he said, now don't be worried. And Una Merkel, who was a terrific actress, was playing on the show with us at the time, so they were going over it with me. All of a sudden, about 5 minutes before we went on, Louise came in. And it was just wonderful. So she had something had transpired that she was not able to get there. And then I think what happened was I think she went on to New York. And so when the time came then, having done that, it was a great step up, you know, for me to do it. So I was able to get the job then in the fall.
Just because you had been considered and at the post, but you never got off.
Isn't that amazing? I mean, it was just a funny thing. And then I was doing, after that I did some Burns and Allen. I played the little girl next door. Again, Richard Crenna was my boyfriend. He was boyfriend to more women, I tell you, than anybody else around. He was terrific.
Well, he was also on Armis Brooks.
Armis Brooks,
Yeah, he was the perennial teenager on radio.
Right. And there's another young man, Gil Stratton, who has been out here, and was a very fine and is a very fine actor, and also a successful sports announcer. I think on
one of the L.A. stations.
Yeah, on the L.A. stations, and he would come in and out. But basically, Dick was always, at least in my time on the show. I don't know who else was on it before that.
Well, what other radio things had you done?
Well, my first show was Lum and Abner, and I had 2 lines. I think I had 2 lines. I said, "I do," and "Don't cry, Papa." Those were my great. That was my great break in radio.
So you learned those lines. You never forgot them now, right?
Oh, I'll never forget them. Of course, it's just like the first time you do anything, and that was my break. They said, "Well, come on in. We've got a part." And I think, as a matter of fact, I got a call not so long ago from someone down south a darling man who called up, and there were some scripts lost and some shows lost, or they're not around. And one of them was this series this particular group that I was on, and they were calling for information. So it's been a most interesting thing. But that was where I started. Then I did, I did the Railroad Hour with Gordon McRae, and who was a dear, dear man, and did some of those shows, and did Red Rider, which was a little series of like a cowboy series.
You weren't the love interest to Little Beaver.
No, let's see, This Is Your FBI, and then my 2 series that I worked on a lot was mostly the Gildersleeve, and then some with the Burns and Allen when it was in radio, and then when, of course, it went into television, then they chose to get different. There very few of us were on it. No, I can't remember. I don't think Waldo was on the TV series.
On the TV? Yeah,
was he?
Willard
was on it.
Was on the TV.
Yeah.
No, Walter had gone.
I think Lillian.
Walter Tetley never did any television as any of the characters he created on radio.
I think some of it's a sad thing, because some of us, the wonderful creation of radio simply by the thought of the audience to see the personality, But when the time came for it to be on, in a television situation, they just either were a little older or they just didn't fit the character. Yeah. The voices weren't the way they wanted them.
That's correct. Well, now let's see. You say you were from Chicago, and was it in Chicago that the acting bug bit you, as they say?
Well, I took. My dad was with NBC in Chicago, and so I was sort of always around, show business, that part of it. And I took drama at Mundelein College as a little girl. In fact, my dad was one who discovered Mercedes McCambridge when she was when she was at Mundelein. Wonderful actress.
Yes.
And she was part of a group. They had Sister Mary Leola, who was head of the drama, I think, department. Had a verse-speaking choir, which was very unique at that particular time. And so he had that's where he found Mercedes. Mercedes, we always called her that. And so I took it. I started there, and then I came out here. When we moved out here to Los Angeles in 1939 as a little girl. So grew up in Westwood, and so that was from then on. It was I took it, did a lot of stuff in high school, and so it was always kind of that was what I thought I was going to do. And then eventually my father died, and I started on more of a career. I was going to college starting to college, and I chose then to go into radio and get kind of working and doing things.
And that was mostly out here then?
Oh, yeah, it was always in Los Angeles, not in Chicago.
Did you have to pound the pavement between
you bet.
CBS and NBC
you bet.
and the
others?
Oh,
I'll tell you, we really did. That's why I said I think that it was a wonderful man who gave me my first break, as a matter of fact, on Gildersleeve, simply because I was back and forth, and but it was all at that time, everything was very centralized. I mean, it was, there on Vine Street, so you went from CBS to Mutual to NBC. It wasn't and the agencies were all around there, so it wasn't a tough thing to do. But you just, I don't know, they were very pleasant, and it all seemed like wonderful. It was a great fun. I've always been interested in show business, and in fact used to stand. We finished Gildersleeve sometimes, and or else I can't remember, but it seemed to me there was a rehearsal, and I'd go back in and stand in line to see Crosby in those days. You know, that was when he was still at NBC, and just to see some of these great performers. So I was very much stage struck.
You mean a performer on the network had to stand in line with the rest of the people to see Bing Crosby?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I may have gotten in a little earlier, but I did. You did stand in line, and they didn't know. I mean, what I don't. That was a great thing about radio, that you could have sort of an anonymous life, and it was fun, and you just went in and did what you did, and you could leave it and go home. You don't have that same thing today in television. I mean, I'm sure it's a lovely situation, or the theater, but there is that being able to remove that coat of the theater and walk away from it. And the people in it were so wonderful. Oh, we were talking about it. We did a little thing for a group called Spurback, and they did recreated a Gildersleeve, and Shirley was on it. Shirley Mitchell, who you've said you've interviewed, and it was as though time had stood still. I mean, I had not worked with them, I hadn't seen them, and we had some situations come up that were just so much fun, and it was just like yesterday. I mean, it was like we came in that door, and it was like you and we were all sitting here again. And it was all those years ago. It was a very miraculous time, and people were very fond of each other, and we had fun. We'd have picnics, or Dick Peavy. Dick LeGrand had a wonderful boat, and we'd go out and we'd have parties on the boat or something. It was more like a family. They talk about those. I think now on a long situation thing, they may get that rapport, but we had that. You know, it was just a very remarkable. On a motion picture, you don't hear that. You make the picture, and then you leave, and you maybe don't see each other ever, for years and years.
Well, in a movie, it might be 3 months.
That's
or
right.
6 months, maybe.
Yeah.
On a television series, that could be a couple of years or longer, maybe. On radio, it was the norm to run 8 years, 10, 12.
Yeah, it was incredible.
Look at Gildersleeve, started from 41, went all the way to 58. With almost the same cast. Now, there's something I wanted to ask you about. You were there. You came in around 48, I think, on the Gildersleeve show. So when you came in, it was Hal Perry
That's
who
right.
was Gildy.
Right.
And then in 50, it's when Willard Waterman came over. What was the reaction of the cast to the change, and then of the listening audience to the change?
Well, Willard is a lovely man. Just a very warm, a gentleman, and the show looked like it was not going to go on, and then it seemed that they called Walter and I. They said, "Would you come in? We're going to do a little testing," and we started in September, and that was that. I mean, it was the most unusual situation, particularly because Willard and Hal, their voices were very corresponding. If you've ever noticed, a lot of times they would sort of almost it was difficult because their voices were very similar in many ways. I mean, now in looks, Willard was a much taller, much larger man, but I think the voices, Willard always said, at least the last time we were talking about it, that it at one time was kind of a hindrance because there was the same timbre in the voice. And so when he came on, it was just incredible. There were a few letters, from people saying what happened or where is he or what's gone on. But it was much less than one would have thought. Maybe it was because it went off and then it went on again, and there was a little summer off.
There's a summer in
between. But it was... and he was very pleasant and a good actor. He was a very good actor, had good timing, and had lots of experience. So this was almost like just putting on another coat that was really quite familiar.
Yet if you listen to the two shows, if you were to listen to the last Hal Perry Gildersleeve show and the first Waterman Gildersleeve show, there's some subtle differences between the two voices. The laugh was a little different. But really, for all purposes, it was.
And as it turned out, it worked well because Willard was very good in the role. I mean, particularly for television, I think too that he was very good, and it's different too because Hal originated that role, and it was his role. So that, as you say, there is a little difference, but for all intents and purposes, it was a very easy transition, much easier than it could have been. You know, where people suddenly went, "Oh no, we won't accept that at all." I think they loved the show, and everybody else was around it. You know, the same people were still locked into the characters.
It was a situation comedy before. Those shows on radio were just called comedy shows. They were never referred to as situation comedies. The television created situation comedies because they had to have some name for the genre. But it was just a comedy show. It was a comedy show with a real warmth to it. And I think it was well, I think you can attribute a lot of it to the writers and to the material that they had, because there was warmth in each show, yet there was some great comedy in there and some of the crazy things that
well, it was the first spin-off too. I think that was the original spin-off of any show. He had come off of Fibber McGee,
right.
And then they started that show. And it was, so I can't tell you what a family feeling it was. I think many people have said that about all their own shows that they've been on, you know. I'm sure you talked to any of the gang from our Miss Brooks or any of them. But we did have a very, it was a very professional group. I felt I was very fortunate to be among these people because the timing was great, the quality of the work, the care that we did, and because when I came on it, we did 2 shows live. You see, we came in and recorded, and then sent those. You know, that went on back to Chicago, New York, and then we did the 8:30, which was in the local. So those were the days before the tapes, and
one for the West Coast.
One for the West Coast, as they used to say. And then we'd go in on Monday morning and listen to the show from the week before. So there was a lot of quality control on it. I mean, it was not haphazard that it was a good show. You know, it was.
They made a recording of it, and you went in and listened to it.
Oh yes.
And
we critiqued it.
Critique it.
To see how it went, how the timing went, you know, and on the various things, what worked and didn't work. They were very, very careful. They were very critical of the work to see that it came up to that high standard.
Well, that's why that show lasted so long.
Right. And we had great sponsors, and Kraft was our sponsor for all those years, to my knowledge, and they were very. It was just a whole thing. It was just a very nice relationship for me. I loved it, and I got when I was in my personal life. I was married in the 50s, and so my daughter was born in July. And at that time, I was pregnant and did the show and had her in July and went back on in September. So that was radio. You could do things like that.
That's right.
You know. So
well, to television, they make you stand behind the furniture. You know?
Right. Yeah, I did a little show that had never did much that came off, but I remember doing the same thing, putting on a large size 16, standing behind a table to try and to shoot from the waist up.
What kind of rehearsal did you have to deal with on the Gildersleeve show? In other words, from the beginning to prepare for this week's broadcast.
Well, as I say, we went in on Monday and rehearsed in the Monday morning, and then on Wednesday we went in and we read it over, and then on Wednesdays I think we went in and did the show, did a rehearsal. Then at 1 o'clock we did a dress. Then be about an hour before the show, maybe, or a little longer, we'd go back in and do a cutting session, because by this time they could see what jokes or what humor was going to work and what wasn't. And then we went back in and got ready and went to our dressing rooms, got ready, and went out and did the shows. And in those days, it was, and I loved it. I mean, you think about it today, doing them live like that, but there's a certain magic to the liveness of it. I think that's why people loved live television.
Well, you're keyed up for it, and the adrenaline is flowing. And
it's.
Someone told me that once they did a, I think it was Jim Jordan, rest his wonderful soul.
Right.
Jim Jordan said, when they would do the Fibber McGee and Molly shows live, they rarely made a mistake. once they started to record them, to tape them, and they knew that they could cut and edit and do all of that stuff, they made mistakes all the time. And it was just that it wasn't the same kind of tension involved with this whole thing.
Yeah, I could believe that. There weren't many. You're right. I hadn't thought about that, but there were not a lot of mistakes made. But again, these people were the great. Some of these, that was their talent. Some of them, that they were able to do that wonderful timing, and these had been career comedians. Marion and Jim
yes.
always had great talent. The Gail Gordon, who was on their shows and on ours.
He was Mr. Bullard, I think.
And Mayor LaTrivia. And they were just really, fine actors and fine talent. So that it sounds like, oh my golly, you're going on to do something like that. Another one was George Burns, who I learned timing from more than anybody else, who had the great sense of timing. And his wonderful wife Gracie, who was so adored. And these were people who were, again, professionals. They had just simply come into a different what would I say, milieu, that it was just the same thing. They just moved that talent into another area. So that the only time it ever happened to me, one time something happened and I lost it. I lost a page in my script.
Oh.
And I looked up, and it was my week, and I was doing one of those Marjorie's where she used to babble and blah, 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 and I just thought, I'm going to die right now. And I could feel the perspiration just moving down my body. And fortunately, Dick was standing next to me, Dick Grenna, and I just started looking at his page, and we went through it until I finally found where my page came in, I mean, all this. But that was the only time. And I must say I had nightmares over that. If ever I was going to have a nightmare, that was what it was about, was that night where the pages were lifted, and there was nothing there, and you're standing there talking to people.
Did you described earlier the show that you dressed for the wedding, the wedding show between you and Bronco. How did the listening audience react to that wedding on the Gildersleeve program?
Well, I think they were very responsive to all the things we did. I mean, because it was a kind of a family show, they liked it. And as a matter of fact, we were fortunate enough to do the Look magazine covered it, which was kind of unusual. And for that, we went to a little Episcopal church in Hollywood and did, simulated the whole thing.
Set up some pictures.
And set up the pictures. So that was kind of a thrill. And because I don't think it had much been done, at that particular time. I don't think it was it's not like it was in the olden days, but nevertheless, it was just a different kind of thing. It was a new way of promotion for the show.
Well, and sometime after that, some proper time after that, then Marjorie and Bronco became parents, and you had twins. Right? And there was a whole big to-do about that on the show. Long sequence of things, wasn't it?
And well, as I said, there was a contest that they named the children, and that went on and on and on, and it was all kind of fun.
Did they read it? Did they finally name the children?
Yes, and don't ask me.
Okay. Well, we won't bother to ask.
No, I wish I could say I remember. I mean, that was fun.
Could you tell us a little bit about some of the other people on the show? Now, you said Dick LeGrand had a yacht.
Yeah,
now, with
a
the
boat.
last person, or a boat, the last person I would think that would have a boat would be Mr. Peavy.
I know. He was he was a very interesting kind of an outdoor person, which one would not have thought, the same thing. I think Lillian, of course, Lillian Randolph, who I absolutely adored, was Birdie with us, and we used to have the best time. We'd all, we'd sit around and we'd all go in her dressing room and talk. And we'd always we went to her dressing room and we'd sit there and have the best time and chat and met some very interesting people. But she was the kindest woman, and just so much fun, and would tell us stories about her early days. And that was a lot of that going on. And we had some great talent on the show. K-Star was one of the singer was one of Gildersleeve's romances, and Martha Scott, lovely lady, was on for a while, and Una, as I said, and then of course Shirley Mitchell,
yes.
And I was trying to think. Let me think about some of the others. I think I was closer to the gals. You know, I think
it was a gentle show.
Yes, it was.
And it was every laugh didn't have to be a boffo knee slapper.
No, that's right.
It was just a gentle, and it had some real warmth on that program from time to time. Once in a while, especially Hal Perry, I think he would sing.
Right.
He would sing. I don't think Willard
sang
at all.
I don't remember that.
Birdie sang.
Yes, Birdie had a wonderful voice.
Absolutely. I know she did on the Easter program. She would sing a hymn or something.
I remember one time she did the eyes on his eyes on the sparrow.
Yes.
Oh, which I adored that song. I remember crying on that. I can still remember that.
Did you also do a short stint on a Penny Singleton series?
Oh gosh, yes, that's right. I did.
Yeah,
Isn't that
it was just
funny?
like a
How
summer
interesting.
replacement or something, wasn't
Right,
it?
right.
Yeah.
Well, we were hoping for more. I don't really think I was much of us. No, I don't remember even there was a summer replacement. Maybe it turned out to be, but they had great hopes for it. Yeah. But I can't think of the little girl. Sheila Benson? No, Sheila James played the sister on it, who is now...
You were the two daughters of the widowed Penny Singleton. Yeah. Without Dagwood Bumstead, it couldn't work.
Well, I think it was really kind of interesting, too, because, I was older but my voice worked, and so I was running around in pinafores and flats. But it was a cute show. It was I think you're right. I don't think it just didn't fly after that. I think they saw her in that role.
It was early women's lib, actually, because she was widowed and she was trying to make it on her own and all of that, and that was way before anybody would expect a woman to try to do that in one of these situations.
Yeah, I think maybe today it would have more, it was just maybe a little before its time. It had good writers and good writing and a good director, as I recall. I can't think of his name, but I had worked for him before, and there's an awful lot of good shows out there that haven't made it. You know.
Oh, sure. That's right.
I don't know. She's still hopefully around because she's
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Well, I'm glad you're around, and I appreciate you inviting us to
so much fun having
stop
you
by and reminisce about
it's
your
great.
part
Now you know
where
the radio people are. They're all down in Palm Springs or Palm Desert, aren't they? They're all over.
It's nice to come to Southern California.
Oh, it's nice to have you here.
Especially because it gives me the opportunity to thank you on behalf of all. Well, we're very pleased to have with us this evening a very special guest, a man who is really a fixture here at WBBM in Chicago. Have you ever been called a fixture before, John Coughlin?
No, fixture kind of sounds like it's something in the John or something.
Well, maybe so.
Unusual name, of course.
Anyway, you have, I know that when we're here on Sunday nights doing our old-time radio broadcast, every once in a while I see you standing in the hall outside of the studio here listening to some of the sounds coming through.
Oh, and so many of them I remember, too.
These great sounds are common to everybody, but you had an important role in, or I should say radio played an important role in your career, didn't it?
Absolutely. That's I started off in radio, of course, many years ago. And that's all I ever wanted to do. When I was a little child, I would go around the house reading station breaks to myself. They thought I was in bad shape, of course, and obviously I was. But that's all I ever wanted to do. In fact, I had a little oscillator that I got for Christmas. It was part of a little sound effects set. And I had a little microphone, and it would actually broadcast maybe several hundred yards. So the neighbors could tune in. I could set the thing to any dial situation, and I would play broadcaster day and night. And it's funny that luckily I got a job to do that.
I think it's nice that you were able to do that. It shows that really you ended up doing what you really love to do.
Exactly. I'm the luckiest guy in the world. Yeah.
Where was your first real-life radio job?
My first real-life job, before I got paid?
Well, either way. When you weren't just playing with the oscillator.
Oh, no. Then later I when I was in school, we would do a few little shows on other stations around town as just as students, though. And some of the big stations in Chicago, even at BBM one time. But late one night, they would give us about a half-hour time up at Northwestern.
Oh, I see.
So that was fun. But that was strictly non-pro. The first job I had was out in Evanston, a little FM station called WEAW out on Main Street.
Right.
Yeah. And FM at that time was nothing. I mean, they had no listeners at all. In fact, I was working with a fellow one night named Wally Burr. We were both announcing. And while a record was playing, he said, I don't think anybody's listening to us. And I said, oh, come on, we got to have a couple of hundred people. He said, no, I just don't think nobody's listening. He says, I'll prove it. And he went into the studio, opened the mic, and said a word that I cannot say on the air. No calls, no letters, nothing. He was right. No one was listening.
Not even the manager of the station.
No,
right?
I expected him to call at least.
It is... I guess most people who work in radio, if you're in a very small station or if you're working the overnight, the late night stuff, you wonder sometimes, is anybody there? Is anybody listening? And I guess probably there is somebody listening sometime, but FM back in, 1950?
This was back in maybe 49 or 50.
Oh, 49.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was still in school at the time.
Not many FMers at that time.
No, not at all. In fact, my folks went out and bought an FM receiver so they could hear their wonderful son on the air. And they never said much about it. And I found out a year or two later that after the first 2 or 3 nights that I was on, they wouldn't turn it on anymore.
Oh, gee, that's terrible.
Well, I was terrible. That's why they didn't turn it on.
They didn't want to hear you.
No, and they were right. It was just awful.
I want to talk about you tonight, but I will say that there's a parallel in our areas, because when I was a kid trying to do some radio work and was not getting paid for anything, there was an FM station in Chicago called WFJL. It was a Catholic station.
Sure, I remember that.
And they had Bishop Shields station, I guess,
sure,
or something like that. And they let us go on and do some things, and I got a 15-minute program once a week. And I would come downtown and do 15 minutes and go home. And my father bought an FM radio.
Just for that reason, yeah.
One of these little Zenith FM radios. And I still have that radio. And I was really pleased because I thought, gee, my dad spent $30 for an FM radio at the time.
Big
it was
bucks.
something special, wasn't it? Well, that's nice. So after that spot, where'd you go?
Well, then I finished school. And then I stayed at WAAW for a few months. As an announcer, and also, since the announcing money was so small, I said, I don't know, I can't really live on this. And he said, well, I'll let you be a time salesman during the day. Well, that didn't work out at all, because first of all, I'm not a salesman, and second of all, I had no confidence that anybody who would buy a spot would get any results from it. And if I would happen to sell one for $6 to some little local retailer, my conscience would bother me that I took their $6 and they're not going to get any results from it. So that didn't last long. Fortunately, the owner of the station bought another station down in Alton, Illinois, an AM station, 1,000 watt, way back down on the bottom of the dial, 14-something. And he said, do you want to go down there as chief announcer and work, and also program director? And I said, you bet. It was like $50 a week. That was
chief announcer and program director.
Oh, sure,
Alton, Illinois.
And I could wield a broom too, and did on occasion. So I went down there for about a year and worked there, and it was fun. I starved, of course, but it was fun.
What kind of on-the-air things were you doing? What did the chief announcer do?
He did everything the other announcers did, except he did more of it. No, I played records. I read news, of course, rip and read right off the AP wire. And I did Man on the Street programs. I did one show that was just so awful. Well, I did a lot of them that were awful, but this one was particularly awful. They had a boat race on the Mississippi River, which is right at Alton. And the general manager, who was also their chief salesman, sold it to a local bakery. And I was to go down there and tape record this thing on an old paper tape. They made called Brush. They were the manufacturers. So they sent me down there with an engineer. And we stood by the side of the river, and he plugged this thing into some AC somewhere. But it was the wrong cycle. So when we played it back later at the station, it wasn't going at the right speed. I sounded like Mickey Mouse. So the engineer says, put your hand on the reel, and that'll slow things down. Well, we put it on there, and we started to laugh, of course, and my hand would shake, and the voice would be down like this, and then all of a sudden I popped like this. and so during a break, I called the general manager and says, we got to stop this thing. He says, no, we sold it for $47.50. We got to keep going for the whole hour. And I didn't know anything about boats. The whole thing consisted of, I think the red one's ahead of the blue one now.
Well, that's the basic training, though, of radio work,
sure.
isn't it?
And
doing something like that.
And if you make a mistake, it doesn't cost $15,000.
Yeah, that's right.
And it was fun.
And managers of stations in those days, or owners of stations, were a little more tolerant too, because
for the kind of money we were making, they weren't expected to get Milton Cross or Ben Grauer or any of the biggies.
Was that station owned by Ed Wheeler?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
EAW. Edward A. Wheeler,
right.
Was
and down in Alton, it was WOKZ. He bought that station for pennies. And we had an FM outlet as well. And at night, the FM was on. We were off at sunset. And I would listen to Harry Carey. We carried Harry Carey and the St. Louis Cardinals.
Oh, yes.
And Harry sounds the same now as he did then.
Doesn't change at all.
And that was 40 years ago.
Well, how did you get then from downstate back to Chicago?
Well, after I'd been there for a year, I thought, I'm not going to get any farther here. I think I've learned all I had. So I just decided to quit one day, and I gave them 2 weeks' notice. And for some reason, they thought I had a job. And I kept saying, no, I don't. I'm just going up there and see if I can get a job. I came back to Chicago, and I made the rounds of all the stations, of course. And nothing happened for only about 2 weeks. And I get a call from WIND saying, can you come in and work for 2 or 3 weeks? We have a vacation coming up and we need somebody. And I said, yes. And I was down there like a shot. So I worked there for 2 or 3 weeks. And a man named Marty Hogan was also a freelancer. And I got to know him a little bit. He said, they have an opening over at WAAF. These are all stations that don't exist anymore, at least by those call letters.
Right.
So he said, why don't you go over and audition? I did, and I got the job at WAAF. And that was a permanent job. I lasted there for a year.
That was a full-time?
Full-time, every day, you bet. Sunrise to sunset. And after a year, the general manager moved to WAIT, and he asked me to come along with him.
So then you moved over to AIT?
AIT, and I was there for 2 years, doing record shows, reading newscasts and interviews, anything they had for me to do. And after the end of 2 years, a man named Franklin McCormick, who was also a freelancer at the time, got to know him, and he said, gee, you ought to go to BBM. And I said, I can't get past the receptionist at BBM. He said, well, I know the program director, Al Bland. Let me give him a call. And I said, gee, that would be nice. So he called Al, and Al said, well, as a matter of fact, we're looking for 2 vacation relief announcers for the summer. If your friend is interested, have him come down and audition. So, of course, naturally, I was interested. So I came down and I auditioned, and I got the summer job. So I had to quit WAIT, cold.
And you didn't mind quitting AIT, which was a full-time job.
Full-time job, but
relief job
to go to BBM? Oh, yeah, of course. Sure. I would take it. And I just had my fingers crossed that maybe at the end of the summer something would happen. And luckily it did. They needed somebody at WBBM TV, and I auditioned there, and I got the job. That was back in '53.
Well, you were first on BBM radio.
Oh, yes, for about 3 or 4 months.
Well, 3 or 4 months, I see.
And that was fun.
That was
one of the big thrills of my life. The first day I was there, my first job was to read a station break. And here's this 26-year-old kid, I guess I was, and one of the biggest stations in the country, and my job was to say, this is the WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago. Well, my hair stood on end. What a kick.
Yeah, that's got to be.
And the second day I was there, Jack Taylor, who was one of the announcers, his job that day was to show me around and show me where to go. And he looked at the schedule and he said, oh, I see you're listed down in Studio 10, the big audience studio on the main floor. There's a music show. And I said, what do I do? Well, I don't know. Let's go down and find out. So I go down there, and here's Cesar Petrillo and a 30-piece orchestra. We're going to feed the whole network. Sustaining, of course, no commercials. And I was the announcer. And that was another thrill. My hair never did stop standing on end. In later years, it fell out, of course. It doesn't stand on end anymore. But that was it. Imagine a kid, 26, 27 years old. And
it's nice to have that kind of experience and to have a station have confidence in you with it. Well, you've had plenty of experience at that time.
I had 4 years of experience before I got to BBM. But BBM was the big time.
Yeah. And WBBM in those days, yes, sir. In those days, BBM was at the Wrigley Building.
Yes.
And WIND was in the Wrigley Building as well. Now, where was WAAF?
That was in the LaSalle Wacker Building. And WAIT was in the 360 North Michigan building for a while, and then shortly after I got there, they moved the studios out to the transmitter in either Elmhurst or Bensonville on
Elmhurst
Church Road.
Elmhurst, I think, yeah.
I think they're still there. Although it's not AIT anymore.
No, it's not. So I think there's when that station gave up its call letters, AIT, then a Crystal Lake station, I think.
Mel Belaire's station, yeah.
Mel Belaire's former station.
Right.
Picked up the... And Mel Belaire's, of course, is a WBBM.
Yeah, thank God for BBM. They keep the same call letters.
Boy, I'll tell you. Well, you know, I always have trouble with when they change the old call letters.
I do, too.
I think it's, you know, the tradition.
Sure.
Of the stations and the call letters. But I understand today a new ownership comes in, or they want to have a new format. And
they want to change everything, and people then forget where they are.
Yeah, they don't do it. Well, 78 on the dial has been BBM AM
you bet.
For so long. You've had a fantastic career, and I purposely didn't introduce you as the Channel 2 weatherman when you came in on our program
one
tonight.
Of several, by the way.
Well, I know there are several, but you've done so many more things than the weather, and with such a distinguished career and all. I'd like to talk a little bit more. I know you got an eye on the clock.
I'm watching.
Because you got to get ready to go down. Channel 2 television is one floor below us here at the McClure Court studios of WBBM. I know you're not worrying, but you're concerned about that. And when we talked about you coming on the air with us this evening, you had said to me, well, if there isn't any violent weather around, then I'll be able to come by. No violent weather tonight.
I checked that just before I came upstairs, and looks like a nice, peaceful evening.
Nice, peaceful evening. Okay. Well, we're having a great evening talking with John Coughlin, who is about to retire after 36 years.
That's correct.
Right? You're going to...
Next Sunday night will be my last night on the air.
The last night. You're going to wear a tuxedo for that occasion?
No, I thought maybe a clean shirt would be all right. A little novelty.
Well, we'll certainly look forward to that. John, stick around for just a second. Sure. We've got a little bit of business to do, and then we'll be back talking with John Coughlin. Chuck Schaden here on Old Time Radio Classics, our Nostalgia Night edition on WBBM News Radio 78. We're delighted to have with us John Coughlin, who is, as they said in the Chicago Tribune this morning, putting the wrap on a 36-year TV career.
Showbiz talk, huh?
That's a wrap, right?
Yeah.
What are your plans for retirement?
I have no distinct plans. I'm going to do a lot of things. I would kind of like to go and learn Spanish.
Really?
Yeah, one language is not enough.
Mm-hmm.
Especially, I've never gotten anywhere with English, so I'm going to try another language altogether. That's one of the things. I'm going to try a lot of things. I play a little golf. Spend some time down in Florida during the winter when things get icy and snowy up here.
The weatherman is leaving Chicago in the winter. Who better to leave?
No fool he, huh?
John, you were at BBM Radio for a couple of months.
Oh, yeah, a little longer than that. Through a whole summer, maybe 3-4 months.
When you got the nod to do some television.
Yeah.
Had you had your eyes or your career set on TV?
No.
Were you?
No. That was...
not thinking of television?
Not at all. I liked radio. I still love radio. I think it's a wonderful medium. But the opportunity came up, and since the summer was over at BBM Radio, and they had a chance to go over to WBBM TV, I'd be a fool not to take an audition.
Was that what it was? You knew they were auditioning for that?
Oh, yeah.
And you decided to do that? And what was your first job on television here, Channel 2?
Oh, for a long time, it was mostly just booth work, where I would read commercials and that sort of thing. I can't remember the first... Oh, I do remember the first time I was on television. It was on Christmas Eve, and John Harrington, who had a nightly newscast, was going to take the night off. So the program director called me in and said, you're going to do the news Christmas Eve. I think it was 10:30 that John was on. I was over at the Garrick Theater, and I'd never been on camera before. I'd done a lot of radio by that time, but that's a different story. And one of the technicians said, as the night wore on, your face got redder and redder and redder the closer you got to airtime. But it was easy, but once I got doing it, because I read a teleprompter and there was nothing to it.
Well, the teleprompter at that time was not as sophisticated as it is today, is it?
No, but it was pretty much the same idea. But there was a kind of a roller towel effect with paper, and somebody would type up this whole script. And so you just look at it. You looked a little higher than the lens, so it didn't look quite as good as it does now.
Yeah.
Now people who use teleprompters look right into the lens, and they have a mirror system. But that was kind of exciting, that first one.
Well, you did just about everything then on television here.
In those days, staff announcers did do everything. We were kind of the utility infielders. Sure, I did educational shows. I did a lot of children's shows for several years. And did some newscasting. Just whatever they wanted. I was the announcer on the Ted Mack Amateur Hour for a week when he was in town.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was kind of fun.
Did that come out of the Garrick Theater, or was that?
No, that was out of our building here at McClure Court. Yes, down in the big Studio 1.
I see. You said you did the kids shows. So you did a lot of stuff.
I did a lot of kids shows.
You were the voice of a talking table.
Talking table. I was a voice of a penguin orchestra leader. I was known as a man of 1,000 identical voices.
A penguin orchestra leader?
Yes. Well, they had a whole orchestra made up of these little mannequins of all kinds of animals. And then we had a real orchestra hidden in the background. And they would play the music, and you would see these animals playing violins and blowing horns and that sort of thing.
How much were these 5 days a week, these shows?
Yes. Or? Yeah, I think it was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, children's show. And the little girl was named Susan Heinkel. And she was, I think, 12 or 13 when she came here, and a brilliant child, a wonderful kid. But she could memorize a minute commercial in a minute and have it letter perfect, wonderful mind.
And you were never seen on that show?
No, that was just the voice. I would sit in the booth wearing earphones, and she would talk to me. It was all ad lib too.
Well, then that was my next question. How much rehearsal did you have to do for this?
Not much. We had an idea of what the whole story line was going to be that day. But as far as dialogue, that was never rehearsed.
Well, that was like...
I just talked to her like I would a kid, which is what she was.
A table talking to a kid.
You find that strange?
My wife says she seems like she's talking to a wall sometimes. Well, then you when did you get serious on television? When you weren't... I know you took
not
the
yet.
kids show I know you took the kids show seriously, but when did you do some other kinds of things? And what kinds of things were they?
Well, we had a lot of public affairs shows. And I did a whole series with Dr. Harold Urey, one of the big physicists of the A-bomb era. And that was a kind of a serious thing. There were no laughs there when you're talking A-bombs. And, any number of things.
You spent all of your TV career here in Chicago?
This is the only station I've ever worked for. The only television station, yeah.
You must have been doing something right.
Either that or the management was forgetting themselves. It's quite possible.
How about your first weather job? When was that?
That was an accident.
It was?
Yeah, sure. I was a staff announcer, and I had done all these other things, and the program director called me in and said, I think the man was named Roy Allred. He had been doing weather here. He had followed P.J. Hoff, who was my idol and still is. And he said, Roy is not well today. Can you go in and do the weather? And I said, yeah, I'll give it a shot. And I really didn't know all that much about the weather. I knew rain from snow and a few little things like that. So I said, sure, I'll give it a try. And I went in and I did it that day. And he said, oh, okay, that was fine. And that was it. And I went back to the booth and did all my announcing. And about another week later, he was ill again, and they sent me in to do it. And finally, the man decided that he was not feeling well, and he just wanted to retire or get out of the business. He had nervous problems, apparently. So they said, well, can you do it and keep on being a staff announcer until we find a weatherman? And I thought, well, that's okay. I can handle it. I did the early and late news, and I spent the rest of the day in the booth reading commercials and all sorts of things like that. It was kind of a long drag, but I was a young guy. And well, after several months, they couldn't find who they wanted. They said, well, why don't you take the job? And you can forget the staff announcer. We'll give you a few more bucks, and you can do the one. And I was, henceforth.
Well, at that time, when you took over as a full-time weatherman, then what was your schedule? What kind of a schedule did you have?
Well, if I can remember, that's about almost 20 years ago. I did the early newscast and the late newscast. The late news was, of course, always at 10 o'clock. And the early news was something like 5 or 6 o'clock. I forgot now. We've changed those times. So I'd come in there early in the day and go through all the wire copy. And I'd learned a few things from P.J. Hoff, too, who was kind of an old friend of mine, and we'd go back into his weather often. We would just talk weather, and I had no intention at that time of ever being a weatherman. I was just kind of interested in what he was talking about. So when I got the job permanently, I said, wait a minute, I'm going to have to get some information on this. I can't keep faking it. Even though I got the weather information from the National Weather Service, which was perfectly good, but I've got to, if somebody asks me a question, I'm going to have an answer rather than just read off the wire. So I went out to a local university, and I talked to a young guy who was an assistant professor there, and I said, look, I really would like to learn something about this, but I can't sit in your freshman class because they'll look at me and say, hey, that mope is on the air, and he's sitting in our freshman class. So I said, would you be interested in acting as a tutor for me? And he said, sure. And so I studied with him for a good 4 or 5 years. Every week we'd get together and go over the weather maps and the textbooks, and I never got any academic credit for it. But I learned a little something. Obviously not enough, because no one knows enough about weather.
Well, I think you certainly know what you're talking about.
I feel I do, yeah, sure.
What kind in those early days, you didn't have much graphic assistance at all,
not at all. I
remember P.J. Hoff with his little characters of the vice president looking out the window.
Well, he would spend a lot of time in that, because he was a good cartoonist to begin with. So I had just a map, and it had a few little stick-on letters and stick-on words, cold, hot, snow, rain. It was kind of simple. But no one else had anything much better than that at that time. It was back in 1969, 70, something like that.
Was that late, and there still was not the computer graphics?
No, we had no idea what computer graphics were.
When did the computer graphics come in?
That's fairly recently. That's fairly, maybe in the last 5 or 6 years.
How has that helped you?
Well, it looks better, for one thing. And perhaps you can show a little more descriptively. You can show what causes this thunderstorm that's coming up, or why it's starting to snow close to the lake today. You can show a picture of the lake and showing the winds coming down the lake, picking up the moisture and creating the snow over the land. So it makes it a little more educational.
I guess the satellite pictures really
they're
change
invaluable.
The whole thing.
They're invaluable, especially this time of year during hurricane season. We don't get hurricanes here in Chicago, but they can spot those things. There's one now. There's a tropical wave out in the eastern Atlantic right now, which they're watching very carefully. They can pick that up by satellite, so they track that thing as it gets closer to the Western Hemisphere. So the people in hurricane territory get a lot of advance warning about that.
John Coughlin, you've been on radio and television for so many years. I can't believe that you've done it all without a flub now and then.
Oh, never. I've never made a mistake.
Never made, except coming on this show tonight.
No. Oh, I made more than my share of mistakes, yeah.
Do any of them stand out particularly?
Well, there's one that a few years ago, there was a telephone on the set. It was a live telephone that we would use or call any number of people. But somehow or other, the bell was supposed to have been cut off. But somebody forgot to do it. And for like 3 nights in a row at 10 o'clock, I was talking, and the darn telephone would start to ring. And I'd try to ignore it and talk a little bit louder so they wouldn't hear the telephone. And one night, I really had it. So I'm in the middle of the forecast, and the doggone phone starts to ring again. So I just stopped for a second, reached back, picked it up, and I said, "I told you never to call me here." Hung up and went right on with it. And I have no idea who was on the phone.
Maybe that was the night you were supposed to get fired, too. Yeah?
Could have been, but I've been fired a couple of times.
Well, that's true. You I don't know if you were fired, but
I was taken off the air.
Taken off the air.
I was put back in the announcer's booth,
And that met with great consternation on the part of the viewing public.
Well, the first time it didn't. I was replaced by a wonderful woman named Melody Rogers, who was just a gorgeous lady and just a friendly, nice person. But she really had no interest in doing the weather. That was a stepping stone for her to move on into television, which it really did. And she became a big star out in Los Angeles television. So she lasted 2 weeks, and they decided, well, this is not working, so I guess they put her on weekends or something. They put me back on 5 days a week. That lasted about 3 or 4 or 5 years. Then they had a consultant come in, and they did a test. They showed us some of people videotapes of our newscasts. And these people would sit there, and they were attached to something called skin sensors, little diodes that put on the palms of their hands while they're watching this thing. And if somebody was interesting, it would create a little excitement, and that would register on a graph. And because their palms would perspire just a little bit. So apparently my palms left as dry as the Sahara Desert. And so the die was cast, and they said, I think we're going to have to get somebody more exciting. So they shopped around, and they found somebody that they thought was a little more exciting. And I went back to the booth again. And I lasted there for about 6 months, and I was about ready to throw in the towel at that point. But letters kept coming in. And I only wrote about half of them myself. And we had a lot of letters, many thousands of letters. And finally, they said, hey, can we put you back on the air? And I said, throw a couple of bucks at me? Sure, you bet. But it was an uncomfortable situation because the man who replaced me was a nice guy and a friend of mine, Tom Alderman, who's out with in California now. He's working for Norman Lear as a writer and producer. But he came up to me and says, this just was, I didn't enjoy this, and I'm glad this happened. And he was a gentleman about it.
This the Melody Rogers, the gal you mentioned, who was in there first, I think she got her start, if I'm not mistaken, doing some automobile commercials with, was it a Bears coach? Or
Abe Gibran.
Abe Gibran, yeah, that's right.
For an automobile company, yes.
Right, yeah.
That's where they first spotted her.
And then they put her on the on the
she
weather.
was very good at the commercials and that sort of thing. She had a nice personality, beautiful lady.
But I think she was lost in the weather. I don't think she really knew what
sure. We've had some people that really would get lost, so they don't know their geography. We had somebody, and I won't mention his name because he's still in Chicago, but he didn't know his geography. And I would come in the next morning after he had been on, and we had a great big map, and I would see written in pencil, very faint pencil, Montana, Arkansas. And you'd hear him on the air say, big storm up here and he'd kind of squint his eyes, in Montana. That's one thing. If you're going to do weather, you've got to know your states.
Yeah, you have to know where everything is. Well, what is amazing now, that the viewing audience doesn't realize this for the most part, I guess, but when you're standing there in front of the weather map, or the map of the United States, and all the satellite pictures are coming and everything is moving around and going from east to west, or west to east mostly, you are indeed really standing in front of a
blank screen.
A blank screen.
A big blue blank screen.
Right. And the graphics are being...
they knock out everything in the picture that's blue. So I can't wear a blue suit.
Right.
Or I can't wear a blue shirt. And they replace whatever has been blue with the output of another camera or a videotape or some other source.
And you're actually looking at
a monitor.
A TV monitor.
Off to one side.
Right. And yet when you're gesturing with your arms, your hands, you're pointing to Denver, Colorado, and so forth.
Or to Montana.
That must have taken some time to get used to doing that.
It takes a little time, yeah.
Do you ever get screwed up? Do you ever feel that you're
once in a great way? No, pretty well.
Yeah.
It's easier for me to look to my right than it is to my left. I think because I'm right-handed.
I see.
But I can hit it right on the button with the right hand. The left hand I have to fish around a little bit.
What's been your greatest experience with all of this stuff over these years?
Oh boy, I don't know. It's tough to say because I've had so many great experiences. It's just been fun.
Did you have to come in off duty sometimes when you were off duty? Come in because of bad weather?
Oh sure.
Or something like that?
All the time.
Just jump in and
yeah, I'm glad to do it.
Big weather stories over the past year.
Yeah. Well, I live close to the station, so I'm Mr. Available, but that's okay. And for years I would do. Speaking of terrible weather, I would ring in the New Year from state in Randolph.
Many's the time I've seen you.
Oh yes, it was sometimes it was so cold.
How cold was it?
It was. Well, I won't use that old joke.
Well, I want to thank you, John.
Well, thank you.
On behalf of all the viewers, the people who've enjoyed your talents over the years.
Well, that's very nice. I appreciate it.
You've done a great job. And
well,
we're going to miss you, I think.
Well, thank you. But I'll be in town. I'm going to stay in Chicago.
Well, maybe you'll get a chance now to do a little radio.
Who knows? I haven't any plans on that way, but that would be kind of fun.
But it might be nice to
do. Oh, radio is terrific. It's the best invention in the world.
Well, I think so.
Yeah.
We're glad that you spent some time with us.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it, and I enjoy your show. I just love to hear some of those old shows that takes me back to my childhood, which is a long way back.
To the good old days.
You bet.
John Coughlin, I appreciate you being with us today, and best wishes and good luck in your retirement.
Thanks, Chuck. Appreciate it
very much. Chuck Schaden here on our old-time radio classics, Nostalgia Night from WBBM Chicago News Radio. The magic of radio has transported us to the Drury Lane Theater, where we have an unusual opportunity to chat with three people who were an important part of the golden age of radio, Chicago style. And they're an important part of the Chicagoland scene today, too, because they're all three appearing with Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. in the Drury Lane Theater production of The Pleasure of His Company. I'd like to introduce listeners of Those Were the Days to June Travis, Sidney Breeze, and Maurice Copeland. Now, we need some voice identification for our listeners, folks, so that we can let them remember the sounds that they heard from that old radio with the flickering green eye, you know. And so I would like each one of you to give me a sound from
your early days in radio. So how about Sidney Breeze? Would you like to start off?
Well, I'll tell you, the first program that ever I was on was Road of Life, the old, one of those doctor serials and stuff, and gee, gosh, that was way back in 1936 or something like that. And I recall one of the gags of the time, which in the meantime has become rather popular as far as the television type thing is concerned, which just goes to show you how gags and jokes and everything else die for a while and then come back up again and are discovered all anew. But I recall the thing was, and now so-and-so and so soap something or other presents Road of Life. And then we hear this tinkle, 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 Dr. Brent, call surgery, Dr. Brent, call surgery, Dr. Brent, call surgery. And one time one voice in the background with the business of putting the hands up, from the basin as far as the disinfectant was concerned, don't touch me, nurse, I'm sterile.
And that was the voice of Sidney Breeze, and we will long remember it. How about June Travis? June, can you remember
Well,
something?
I don't remember any particular or specific anecdotes, but I do remember that my first show for NBC was Girl Alone, and it went on at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I had to get up at 5:15 and have a car pick me up at 6 o'clock so I could get down to NBC in time for my 6 o'clock donut to start rehearsing at 7 o'clock to go on at 9 o'clock, and I had practically no voice, so I think I sounded like this. I don't have any specific things to talk about, but I remember the darkness of the morning as I went down from the south side up to NBC, and I was yawning all the way.
That's why you were a girl alone.
Well, yeah, practically I was.
You played Stormy Wilson Curtis on that program, didn't you?
Oh, my word. Well, you've done your homework.
He's using your old record.
And with Betty Winkler. You remember Betty Winkler? She was the girl.
I didn't do all that homework now.
Oh,
Betty Winkler.
Well, that's marvelous. Yes, sir. Indeed, I did. How nice of you.
Joan Winter, wasn't it?
Well, no.
I'm
Betty
sorry.
Winkler.
No,
Joan Winters was also in, she did another thing, but Betty Winkler.
Betty Winkler.
Right.
That's right.
And,
that's right.
I can't think of the producer. That lovely Winwright was the producer.
Yes,
Remember
that's
Winwright?
Right.
Yes.
I recall him.
Mm-hmm.
Did he ever pop for the donuts at 6:30 in the morning?
Well, he didn't have to get there till 7:15.
That's why he was the producer.
Right.
Oh, and that merchandise mart, there was a cavernous thing early in the morning, the smog. And there was always a smell of coffee roasting around there. There was a coffee
There was a coffee place a half a block away.
Yeah, the
wonderful
roasted coffee and the rather pungent quality of that thing coming in. You're bleary-eyed. I used to come in from Oak Park on the elevated, and I get that coffee smell immediately. I think, oh, here we go. Start mumbling.
I think it was Jules Herbeveau you smelled.
Oh.
Jules was a nice man.
Oh, a lovely
Still
man.
is. As a matter
Yes,
of fact. Good
he's
golfer.
still in life, right.
I remember Jules Herbeveau when he had the orchestra out of Willie, Tommy, Annie, and Sammy. W2EAS, way out in Elgin.
Well, you're much older than I am, Sid. I wouldn't remember.
Well, now we have to get one more voice in here so we don't get lost here. Now,
Well, I don't. You're looking at me?
I'm looking at you.
I don't know that I can give you a voice, but one of the funniest things I ever saw happen in radio was I was doing the Chicago Theater of the Air with John Barclay, the famous Gilbert and Sullivan singer, and John was getting up in years and just had a new set of teeth, and he was going into this heavy dramatic scene, and he was emoting very heavily. We did operas and operettas, so it was high emotion, and John got very excited, and his teeth fell out. And he caught them in midair and put them back in and never missed a beat.
Oh, that's funny.
And that was Maurice Copeland remembering that anecdote for us. And Maurice, you were in over 10,000 radio programs.
That's what my publicity says, and I created the publicity.
Oh, well, that's
I got to say something,
Just quickly rattle off about 9,500 of them for us, if you could.
Oh, heavens. I remember one time counting up the shows that I could remember within a given period of, say, 3 months, and I could count 38 different shows, live shows coming out of Chicago that I was aware of and could think of at the moment. So Chicago in those days was the center of daytime radio. Not only daytime, but nighttime.
Right, but 15 soap operas originated in Chicago for about 5 years, actually, from 35.
Well, I said 38, and you say 15.
No, but 15 soap operas.
Yes.
Soap operas alone.
Plus
That was
the kids
just
shows,
daytime
plus the
stuff.
nighttime dramatic programs, plus all the other business.
a lot of soap.
I remember very well doing 11 different shows in one day.
How
And
could you possibly do 11
Well, you
shows?
start at, like they say, at 6 o'clock in the
Yeah.
morning, and you go to 11 or 12 o'clock at night. Because in those days, we had repeat shows
Yeah.
for the West Coast. And sometimes we'd do as many as 2 repeats.
Sometimes you did these on different networks too, didn't you?
Oh, yes, you ran from one to
no,
another.
I mean a specific program. For example, and now you were Augustus Pendleton.
That's
on
right.
the Ma Perkins
I was-
series.
Isn't he wonderful?
He has done his homework.
Yes, indeed.
You must have got the
yes,
book.
I was
Have
the
you got
mean-
that book, The Golden Years of Radio? On the
We-
thing?
we don't
I meant
dis-
to
we
bring
won't
that down.
tell
It
our
has the
secrets
casts
here.
and all that stuff.
No,
I bow out.
Oh, if you just remember that. I
Radio's
think that's
Golden
marvelous.
Age is a tremendous book. No,
But I can
yeah.
remember getting off the air at CBS in the Wrigley Building at, say, 10 o'clock at night and going to GN where a show started at 10 o'clock. So you had to get across Michigan Avenue. Fortunately, you didn't have to worry about the bridge,
Yeah.
but there were times when you had to worry about the bridge.
Well, if you were at the Mart, right?
That's right. Sometimes
yeah.
you would, or if you
They
happened
used-
to be on the opposite side.
Remember, they used to call Kinsey Street Actors Alley.
That's right.
Because you'd see the people going from the merchandise mart over to the Wrigley Building with the script in their hand or whatever. And the gag of it was, I recall Ken Griffin, you remember, who used to be, he was Dr. Brent.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I replaced him once when he was ill, and I got overscale.
Oh, for
and that's the
heavens.
only time in my life I ever got overscale in radio.
Until you came to Drury Lane.
Oh, well, yes.
Thank you, Ken Griffin.
But he used to have an ambulance waiting for him downstairs. And he had, remember the little fellow that used to run one of the elevators on the banks there? They had those 8 elevators that went up to the, and there was one little tiny fellow, not absolutely a dwarf, but he was very small. And Ken always had him, and he had him bribed and nicely salted away, so that the fellow knew that at 10 o'clock and 30 seconds, that elevator must be held for Ken. And Ken would get out there by 10:45, scoot down to the main floor, get in this ambulance, which was right there ready for him, and goes down Kinsey Street, pull up at the stage entrance or the back entrance of the Wrigley Building, and Ken would dash in then for a backstage wife or something like that in about a minute and a half or 2
The backstage wife came from NBC.
Oh, was that it?
Yes.
Well, how come Blair Wallacer did it?
Well, Blair Wallacer did everything at one time.
Well, didn't you all do everything? You were all involved in things. Now you did, Maurice. You did a lot of kids programs too, didn't you?
Yes, I did Jack Armstrong, Tom Mix, No, I never did Little Orphan Annie.
Say, on the Jack Armstrong
the White Eagle, what was that?
Silver Eagle.
Silver Eagle,
Right.
yes.
Yeah.
Silver Eagle.
On the Jack Armstrong program, did you ever play the great Grand Lama of Tibet?
I might very well have, but I can't remember at the moment.
Yeah, I'm getting this voice now. I think that was
I think
it.
that was Marvin Miller.
No, he was.
Marvin Miller, who came into town from St. Louis, and all of a sudden he did everything.
That could very well
renegade
be.
out of town.
The thing I remember about Jack Armstrong was it was one of these hammer and tong kid shows, and I was playing a scene one day with a man named Michael Romano, who was a lawyer and a very good lawyer, but he was a part-time actor and he loved acting, and he was playing a part where he had a heart attack, and he turned to me and he said, "Put your hand here," and I did, and he says, "You think I'm kidding?" And about 3 weeks later, he was dead.
Oh my goodness!
Oh yes, I remember him. I remember him very well.
Yes, marvelous actor.
Yeah.
How do you follow that now?
Oh dear, yeah.
Well, you can. It's just one of those things that.
Sidney, you mentioned before you played a doctor on Road of Life. I think everybody in Chicago at one time or another played a doctor on Road of Life.
I think so too.
And
as a matter of fact, I was the first one. You did, but I was the first one to carry my own bag with me and stethoscope as far as a prop thing was concerned.
Well,
And,
why would you do that in radio?
Just for a gag, and it was a publicity type thing. So they what was his name? Dubkin. that used to
Leonard Dubkin.
Leonard Dubkin.
Wrote about birds or something.
Yes. Oh, he was an excellent author.
Yes.
And he went out to the Goose Island and was always with his binoculars. But he had this, what was the Chicago Directory?
That's right. He had the first
directory,
Actors Directory.
And anyway, so he was a wonderful fellow and very nice. And he would always come around to us for a picture and what we were going to do for twice a year, I think it came out, didn't it? Yeah,
I believe
something
so.
like that. Anyway, as for a gag, I had the bag and the stethoscope. And have bag and stethoscope, we'll travel, or we'll listen, or we'll pump, or we'll do whatever the case was on the thing. So from that time on, I recall that in the directory there were 4 different programs in which I did a doctor on the thing, and I could not help but resist, and I'm sorry for it for this day. It's being brought up to me by people who even come down here and says, I remember you and I got this, and they'll show me. There's the fact of the phrase being expressing the ineffable in bedside manners. Well, that went over like a lead balloon to most of them on that score.
Well, I have a note that says you were Dr. McNeil on Guiding Light.
Yeah.
And that was another one of the many programs that you were involved with.
You know, a funny thing about that, I had just come out of well, I'll mention it, Made in the Ozarks. Oh. Made in the Ozarks, which was one of those things.
It was a dramatic masterpiece, wasn't it?
Yes,
that ran here in Chicago. Yeah.
And I was fired, and I was wondering what to do, and all of a sudden I got this call for an audition for this part, and I knew when I read the thing it was absolutely right. I was right for it. It was right for me. Nobody else could possibly do it. You know, you have that feeling and all that sort of thing.
I haven't had that feeling in quite some time.
Oh,
you'll get it.
Poor Maury.
You think so?
So we had the audition, fine and dandy. I will never forget this. It was in the old blue side of the NBC thing over there, you know, way over there on the other side of the hall and all that stuff. And 15 or 20 fellows all around with the scripts, and they're mumbling to themselves and this and that and the other. But I knew I had it. There was nothing. It was just one of those things. So I didn't get it.
You didn't get it?
I did not get it. And you know, even then, even when the fellow that got it played it, I knew it was one of those things. I knew I should be doing it. I should be doing it. I'll be there. I know I'll be there. And so help me, the next week I was.
Oh.
That is the power of positive thinking.
Well, I don't know, but it's one of those few times in your life, actually, that you are so enamored or you are so with the thing that you know it's absolutely right. Nothing else can possibly be. And that was it.
Usually after a feeling like that, you get married.
Okay, June Travis. Now you were on
she did.
Yeah, she did. After which program did you get married? Was it Arnold Green's daughter?
No, as a matter of fact, it was after Girl Alone or something of the month, Story of the Month thing. I did get married right after that.
Was that a Carl Wester production?
I
Girl
think
Alone?
no. Oh, I don't remember. I really don't remember. I know that Winwright directed and Jules Herbivore was on the scene. That's all I remember. And it was 5:15 when I got up in the morning. I remember that.
Did you ever do anything in the afternoon? Any radio programs?
Went back home, went to bed.
Nope. They were always early morning.
Mostly soap opera.
That's right.
They like to see this bright and shining creature early in the morning.
Mercedes McCambridge was then one of the leading lights on NBC. Oh.
Heavens, you were in radio before I was.
Was I?
Well, of course.
Possibly. Well, they wheeled me there. I mean, I was very young, and my mother, Mama, Dada, and they took me there in the morning.
Did any of you ever appear together on a program that you recall?
I think Maury and I have played.
Undoubtedly, somewhere along the line.
Oh, you remember those? Of course, those doctor series from the AMA. We all got our little button with the AMA thing on it, you know.
Yes,
and
that's right. And our director went on to Hollywood to bigger things, Norman Felton.
Oh, Norm Felton, yes, the man
became
from Uncle
the
Man. Yes,
producer of The Man from Uncle.
Sure.
What about Cliff Subir? Why do I remember that name?
Oh, Cliff Subir was one of the
was he a clown? Was he a...
He was the clown on Super Circus.
Yes,
that's right. But before that, he was one of the great character actors in radio.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, I lived not far from Cliff. and he is long since retired and is a Christian Science practitioner. Wonderful man.
Yes, well,
Yes.
I did something.
And you know,
with him.
before that, even before radio days, I used to sell papers out at Kedzie and Madison, and Cliff was with the old Dudley Players out there, which was a stock company, one a week type thing, and he was the character man out there in 10, 20, 30 type stuff as far as stock show was concerned. Sure. And I'll never forget the fact they did, now mind you, they did Morning Becomes Electra, you know, the play, which is never done by a stock outfit because of rehearsal period and everything else, and they did a fantastic job of the thing with their minimum amount of rehearsal and everything else. And of course, everybody was all for, they had their favorites, just like the neighborhood thing at Drury Lane. They got the favorites, they get this and that and the other, and of course, being on the corner and they're in front of the old saloon, the Gazzolo saloon on the corner and everything else.
Speaking of favorites, Sid, I noticed when you appeared tonight, there were several people who stood up and clapped. I mean, now,
well,
who
they were
was
my
that
friends.
I see.
They were my friends from the Baltic Bakery. I have just found out. Latvian rye. Have you ever tasted Latvian rye bread?
Is it rye crisp?
A loaf, it weighs about 5 pounds, and it's heavy, and you can really
not your own man, not again. Yes.
This ought to be good for a half a dozen
Bring
loaves
some
now.
tomorrow, will you, please?
Does it stick with you? It stays in your stomach? Is that what you're trying to say?
Maury, tomorrow
like a
you
commercial.
bring your group, and they'll clap, and I'll bring my group the day after that, because it was Sid's night tonight.
But it has to be a bakery group or a food group, because we have to have something, you know, to toast the thing afterwards.
Oh. Well, the audiences applaud the three of you nightly here at Drury Lane, and you've all been here many times, and you've appeared in so many different programs, plays.
This is the neighborhood type thing, which was redolent of the old-time stock thing, and they have their favorites. They just have fun. They like to come, and it's marvelous playing for them, really. Just marvelous.
The pleasure of his company runs as of this time until the 10th of January, so your folks are settled in for a good long time, aren't you?
Yes, we don't have to worry about the winter.
Ah,
We're all employed this winter.
Well, if radio ever really comes back with dramas or good listening type programs where you can use the old imagination again, you three certainly will find ready work.
It will never return.
Won't it, Maury?
No, because radio was a thing where you had to be a passive listener, and there are no passive listeners anymore.
Well, our senses have become dulled by watching television. We've lost our imaginations. You may have had to be passive for radio, but your imagination was not passive. It was jumping. It was bouncing every minute of the time, and everybody had their imagination put to good use. And when Fibber McGee opened up that closet, the four of us here each have a different idea of Fibber McGee's closet with all that junk come crashing out. But that's our own personal memory of that, and we can all remember these things. And I bet you folks were on Curtain Time or a First Nighter program.
Curtain Time! Oh, that's right. Yes, and remember the old lights out thing?
That's right.
Oh, I did one of those.
Gosh,
You know, Curtain Time was not really one of the better half-hour shows. It was a copy of First Nighter.
Right, yeah.
But you can play that thing today, and it is still very vital and interesting.
Well, the scene that was created in Curtain Time, and the same thing with First Nighter, was a Broadway scene.
That's right.
This little Curtain Time falsetto you gave us here, that was identical.
I didn't do that part.
No,
I did.
Johnny Coons, I think, did.
George Caesar.
George Caesar.
George Caesar
Yes.
did the opening curtain.
How do you know all this? You're so young. Just because you have a beard, you're still young underneath it.
When I was a kid, I spent my Saturdays downtown going from studio to studio, getting autographs and bugging the heck out of all kinds of people. We wrapped it up at the Merchandise Mart with Curtain Time, getting our free candy bar from Mars.
Oh, yes, indeed. It was the Mars Candy Company.
And sure,
You
that
know,
was the height. We had something to eat on the bus on the way home.
A few years ago, I did a Greek drama at the University of Wisconsin with a boy from New York. And he said to me after the first rehearsal, he said, the minute you opened your mouth, I knew who you were. Because he said, I grew up in radio, and I had knew all of those voices. So you must have had somewhat the same experience.
Well, that's it. And there are a great many people who listen to this program who fondly remember the good old days of radio, and that's why we're able to go on every week and reminiscing about these things. And I know that your voices have touched some strong memory waves today, and we're grateful for the chance to chat. I hope we can do it again sometime.
Thank you.
June Travis, Sidney Breeze, Maurice Coughlin, thanks very much. And listen, folks out there in Radio Land, you want to see these nice folks in person? Come on out to Drury Lane, 95th and Western. You see a great show. And all this, plus Douglas Fairbanks Jr., plus fantastically good prices. It's great. You can come out here, spend the whole evening, have a great time. Won't cost you a heck of a lot. Get out to Drury Lane, right?
Right.
Thank
you. Thank you very much.
Hello, Central. This is Chuck Schaden on Those Were the Days, calling Hollywood, California, and Miss Irene Dunne. Are you there, Miss Dunne?
Yes, I'm here.
How's everything in Hollywood today?
Everything is very grand in Hollywood. The weather's lovely.
Well, that's great. I'm calling for all of your fans in the Chicago area who have asked about you and who want to say hello.
Well, that's very nice. I like Chicago immensely. I used to go to school there.
Yeah, you've got some classmates around this area.
I think so. I went to the Chicago Musical College. As a matter of fact, I graduated from there.
Uh-huh. And you made your stage debut in our Windy City, too, didn't you?
Well, not really, no. No, the Chicago Musical College, many years ago, was owned by Mr. Florence Ziegfeld.
Uh-huh.
And, of course, he was located in New York.
Mm-hmm.
So I went from Chicago to New York.
And what? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, and had a sort of a, an open sesame sort of thing because of Mr. Ziegfeld's association with the college.
Well, I would imagine that he would want one of his students to do well. Huh?
Yes.
What was the name of the first play you did on Broadway? Can you recall?
Oh, dear. I think the first play I did on Broadway, I was in the prologue of a play called The Clinging Vine.
That was with Peggy Wood, I believe.
That was with Peggy Wood. And it was a wonderful thing for me because I was still a student and I was studying very hard those days. And I was in the prologue, and the curtain went up at 8:30, and I was out of the theater by 9 o'clock.
Oh, but as a newcomer to the stage, wouldn't you have exchanged that readily for a starring role?
Oh, well, yes, but that was just a little too soon. But they did have a marvelous, I've never heard of it done since. They had a special matinee one day, maybe on a Thursday or Friday, for the other performers on Broadway. And they had I was Miss Wood's understudy, and they had the understudies go on and give this performance. And they bought special costumes and everything, and it was a tremendous success. That's the only time I had a chance to play the part, incidentally.
She was a very healthy gal at that time.
Very healthy gal.
Well, you followed The Clinging Vine with a number of shows, Lollipop, I think, and...
Well, there were, yes, I did have my experience that way in rehearsing for plays, and they would try out, and sometimes they would not come into New York, or if they came into New York, they would have a brief run. But it was a great conditioning, and that's what I would suggest for anyone wanting to go into pictures, that they have plenty of conditioning. Things like stock companies are sort of passé, but the summer stock is still going. And that's what I had, plenty of conditioning, so that when I came to Hollywood, the work didn't seem so difficult.
Well, you toured the country, I think, perhaps just before coming to Hollywood in the Ziegfeld production of Showboat.
Yes, in Showboat. There was only one production of Showboat. It's been repeated many times since then, but there was never a road show because it was such a tremendous cast. And so I was in the original company, really, and played a few times in New York, and then came to Chicago to, as I remember, the Illinois Theater. But that was a wonderful cast, still with Helen Morgan and Charlie Winninger and all of them. And I must say, I think it was a magnificent play. I did the picture, if you remember, years later, which I didn't think could compare with it.
You didn't think it compared with the
I
film.
certainly
And
didn't.
now you played Magnolia in both the stage show and the
That's right,
in the film
yes.
too.
Yes.
Now that was perhaps 6 or 7 years apart too. But did you feel that?
Yes, I would imagine so. I'd never thought about it, but I guess so, because before that, I had been under contract to RKO.
And your first film was a thing called Leathernecking.
Yes, it was a little comedy, but I try to brush that off because I don't think it was released before Cimarron, and Cimarron was the great Western in those days. It cost $1 million to produce, and they had never paid so much for a spectacular in those days.
Well, you received an Academy Award nomination
Yes, and
for...
I received an Academy Award nomination for it, and the picture won the Academy Award.
Yes.
Yes.
That was the, should we mention the year?
Oh, it's in the 30s.
It was not. All right, we'll be satisfied with saying it was in the 30s.
Yes, it certainly was.
Richard Dix was in that film with you.
Yes, he was, and it was splendid. But you know, not long ago, we had a series, they call it Retrospect.
It was an Irene Dunne festival.
And they showed 16 of my films. And I would say that Cimarron was the only film that did not stand up.
Really?
Like the others. Yes, for some unknown reason. It was just a little hammy. I don't know why, but it was hard to believe that would have been such a tremendous success in those days. But the others, all those that I made with Cary Grant and Charles Boyer, held up beautifully.
Well, of course, you did a love affair with Charles Boyer, and you received the Academy Award nomination for that as well.
That's right, yes.
And you were talking about Cary Grant. You starred with Cary Grant in The Awful Truth, and you know this very well. I'm mentioning this for our listeners. And My Favorite Wife, too, another Cary Grant.
Those were very, very good films because they were directed so beautifully. Leo McCarey was one of the outstanding directors. And we opened this series out here with Roberta. And that's when Ginger Rogers and Fred Astaire were dancing so beautifully. And the decor was just as modern and beautiful as anything you would see today. Now, that just stood up beautifully.
Well, do you think we might get a chance to see some of these films?
If they show Roberta in Chicago, it would be a lot of fun. The audience loved it.
A spy told me that when that was finished, the audience rose in a body and gave you a prolonged standing ovation.
They wanted to start the series with Cimarron, but I had not seen Cimarron in many, many years. And I said, "Oh, please don't do it. Let's start it with something lighter, you know." And I'm so glad they did it because I was just amazed, as I say, at the clothes. The clothes were wonderful, and the sets were great, and it was a very interesting thing to see again.
There was another film that was shown at the Irene Dunne Festival last year. I guess that was in October of last year, in 1970. And it was another film for which you received the Academy Award nomination, starring with Melvyn Douglas in Theodora Goes Wild.
Yes, yes. Well, I didn't happen to see that, but they said that went over very well too.
You had we've mentioned now three of your Academy Award nominated roles, and another was a little later on in your film career, a thing made in '48 called I Remember Mama.
Yes, that was almost my favorite film because it was a character part, and I had never really played a character part, and I enjoyed that so much. I thought she was a wonderful character.
Well, we remember that role too, and it's kind of interesting to note too that when they made a television version of the story I Remember Mama in a series called Mama, who was the star of it? None other than the gal you understudied in The Clinging Vine, Peggy Wood.
Yes, well, I didn't see too many of those, but I just enjoyed the picture because that again was made by George Stevens, a wonderful director.
You would say then that I Remember Mama was your favorite film?
No, not really, but it was one I enjoyed doing. And I'm often asked that, but the film that I liked very much, and you never know, I suppose you should say the film that's the most successful at the box office, but you never do. But there was a film I made called Love Affair, and it was made during the Christmas holidays, and we had a great Christmas tree, and everybody exchanged presents, and the whole thing was just such joy to make.
Well, that's very important, too, isn't it?
And that was important,
Sure.
and it sort of made me feel that was my most favorite film. Then I did one with Spencer Tracy, I remember, called A Guy Named Joe, which was almost my most unfavorite picture.
Oh, really? Why was that?
Only because, and I liked the picture, and I love working with Tracy. He's a magnificent actor. Excuse my voice. But it was made during the winter months, and we had to get up at 5:30 in the morning, go out in the dark, and we had some location things. It was just difficult physically.
Well, Van Johnson was in that, too.
Yes, I think it was his first film.
And didn't he have a problem during the making of that picture?
Indeed, yes, he did. He was leaving the studio one night on his motorcycle. And, well, I've forgotten the details now, but he had a collision with something, another car probably, or a car. And he was almost decapitated and was out of the film for 10 weeks. And during that time, I started another film called The White Cliffs of Dover.
One of our favorites.
So I was riding on a bicycle practically between the two films trying to finish them.
Well, how could you possibly do that? How could you complete...
You often wonder because the continuity, it's just impossible. Well, as you know, they never shoot in continuity. And as I look back now, I'm just wondering how you can ever give a smooth performance. It takes a lot of concentration.
Well, you gave some rather wonderful, smooth performances in your career. How many films did you make altogether? Can you
Well, I think
tell?
something like 40 or 40-something.
Well, we see so many of them on television, but yet there are a great many of them that don't show up on TV or in the revival houses.
I don't know why. There are reasons. I don't think Love Affair, for instance, has ever been shown on television.
I doubt it. But that was remade, wasn't it, at one time?
That was it. Well, a lot of these films were remade.
Yes. Roberta, I know.
The Awful Truth was remade. And Roberta was remade. Cimarron was remade. I think they showed, yes, I'm sure they did. It was on Christmas evening. Somebody called me and told me they showed Life with Father, and I think that was the first time that had ever been shown.
Now, I understand that you really were somewhat hesitant to make Life with Father when at the time.
I didn't want to do that. I thought she was a silly woman. And it didn't... do you hear my poodle barking?
That's a fan out on the West Coast there.
It's my poodle. Yes, but Michael Curtiz, the director, was just determined I was going to do it, and he spent hours here coming out to my house. And the same thing happened with Daryl Zanuck in Anna and the King of Siam. So these movie producers, when they made up their minds, they wanted somebody. They just stopped at nothing, you know.
But yet, of course, your stardom was such that you did have the chance to say, no, I don't want to make it.
Oh, yes, I did. I was not, after the first few years, where I was under exclusive contract to RKO, and I managed to get away from that 7-year contract, then I could do pretty much as I pleased. As a matter of fact, I think Claudette Colbert, who was my next-door neighbor for many years here, I think she and I were the first freelance players, you know?
Not
by that I mean
tied to a contract?
I mean, we would do maybe 2 for Columbia and 2 for Universal and that sort of thing. And it was well, I enjoyed my career, but as I look back on it, I wish I'd had more time, but I made pictures rather close together, and if one happened to had its opening in New York and was received well, I hardly had a chance to enjoy it because I was in the middle of something else.
And they were always, I guess they still do, release a film a long time after the completion of the picture.
Of course they do. I'm going to see Katharine Hepburn tomorrow night. I have already seen her in Coco.
Uh-huh.
And I'm looking forward to it. She and I were on the same lot just at the same time. We came out almost exactly the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm very interested in the way she's kept on with her career, although I wouldn't want it myself, but I think she's done a wonderful job.
Well, sadly enough, the last film that we saw Irene Dunne in was a picture in the early 50s called It Grows on Trees.
Yes. I didn't like that, but I must say that I take the blame for it because I thought it was a little fantasy, a whimsical thing,
mm-hmm.
and I thought it was amusing. I didn't think that it would ever be taken seriously, you see, and it didn't come off at all.
Well, it was a nice little comedy. When I said sadly enough, I didn't mean that it was sad that you made that movie. I mean it was sad that happened to be your last film, and we haven't seen you for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. You have said that you have not retired from filmmaking. It's just that you haven't been making any films recently.
Well, that's a good way. That's what my brother says about his smoking. He hasn't given up cigarettes. He's just not smoking.
If the right opportunity would arise, if the right film came along today, would you be inclined to do it?
Not at all. No.
Not at all.
Not at all. I mean, you have to come to some definite decision because, as you probably know, there are many parts that come along. But I think my batting average was quite good, and I decided to leave it at that.
Well, it was wonderful, and when we see you in some of those sophisticated comedies of the 30s and the 40s, and some of the other really fine things that came from Hollywood and from the talents of Irene Dunne, we're very nostalgic to talk with you. And
thank you so much. You sound like a very young man, and it all depends on your age bracket, you see. Now, people who are in my age bracket say they just don't make pictures like that anymore. But then if you happen to be very, very young, you don't feel that way at all.
Well, I don't know that. I think that it depends on what you see and what you enjoy. Now, when you were, I was a couple of years old when you made Showboat, you see, mm-hmm. and I remember many of the films, and I've seen many of your films along the line. Luckily, we do have television to bring back these things, and I've had a lot of people in their 20s and in their 30s and even in their 40s, of course, who say they don't make films like that anymore. But then they don't make stars like Irene Dunne anymore either.
That's the truth. I think that we enjoyed a very happy time because I don't think that I think the stars today are more nervous. By that I mean we had such help. For instance, if we would go to Chicago or New York, we had a public relations outfit that would set up everything for us so beautifully. We were so beautifully received. And we felt that we had such support. Now today, some of the independent producers are highly successful, but they don't. I always sort of felt I had an alma mater when I came out for RKO, mm-hmm. and many of those certainly with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer felt the same way. But I don't think they have that affiliation today at all, and I don't think the producers could care less.
Well, we're glad we have the old films.
Well, that's very sweet of you to say. And what did you think of the Academy Awards?
Oh, that's a question I should ask of you. What did you think of the Academy Awards?
I was delighted because Frank McCarthy is a very good friend of mine, the producer, and I know how hard he's worked on this for years. And it was kind of a dream come true for him.
Uh-huh.
And also George C. Scott, a man I've never met, but I thought he gave such a tremendous performance. And I was glad to see the Academy voted for his performance.
Would you have ever considered doing something like George C. Scott did?
Well, that's a pretty big order.
That must be an awful important decision to make, I would think.
You mean that?
No, I'm talking about not accepting the award. Yes.
Oh, no. I think the Academy is important. I think it's a goal that a lot of people shoot for. And I think that Hollywood would miss a lot if they didn't have the Academy Awards.
Well,
I really do. I think that he has a point somewhere along the line. I think it could be done with a little more style and dignity sometimes, but I think there should be something like that.
Do you, when you go out socially today, do you have many friends who were involved in motion picture making in the years when you were really busy with movie making?
Yes, I do. I was married, as you know. I lost my husband a few years ago, but he was a non-professional, so we had many non-professional friends. But also we had the others, too. And I still see my friends like Rosalind Russell, Loretta Young, and they were of that vintage. But I really, honestly don't know. I didn't know one of the women up for the Academy Award this year. Not one of them.
Well, did you attend the ceremonies?
No, I didn't. I was in the desert.
And you watched with the rest of us?
Vacation. Yes, I certainly did, and I was very happy about Patton because I'd seen it a couple of times, and I thought it was a tremendous picture.
Do you go to the movies very often?
Very seldom.
Very seldom. And yet you saw Patton a couple of times.
Isn't it funny? Well, I did, because people wanted to see it, and I went twice. And I thought it was a tremendous film.
Well, it's been a tremendous kick for us to spend a few minutes talking with you, Irene Dunne.
Nice of you to call.
We appreciate your sharing some moments with us.
Very happy memories of Chicago. And
well, you've provided so many happy moments for Chicagoans, too.
It's lovely for you to say so.
I thank you very much for reminiscing with us, and say hello to your friends Rosalind Russell and Loretta Young for us, too, won't you? Thank you. Bye now.
Bye-bye.
Our subject today is movies and movie stars. And who can tell us more about the great golden age of Hollywood than our special guest this afternoon? He's a man who has spent most of his life in and around the glamour capital of the world. A man whose career began in vaudeville and continued and flourished on the Broadway stage, in motion pictures, where he appeared on the screen and produced films for the screen too, and for his own enjoyment. He's a man who starred on television and who is now starring between the covers of a brand new Doubleday book. We're speaking, of course, of Ken Murray, Movieland's great historian, keeper of the archives, and author of a beautiful new book about an amazing chapter in the legend of Hollywood. Ken Murray, welcome to Those Were the Days.
Well, I'm glad to be here, Chuck. I'm glad you invited me.
See, I spent a delightful time this week reading your book, The Golden Days of San Simeon. It's a great book. It's really terrific.
Thank you. Coming from a young man in his early 30s, I consider that a great compliment.
Oh, it's really a marvelous thing. And I know you've taken thousands of feet of film about that great spot, but of course this is radio now. So how would you like to give our listeners a word picture of the castle, the San Simeon, and the man who built it?
Well, probably the best way I could describe it, I'm sure the best way I could describe it, is to tell you that it is the most magnificent private dwelling ever imagined by any uncrowned mortal on the North American continent. I think probably that's the only way that I could describe it. It has, first of all, I'll tell you about what it contains, so that may give you a little bit. It has 38 bedrooms, 14 living rooms, sitting rooms, and 35 bathrooms. A total, and with the 3 guest houses, a total of 146 rooms in all. That's besides 2 swimming pools, 1 outdoors, 1 indoors,
and a library and a refectory and an assembly hall and a movie theater, where incidentally some of my home movies that you mentioned are playing for the tourists. I put them in, gave them to Governor Reagan a year ago, Washington's birthday, and they've been playing in the theater for the tourists. They're on the regular tour for the last year and a half. We've placed over close to 700,000 people a year.
Wow. Now this was the private home, so to speak, of William Randolph Hearst.
It was a dream. He was a dreamer, you know. He was a dreamer. You know, Chuck, interviewer the other day on the coast in Vancouver or somebody said something to me, and it made things a lot easier, and I'm going to mention it to you. And he said, Ken, he said, you're the first biographer of Mr. Hearst that ever said anything nice about him. How come? You know? And I want to explain that why. You see, Mr. Hearst was one of the 10 most powerful Americans in the last 100 years. And a man has got to be many faceted to be one of the 10 most powerful men. Going to make a lot of enemies, going to make a lot of ruthless things to some people, it'll seem. But he also must have other sides to him. And nobody ever took the trouble, though they have mentioned it at times, but nobody ever took the trouble to really delve down. In the beginning of the book, if you remember, I said, I hope Mr. Hearst emerges from these pages as a human being.
He does. He does.
That's the thing. I said, as having accepted his hospitality, you see. So what I did is I took Hearst the Host, and I did the story. It's the first book, you know, that's ever been done on the castle. Many books, about 200 books written on Mr. Hearst. But no one ever did it on the castle from the beginning. See, by putting the film in the castle, the state appointed me on a board called the California State Foundation, and I got access to pictures of the castle being built, which have never been printed before.
Which had become the property of the state.
Well, it is the property of the state. You see, yes, and they had, and you notice in the book we've got it the mountain before there was anything on it, and then slowly shows you building it, and the story of Julia Morgan, who would have been quite a woman's liberation figure at this time if she were alive. But here was a woman that started when she was 47 years old.
The architect.
The architect. She was the one architect, and also the interior decorator. See, that's what some people don't realize. I never heard that. She did both. I contacted her niece, who was still alive, and nephew in Berkeley, and they told me, and she did both. But what I did is I did the whole story, but the emphasis on it comes out, I think you'll agree, the man had a dream, and he never fulfilled it, as probably most dreams, I guess, are never fulfilled. I don't know, I feel some of mine is. When I met my wife and I married her and been married 22 years and 2 kids, I certainly think a great portion of my dreams have been fulfilled of having a happy wedded life, you know, with a family. But most dreams weren't, and he had what Mr. Hearst had, what J.P. Markin called an edifice complex, had a compulsion to build. You see, he had many other dwellings, you know. He had a place in Wintoon, a beautiful place nestled in near the Rogue River. I think the Rogue River ran right through almost with the living room, and Pogany did all these different houses, you know, the Bear House, and with the cartoons and things. And then he had a castle in Scotland called St. Donat's. He never spent much time there. But San Simeon was the fulfillment, really. He was carrying on the tradition of beauty and culture that his mother had instilled in him from the time he was 11 years old, when she took him to Europe for the first time. Where incidentally he tried to buy Westminster Abbey.
He tried to buy it?
He tried to buy it. He said to his mother, you know, can't we buy that? I'd like to have it here. That's where he first got his idea and he was a very big man in every way, 6'4". I had a very amusing experience when I met him the first time. I'll never forget. I was never so embarrassed in my life. I didn't even put it in the book. Arthur Lake, a friend of mine, got to know the Hearst boys and ultimately married Marion Davies' niece, Pat Lake, and is still married, have a family. And he was a friend of mine. He said, and he knew that I liked to take home movies from the early 20s. And he said, Kenny, you got to come up and meet the chief. He's a wonderful man. And well, the name of William Randolph Hearst in the late 20s and early 30s put chills in down your spine, you know. Why, I can't tell you, but there's no one like that now. But he was a powerful man, very, very frightening. So anyway, that wasn't the main reason I went up. But when he told me there were movie stars there that I could take and send home to my folks, like I was sending them home, I left the projector at home. So we got up there. We went to a California Stanford football game. We were all going, and on the way up, he arranged through the castle and Mr. Hearst for us to be allowed in the gate. It's a 5-mile drive from the road, up to the castle. Had to go past the animals and all that. And we got there just about 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and upstairs in the cloister suite, they had where they put the. They had a suite of a set of suites right on the second floor where most single men were put. And they were put double, If it was a double room, double baths. I mean, everything went first class. So at 7:30 we came downstairs to meet him. That was the only must at San Simeon, that you must be at 7:30, or he requests you to have that. And he'd come down from his Gothic suite in an elevator, in his private elevator, which I showed you in the book.
Yes.
I wrote in it, by the way, finally. Then we have a little social hour, and then you go into the refectory and have a wonderful, wonderful meal, just anything. Fantastic. No restaurant could be better if it's good. And very few is good. And then go into the theater and see a movie, you see. But anyway, when we got there at 7:30, the place was filled with people. It was a weekend. See, the football game's not going to be Saturday. And the place was filled, and this beautiful room, this refectory, is 84 feet long, it's 32 feet wide, and 20 feet high. And it has all these priceless paintings and silverware, statues, and
we don't dare call it a dining room.
No, this is the assembly room.
The assembly.
This is where you met.
Oh, I see.
So I'm just telling you, that's where I met him.
Right,
then you go into the dining room. That was the refectory.
Yeah.
So anyway, he had me by the arm like a little kid, and we're winding our way. I remember Irving Cobb was there. The Shah of Iran was there. Gable and Grant and Cooper, and I'm mentioning people that you would know, and then a lot of faces not quite identified because they were executives of Mr. Hearst. So anyway, this place is jammed, and he pulls me up, and finally I'm standing in front of this big man, this tall man. Now, you try to imagine that during the 30s, I don't know whether I just got to know all smaller people, but I've always been 6'1", I didn't meet many people that were taller than me. I really didn't. It was an oddity if I met a person taller than me, because I even played basketball. I was a center, and fine. Now, where would I be now? I mean, a water boy or something, at 6'1". It's ridiculous. So anyway, he got me over, and finally we're in front of Mr. Hearst. Now, here, if you can imagine this luscious place, this grand, magnificent room. And he said, Mr. Hearst, I'd like you to meet my friend, Mr. Ken Murray. And Mr. Hearst said something, I don't remember what he said, but I said the stupidest thing. I said, Mr. Hearst, you sure got a nice place here. But I'll say one thing. He was very, very gracious, and he said, well, I'm glad you like it, and we're going to have a little tour a little bit later, and if you'd like to come along with us, I'd show you. So he took us he loved to show off the place. And it wasn't any ego trip or anything. He was just proud of San Simeon. He wanted his guests to enjoy it to the full.
He wanted to share what he had.
He certainly
built,
did.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, that's a very interesting point. When I was putting the film in that day, there were some young people there, 19, 20, 18, a group of them. And after the film, you see, they were so impressed. They came over to me and said, this is the only castle in the world. So we've been to Europe, and this is the only castle in the world where you can go in and see actual movies of the man who built the place, living there and entertaining his friends, you see. And I said to him, I'm quite surprised. Two things surprised me. First of all, that you're here, and second, that you like it. Because I thought, if one thing is certainly going to be gross establishment if I ever saw. So he said, no, we've been discussing, we were talking about it, and we don't feel that way at all. He said, many millionaires have more money than Hearst, but most of them, in fact, practically all of them, hand their fortunes down from generation to generation to their ancestors. And he said, but Mr. Hearst enjoyed his wealth, shared it with his friends, and then left it for future generations to enjoy as he did.
That reminds me of a line in your book. In the introduction to the book, you say that this is the story of a man and his money, not how he made it, but how he spent it.
And shared it with his friends.
And that's really great. That is wonderful. And what did George Bernard Shaw say when he saw the castle?
Well, I wasn't there. Cary Grant told me this. I mean, he went the first time that George Bernard Shaw saw San Simeon, he said that this is probably the way God would have done it if he'd had the money. And a wonderful line.
Beautiful, beautiful. We're going to talk more about the castle at San Simeon and the golden days of San Simeon and the golden days of Hollywood with Ken Murray, and we'll be back in just a little bit. Our guest today on Those Were the Days is Ken Murray, author of a beautiful new book about the golden days of San Simeon. And Hollywood and movie stars are the topic of conversation today on our weekly Saturday afternoon get-together. Ken Murray, what about William Randolph Hearst and his early days in the movies? He was a pioneer early in the game, wasn't he?
He certainly was. He had a great... Well, one of the things I liked about him, I'm sure that attracted me, is, you see, next year will be my 50th year in show business. My father was a comedian. And the fact that Mr. Hearst liked show business and show people so much, I think made me have an affection for him even more so than probably the average person, because he really did. He loved even home movies, you know. He loved to take home movies, and he loved to work in them, and he'd pose for you. Well, you know, in the book there, you got him kidding with, and also in the theater up there, the film, he's kidding with Marie Dressler, and they're, you know, they're having a ball. But he started, he was always interested in photography, I guess, since the first box camera he got. And in the early days, he had the money to buy, and he got the newest lenses and everything, and he was interested. And then when the talkies came in, why, he got interested in that, as he was in everything new and exciting. And he, actually, the things he did, for one thing, he had the first newsreel that was ever made, he made. And it was Woodrow Wilson's inauguration in 1913. And that was the beginning of the Hearst Selig newsreel. They brought it and put it in a theater in New York, and it was such a sensation that they sent it around the country. And that was the beginning of the as I say, the Hearst Selig newsreel. And then he gained immortality of a sort by being the producer of The Perils of Pauline, which was Pearl White, yes. And he produced that. Now, of course, there was a method in this madness. He had a great feeling for the masses, and incidentally, it might be nice here to mention that Mr. Hearst got credit for being a yellow journalist and all that. But as you look, which I did a great deal of research about his papers, he was for the common man. No matter how you look at it, he was. No one could ever accuse him of using his papers as an instrument to further solidify the big business. That's one thing that he never was accused of. I mean, he tried. Now, probably there was an ulterior motive or another motive, the fact that he wanted a successful paper. But nevertheless, the end result was for the masses. He wrote for the masses. He tried to. He had his finger on the mass mind. Well, he's one of the great journalists of all time. You see. But anyway. The Perils of Pauline, he produced that as a serial. But you see, again, simultaneously, he released the episodes in his newspaper every week, the same ones that you were going to see Saturday night. You see.
How many, do you recall how many different serials there were of Pauline? Was it just one package, or did she have a...
Well, what do you mean about one package?
Well, let's say 15 chapters made a complete story. Did he have 3 15-chapter sets, or was it just the one?
In my recollection, it was 15 or 16, whatever it was.
And that was it?
Or maybe 20 chapters. That's right. Yes. And then, of course, he went in very seriously with Adolf Zucker into feature pictures, built his own studio, Cosmopolitan, and he had it from 1919 to about 1937, 38, 39, about 20 years, I guess he had it.
And he produced a lot of films.
Oh, he did. He produced, but they never were. The overall, the end result was that he lost millions of dollars because his flair for lavishness made it so that he never had any thought of an adequate return for what he was laying out. The other men took budgets and things like that, but he didn't. If he said, go ahead, let's do it, let's shoot the whole boat, let's shoot the fleet or whatever it was. And they were very lavish and got good notices, a great many of them, you know. But the end result was that he lost, I don't know, $7 million in 20 years or whatever it was, which was a lot of money in those days. And there's an interesting thing, too, that I mentioned in the book about this English financier up at San Simeon once asking him, you know, he said, Mr. Hearst, he said, is there any money in motion pictures? And Mr. Hearst said, well, there's a lot of mine in there. So at least he had a sense of humor about it.
Well, he had a lot of money, and he was willing to put it in these things, and I think he enjoyed seeing it spent. Back to San Simeon for a second, the story in your book, The Golden Days of San Simeon, you mentioned about this gigantic swimming pool. He had it all finished, and then he said it wasn't big enough.
For San Simeon, that's right. He changed it twice.
Twice,
Changed it twice, and enlarged it to the way it is today.
Is that the part where I love the line? It was great. It talks about how he was willing to spend his money for this thing. Somebody said, "You realize what that'll cost?" And he said, "Well, it'll put some people to work," or something.
Yes, he did. He actually said that. He said to Nigel Keep, his gardener, he said, "Do you realize it's going to cost another couple of $1 million?" And he said, "Good." It was during Depression, and he said it'll give a lot of unemployed people work. And you know, you're speaking about it while you're on the subject of the money and spending. You see, many, as we said before, many millionaires had more money than Hearst, and most of them exercised more wisdom in using it. But none of them enjoyed their wealth as much as Mr. Hearst. And that was because he had a great philosophy about money. He considered it merely something to spend. Now, you know, considering that the temptation to spend money for things we want and don't really need, and considering the brevity of life itself, maybe Mr. Hearst exercised a certain kind of wisdom in enjoying his wealth.
Well, he had the wealth to enjoy. That was
he did.
That was
but by the same token, he really had a feeling, something unchangeably democratic about him, and it wasn't opposed. You see, when that land, for instance, was bought by his father, it started with 40,000 acres, 70 cents an acre. His father bought, and his father used it to go up there to take his son, an only son, which was William Randolph, and the wife, Phoebe, who he adored. It was a wonderful woman. Three of them go to camping. And then when Mr. Hearst got a family of his own, he took his sons up there. And it started to take on the same feeling of San Simeon. Of course, all tents. But there was one big tent, there was three little tents around the side, and there were tents for the thing. And he ran, that's where he first ran movies on a sheet. You know, the early Chaplin movies and stuff that he got a projector and he'd run these movies, and it was sort of an extension of his love of those picnicking days, that the one thing that everybody mentions, and I have it in the book, a picture of it, as a matter of fact, on Christmas Eve you can see it, that with the blue willow china and the Sheffield silver and the priceless dainty chairs and this old oaken table and all that cost all this money. Yet all condiments were in their original containers.
Ketchup and mustard and piccalilli.
And that was kind of a carryover from the days. I think he was trying to hold on to those.
Well, he actually called it the ranch, didn't he?
He always called it the ranch. He never called it the castle. He called it the ranch. Yeah.
And around that table we'd find Cary Grant and Clark Gable and Ken Murray.
George Bernard Shaw and President Coolidge and his wife and the great names of that period from all over the world, you know, and it was an exciting time. And I remember sitting across the table, which I was privileged to do. Now, don't get the idea, Chuck, that I was his bunk buddy and I was there all the time. But I was there, and I visited there many times, but not as much as I would have liked to, because I had blackouts during the thing, and that ran every night. You see, 3 shows on Sunday, 2 on Saturday, 3,844 performances, 7.5 years. So I didn't get a chance to really go as much. In those days, I went down to the beach house, which he had down there, and I occasionally went down there. But it was like Hedda Hopper said, never Neverland. Never has there been such a place, and never will we see its likes again. And I'm so glad that younger people, and I'm not just throwing a bone to the younger or trying to ingratiate myself to the younger set, but I'm so glad that he made contact with him, because it would have pleased him, I'm sure. It would have pleased him, because he always liked young people around him. He always liked not only starlets, but young men and actors, and gosh, many of them. And he didn't invite, I'll tell you another thing, you know the fact that Ken Murray was there, that he did not invite him for just their current success or their fame, but he wanted, and I hope I'll put myself in that category, but I don't mean it that way, but he liked people that were likable and diverting. He liked to have fun. He liked the place to be gay. And he liked people to laugh, and he liked them to get outdoors, and he liked them to play tennis, and he'd fix picnics, and a sort of living that in this fast, nervous age, we just don't take much time out for. Otherwise, of course, that isn't really so, because when you look at the amount of people who do take time off and go all over the country or all over the world today, I guess traveling is the biggest hobby that anyone has outside of amateur photography. I know that the Castle is doing tremendous. There are 100,000 people more this year than last year, and they're very nice about giving me credit for the film, probably making some of the being responsible for some of the increase, but there's an awful lot of people traveling these days, and another thing that Mr. Harris would like, because he likes to travel.
Yeah. Exactly where is the castle located?
Well, it's just about halfway between Los Angeles and San Francisco. It's 248 miles from Los Angeles, and you drive up the Coast Highway. It's a beautiful drive, and then at San Luis Obispo you follow route number 1, which was the original route. And it's about 40 miles from San Luis Obispo. And it's an exciting place that even today, because you look up and you can see the castle. You see in the golden days of San Simeon, the people, the visitors could only see the castle from a coin in a slot telescope 5 miles away. But now they of course are much more fortunate, you know. But not only can you go on go into San Simeon and go up on one of the balconies up on the second floor, for instance, and any way that you look, Mr. Hearst owned all, in every direction, including 50 miles of ocean shoreline of the Pacific Ocean.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's great. Can you spend a day up there? If you get out there, can you spend the whole day in there?
You can spend much more than one day. They have about 3 tours. And you have to make reservations, and you have to be sure that ahead of time. You see, most people drive up and they stay overnight, have to stay overnight, and they make their reservations the day before, and then they go. But if it's the busy season, which is, well, obviously from about May till October, there's 5,000 people a day going through there.
Wow.
5,000 people a day. But Chuck, if you ever come up there, you mention it to me. You be sure and get in touch with me. I'll give you the home where I live. No, and I'll fix it so you'll be able to go through, because after all, we're all Hollywood buffs, and I mean we got to stick together, don't we?
Right. Ken Murray, can we talk a little bit about the golden age of Ken Murray's Hollywood? Have a couple of minutes yet?
Oh, you bet. We've got plenty of time.
We'll take a break, and we'll be back with Ken Murray, author of a beautiful new book called The Golden Days of San Simeon, and we're gonna talk a little bit about the great days of Hollywood.
We're back again with our guest Ken Murray, author of a great new book called The Golden Days of San Simeon. And we're going to talk now with Ken Murray about the golden days of Ken Murray's Hollywood. Ken, you came to Hollywood after being a success in vaudeville and on the Broadway stage. Didn't you, you were telling me before that you worked with Bob Hope on
Bob
vaudeville.
Hope. As a matter of fact, he used to be my understudy in vaudeville. Bob wouldn't mind because I kid him about it all the time. But he was a master of ceremonies in Newark when I was a headliner at the Palace. And we're both the same age, by the way. We don't let him get away. Because every time he has a birthday, I send him a letter and I say, boy, or a wire or something. I say, boy, I tell you, I just hope I look as good as you when I get to be your age. And he says, oh, come on, you're Sophie Tucker's father. Yes, the vaudeville was the first thing. That's what brought me to the coast the first time, and it was that vaudeville trip that made possible, gave me the idea to take the movies to send home to the folks, you know.
You didn't want to
send postcards and snapshot. I hate to write.
Boy, that was the best decision you ever made, I think, to preserve some.
And Chuck, I'll tell you something very interesting about that, though. That you, you know, there was no thought of any commercial value at that time. But there couldn't be. There couldn't be, because you see, in those days, up until the 50s, every studio that had a star under contract, they had the exclusive use of their voice and face, and no one, even if the star wanted to give it to you, no one could use it commercially. And it wasn't until the star system, the studios disbanded, that I was able to go to each one of the people that I had taken pictures of, 248 of them. Everybody, and they were so wonderful. One girl, a big star, she refused, and that's all out of 248. And the reason she refused is that I used to go around with her. She's a very big star you'd recognize, but I'm not going to mention her name for only one reason, is that I don't want her to feel, or I don't want anybody to feel, that when I'm asking somebody to let me use their film for nothing, you understand? That I'm angry because they don't do it, because why should they do it? However, it isn't exactly for nothing, because every time I do one of these shows, I always give the Motion Picture Relief Fund. I gave them $10,000 when I did the first special in the name of all those people, you know. But this girl, I called her and I said, I've got that stuff that we took in the backyard. Do you mind? And this is a big star. This is one of the biggest stars of the 40s. And so she said, yo, that's all right, I understand that, sure, you go ahead and use it, Ken. So I said, well, look, I'm going to New York, I'm going on a Como show, and the lawyers want actual in writing, and so I'm getting it in writing from everybody. So I said, would you send me a wire? And so the next morning I got the wire, and she said, dear Ken, she said, I thought it over, and I wish you wouldn't use it, because my husband is angry, gets angry and upset for every time that I mention anybody that I ever went around with or anything, you know. And her husband was a big star, but I guess, I don't know why it was. But anyway, I said, oh, well, forget about it. Listen, forget. And I never did use it. I got some great pictures and some beautiful pictures in bathing suits. And so you'll have to use your own imagination.
Well, we'll come over to your house sometime and watch your own unreleased home movies. That ought to be gay. Your first film was in 1929, your first role on the screen. Am I right? Half Marriage?
Half Marriage. I had a row of biggies in those days. Oh, I tell you, Half Marriage with Olive Borden. Does that shake you up?
Olive Borden.
Olive Borden. Ladies of the Jury with Edna May Oliver. However, Leathernecking, I did make a picture, which was Irene Dunne's first picture.
1930.
1930. And the funny part of it all is that at that time, I was singing on the stage and making records, as a matter of fact. And Irene Dunne came from Showboat as a singer. And when the picture was released, she had a song in it, and I had a song. And they left mine in and took hers out, you know. And I never always forget her coming out of San Bernardino, out of the preview, with this big hat at that time, one of these floppy hats, you know, crying, you know. It was her first picture, you know. She'd just come out from Showboat here in Chicago. That's where they got her. She was playing the lead in Showboat. But she went ahead, she overcame it.
She did a pretty decent job.
Yes, sir, she did a mighty fine, stylish job.
We had a chance to chat with her one afternoon on Those Were the Days, too.
And you know what she always says to me? Don't you mention that first picture. She always said, so I had a book a couple of years ago, about 10 years ago, and I put the picture in. She said, oh, she wants to forget that one.
Before you mentioned your tremendous hit Blackouts, which ran for 7 years or something.
7.5 years.
Was that at the El Capitan Theater?
El Capitan, yeah.
I can often remember a lot of the big-time radio programs were broadcast from there, too. Because Bob Hope, as a matter of fact, I've heard a show where he said, broadcasting from the El Capitan
Well,
Theater.
I was there at the time.
Were you?
Home of Ken Murray's Blackout.
Ken Murray's Blackout?
Yeah, well, I was there at the time. Yeah, I did a lot of shows with him at that time. Yeah, yeah. That wasn't the main one. Before that, you see, we were in the 40s. The radio was starting to show its age at that time. But in the 30s, we had two other places. One was a Lux Theater, which was opposite the Brown Derby on Vine Street, and the other one was a Guild Theater down the street. And as a matter of fact, I was very fortunate. My wife, that's where I met her in Blackout. She came in to do a dramatic scene with me, and she worked in those other radio theaters a lot. She worked with Orson Welles. And she also worked
another
with
interview going.
Frank Sinatra too. But in the early days not the early days of radio, but in the last days of radio.
You said the Guild Theater and the Lux Theater. Those weren't the actual names of the theaters that the programs were on. You know, the Lux Radio Theater and the
Lux
Guild.
Radio.
They actually had their own theater.
Yes. No. But the Guild Theater was the name of a movie house.
Oh, I see.
But the Lux Theater, I guess they didn't call it the Lux Theater really. What was it, honey?
I think it was just CBS Playhouse or something.
Got to be the CBS Playhouse, but there was something before that too. Just like the El Capitan was something before I moved in Blackouts.
Then besides discovering your wife in Blackouts, you discovered Marie Wilson?
Yeah, well, I didn't discover Marie Wilson. She had made a picture in '35 called Boy Meets Girl. And on one of the radio shows that I had that I told you about, where I had the stooge that went, Oswald. We had many guests on there, and one of them was Marie Wilson. And I always remembered that my idea, I've got a very strong feeling about comedians, and I don't care if the rest of them are listening. But there are certain people that I can't stand. I don't like comedians as a rule. There's something that repels inside of me. There's something almost revolting about a woman when she becomes mannish. I hate it. So the only kind of comedian that I like is somebody that I can laugh at and still want to have a date with. That's my model. If I can look, Lucille Ball all through the years, yes, I knew her and I could understand. I went out with her, but I mean, I could understand. But the minute they get to the point of where they get mannish, or where they get broad, or where they get hokey, then something happens. I just feel that they're losing part of
You don't want them to lose their femininity then.
Not at all, not at all. So Marie, anyway, worked with me, and I remembered that this funny girl, and yet very attractive. So when I opened Blackhouse, I contacted her, and she wasn't doing anything then. She had picture thing was sagging a little bit, and so but she went into Blackouts, and she got rejuvenated and got Irma, and she was off to the races for a few years again.
Did she stay with Blackouts for almost the entire
Yeah,
run?
she stayed for pretty near to the end, but Cy Howard, the guy that produced My Friend Irma, you know, boy, it was contemptible. I was really angry. We're friends now, but I was really angry about that. They came in for 6 months. He admitted it with his writers. And the character that, let us say, we had created for Marie, we had created. I mean, you can't make a girl like that unless she is, but you can give her the opportunity to do it. They adapted it to Irma. That's all it was. Same thing that I did. So, and we're going along, and we're doing capacity business, you know. We did close to $1 million a year. And she was the leading lady, and we did $6 million we grossed, over 5.5 million people. So we're in about the 5th year or the 6th year, and she came over and said to me, I've got a chance for a radio show. I said, well, good luck, you know. And she gets on the show, and that hits, Irma hits. And then this guy, which I really still feel very strongly about, gives it out to the paper that she's leaving. She's leaving Blackhouse. Well, I had a 7-year contract, and I had lived up to every inch of it. As a matter of fact, more so by giving bonuses every year. Not tremendous, you know, but bonuses. I'd let you know, pat it on the head like a dog, like a dog does a trick. You pat him on the head, you know, or a child. You let him know. Well, anyway, he gives a story out. Well, I went to Jerry Giesler, and I said, I want to make trouble for this man. I want to make trouble. This is contemptible.
because I helped him in every way. I would encourage it and everything, and I hated it. I hated it. So the point is that he felt, you see, that the fact she was in Irma was helping the show now, you see, and that's why we were continuing on into the 5th and 6th and 7th year, you see. And it made me mad, because that wasn't the truth, because when Marie went out finally, I put an understudy in, and we still did capacity business. Didn't make any difference, because the momentum was so great. But boy, it made me mad. So anyway, we slapped the suit, you see, right away. And our basis of the suit was that we had got some calls and some cancellations, 1 or 2, you know, that said, I understand Marie Wilson's not in the show anymore. And we needed that like we needed a hole in the head. Why should we be subjected to that at all? Didn't do anything. I'm living up to my contract. So anyway, we sued him, and we sued Lever Brothers. Well, I tell you, such excitement you never saw. Lever Brothers got on the phone. The guys came with the pinstripe suits, with the briefcases. I said for every penny that Lever Brothers has got, he said, now let's work it out. Let's work it out. We can work it out some way. I said, you have damaged them, you know. Well, of course, you see, actually, I couldn't do a thing, because we still did capacity business, and we still went along. So all they did is sit back for about 3 or 4 months and said, well, now look, Ken, you haven't lost anything. There's no momentum, and she's not going to do anything. They put a retraction in the paper, and it just made me angry. That's all. And I'm angry as I think of it now. I guess you get that.
Well, I didn't mean to get you all excited today.
Well, I'm glad you brought it up, Chuck. I haven't been angry like that for a while.
Did anyone else emerge from Blackouts as a star that we would recognize?
Well, sure. For one thing, I had a fellow in it. Billy Gilbert was in it when it opened for a few weeks. I don't mean that he was discovered, but then he went out. He had a picture to make, and they brought a fellow in with a drum. Babaloo, Desi Ahmed.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, and he was in it for a long time. And then we had a lot of other kinds of people. For instance, we had a chorus girl that I gave some bits to, very attractive. You could understand why. She was very good. Rhonda Fleming. She was a chorus girl in Blackouts when it opened. Then there was a little Western group, you know, with a guitar, and Dinky Stewart, I think her name was, and in there was a girl playing the guitar. It was Mary Ford, Les Paul and Mary Ford. Yeah. And it went on, and of course I discovered my wife, which was the most important discovery in the world, Betty Lou.
John Gary.
Who?
John Gary.
Oh yes, I forgot that too. We had a boy that Hedda Hopper called me up and said, you got to hear this boy, he's fine. So I put this boy in, and he was great. He had a tenor voice. And one night his voice changed on the stage. He was singing When I'm Behind the Smile, and the women, early, and I fired him. And it was John Gary, and he still tells the story. John Gary, yeah.
Yeah. My goodness. Well, you really you discovered a lot of people. You produced some interesting things too in Hollywood. Back to the screen business now. You produced and narrated an exciting animated feature about...
Not animated, real.
That's right, it wasn't animated.
Did you ever see it?
I'm correct. Of course, sure.
You did?
Harry Davenport had a role in that, didn't he? The elderly screen actor. No.
This was all birds, the thing is. This was all birds. This was the first animal picture ever made.
Bill and Coo, we're talking
about. Bill and Coo. This was made before Disney made any of his animal pictures. Matter of fact, Disney saw this at Edgar Bergen's house and just kidded about it. He said, well, why draw them when you can shoot them live? Just kidding about it. But he did, and no way copied it, because he went into the educational type of, left the animals in their own habitat, where I did a fictional story. What I tried to do, listen, the birds were in the show, 14 birds, they were parakeets, each one 1.5 inches high. They have a teaspoonful of blood in them, and every night I would watch them, and they became little people. They do these fantastic tricks, and he talked to them, and that's the way he trained them. He talked to them, and I thought, if it's little people, you can write a story about them. So I wrote the story, Bill and Coo. Now what I did is I wrote a story that people could play. God forbid nobody would do the picture with this lighter story, but people could play it. There was a boy that was a taxi driver, and his mother took in washing. She was poor, and he was in love with a girl who who her father owned the biggest hotel in town, and then we had a heavy that was a raven, a crow, and he flew over the town, and I simulated that with bombing, with the aeroplanes, you see, and then they had a big circus, and they all do the tricks, and then the crow catches all the town in the tent, and so Bill sneaks out, draws them away, and they capture them. Now this is the story of a fella and a girl, you know. So I thought, wouldn't it be funny, write a regular story and have birds play it? So that's it. So we got a Special Academy Award.
Yeah, 1947.
1947, yeah.
I remember one thing about the movie. It was in color, yet it wasn't the color we were used to seeing on the screen.
Well, see, what happened was another wild idea. Another wild idea of make a picture with birds. I'll never forget when I went into the. See, we were doing $1 million a year, and we had very good credit in the banks, you know, blackouts. So I went into the Bank of America on Ivar and Wilcox, rather, and Hollywood Boulevard. And I went in and I thought, got to get some money for this thing. It's going to cost, you know, about, well, it ultimately cost about, I would say $700,000 on account of shooting all day, and you never knew the birds would do the trick. They'd fly up on a ceiling, and it cost money. So anyway, I went in to get the money for it, you know, finally went to get the finance. So I walked into the bank, and I'll never forget, walked into the bank, and I said, I'd like to get some money for a picture. He said, Joe, can you come out right here? I said, right there, you got to make a picture. You and Marie, huh? You got to do blackouts? Oh, man, I got to see that. I said, no, this is a different kind of picture. It's a picture about birds. He says, birds? Birds? He says, who's in it? Well, who plays the lead? I said, well, a bird plays the lead, and then there's a female bird, and then a crow. He said, what's the heavy? I said, a crow. He said, a crow. He said, how many birds? I said, 300. He said, 300 birds. And he said, yeah. He said, that's and you're not in it? I said, no, I'm going to narrate it. He said, Marie's not in it? I said, no. He said, yeah. Well, I said, how much money you need? I said, well, I guess you're going to have at least 500,000. I said, he said, I see. He said, yes, indeed. He said, yeah, that's fine. He said, and he got up. You know, do you ever have anybody usher you out, and you felt you were being ushered out, but they don't touch you? He just got up, and I got up, and he put his arm around me, and we walked out, and he says, Ken, you know something? You've been working hard, you know that? He said, you ought to take a little rest. You really should take a little rest, a little vacation. He said, life is not worth the thing. So I said, yeah. I said, when I look at, what about this thing? He said, yeah, well, I got to take it up with the board. He said, birds, huh? 300 birds. He said, yeah, well, I'll get back to you, you know. Well, up to this moment, he never got back to it. And, of course, it was a terribly hard thing to shoot because we had all the birds, and you take a bird and put it down, you see, and did you ever see Bill and Coo, either one of you ever see? Well, these are some friends of ours sitting here, but the point is that here's a picture that was a feature picture, and literally every move was a trick. If you want the bird to walk into a tent and sit down up on a seat, it was a trick, a separate trick. So therefore, it took 8 months to shoot. And while you didn't have to pay any actors, you had to pay the crews. And sometimes you start at 9 o'clock in the morning, and at 3 and 5 the next morning, you still were not maybe a half a minute of the picture because the bird didn't work. And what do you say to them? Come on, kids, let's go. We're behind. You know, they didn't care. They flew up at the ceiling.
Has the film been released for television?
Oh, sure. Listen, that is the most interesting thing. It's 24 years old. Metro Media bought it. It played in Chicago here not too long ago, I think. Metro Media bought it for 6 stations for 7 years. Paramount took it for the rest of the country and foreign, and that's in 26 foreign countries now. And right now, when I get back to coast, I'm just concluding a deal where they're going to run it on Saturday and Sunday in the theaters for those kid matinees.
Oh, great.
Yeah, they're going to run it on Saturday and Sunday here in the United States, and then they took it for the foreign again. It was very big foreign. It was very big, like South America and Africa and India, very big. And it's understandable because the birds were on the trees there. The birds are on the trees, like our sparrows. They have parakeets, and they take them home and they teach them tricks. See, and when they saw these fantastic tricks, oh, you never saw anything like it. We got one trick in a circus where two rings, and the bird gets on and grabs the two rings with the two, and then does it constantly a flip like this by themselves.
No kidding.
By themselves. I mean, never wire them on, nothing tricky in the whole picture, you know. Then I put a big orchestra. I got the whole Fox thing, the Newman Bunch, Dave Butoff, and did a whole 50-piece orchestra, 30 voices, because I was afraid, you see, when you did a bird picture, I was afraid, you know, brand new, nobody ever done that, and I was afraid that a fair bird picture, we might be in trouble, you know, so it had to be even a good one we might get in trouble with, you know, so I went first class all the way. But anyway, I couldn't get a release. Technicolor said, look, I'll give you a release, I'll give you the
print?
No, the prints, yeah, the Technicolor prints, the Calmus. He said, but you've got to get a release through one of these companies, and it was 5 companies, the major ones, and they all said that they couldn't see that you could make a feature out of it. So I went to Republic, who had his own color, Yates, and he gave me a release, you see, if I use his color. But I also shot it at the same time with another camera. That's why it cost so much. Every shot with the same camera, 16, and that's the one we're using on television today.
And that is
Kodachrome. That's Kodachrome. That's 3. Yeah, because I figured at the time the other was a 2-color process, and Technicolor was in, and I figured, well, it's not going to go back to 2 colors, so I better for some future time have it, because I knew it was going to last. And I purposely didn't go to RKO because Disney was there, and I figured that that they're not going to push it for an award, and I thought it had a chance. Just like I feel, I know people think I'm crazy. I think that the golden days of San Simeon. I think this book is going to be, and I'll go on record, and even though it'll be a jerk in 5 years, it'll be one of the all-time steady sellers. All-time steady sellers in the book business. Because, and gosh, it's not even a guess. You got 700,000 people every year that take the trouble to drive their car, go up and stay overnight, and pay money to see the tour, to walk through a building. Now, you're going to have a certain percentage of 700,000, and say you only get 5%. That'll be only 35,000 books a year, which is, I don't want to get into it because it's frightening.
Well, I suggest that anybody who is even remotely interested in this, go to one of the major bookstores in the Chicago area, get a copy of it, and spend 2 minutes flipping through the pages, and you'll be hooked on it. It's great. Everything you've described about San Simeon today is in the book. That fantastic dining area there with the giant fireplace. You could walk into that fireplace, couldn't you?
3 people could walk in.
Yeah.
They had to ultimately close that because it was so hot. The fire, Mr. Hearst loved the fireplace. He had them all. He got 47 of them in the castle. But it was so hot that the people would be burned on one side, roasted on one side, so they had to put glass around.
They had roast guest for dinner.
The roast guest. But you see, that's true. And I also have a very good publisher, which I'm very happy. You know, very good distribution. They got them all around. They never run out of the books. You know, like some of the smaller publishers, they have trouble that they don't get the books in the stores. You know. But this one here, Doubleday, I tell you, it is just great. And they have the books are in all the stores, and Christmas time for a Christmas gift, don't you think?
Great. Absolutely.
Yeah. And you see, the book tells the building of it and how it was as a guest. I even described from the time I got my invitation of getting on the train and going up there, and the parties, all over 110 pictures of movie stars, and then a tour as it is today, you know. So
I went with you. When I read the book, I went with you on your visit to San Simeon.
Now tell the truth, Chuck. Did the book make you want to see San Simeon?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Sure.
Well,
no question about it.
I'll tell the Doubleday about it. They won't believe me because we got some very rough people there. But Wally and Ellie and Ken McCall.
One last thing. We didn't even get a chance to talk about television and the wide open spaces and Anheuser-Busch and all of that stuff, but maybe we'll do that another time. But Ken Murray, you said something about taking all the movies and sending them home in lieu of postcards back home, but what about the people you were photographing? Charlie Chaplin and Clark Gable and William Randolph Hearst. They were willing subjects for you, weren't they?
Yeah, well, I explained to you. They were. They you see, actually, Chuck, this is something that just nobody has to discover. The most flattering thing you can say to anyone is, "May I take your picture?" I don't care whether it's a movie star or what it is. Now, they might be, a woman might not have her hair fixed. I remember Greg Garson came out of a pool once, and I was there at Palm Springs. I said, Greer, I'm not going to take a picture of you because your hair, and she said, thank you. And, or Fred Astaire is on a golf course without his toupee, or Bing without his, no, I don't do that. You understand? But otherwise, the most flattering thing, may I take your picture? Now, you see, when you say, well, yeah, but were they satisfied to do it commercially, you know? But there was no thought of that.
Nothing at that time.
There was no thought. And even if they did think of it, it was a usual thing for newsreels to come and take pictures, informal shots. So you were the same thing, only I didn't have a newsreel badge on, you know?
Well, we're glad that you took all those films and preserved a lot of those memories, and we're glad to have you share them with all of us who delight in those golden days of Hollywood.
Chuck, may I say something? I'd like to say a couple of words on Hollywood before I go.
Be my guest.
That I am terrible, because this being this kind of a show, I am terribly disturbed, distressed with the attitude of Hollywood about pictures today. Now, this is all over, permeating all over the town. You know, the big studios are gone. And we now look back on account of the age of permissiveness, which I think is actually witnessing a decline in good taste, all in the name of realism. And people forget that beauty is realistic too. They discover it once in a while, like in Sound of Music, or a modern day version of one of the pictures that would have been made before, a love story with some language that makes it modern. But Hollywood has a tendency today to look back at its pre-message pictures, like a reformed convict looks back on his crimes. Something like Crazy Otto up in the attic, you know. We shouldn't talk about him, you know, and don't let anybody see him. I think that's sad. I think that's sad because 90 million people a week went to the movies. 20 years ago, 25 years ago from that time, or 20 years ago, but that, everybody was a movie fan. 90 people a week went to the movies. And you went to the movies then to be entertained. I go to be entertained. I don't go to learn anything. Now, maybe that sounds terrible. Maybe I say, well, that's the trouble. I say, you don't want to learn, you know. But I don't go there. I learn on the news. And if I want to have problems, I look at my income tax. You know, I don't. No, it's true. I mean, I don't go to the movies to wallow in somebody's problems, you know, with their problems. I don't do that. And as far as the permissiveness is concerned, I think they're going to find, and they are finding out slowly, that sex is not a spectator sport. They found out in Myra Breckenridge, they found out in Valley of the Dolls, and there are very good things done. Now, don't misunderstand me, very good pictures made, fine. But now the average new filmmaker makes fun of the pictures, the musicals, and all the things, the trash and the pap, you know. Now, he's not right. He's not right when he does it, and we wouldn't be right if we said that none of these pictures should be made. I'm not for that. I'm not for taking them, having none of them. But I think there's room and need for both. And I hope, and I think that everything points to that. I think that the success of Love Story and Sound of Music and those kind of things.
I think that we are going through one of these changes again now, and pretty soon we'll come back to the era of good old-fashioned entertainment on the screen.
I don't think it'll go back to that era, but I mean, I think Love Story is not going back to that era, but retaining a certain, I don't know, the graceful living or
an entertaining movie.
That's right. Go back to entertainment.
Something that tears your sweatshirt while you're sitting in the show, right? Ken Murray, we hope all our listeners will share your memories of the golden days of San Simeon, and they will in great abundance when they get a copy of your new book. And thank you very much for being with us today on Those Were the Days.
It was a pleasure, Chuck. And I'm going to send you some things, and be sure that you give me credit on the air for the transcriptions that I sent you.
You're letting in on a secret. We've taken our memory microphone to the Sheraton Blackstone Hotel, and we're at Flaming Sally's, the beautiful new night spot, where the current big attraction is the man whose music is responsible for the golden era of the Sugar Blues. Clyde McCoy, welcome back to Chicagoland.
Thank you, Chuck.
We're glad to have you with us today. You have a lot of fans out there in radio land.
Well, it's been staying rolling. That's what we like to see.
How long has it been since you've been here?
Since I played in Chicago, let's see, this area. In other words, I played on the outskirts a couple of engagements, but it's been about 20 to 22 years since I played here.
That's 22 years too long.
Well, the last time was when I came out of the Navy. I went into the, let's see, it was in, called the Stevens. And I went in for 3 months. Then I'd go out for 6 and come back 3. We did that for 3 years, 45, 6, and 7. And then, of course, my good friend Frankie Masters took over the ice show, and I've been going ever since.
Well, we're glad you're back in town.
Thank you. But I started many years before you were doing this program.
Oh, yes.
At the Drake Hotel in 1930. I came to town and played the Drake Hotel and the Morrison Hotel. And I was in between those two hotels for 4 years through the World's Fair, the second World's Fair. And before that, I played the Majestic Theater and the Palace Theater on my way through what we call the Western Vaudeville Circuit, Keith Orpheum Circuit.
And you were a big favorite in the Chicago area then?
Well, I have a lot of friends. They proved that by all sticking by me and came out.
They're out tonight too, I'll tell you, here.
It's just wonderful. I can't imagine. I always pull a gag. I say, you must have thought Al Hurt was going to be here tonight. He's a good friend of mine.
They knew that Clyde McCoy was here. When was the first time you got a trumpet in your hands?
Well, 1912. I was 9 years old, and I took me about a year to pay for it. It was $7. And so by the time in 1917, when I was 14, I had my own Dixieland band playing on the riverboats. I'm from Kentucky, and we'd play up and down the river from Cincinnati up to Huntington, West Virginia, and we'd dance on the boats. Then I went to the Island Queen. That was a step upward, and for Mr. Ed Schott in Cincinnati. And I started in vaudeville, took my band of 10 pieces in 22 through 27. So in 1928 in Kansas City, I added 2 more trombones and a couple of more trumpets and singers. Went to the Drake Hotel in the late in the 30s, in other words, December of 1930. And I've had a big band for 32 years. In the last 18 years, I have had the Dixieland Band because I saw it coming when certain types of music became more popular, let's put it that way, than what I was playing. We were playing, like Dick Jerkins and Ted Weems and like. Then rock and roll came in, and so I figured I better start with a small group. That way I can. We were just been over in Japan, Okinawa, Osaka. We did some radio shows and television and civilian shows, and also naturally the military. That was the principal reason for our visit over there.
You said before that you were from Kentucky.
Well, 1903, I was born back on Big Sandy River between West Virginia and Kentucky, and I was too young to understand at first that we were beginning a 70-year feud with the Hatfields.
You were part of the Hatfields.
That's right. I'm the last of the boys on the McCoy side.
You still have a grudge against any of the Hatfields?
Oh, no. One was my barber out in San Francisco about 20 years ago.
What was your first professional date? What was the first time you played for money?
For money? Well, in 1917, when I was 14, I had my little group in the pit, cueing silent movies. William S. Hart and Pearl White and Ruth Rowland, Mabel Norman.
Nickelodeon?
Yes, it was about 5 cents to get in, and I double reel winding the reels up in the booth after I would finish playing. I'd run up the stairs and wind reels. I had a double. I was making $3.50 a week. Now that's $3.50 a week, and I paid for my horn.
And you saw a lot of movies too.
Yeah. Well, here's the problem. See, I was only 14 when I started professionally making any money. Oh, I went to $4 a night and then $10 a night, and made it. But it was all right. But along came a picture called Damaged Goods for adults only. And they laid my band off that week. So it wasn't so funny that, we wanted to play every night, but they waited while it ran. Why, of course, that wouldn't, it'd be for everybody today. I mean, that was a very mild.
I'm surprised. I thought that most of the musical accompaniment for the silent pictures would be piano playing, but yet there was more than...
We had piano.
Well, I mean, strictly piano playing.
Oh, well, this is when they were first starting to put orchestras in the pits.
Oh, I see.
That's back at the end of World War I. That's when the sheet music was just about half the size it is today. There was a shortage in paper. And if you remember an old number, if you ever saw some of the little music, some of the museums, Jada, for example, and Dardanella, that came on real small and a long way to Tipperary, and all those numbers. Now, I'm talking about World War I. And I worked in a defense plant in the afternoon, and I would play in the theater at night. That way, I was making what we called boots for the doughboys, we called them. Of course, I mean, you are familiar with those phrases because of your history, but I was there.
You were working for the doughboys.
I haven't stopped. I don't like to lay off. I work 50 weeks a year now.
You're still very active every week of the year.
Oh, yes. We flew to Japan back for 8 weeks, and we've gone to Europe now, and we're going to Lake Tahoe. We were in Florida this winter, and I'm doing a lot of opening of new motels and motor inns, and a lot of them, about 5 different names, which I won't mention on your show because it may not be the proper thing to do. But then Lake Tahoe will be at what's called a Harvey's Resort Hotel. That's for dancing on the 25th floor. And then we go to Vegas, Open Desert Inn for Wilbur Clark, and 3rd of July, 1950. So with the big band. Then right away I cut down to the small band along about there because I saw it coming, that we were going to be swamped with rock and roll records. So I want to keep my style, and now it's come back. I think the style is coming back where they want to hear the melody and quiet it down a little bit. And I think there's been an improvement over rock and roll. I don't put rock and roll down. They have one thing, Gallimbardo and I agreed, they have one thing that a lot of the bands lack, is a beat. It might be loud, but it's steady as a metronome. And that's one thing they do have. And of course, we all, I remember the people, older musicians than I, when I was just starting out, they said, oh, that Chaz. He said, don't make that fluttered tongue. Don't make all those funny sounds with that beautiful instrument. Well, people, if they want to hear it, and buy 12 million records of my Sugar Blues, I'm not going to fight it.
12 million records?
I've sold more than that, That was about 5 years ago.
Wow.
And in Chicago, I have an attorney that takes care of all of worrying about collecting them, and so forth. Sometimes you have to use a little pressure.
Well, what is the story of the Sugar Blues? How did that song come to Clyde McCoy?
Well, I saw it in a dime store. It was just written about 30 days prior to my buying it for a dime in a dime store, music counter. And in 1922, and Clarence Williams wrote that number. In fact, his grandson is on Mod Squad, if you remember. Clarence Williams III. And that's his grandfather. And Lucy Fletcher wrote the lyric, which wasn't the greatest. And he gave her $50 for it. And of course, then I picked it up about 30 days after Clarence wrote it. And I have it now on 13 labels: Columbia, Decca, Capitol, Mercury, Design, Top Rank, Todd.
Wow.
I have it on.
Well, just about every anthology of the big band sounds, the great music from the past or even from today, we'll find Clyde McCoy and the Sugar Blues as part of the collection. It's
well,
everywhere.
That's true.
It's on everything.
You can find it if see. You can't blame. I do not blame disc jockeys for what will make sell their clients want. In other words, a straight Dixieland. I don't know, but two. One of them is KFI in California, and the others here in Chicago, that will play Dixieland records. You can't blame them because if their audience or their sponsors, after all, whether they're there to get the most out of their profession, and I don't blame them. If it's opera tomorrow, then we have to go to them putting the needle down or putting the tape on opera, and their sponsors want that. If the people turn to that, which I don't think they will this year, but in America, but Dixieland is something that never changes, and if you notice, I play the melody all the time.
Sure.
You'll know what I'm playing at all times, and that's where a lot of the far out, as we call them, groups, they play Dixieland, but it isn't what the public understands. You see, we're playing 52 weeks a year. All right, say 365 days a year. We're going to progress and advance in our music, like Stan Kenton, faster than the average person who goes to a dance once, twice a month, and they're not going to progress as fast. So the musicians, they leave the bosses. Henry's not my boss. The public that comes in through that door is my boss, and you have to have something besides music. You got to have warmth, and you have to have a happy group to play Dixieland, because here's the tired businessman. He comes down to see you to relax. Well, if the band's up there with sullen faces and they have wristwatches and they're watching them all the time, and they take long intermissions and play short break sets, I'm against that, because that's why I work 55 years this September. It will be my 55th year. I'm ending my 55th year in September. So I try to play what the people are paying me, you know?
I saw a very beautiful tribute to Clyde McCoy tonight here at Flaming Sally's. We were watching you play and enjoying it more and more.
Oh, I had
fun. Across from our table was Mrs. Clyde McCoy.
Oh, yes, Maxine.
And she was smiling, and she was excited. And it was a beautiful sight
to
see.
She's that way. She sang with me, and her three sisters, called the Bennett sisters, and they joined me in 1937. Well, 9 years of that, they sang with me. We all went in the Navy. All of us went in the Navy, and together.
The whole band.
18 of us.
But
the United States Naval Reserve. The sisters and all. So they stayed with me. So we were married when I knew I was getting out, and I did a couple of jumps, and hurt my back, so I was surveyed out. And all my boys were out about the same time that I took in with me. So no one knew at the time. I didn't tell View Pers, as we call it in Washington, but I had a contract with what was in the Stevens Hotel ready for when I got out of the Navy, because I was organized and I didn't have to meet my men in the service. Now, a lot of the boys, Glenn Miller and some of those boys, they found out that there were 4 or 5 of their boys, Glenn, in various parts of the country. Well, through the Pentagon, they had them all shipped to one point. And that was where Glenn had his boys to meet, and it was wonderful, 4 or 5 of them. But we took 18 in, and we from the Peabody Hotel, and we played, and went right to Norfolk and enlisted, stayed in through VJ Day, and came out and went in the Boulevard Room, as I said at the early part of my story. We played there for.
During the time you were in the service, though, you were entertaining
oh, yes.
troops the whole time, right?
I had 5 bands in there, plus the one I took in, our civilian band, as we call it. And we met the boys from Great Lakes, and I know they would be crying and feeling low because they left home.
Yeah.
And I had my band out the station, and I'd give them circulars, come in Rec Hall C, D, and that night, and we have a big show to keep the minds off of being away from home, and it was rough on them. And of course, I was single at the time, and I had no one to leave behind. But same time, it was the fastest 3 years I've ever spent, because it was so enjoyable to see the faces on those. And I always, having traveled so much, I would, I'd say, where are you from? Well, they'd say, well, I'm from Milwaukee. A little shipmate would stand up and say, Milwaukee. I said, okay. I said, I used to play the Eagles Ballroom and the Wisconsin Roof and the Riverside Theater, and I remember those good steaks down at a certain hotel. And bring back memories, And I had a quiz contest going on. So, and my wife, they sang with us 3 and 4 nights a week when we had what we called the duty. And they'd be right there on the stage to sing. At Christmas time, we'd go around to the various barracks. We had 100 barracks, and we'd serenade. And of course, when I went down there, I was at the 70th Sailor on the base, so we didn't have streets, sidewalks, or anything. So there was a man by the name of Boss Crump and Ed Crump in Memphis, where we were 25 miles out of the city of Memphis, Tennessee. So I went down, and he owed me a boxing ring. Well, that was our stage. Then I went to a mortuary, a couple of them, and borrowed 500 chairs, I think, anything we could borrow, until Washington gave us the money to build, and that was about a year or so afterwards that we finally had our own rec halls to. It was rough in the first. So if I were to go to Vietnam, I've been on Okinawa, but if I went to Vietnam, I'd feel right at home, because I'd always think about Millington, Tennessee, my Navy career, you know, because we had nothing to work with except what we borrowed, and well, I started to say we didn't actually steal; we just borrowed them for a while.
Appropriated it.
Oh yes, but I enjoyed it very much.
What about radio? What did Clyde McCoy do on radio?
On radio,
hand remotes and things like that.
Yes, in 1922, I was on the first remote WHAS, the Courier Journal Times in Louisville, Kentucky, over to our theater. Remote, and we were going for 4 and 5 hours without stopping. Really? And we didn't. That's what we did, and I'd let 3 or 4 of the boys go out to lunch, dinner, and that's what we did.
While you were on the air?
While we're on the air, well, we had 12, and we'd cut down, and maybe we'd all go and leave the piano player there to play some music.
Well, back in 1922, there wasn't a great deal of radio on, so
no.
Well, you must have had the listenership there. Anybody who had a radio set there.
Oh, we had the crystal sets, and we used to think it was far away to hear Coon Saunders Nighthawks with the crystal set.
Right out of the Black Hawk restaurant here in the Chicago area.
Here, and the Mulebach Hotel, Plantation Grill in for Marnie Alice down in Kansas City. I went through the crystal set days, and the day fan. Why, you bought a day fan, it took up about half of your living room. Now today you can, have a little radio in your pocket.
Things have changed a lot, haven't they?
Yes, but I go along with the times. Now, I have a 17-year-old drummer. I have a 20-year-old tuba player. Well, they keep me young. And people want to know, I was just left Scottsdale, Arizona, and they have a certain section out there where the elderly people retire. Well, of course, I like to look out my room in the morning and see a lot of the young girls going to school or going to the golf course, or and I don't think I'll go that route, because I've always liked youngsters and all. So,
well, I'll tell you,
but
Clyde,
we have wonderful time traveling.
Great. You know, the biggest hand of the evening comes though when you say, well, here's a tune we introduced back 1922, the Sugar Blues, and boy, everybody screams and yells, and there isn't a glass drinking or a dry eye in the place when Clyde.
Well, like I said on the show,
a lot of people who remember Clyde McCoy and the Sugar Blues, and there are a lot.
But
of
everybody
people
sort of imitated it with their hands and all.
Yeah,
that kept me alive. Major bows and all that. That kept me alive. I thank those people for doing it.
There are a lot of people, though, who have never heard of the Sugar Blues, who are rediscovering the Sugar Blues, and they're enjoying it today, and that is the endurable
the youngsters have a dance step to it now.
Why, sure. So
my little nieces are 7, 8 years old, my nephews, they'll say, Uncle Clyde plays old-timey music. That's cute.
Uncle Clyde, you keep playing the old time.
Oh, well,
we'll always listen.
That's fun.
And we'll urge all of your fans.
But when I'm tired of smiling at the audience and saying it's your party, what do you want to hear? Instead of like a lot of our leaders, it's caused a lot. We've contributed a lot to the decline of big bands, and because we go out there and we play the tempo we want to entertain 15 musicians. We don't ask them. They don't want to hear Josephine. If they do, they'll say, "Oh, you must be they're the people that if they didn't come in the place, where would we be?" I play to the people. It's their party from the beginning to the end, and the time that curtain goes up till it falls. If I can't, and I'm really happy. I couldn't act like that. I'm too old to act like that. I'm really having a real ball, as the youngsters say.
Well, your audience does too.
Well, thank you.
Dance floor is packed here at Flaming Sally's, and everybody's.
Oh, it's quite a room. I'm sure happy to be here.
Well, we're glad to have you back in Chicago again,
well,
Clyde McCoy. And thanks for sharing some memories with us today.
Well, good, Chuck. Thank you.
When we discovered who was paying a visit to our town this week, we just couldn't help trotting out our memory microphones for a chat with John Scott Trotter. Welcome back to Chicago.
Thank you very much, Chuck. It's a great pleasure to be here. I try to come twice a year now. A good friend of mine is your fine musical director, George Schulte. Sir George now. We've known each other since '53, which is now getting to be quite a number of years ago. And so I always come hoping to be able to be here when the big things happen. And I'm here now to hear Das Lied van der Erde, which I did last week, and the Beethoven Ninth on Friday and Saturday, and including rehearsals, which are a fantastic privilege.
Everybody doesn't get that.
No, and strangely enough, not strangely enough, I go right along with it. The members of the orchestra feel that they're such a dedicated group of musicians, and they feel that they are there to work. And it really is closed from the musicians' request. And when I'm there, I sit way in the back in the shadows of the balconies, and pretty good seats there too. I mean, the sound is fine back there, and you can see most of the players. But this is the reason for my trip here now.
A busman's holiday.
Yes, I would say so. Yes, and of course visiting my friends here on North State Parkway, the Hunts. They are old friends, and I've seen their children grow up, and they grew up with the help of a marvelous housekeeper that came to the Hunts when they were first married, from three of us in the Hal Kemp band when we lived over on Schiller Street and Schiller and Dearborn, and she came with the Hunts and was with them until she passed away a couple of years ago.
I see. When was the first time the Hal Kemp band joined forces with Johnny Trotter?
1926, when the band was organized at the University of North Carolina. I was a member of the original band, and I was with them from 1926 to 36.
You were a pianist and arranger?
Yes, and the style that eventually became known as the Kemp style was mine.
Who else was in that early band?
Well, Skinny Ennis and Saxy Dowell, WGN people will remember, and Earl Geiger, and let's see, Harold Dankers, and there was about, I suppose we had 12, 15 piece band at the Black
Did you do the arrangement on Skinny's Got a Date with an Angel?
Yes, that was mine. I made that when we were on KDKA in Pittsburgh at the Penn Hotel there.
Boy, that must have been a fantastic group.
Well, it was. When the band was organized, Kemp and I were the only two who read music. As a matter of fact, the whole repertory was of head arrangements that were just learned by rote and note for note. And we played our first dance engagement, I think, with 6 numbers of actually arranged material. But after that, particularly when I started arranging, which was not until 1929, and it's very strange. The coincidence is a little amusing that the first arrangement that I made, Muddy Waters, was Crosby's first solo record. And of course, we had no idea that this really has no significance, but it's a strange coincidence.
Interesting. Well, of course, you had a long career with working with Bing Crosby too.
Oh yes, from the Kemp days, I went to California on vacation and did the orchestrations for Pennies from Heaven. And then I went back to New York and was what is now known as an A&R man. I don't know what we were known as. We just recorded, we just made records. And then I started with Bing in July of 37.
In July of 37?
Yes.
I found a Metronome magazine review from 1935.
George Simon?
George Simon, right.
Yes.
And he was reviewing the Kemp band at the Manhattan Room of the Hotel Pennsylvania in New York.
Manhattan room.
Manhattan.
Some press agent had his hand in that.
That's right.
You'll excuse me.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah, that's right. That was in there. That was
yes,
in there.
Yes.
He said, Simon said, the band plays only manuscript for which not enough praise can be heaped upon modest Johnny Trotter and quiet Gus Mayhew. They've helped Kemp plenty in developing a distinctive style that certainly has brought him close to the top.
That's very nice. That's George, of course. I'm going from here to Nashville, where the National Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences is having its spring Board of Trustees meeting, and of course George is associated with the chapter in New York, and I will be seeing him. Did this come from the Simon Says book?
Yes, yes.
I think that's a marvelous format. I think the big band's book that he put out was very good too. But I find that this is really tells it from that period and then his comments today.
Yes, it's interesting to read a review written from that time the show was reviewed.
Yes, yes. Excellent. Couple of pictures in there that I gave George. The one particularly with Bunny Barrigan when we were sailing down the River Thames in 1930.
Those were the days.
Those were the days. I mean, it's really. I couldn't ask for a better career. I mean, having lived in a particular time, because popular music was just taking on a different kind of, I suppose, not routine, but growing up. And many people think that we lost a great deal when it became, as you say, what does it say? Only manuscript. Yes, I mean but of course we left room in there for ad lib choruses and that sort of thing. But maybe not enough. I mean, for instance, I don't think that there were any. Bunny Barrigan did play with the band, and I don't think there were ever any Barrigan courses on a record, you know. And so that's a loss.
I'll say. When did you you mentioned Bing Crosby writing that number that became Muddy Waters, that became Crosby's. When did you first meet Bing Crosby?
Well, when he was a member of the Rhythm Boys, but at that time you didn't know that he was Bing Crosby or going to be Bing Crosby, you know, I mean, and so he was just a member of the Whiteman Band. I mean, we admired the Rhythm Boys for their, joie de vivre that they had in singing, but I met him in New York when we were playing at the Manga Hotel, which I was just in New York, and said that I played at the Manga Hotel, and this group of people, Manga Hotel, where was that, you know? It's now the Taft. I mean, they knew where that was.
Yes. Well, when did you first connect with Bing on the, was it your first experience with him on the Kraft Music Hall?
No. Well, the first experience was doing the orchestrations for Pennies from Heaven.
Oh, that's right, yes.
Yes, and that was an independent production, and that's the reason I had the opportunity, because he was not working at Paramount, and there was no music department to lay this off on, you know.
I see.
And so that was the beginning of the association that lasted until '54, and then we did a weekly series in radio to '54, and then we have done a couple of television series that never really did take off, and then we've done some specials, and of course I see Bing and Catherine all the time now.
Well, I wanted to zero in on the old Kraft Music Hall.
Fine, great.
The format initially was an hour long.
That's right.
And I guess Paul Whiteman opened the Kraft Music Hall.
Yes, and then Bing started making some guest appearances, and it just sort of segued from New York to California, and Bing took over one week, and at that time Jimmy Dorsey was playing the music in the early, I suppose, 35 when it began. Bing became Master of Ceremonies and took on the format of California, and then Jimmy, of course, had an organized dance band, and California really didn't, it was sort of being, he had great exposure on the craft show, but as you know, dance bands took radio shows in order to get the exposure and then go out on the road in the spring and the summer and make it worthwhile.
Well, that's how so many of them
of course
started.
Oh yes.
Well, that's what jumping back just for a second, Hal Kemp and John Scott Trotter were in the Black Hawk.
Well, that was the great thing. The 3 times a night on WGN for 15 minutes, and as you know, around, I've forgotten what they call them various things around the town, or but this was happening on WBBM and WMAQ, and well, practically the whole country. You were saying just a while ago about being able to listen to radio and do other things. All of the college students were tuned into Chicago because they could study and keep up with, just as the kids are now, turned to the to their transistors.
Right.
And except I don't believe we listen to it quite as loudly.
Radio, it seems to me, in those days was a more intimate thing than perhaps it is today.
Oh yes, I think, well, I have a theory too that television is a much more intimate medium than is given credit. I say that the ideal audience for a television machine is 1. 2 people can look at it. 3, the third, one of the persons then has to start making comment about it, and then from then on it just falls right flat. You cannot. We had, for instance, the Grammy show came from New York this year, and in California, since the time difference, we gathered at, we put on black tie at 4:30 in the afternoon and arrived at the Century Plaza Hotel, and here were 500 or 600 people milling around about 20 direct line television sets, you know, I mean screens, and
closed circuit TV.
Closed circuit TV, and I was there the whole time, but I really didn't see the show until 4 or 5 days later when they played it for us at ABC in a small theater, you know, because the confusion, people walking in front of you, and so as I say, for me, the ideal thing is even for a television set. I'm sure that that's the reason that many families have 2 and 3. Everybody has these television sets.
Yeah, that's right. Well, what was I kind of just quickly described the scene at the Emmy, or rather the Grammy Awards. What was the scene in Hollywood at the Kraft Music Hall just before you would go on the air? Where were you originating from?
Well, originally was down on Melrose, which was a small studio and now is KHJ, I believe. And of course, tickets to the show were very hard tickets. I mean, they were difficult to get, and there was an anticipation, the same as an anticipation for a Broadway production. And every show, because of the informality of the show, this was a great television. I mean, great radio show to watch. As a matter of fact, when I had particular friends who came, I said, well, what are you doing in the afternoon? Come and see the rehearsal, because that was when Crosby and his guests were at their most relaxed, and that was really something to see.
Was there much preparation for these shows?
Well, we thought there was, but in comparison with television, it was, as Bing says, it was a shame to take the money, you know. I mean, because, well, of course, I had to prepare so far as writing the scores was concerned, but Bing repeated quite a number of selections. When he would get on one, we would do it 4 and 5 times over a period of 2 or 3 months. So this was fine, but actually it was very easy. We only had one day of rehearsal, and we did the show in the late afternoon, and that was it. Early evening, rather.
Bing was, of course, has a great reputation for being super casual and especially relaxed, and yet almost everything that he did had been written for him, wasn't it?
Well, the form of the script was written and sent to him on Monday night. The show was on Thursday. Was written and sent to him on Monday night, and on Tuesday afternoon it came back to the writer, Karl, and with marginal notes and sometimes well, of course, Karl was marvelous at capturing Crosbyisms, and which was jive or whatever they called it in that day. It wasn't really jive, but really colloquial speech and au courant speech, I think you might say. And so, but Bing never was at a loss if something went wrong. I mean, he could fill it very amusingly, and of course, this is the thing that sometimes people decry about a taped television show, that the fluffs are taken out, you know. I mean, and this makes it sometimes lose a spontaneity.
Right.
Yes.
Did well, talking about taped and tape of today.
Yes.
Bing was the first major performer, I think, to use tape.
Oh yes. Recently, I was in Washington and went into the Smithsonian, and we had made at the recording exhibition there. We had made the Hal Kemp Band had made one of the first electrical remote records in 1920, the spring of 1925, in Atlanta, and so I think that electrical recording came in about 23, something like that, and then with Crosby, so I felt very historical then, and then of course there were the early Ampex machines, and we were absolutely the first ones to do recording on those, and the prototype, which a friend of mine brought back from, he was not a friend at that, I mean, he became a friend later, was the German magnetophone, I think, that he found at he knew about it and found one at a sort of a requisitioned enemy property, alien property dump zone, and brought it back, and that was the beginning of the tape era.
Well, Bing had he insisted on tape because he wanted to be able to do his program when he wanted to do it.
That's right, yes. And he really wanted to get away from, you asked about the audiences in Hollywood. There were people who were professional radio show goers, you know, and as a matter of fact, if people remember, you could hear these, over a period of time, you could hear these laughs that occurred in many of the shows originating from Hollywood, and these were people who went home and got a kick out of hearing themselves laugh on or their family did, because of course it was simultaneous broadcast at that time. You know.
They probably all joined together and made the first laugh track for TV. Now.
That's right. And our unsung heroes, or whatever you want to call them. Yes. But it was this was. So Bing, at his own expense, transported the show to San Francisco for a very long period of time. I noticed that you have that you brought me a tape of a show with Jostyn on it. Jostyn was to appear with us in San Francisco, and he on Monday, and on Sunday night he died at the St. Francis Hotel, and so this was we did many shows in San Francisco to get away from the Hollywood audiences, and of course Bing now lives in the San Francisco area, and this was maybe the beginning of this enchantment with that part of the country.
Well, radio listeners were enchanted with Bing Crosby and Ken Carpenter and John Scott Trotter and Kraft Music Hall for many years, and
Well, gee, so many great things kind of developed from the Kraft Music Hall over the period of time. I guess I read somewhere that Jerry Colonna made his first song on the
Well,
KMH.
he played in my band as a trombonist, and he had this act that he did where he held this very long high swelling, you know,
yes.
And I think Our Sweet Mystery of Life or something like this was the ah was the one that was prolonged, and he went with us to a remote broadcast when Bing went up to do something at Gonzaga in Spokane, and Jerry was playing trombone with me on this trip. And he did this just for fun, and Bing, it was on the show the next week, and and this began the Jerry Colonna that was very amusing, and the many musicians have this talent that is sometimes brought out and other times is just within the trade, as you might say.
The Road to Mandalay was another one of those great Colonna things.
Oh yes, yes.
Of course, Bob Burns was more or less established, I think, before he got into the music hall.
Yes, I think he had done some Rudy Valley shows. Rudy Valley was produced by J. Walter Thompson, and many of the things went back and forth between those concerned with getting talent for these two shows. And Bob was with his bazooka. Of course, you know that the bazooka solos of Bob Burns were the beginning of the Spike Jones group.
They were?
Yes, Spike was my percussionist, and he fixed a set of tuned cowbells for these horrible accompaniments for the bazooka solo, and he was a very astute young man, and before you knew it, he had his group, and they made the Führer's Face, and that started the whole thing.
And that started on the KMH too?
Yes. Well, the idea was there. He didn't not until many years later did he make a solo appearance on the show, but it was a homecoming sort of thing, you know.
I can't talk with you about the Kraft Music Hall without talking about the famous KMH theme song and the magnificent station breaks that used to go on. You wrote that, didn't you?
Yes, with Carl. Hail KMH, hail rain and snow. Onward to victory, forward we will go. Stamping out, like a dauntless dromedary, stamping out our adversary, forward we will go forever. Hail KMH, our motto fly. Be brave and love each other, wear the old school tie. Like an eagle loose aloft, wave the pomegranate and puce aloft. And we went rah, 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 with a hey, nanny, nanny, and a ha, cha, cha, and then the NBC chimes came in, bum, 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 which was KMH.
So that's great. That's good. Then that became a very important part of the program. Everyone looked forward to it.
It was a sketch. I mean, Ken Carpenter was it was Dr. Crosby, and Ken Carpenter was the student, and there was a KMH waltz and all sorts of things.
I remember reading something about the time there was a ban on music. I think the ASCAP or someone.
ASCAP and the networks were at logger's head.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Bing's theme, "With the Blue of the Night," couldn't be used on the air.
That's right.
And so the Hail KMH became the theme.
I really don't remember what happened that way at that. Of course, we went into the Stephen Foster things. Jeannie with the light brown hair became a hit, as you know, and then, of course, BMI Music was organized at that time as a counterpart to ASCAP.
When you were on the program, they used to kid you a lot about your appetite.
Yes, and they could still do that.
But you are indeed a gourmet, I understand.
Well, I don't know about what, I hope a gourmet rather than a gourmand, and I am interested in food, and I think it's one of the necessary things in our life to fuel our bodies. Sometimes I overdo, but I do like good food, and I like simple food, preferably to food that makes pretensions. I mean, I really hate to go into a restaurant that says that it's cuisine de français of some French cooking, and I usually go away from a restaurant that says gourmet food, you know.
With the flashing sign.
That's right. And I'm expecting it to spell Goremay anytime. But I do. I like to. I don't go. I've never been to Hawaii. I haven't been to the Orient. But I try to go twice a year to Europe and do a little bit of restaurant sampling over there.
That sounds great. What did you do, John Scott Trotter, independently of the Bing Crosby shows over the years?
Well,
on radio?
Very little. I mean, this is a good question. Many people said, and many of my colleagues went into the studios. I mean, the motion picture studios. I found when I first went to Hollywood that I did take a couple of jobs with Paramount, and which was natural from the standpoint of Bing being at Paramount. But then I found out that just the time that I was most involved in the radio program was the time that a big conference would come up. And I saw many of my friends, not many, but quite a few, I would say, Victor Young, for instance, who burned the candle at both ends, and unfortunately he's gone and I'm here. I mean, I really, it was a calculated decision on my part not to try to bridge the two businesses, because the motion picture business is, and my stomach turns over whenever I go into a studio, even today. I mean, I don't like the atmosphere of the motion picture studio, and so fortunately I was able to make this choice, and the only hindsight that I have is that I didn't compose more. I mean, even beginning, that again was calculated. With Crosby, I would have, I don't know whether I would have been with him for 17 years if I had come in every periodically and Bing, here's my new tune, can we do it on the show? Because this was what he was confronted with every time he came into NBC. I mean, this long line of the music men, professional men, Bing, here's our newest song, you know, and so and so. And, but I should have been writing songs when we were at the Black Hawk. Instead, I mean, Date with an Angel was very good for the band, but it should have been Date with My Sweetie or something like that, that I had written rather than somebody else. You know?
Are you writing anything today?
Yes, I'm. As a matter of fact, this is. I am involved in. I've had a very interesting career in that the Kemp time, the Crosby time, and then I went with George Gobel on television. And the last few years, I've been doing the Peanuts, the Charlie Brown specials, and Baba the Elephant, and Tom Adair and I have had 2 scores on that, and so I am composing more. But of course, it's very difficult to, if you don't perform your music. It's very difficult to even, one would say, well, you are in the business, you know, but it's really very difficult to achieve exposure for your compositions. So, and then I do some pops concerts. I should do more, but I ask myself, where do they take place? And they take place mostly in the summertime east of the Mississippi. And what is the weather like? Horrible. And what are the bugs and the you know, the thunder showers, and along corollary, along with my weight, I perspire quite a bit, and I really don't know how I would make a tour and keep clean shirts and clean performance clothes. But I do 2 or 3 programs a year in California.
Well, John Scott Trotter, we're happy that you trotted into Chicago.
Thank you
this week.
very much. Thank you.
I appreciate chatting with you this afternoon, and next time you pop in, maybe we can do it again.
I hope so. Thank you very much.
Our memory microphones have been carefully installed in the Blue Max at the Regency Hyatt O'Hare, where we're visiting today with Margaret Whiting. Margaret, welcome back to Chicago.
Well, it's always great to be back here. It was 2 years ago that I last appeared here, and although I come and visit all the time, and it's when another certain gentleman of the press says welcome home, I know he means it, and I mean it too. I'm just delighted to be back.
Well, we all say welcome home, and we are glad to have you here.
Thank you.
And it's good that you're on the stage at the Blue Max.
Oh, what a lovely room, and it's so much fun.
It's a great spot.
Yeah, it really is.
I've heard lots of stories about how you could sing hundreds of songs when you were only 2 years old. Is that a fact?
Well, they tell me that that's true. I knew they'd play like 2 bars of an introduction, and I would say, in a little Spanish town, so my mother tells me, and I'd proceed to sing it. So I knew an awful lot of songs. Somebody once wrote that made me a genius. Not at all. I just was the daughter of a composer and knew all the songs.
What was it like being the daughter of Richard Whiting, the composer?
Well, of course, I was 11 when he passed away, but the 11 years that I remember, they were marvelous, because every night after dinner, if I ate my food and finished my plate off, this was a bribe to get me to eat well, and I guess that's why I always have to watch my weight, because my gift was I could go to the piano with my father, and he'd either play the songs that he'd written that day or the week before, or he'd get all the advance copies of Cole Porter and George Gershwin, there were 2 of his best friends, Rodgers and Hart, and I remember at 6 listening to great songs that these men had written. So that was my treat.
Boy, that really does sound like a treat, getting advance copies of some Cole Porter numbers.
Well, I remember my father coming back from Hollywood and wondering what happened, why the audience didn't like Begin the McGee, and then coming back and to seeing George Gershwin's Porgy and Bess, which the first time the critics hated it. It was a terrible bomb, that show, the first time. And he just thought the world had come to an end, because he says that's the greatest music. They've got to understand soon that this man is such a great composer, and he's written an American folk opera, but everybody just didn't like it at first. Of course, my father was right. It was a smash after.
Sure was.
Oh, it was great.
When did you make your first professional appearance?
Well, in 1940, about 42, Johnny Mercer had me on a radio show on NBC, and then I was going to school, and they signed me at NBC, and I sang for 2 years with Gordon Jenkins, and then soon after that, 1943, they started Capitol Records, and Johnny signed me to Capitol.
You had, was that before or after you sang with Freddie Slack, didn't you?
Well, I just made a record with him. I made Black Magic, and Ella Mae Morse, who had all the big hits with him, was having a baby, so I went out to I did 2 weeks of theaters with him, and then there was one nightclub that I worked in, a band place, for about 3 weeks, taking her place while she was having the baby. But I never really sang with the band or toured with them. But I'm going to, though. This fall, I'm going out with Freddie Martin, and we've got a big band cavalcade they're putting together, and a couple of other, Bob Crosby, and we're going out all throughout the country. So it'll be my first tour with a band.
Hey, and you mean Freddie Martin and Bob Crosby and a whole
group? Band are going out, and they're going to have the cavalcade of bands, I guess it's going to be called. Although I never sang with the band, I'm going to. I'll sing my records. And
maybe you'll appear on one of the jets flying overhead here.
I may, never can tell. I think it's kind of a nice sound, though. It's a friendly sound.
Fly the friendly skies or something.
That's right.
How many gold records have you earned?
I've earned, well, I've had 12 that have gone over $1 million.
12?
12 of them. One, Slipping Around, sold over $3.5 million.
Which one was that?
Slipping Around.
Slipping Around. I thought you said the record was Slipping Around.
No, that's the country song.
During, well, I guess during World War II and after, and continually, you have constantly been appearing before servicemen
All over the world.
Done about 2,500 shows for the servicemen and women all over the world, and I still do it when I'm called upon.
When you mentioned radio before, and Johnny Mercer, you did an awful lot of work on radio through the years.
I was with Bob Crosby and the Andrews Sisters, Club 15. Then I was with Jack Smith and Dinah Shore and the Oxydol Show. I worked with Jack Carson for a long time, and I worked with, let me see who else.
Eddie Cantor?
Many years with Eddie Cantor, but 2 or 3 years, and about 7 years with Bob Hope. Yeah. So that's a long time.
And on television, you, of course, appeared as Margaret Whiting.
The Whiting Girls.
Singer and the Whiting Girls.
Our own series, and then I've been on every possible TV show that has guests.
There's an organization out on the West Coast called the Thalians, and I understand you had some pretty important role in getting that thing on.
Well, I was one of the Hugh O'Brien and Debbie Reynolds and a bunch of us started. Actually, one of the gentlemen there tonight, Bill Coughlin, who is a member of the press. He was one of the first, Corky was one of the first Thalians too, so we have that in common. So every time I come to Chicago, Corky and I get together and talk about what's happening with the Thalians. They've raised almost $1 million to build this clinic on the coast, so they've done very well.
And what have you been doing up to your appearance here at the Blue Max?
I just came from St. Louis. I was at the Chester Inn, working there for a week, and I'm immediately following this, I'm going in about a week to Disney. When I'm through here, I'm going to Disney World in Florida. And I was in Columbus, Ohio, and I went to Waterloo, Iowa.
You can't hardly get to Waterloo, Iowa.
No, you can't hardly get there unless you come to Chicago, which I did. No, I had a couple days up there. I was doing some one-nighters, some concerts.
Well, we're glad you're doing a two-weeker here at the Blue Max.
Well, I am too.
You're going to be here till about the end of May, aren't you?
That's right, and I'm looking forward to every day of it.
Well, there's so many of your fans in the Chicago area who are going to get out here to see you, and I know that they'd like for me to say hello, and they'll say hello in person.
Well, how nice. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret Whiting.
My pleasure.
We're backstage at the Arlington Park Theater for a visit with the star of Charlie's Aunt, Louis Nye. Hi-ho, Louis.
Hi, how are you, Chuck?
Just great, and happy to be back here at the Arlington
You like my
Park.
dressing room with the lovely striped walls, the paper, the wallpaper. This is one of the cleanest and nicest dressing rooms I've had.
It's amazing. I've been in a few dressing rooms, too, and mostly they're about 1/8 the size of this.
That's right. The old theaters, many times they forget about dressing rooms. The chorus is downstairs near the radiators.
Many people will say that Louis Nye was born on the great old Steve Allen show on TV, but I suspect that Louis Nye simply came of age on that series. When were you born, theatrically speaking?
I don't know. When television happened. When television started, I was at that time doing a couple of Broadway plays, and I didn't care too much for that time because, you know, in a play you never knew what would happen. You open and then close suddenly. So I shifted my love to television. And now that I have the leisure from television, I will occasionally do Charlie's Aunt on the road.
You do anything else besides Charlie's Aunt once in a while?
Oh, no. That's enough.
That's a Louis Nye tailor-made show.
It's that, and I do other personal appearances. You know, I'm coming back here. I'll be at the... I'm only saying this to show the ways that I step around, and I'll go to Lake Geneva for the Playboy for 9 days, and then I go home and stay there.
For a little while until you get another assignment.
Yeah, and then I'll do... that's what it is. It's 2 or 3 television shows, a few talk shows, then off to Vegas, then back again to do some more television, and then off to do a nightclub again, and back to do television, then a play, and the next thing you know, another year has gone by.
What about radio? I think you did a little bit of radio work.
Yeah, I love radio today. I did a show at CBS when I was doing the Steve Allen show, and it turned out to be a very comforting, wonderful way of life, and I started playing records and chatting with the unknown audience, a little disc jockey show,
It wasn't a traditional disc jockey show, but I played records and taught.
Didn't you do a little dramatic radio, though, way back?
Oh, yeah, I did that before, but then and the radio show that I did on my own, I preferred that very much. I liked it, and little by little, it got to be a point where where CBS at that time wanted me to stay, and I had to think seriously of leaving Steve because he was moving to California, and I didn't know whether it would be more fun and profit for me to stay in New York and nurse and build my life around the radio show. You see how fate is, you know. You never know what to do, but as it were, I went with Steve when he went to California, and he moved me out lock, stock, and barrel, and I bought a house, brought my family out there, and I've been living there ever since.
How did you first make that connection with Steve Allen?
Well, he saw me on a third floor of NBC in New York, and I saw this tall man with horn-rimmed glasses, and he said to me, I saw you on something the other night and liked it very much. I'll be doing a show in a couple of weeks. I think we may start, or maybe a month from now, but anyway, it's nice meeting you. And I said, and your name? He said, my name's Steve Allen. I shook hands warmly with him. And he said, bye, man, dig you later. And I went around asking people. I said, I met a guy, a tall guy named Steve Allen. He says he's going to do a show and he's going to use me. Isn't that nice? And other people say, gee, I don't know. And I finally met somebody at one of the networks, and they say, oh, yes, he's a very clever guy from California. I had not heard of him before, you see. So since then we started, and sure enough, when the time came, Chuck, he called me, and I became immediately associated with him.
And that association has lasted all these years, because every once in a while you're involved with something.
That's right.
Again.
We pop up together. We do crazy things, like we went recently to Boston for the Boston Pops Orchestra. And I flew in with him. I kept saying to him on the plane, well, I know what you're going to do. They're going to play your songs with beautiful arrangements. Well, what am I going to do? He said, well, something will come up. I had no script, you know. He said, something, you'll see. It'll be all right. Relax. Enjoy yourself. He said, there's some good restaurants in Boston. And then the next morning I said, we're going over now. I said, hit me. Tell me what's going to be. What am I going to do? He said, you'll see. And that's why we went on the air. But he's a master at doing. He can just walk on the street and stop and talk to people and do remarkable things. And at this affair that we went to in Boston for the Boston Pops, which is truly a lovely organization. You know, people come there and they drink wine and coffee and beer and watch a man conduct lovely music. You know, they don't get terribly involved in Verdi, I imagine, or Wagner or something, but you know, they play lovely music, and people just adore the man. He's a fine conductor, Fiedler, you know, Arthur Fiedler. Yes. So I got such a delight being there with Steve and doing our thing together on NET, you know. And I think you come to a point in your life where you look more for delightful things to do, or something that'll give you a kick, rather than just a job, because you see, a performer must be inspired, and once you lose that, nothing happens with you. That's why I must move in all mediums. I must stand alone and entertain in a nightclub or be in a play. I was kidding you before. There will be other plays, you know. Look at them. Or it's not even a matter of money as much as it was at one time, because I don't think any performer, if a performer gives up in his work, he's done. Because you must get the creative juices to work, and I don't think you can get them to work on television as much as you can in a nightclub or in a theater. And the reason for that is that you do a television show once and it's gone. But a nightclub, you get back the next few hours and you repeat it again. So that's why you can grow. It's like a dancer doing steps. He does them over and over till they're right, you know.
You can immediately respond to the audience's reaction. If it's a good reaction,
exactly,
you can go with it, or if
yes,
it's a bad reaction, you can kill it too.
Because, you know, on television you can do the ludicrous worst thing in the world, and there'll be a laugh track in the back of you to goad you on. Or somebody will say, don't worry about it, it's cute, we'll put in a little thing there. You know, now that's false, you see. So what do you learn from that? That's why there's such a great rate of failure to a lot of people that leave their comfortable television and series and go out and troupe or get involved in a nightclub or a play and find out a terrible thing, that it's a little different.
All right, now the act that you're going to do at the Playboy Club, what is the opening date on that? You know that offhand?
It's not terrible. It's December 9th, I think, or something.
They'll sure talk about it in the paper.
Well, at any rate, now you're gonna open there, and what kind of an act will you do there? Will it be?
I don't know how to describe it. It's a stand-up act.
Well, will we have some of those routines that you that you did on your recording, for example?
No, they're all different than that. Some of them are based on some of the stuff, but not very much of it. It's all different. It's you know, as the years go on, you get other areas to do, and at that time, some of the things were censorable, that you couldn't do those on television or on a record. I guess you can do anything today. So it takes on a different feeling. You see, when you work in one and you have your you as a person, you're standing there, it's entirely different than doing something for a radio, because radio is a vocal thing. You can time things, you know, pauses and innuendos and stuff and color to your wordage, but it's entirely different than a nightclub act. You're in one, and people see you from your shoes to your sagging eyes.
Well, you skipped over radio just a moment ago, and you mentioned it again now, and I dug back into the archives of the golden age of radio, if you will, and found your name listed in a cast list of a radio series called Official Detective.
Oh, yeah. Official Detective. I played Sergeant Gibbons, I think it was.
Sergeant, yeah, you were the detective sergeant on the show with Ed Begley, I think.
No,
or Craig
Ned
McDonald.
Weaver.
Ned Weaver.
Ned Weaver, yeah. And then there was another one with Craig McDonald.
Yeah,
right.
Craig McDonald. How long did you do that thing?
Oh, for years.
Yeah?
I did that once a week. That was my steady call, and I'd go down there. I love that. Gosh, you know, it was such an imaginative thing, all done vocally, and you take little steps around, and there was a sound man there, and he'd open the door for you, you know. And the hall, they'd put on the echo chamber. And he'd say, they went this way, Inspector. I think they're about over here now. You want me to go in?
No, wait for me, Gubbins. I'll be right there.
And I think radio is a perfectly marvelous instrument for drama. Just the other day, where was I? I was down south, and I had a radio in my room, and I tuned something in, and I heard an English, The Rivals, with Sir Ralph Richardson. How it ever got down there, I don't know, but it was there.
Well, a lot of the things, you see, BBC today is still broadcasting original comedy and drama on radio, and some of those things are filtering into this country, and occasionally you can hear some of those things. And, of course, we're doing a little bit of reminiscing, too, as we play some of the old Chicago
I'll have to hear your program.
Radio shows. Yeah, tune in.
I promise I will.
Some of the good old days.
I used to do an occasional shot on Gangbusters and District Attorney. How was that opening in District Attorney?
Mr. District Attorney was... and it shall be my duty as District Attorney.
Yes. Jay Jostyn.
Jay Jostyn,
right, yeah.
And Gangbusters had the siren and the marching feet and all the squad cars and things.
Well, I always played two parts on that. There'd be the first part would be an emotional gangster getting caught, and then on page 12 to 24, I'd be one of the attorneys.
Could we hear the emotional gangster getting caught? Give us a nickel's worth of old-time radio, a la Louis IX.
I used to play, at that time, emotional juveniles. You know, I say. It's hard to start off, I say. You have to have music in the background, you know. So, look, I didn't mean what I did, Tony. I just came into the money was there, and I took it, but I was going to give it back. You see, I was going to give it to you. Back, Tony. And it was over. Then I waited and then went on at page 24 to do the other thing.
The other one was, well, apparently the 3 men walked into the place was not locked. Was that locked, Inspector? No, I don't think it was.
You got all these people moving around and doors opening and closing.
Well, there was a time when a lot of the actors would double and triple in the roles, I guess, before the union stepped in and said, hey, you can only have a couple of them doing that.
That's right. Just do 2. One and your part and a double. That was the thing. But in the at bad little funny stations, you know, you did everything. Come on, you arrest yourself and you talk to yourself in the same script, you know. Like I did in the record when I did the hipster getting a loan at the bank.
Yeah.
So he talked. You did everything, and you started that way in smaller stations. You know, WTIC was the place that I started.
That's in Hartford.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll be happy to know that WTIC in Hartford is stepping back into time a little bit and does indeed play a lot of the great radio programs from the past.
Is that right?
Weekly. Yeah.
Well, next time I'm in Hartford, I shall put on a black cape.
Say hello to Ed Corcoran out there at
Ed
WTIC,
Corcoran?
right?
Fine.
Let's zip back to a little more recent times in the television. And in addition to the Steve Allen thing, you just were on almost every type of variety show. But I remember another series that you appeared on occasionally that challenged your imagination and your comic genius, and it was called Keep Talking. It was a kind of a panel show with 2 or 3 personalities on there, and you know,
you do research. You're the only one of the few people that do research around.
Well, I'm kind of interested in you.
And keep talking, right?
It was somebody would start the round with the idea of a story, and then you would take it for a paragraph or 2, and then another one did. And I think Peggy Cass was on that.
Right. There was also another show called a very strange show called Make Me Laugh. That was on at I think it was CBS, written by a friend of mine named Mort Green, and he would get a celebrity, some famous Broadway actor or an actress, and it had 3 comedians in the back, and they'd come out one at a time and do terrible things to make a person laugh. And one time I had one on, and his name was the Latin band leader, married at one time to Abby Lane. Xavier Cugat. And Xavier Cugat was on there, and he was very grim because the idea was not to laugh. And I came on and said, Xavier, this voice that you are hearing now is your English teacher. You remember me? He just went to pieces. And I double talked to him. I said, Xavier, huerta carana masendera porondo capanera, you know, your English teacher to tell you the right words before you come to the United States. You remember me? I hope you do. And I walked out there, and he broke up, and that was it. So I won for that day. But of course, the funnier areas of that show is when you'd stand out there and nothing would happen with some grim-faced lady that was winning $300. You know, she just bit her lips and just held on, just wouldn't. I remember all kinds of people went on to do that show. It was a marvelous show. But strangely enough, people felt sorry for you home. You know, I'd say, oh, he's not doing it tonight. But the idea was a funny idea. In fact, I heard that it might even be revived again to get another whack at it.
Well, could be. I heard the talk of bringing back Can You Top This?
Oh,
the old radio show.
Sure.
Did a little TV thing on it, and they were going to come back with a panel of wits again.
That's right.
And that conceivably could go.
I think it could.
You know,
I think it could.
In the access time or something like that.
Well, some of those shows are spontaneous enough to be very amusing, and the audience gets in with it. And fun. It's fun.
It's fun, too, to come out to the Arlington Park Theater and see Louie Nye starring in Charlie's Aunt. You'll be here till the 5th of November, and then you'll zip around the country a little bit and be back up at the Playboy Club in Lake Geneva in December.
Right. And if you're around, I sincerely mean, Chuck, bring a friend, you be my guest.
Well, thank you very much. Louie and I will be seeing you then and seeing you out here, and thanks for sharing some memories. Our WLTD microphones are backstage at the Blue Max at the Hyatt Regency O'Hare, and our guest is none other than singer Johnny Ray. From all of us who are your fans in the Chicago area, welcome, and hello, Johnny Ray.
Thank you very much, Chuck. It's a pleasure to be back. I have a funny feeling I've just been away too long, because when I got that warm reception night when I walked on stage, I had the funny feeling that I better not stay away this long again.
No, we won't let you this time. We won't let you this time. I want to take you back down memory lane for a couple of minutes if we can. And let's see, where was it? By the side of a lake, a stream, a river that you wrote a song when you were 17?
Oh, you're talking about the little white cloud that cried. Yeah, I wrote that, but I never really dreamed at the time when I wrote it that I would ever make a record out of, or that it would ever become the hit that it became. I get kind of amused, though that now everybody's on this nostalgic kick, because I don't feel nostalgic. It doesn't seem to me like it was over, that it was 20 years ago, even though it was. But I guess the reason why nostalgia amuses me is because I don't think that way, because I never look back, because I always think the good old days are right now. These are the good old days.
These are the good days.
And the older I get, the more I really feel that. And it's a strange sensation, because it makes me feel sometimes like I'm the one that's out of step.
No, not at all. I'll tell you what. Now, you were working in a club in Detroit, was it?
Mm-hmm, the Flame Shoe Bar.
The Flame Shoe Bar. Now, that was the last stop before you made Cry and the Little
No,
White...
wrong. I came to Chicago.
Between?
Yeah, between that. I worked downtown next to the Chicago Theater in a place called the Capitol Lounge, which no longer exists. And I was working on the bill with a black man and a lady singer named Herman Chittison. And it was from there that two records I made while in Detroit called Whiskey and Gin Until the Day I Said Goodbye had hit the charts in a lot of record towns, as we call them at that time. And they were #1 and #2 in towns like Cleveland and Cincinnati, Ohio, and Boston, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Buffalo. And it was after that I was brought to the attention of Mitch Miller, who introduced me to Cry and recorded, well, at the same session we did Cry. They all got gold records out of that. One of them was called Please Mr. Sun, and another one was called Broken Hearted. And we just did Little White Cloud That Cried as an afterthought.
And that was on the back of Cry, wasn't it?
It depends on your point of view. Some people say Cry was on the back of Little White Cloud That Cried.
Would you have liked the two of them to have been separate records?
No. I know a lot of people say they don't quite realize that it was a very fortunate thing to have two records at that time simultaneously, because it meant that all of the disc jockey had to get an additional airplay was just turn the record over. And there was that much demand for it. Whereas if I'd had to wait to 6 months or something between releases, what guarantee would I have had that either one of them might have been hits?
How many records were sold?
I've been told around 7 million, but it'd be very hard to prove that or dispute it if it was more.
They're still selling.
Yeah, I still see these commercials on television peddling my old records, and I keep getting the royalties still, so I know that people are still buying them.
That's kind of nice nostalgia there, to have the royalties rolling in.
It's a financial nostalgic pleasure.
Okay, see?
But there was an awful lot of good songs written in those days. But remember that Tony Bennett had Because of You, and that was a very pretty tune. And Oh, there was a lot of very good songs.
Well, you had some great ones along the line. Walking My Baby Back Home, and I remember Glad Rag Doll. Was that in there someplace?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it was. But they, it got to the point where there were so many of them that were hits at the same time that it got to be almost an embarrassment of riches, because I just couldn't do them all in the show. They were you just can't do a waltz down memory lane with all of your old hits. That's why there's enough of the old hits in the act now to keep it evergreen enough so the people who want to hear those old songs can still hear them and still enjoy doing them, but they're going to hear a lot of contemporary things too.
Well, your act, which we enjoyed thoroughly this evening, was a mixture of contemporary songs and some of the great standards and the great Johnny Ray hits too, and the audience responded very favorably.
I thought they were a beautiful audience. I was very pleased, very proud.
Audiences are great when the performance is great, and I think that
no, some audiences can get kind of rough. The hardy, sometimes you have to really buckle down and work.
Now, you were in Hollywood for No Business Like Show Business. It was a couple of years after the big record.
Yes, that film was shot in 1954, and I was under contract to 20th Century Fox for a 7-year contract. But the kind of pictures they wanted me to do, the people that ran my career didn't think they were right for me, and I really wasn't essentially interested in becoming a movie star, as they say. The Hollywood community as a whole, more or less, even though I lived there, I don't circulate what you call a Hollywood society type set. Very few of my friends are in show business at all. I might be on the fringe of it, like writers or managers or agents or things like that, but most of the people that... Well, I'm very friendly with a lot of performers, but then in our business, like my buddy Van Johnson is in town. But just because we're in town doesn't mean we're able to get together for dinner, because he's got a curtain time, I got a show time, and then it makes it impossible to see each other. Sometimes like Patty Page is a very good friend of mine, but we see each other maybe once a year, every year and a half. We just happen to follow each other someplace. And it works that way with performers themselves.
I want to back up a second. What kind of movies did they want you to make that you didn't think were right for you?
I don't really remember. I remember what they did. They sent two writers. When I say they, I specifically, the 20th Century Fox sent two writers on the road. I don't want to mention their name because they have since then become very, very, very successful in film and television. Because what they did and what they were assigned to do, they did well. But 20th Century Fox wanted to film my life story, and they used to travel with me on the road with cameras, and they visited all my old home where I was born and raised, and took pictures where I was baptized in church, and took pictures of all the family and everything. But it was kind of redundant to start doing the life story of somebody who's 25 years old. What can you have done at 25 years that requires? Even now, I don't feel that either my past victories or conquests or whatever you might want to call them or successes, I don't think they are important enough to be made into the life of Johnny Ray. First of all, I would think that'd be probably one of the dullest subjects you'd ever want to sit through a film anyway.
You worked recently on nightclub stage, and you even did a play some time ago, or not too long ago, I guess, didn't you? Bus Stop, weren't you in?
Yes, well, that's something I wanted to do because I wanted to branch out and do different things, and so I arranged to be produced and to be presented in Bucks County Playhouse in Pennsylvania, Bucks County. Because Bucks County is probably one of the best summer stock theaters, and if I'm going to learn anything, I'm going to learn it there. And so I did that, and then they wanted me to do Guys and Dolls, which was a singing role in Dallas State Fair. So I agreed to do that, and I learned a lot there. And I learned a great deal about stage technique as we're working with other people opposed to learning my craft working alone. Because I'm on stage at the Blue Max, it's all me. I mean, I don't have to depend on anybody, and nobody has to depend on me. Just the conductor and myself for tempos and segues and things like that, but I don't have to play off of anybody except the audience. And on stage, and in films, which is sort of a lazy man's way of life, but I'm just really not that ambitious in that department. I would like to do is more of what we were just talking about. I'd like to do more television, which I think is essential at this particular stage of my life, because I've spent too much time out of the country, and in the last 20 years there's done a whole new generation who's, as far as they're concerned, a Johnny Ray is something out of Star Trek or something. And you've got to get to them, but the only way you can do it is television, films, and records.
Yeah. You have to be seen. Well, you've been seen around lately. Where are you going from the Blue Max? Where does the next stop?
Well, from the Blue Max, I'm here for 2 weeks.
You'll be here through the 27th of January, I think.
Is it?
Yeah, that's what the notes say.
Well, we close here, and then I have a day off, and then I open in either Dayton or Columbus. I don't know which sequence it is, but it's either one of them. Then I do a week in each of those cities, and then I have to return to the coast and probably start recording or doing research on material, which is being done now in my absence. And if they want to send things to me while I'm on the road between shows and during the daytime, I can go over material.
Well, we hope that your next swing around or across the country will include a stop in Chicago, because you'll always be welcome here. There's so many people who enjoy the talents of Johnny Ray that they're always glad to see you in person. And on behalf of them, I thank you for spending some time with us today.
My pleasure, Chuck, and I hope I see you again soon.
Thank you, Johnny Ray.
Well, what were some of the premiums offered by Captain Midnight and the sponsor Ovaltine?
Well, the items that we relate most to Captain Midnight were the decoders. There were 7 Captain Midnight decoders put out from 1941 to 1949, with 1943 and 1944 being omitted because of a shortage of metals during the war years. And these were varied quite a bit in their design. Most of them were of a badge nature, but there was a whistle and had the decoder on the side of the whistle. Each one of these decoders came with very colorful manuals, varying in number of pages from 8 to 16, all in full color. And normally you got these decoder and the manual, which was a guide on how to operate the decoder, secret signs that you could use to identify yourself to other secret squadron members, and just insights on the Captain Midnight characters and the Captain Midnight programs, and of course with plugs for Ovaltine. There were many other Captain Midnight premiums offered. There was a periscope, or at least 2 different periscopes that I know about. There were several drinking mugs and variations of the drinking mugs. Some were shake-up mugs, some were just plain mugs. And whatever they could think of. They were quite imaginative in those days, I think, in what they would offer the youngsters. There was, of course, Captain Midnight comic books, which were not related to the show itself. It was almost an entirely different character. But the badges, the premiums that were decoders are what we probably remember best and relate best to the Captain Midnight show.
What was the very first Captain Midnight premium?
Well, it's I'm not sure of the history, and I don't think nobody has really kind of pinned it down, but Captain Midnight really started not as an Ovaltine, I don't know, I can't think of what you would call it, but Ovaltine picked it up after it had been on the air for at least a year, and Skelly Gas had offered at least 3 different sets of premiums before Ovaltine came in on the scene. One was a pair of wings, which says Captain Midnight Flight Commander, and then said Skelly underneath. These are quite common, and of course were items that were not, you didn't have to send in for. You went into the gas station and picked these up. There was a medallion of membership, which featured Cat Midnight and members of the secret squadron, Joyce, Ichabod, Mudd, and Chuck Ramsey, I'm sorry.
Chuck Ramsey.
Right. And then the third item was a set of pictures. I think there was at least 3 in the set, Cat Midnight, Chuck Ramsey, and Joyce. These were all items that you picked up at Skelly gas stations. And then, of course, Ovaltine picked it up, and I imagine the first item was the 1941 Cat Midnight decoder. And, of course, each year they followed after that. And this was in the footsteps of Little Orphan Annie, where they offered decoders.
Did once they came in with the drinking mugs and the shake-up mugs, did that just put an end to the decoders at that point?
No, they were each year. I think they put out a mug too, or offered the mug over the air. They also did this during the TV series. They offered the decoders and mugs at this time. Most of these things are, of course, quite collectible. I have most of them in my collection. The manuals are very colorful and hard to come by. The decoders are a little bit more common, especially the Orphan Annie decoders.
When was Captain Midnight on television?
I'm not again sure of the date, but I believe they started around 51 or 52, with Richard Webb playing the part of Cat Midnight, and it was only a fair to middling series. It was a film series.
Actually, what happened on that, Joe, wasn't didn't Ovaltine decide that they didn't want Captain Midnight to be on such a bad series, and they did some kind of a technical change? What was that?
The series was just so bad that they changed it to Jet Jackson. And I don't know who took over the sponsorship, if anybody. It may have been syndicated to various local stations. They called it Jet Jackson, and they would dub in the name Jet Jackson and Cat Midnight, or what it was actually what they were saying. And it was quite obvious. I remember this as a kid, and I just recently happened to see a Jet Jackson show, and it was, again, it was a bad show, and it was quite obvious that it was being dubbed in. But Richard Webb made a very good Cat Midnight. It's just unfortunate that it was so poorly written.
It seems interesting that if it was, in fact, Ovaltine who wanted to preserve the Captain Midnight image, that they were so disappointed in the show that they just had to change it from Captain Midnight to something else, and obviously it must have just run as Jet Jackson to fulfill a contract or something.
Possibly,
like that.
Yeah. I guess there was money involved too.
Speaking of money, now what did it cost to get one of those Captain Midnight premiums, a 1941 decoder, for example?
Originally a dime, and then they had to boost the price toward the end. I think the 48 and 49 items ran a quarter, plus the Ovaltine lid, of course.
Yeah.
And another thing too is that there were additional premiums offered in the manuals. These are even rarer and harder to get. There were special rings, special flight commander medallions, and these were offered as additional premiums in the manual. When you obtained the manual, if you wanted to go a little further, you can ask for or send in an additional dime and Ovaltine lid for these items.
Well, now 25 and 30 years later, what are these premiums worth? You're a collector and a curator, so to speak. What are they worth? What would you pay for a good Captain Midnight premium in real good condition, mint condition?
It would depend on what it is. It's the most I paid for a single item, believe it or not, was not the radio Captain Midnight, but the TV Captain Midnight, which they also offered manuals. I paid for a 1957 Captain Midnight manual, $45, and because it is a rarer item. The most I ever sold a Captain Midnight item for, the first 1941 manual, I sold for $50, plus I got some trade items on top of it, because the fellow wanted it pretty bad. The decoders average out about $25 a piece in value.
If there's someone out there with a Captain Midnight decoder in their hall closet, for example, it's worth some money. It's probably worth a lot more from a personal nostalgic value, though, wouldn't you say?
Oh yes, definitely. They were nice items. I don't think there's anything to compare with them today. And if they were to try and duplicate the item, I'm sure, say if Ovaltine decided to put out a very similar, say a duplicate of the 1949 item, it would cost them $2 or $3 just to duplicate it, because they're even though they were bronze cast in bronze, they're still nicely done with a lot of detail.
Captain Midnight
of course, was never to be replaced, and none of the decoders should be replaced, and we can't replace you with anything for joining us on our little chat about decoders, and we can only go from here to more Captain Midnight.
Okay.
The Adventures of Charlie Chan, The Curious Ride of the Sea Witch. This is Chuck Schaden from Chicago, when radio was radio. We've got a couple of unusual radio adventures this time out, Charlie Chan and Hopalong Cassidy. Not many similarities, a lot of differences between Charlie and Hoppy, but to define some of those similarities and, of course, some of the differences, we've invited Joe Sarno, the proprietor of Chicago's Nostalgia Shop, to visit us to talk about some of those things. Joe, welcome to our program, and what are some of the similarities between Charlie Chan and Hopalong Cassidy?
Both Charlie and Hoppy began as characters in books. The first Charlie Chan book was written by Earl Dare Biggers in 1925. Hopalong Cassidy the first Hopalong Cassidy book was written by Clarence E. Mulford in 1910. They hit their stride in the movies, with the first Charlie Chan movie being made in 1931, and Hoppy, as played by Bill Boyd, William Boyd, the first Hoppy movie was made in 1935. Of course, Hoppy's primary success began in TV when the movies were replayed in 1948, 49, 50. Both Hoppy and Charlie Chan were, in a sense, father figures. Charlie Chan having always his number one son, his number two son, and another sidekick would be Mantan Moreland as the black humor interest. Mm-hmm. With Hopalong Cassidy, he had James Ellison playing the part of Johnny Nelson, and humor was provided by Gabby Hayes and later by Andy Clyde. So each of them, in a sense, had two sidekicks. I think these are the primary similarities. In a sense, a similarity would be the fact that there were 44 Charlie Chan features made. There were 66 Hopalong Cassidy features.
My goodness, didn't realize there was quite that many Charlie Chan features.
There was actually 47. There were 3 silents, but I'm just counting these sound features.
Charlie Chan was not on radio an awfully long time. Leon Janning was the number one son, and Charlie was at various times played by Walter Connolly, Ed Begley, and Santos Ortega. Hopalong Cassidy was always played on radio and in movies and on TV by William Boyd, and Andy Clyde was California.
On the radio series.
On radio, mm-hmm. Right. And that radio series began over Mutual in 1949.
How long did it last?
Oh, it lasted to the middle 50s,
mm-hmm.
about the mid-50s, and it was with the popularity of the TV resurrection of Hoppy movies on TV.
This is a revelation to me that Hoppy was on radio.
Yeah, he was. We have a good one coming up in just a little bit. But I want to ask about the premiums and things like that. We know Captain Midnight decoders and Superman pep pins and all the other things like that. What about Hoppy and Charlie Chan? Were there any premiums offered to listeners or viewers or whatever?
On Charlie Chan, I'm fairly certain there was not. Charlie, of course, was intended more for an adult listening audience, and probably the Shadow and the Green Hornet were the only adult type programs that ever offered any premiums. Charlie Chan comic books, comic strips, and Big Little books were available to children. As far as Hoppy was concerned, of course, as soon as in the late 40s, as soon as Hoppy's fame began to take off, there was just tons and tons of Hopalong Cassidy toys put on the market, and of course many of these might even be found today on some shelves in some obscure stores here and there. As far as toys were concerned, in my own collection I have playing cards, cowgirl outfit, I have a ring, a knife, fork, spoon, flashlight. I have over 200 trading cards, binoculars, a ring toss game, several coloring books, a paint set where the little figures are cut out. The paint actually is cut out in little figures of Indians and cowboys, stuff like that. I have two different wristwatches.
The paint itself?
The paint itself, right, are actually designed as very, I never saw anything quite like it before. I have 2 different wristwatches, a drinking mug, a 6-shooter, spurs, comic strips, a money clip, some money, and Hopalong Cassidy money what Hoppy's picture or Washington's picture should be. And
he's the father figure of our country.
Yes, I mean, in a sense he was too. This is he was a father figure, I think, to all of us. A record, 2 record sets with pictures of Hoppies in there, and probably the only premium, actual premium that was offered over the air was a newspaper, Hopalong Cassidy newspaper called the Trooper News, which you sent in for through Butternut Bread, and which enabled you to join Hoppy's Troopers and get a membership card and stuff like this.
Now that was the TV.
This was TV.
And it was the bread company that was sponsoring the reruns of the Hoppy movies, huh?
That's correct.
Right. Yeah. You mentioned the Hopalong Cassidy ring. What did that look like? Could you describe it?
It looks like silver. It was probably silver plated and just had a little embossed figure of Hopalong Cassidy's face on the top.
And the playing cards, were they regular deck of 52 playing cards?
52 playing cards with a picture of Hoppy on the back. Very nice in blue, very kind of sophisticated. It wasn't. It was. I think that was designed for adults, not children.
Was Hopalong Cassidy ever? Did he ever have a girlfriend?
As far as I know, no. Hoppy had a great concern for his role, and of course, Bill Boyd, as far as he was concerned, he was Hopalong Cassidy, and he had an idealistic feeling for what his character should be and what it should mean to children. And so he never had a girlfriend. I don't think he really, he had a love for his horse either. He was played a certain role. He was father image. He was personification of justice on the range, and never had a girlfriend as far as I know. The romance interest was usually provided by the character of Johnny, as played by James Ellison, and Lucky Jenkins, as played by Russell Hayden. Hopalong, he was similar to Tom Mix in this thing. Tom Mix also had a great concern for the children. They realized, both Tom Mix and Hoppy realized that they were to be looked on, and they would be hero worshipped by children, and so they had a great feeling for what they were, of responsibility, which I don't think you have today by a lot of your stars, a lot of people who are in show business.
Hoppy didn't sing either, did he?
No, he didn't, although I understand that Bill Boyd did possess a fairly adequate singing voice. But as far as I know, he never sang, no.
Here's a cowboy hero who didn't sing,
right?
Who didn't have a girlfriend, and who didn't particularly have a great love for his horse.
No, well, no, I don't think so, no. And he felt that there were certain bounds that horses were. He had a good horse, but he didn't use it like Roy Rogers used Trigger, and that he would go to fetch the sheriff or unbind or break the bounds that bound his hands or something like that.
What was the name of Hoppy's horse?
Topper.
Topper.
Right.
Well, you've topped us out tonight, and we appreciate your being here with us to share some good information about both Charlie Chan and Hopalong Cassidy. Proprietor of the Nostalgia Shop in Chicago, Joe Sarno. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
And let's tune in now to Hopalong Cassidy and the Case of the Last Word. Our guest is Eve Arden, currently appearing at the Drury Lane Theater in Under Papa's Picture with her co-star and husband of more than 20 years, Brooks West. Eve Arden, what a great show this is.
Well, thank you, Chuck. We enjoyed doing it very much, and I must say it's marvelous to have the response from the audience that we do.
Well, it shows in your performance. You enjoy what you're doing, and the audience, in turn, enjoys it too.
Yes, and we're very happy with our cast, and it makes it fun to work.
You're going to be here until March the 8th?
The 9th, I think.
Yeah. Give everybody a chance to get out. I hear you're doing great business at the box office.
Oh, it's marvelous. I think they put in, I don't know how many chairs tonight. They've been putting in 40 chairs some nights, besides all the seats, so that's nice.
Everybody
Tony's
loves
very happy.
Everybody loves Eve Arden. Almost any conversation with Eve Arden has to get around to the character of our Miss Brooks, Connie Brooks.
Yes.
And you created that on radio back in 1948. I want to get around to that too, but first I'd like to go back a little bit before 1948.
All right, I don't mind.
Before there was a Connie Brooks, even before there was an Eve Arden.
Way back there.
Way back to Eunice.
Oh, please. All right, you said the nasty word right then, but my name was Eunice Quidens.
Quidens.
Mm-hmm. But I always hated the Eunice part of it. And then when I got to New York, I worked for Lee Schubert in the first Schubert Ziegfeld Follies that Billy Burke produced after Ziegfeld had died. And Lee Schubert said, "We're going to put your name up on the marquee, and we can't put Quidens on there. It's too long." So that's when I came up with Arden.
And did you just pull it out of the air?
More or less, yes, I did. I was waiting to go in and see him, and he'd kind of given me a deadline on a name. And I was reading a book, and the heroine was Eve. And I had a package of Elizabeth Arden's cosmetics in my hand, and I tried it out on him, and he liked it, and that was it.
You know, if you had used a different cosmetic today, your name could be Lady Esther, I suppose.
Right.
Well, wait a minute. Now, how did you get from Mill Valley, California, to
I went
the
to San
Ziegfeld
Francisco
Follies?
first, and I worked for the Henry Duffy Stock Company there, which was a marvelous kind of super stock, where you rehearsed 4 weeks and played like 8 to 12 weeks, depending on how popular the play was. It was great training. Then I joined the Bandbox Repertory Company, and there were just 4 of us in the company. And that meant a lot of long parts, because I played all the leads, and they were divided among 4 people. And then from there I did a review at the Pasadena Playhouse, and we took it into Hollywood, and that's where Mr. Schubert saw me and signed me for the Follies. So that got me to New York.
I see. You worked with Bob Hope there at one time, didn't you?
Yes.
You worked with Danny Kaye, too, on Broadway, didn't you?
Yes, I went back later and did Let's Face It with Danny Kaye.
Then you were in the Follies and a couple of other shows, too?
Yes.
Before you went to California?
Yes, I did a Theater Guild review called Parade, and then I did another Follies. And then I came out to California. My mother had passed away, and I came out, and I suddenly got a picture to do. And so I stayed and did some pictures, and then I went back and did another show, 2 shows as a matter of fact, and came back and did some more pictures, and then I went back and did Let's Face It. So I sort of commuted in those days.
Back and forth a little bit.
I loved the theater, and...
in those early shows, were you a comedian? Were you a singer? Were you a dancer? You were everything.
I was a comedian, and I did numbers and sketches and things like that in reviews that were great fun, and sang and danced.
Your first, probably the major screen role was in Stage Door.
Well, that was the first one. That's the first one I did.
Was your first picture?
Then I did Voice of the Turtle, and well, you have a whole list.
You
I
even
couldn't possibly remember them.
You even worked with the Marx Brothers at the circus, didn't you?
Yes, Day at the Circus, right.
You were with...
It's practically the only picture that ever impressed our son. To work with the Marx Brothers. That pulled me up a few notches.
You know, it was in the movies and for Warner Brothers and RKO too. I think you did something for RKO.
I worked for all the studios. MGM, RKO,
you and
Paramount.
Lucille Ball kind of were typecast as the businesswoman kind of a role, or the secretary,
yes, secretary,
the other woman.
And best friend of the heroine, who never got the man.
There's Ted Sennett wrote a book called Lunatics and Lovers about those screwball comedies of the 30s and the 40s, and you were very evident in many of those.
Oh, really?
And
I haven't seen that.
you know about that. I mean, you were evident in the screwball comedies.
Oh, yes.
And
yes.
he said that trying to describe the role that you played in those films, you would walk onto the screen, you would dispense acid like wine to the fools you were obliged to tolerate and then make a nice exit. And I think that really did kind of sum up your screen roles.
That covered maybe a few of them. But I never thought I was so acid, And they'd call me brittle, which annoyed me, because I was always really the gal with the good heart that saved the heroine and patched up all her troubles and took care of everybody. But I did make a flip remark now and then.
Well, those flip remarks really were very well remembered and kind of became a trademark for Eve Arden.
Right.
Yeah. There's a few of them in the under Papa's picture, as a matter of fact.
Yes, quite a few.
Of course, Mildred Pierce was one of your finest screen appearances.
Well, so they tell me. I was so amazed because you make a picture, or you did in those days, and if you're not the lead, you work, say, maybe 2 weeks in a row, and then I used to go to Palm Springs for 2 or 3 weeks during the making of the picture, which always distressed the cameraman because I came back 8 shades darker. And then you'd work a week or 2 more, or 2 days, and so you had really very little concept of what you had done in a picture. And I could never bear to see them after. It destroyed me, so I gave it up. But then I read in the paper that I'd been nominated for an Oscar in that one. And so I felt I had to go and see what the heck I had done. And I went, and the theater was very crowded. And I sat in the second row down front. There were no other seats. And after 10 minutes, I left. So I never saw it again until it was on TV as an old picture.
Did you like it?
Yes, I enjoyed it. I wasn't that mad about it. I think Voice of the Turtle I liked. I thought that was one of the best things I'd done.
It's good dialogue in that.
Yes.
You moved from films with ease into radio. You worked with Ken Murray for a while.
Yes.
And Jack Haley.
I did those things when I was working in the theater in New York. And then I came out on the coast with another one of those. And then I did a show with Danny Kaye on radio. And then finally along came Miss Brooks.
How did our Miss Brooks come along?
Well, they had made a couple of recordings with a couple of other actresses. I believe Joan Blondell was one. And they didn't feel she was right, and Shirley Booth was one. So they asked me to do it, and I held very little hope for it. But they said, we'd like to put it on as a summer replacement. And I said, well, then you're going to have to do it right fast, because I'm going to New York. So we taped all of them very fast. And I got to New York, and at the end of my stay there, Frank Stanton said, congratulations. He was the president of CBS. And I said, what for? And he said, you're the #1 show on the air, which astounded me. So then we went into fall production.
And it was on radio for something like 4 years.
Yes, it was on radio 5 years, one of which overlapped the 4 years on television.
Now, that's something really very interesting about the transition from radio to television. A lot of the shows that were very well established on radio didn't make it on TV.
No.
And I think a lot of it was due to the fact that people who watched the show then saw people they couldn't relate to because they had their ideas of them in their own minds.
Right.
Yet, with one exception, every member of the Our Miss Brooks radio cast moved into television.
Yes, and the only one who didn't, as you know, was Jeff Chandler. And the reason for that was that Jeff had suddenly become a big motion picture star, plus he really wanted to do it with us. But he just physically, and when you looked at Jeff, you didn't believe he was the shy, bumbling Mr. Boynton. Vocally, he did it. So Bob Rockwell was the perfect replacement for him, you know.
And on to 5 years of 4 years of TV.
Yes.
5 from radio.
Yes.
There was one point in the series on television where they tried to change the atmosphere a little bit, didn't they?
They came to me and said, number one, they didn't want to take Dick Crenna into TV. They asked me to make tests with some boys, and I said, what for? And they said, for Walter Denton. I said, you're crazy. People know Dick, and they said he's too old. I said, but he doesn't look it, he doesn't sound it, and they'll love him. So they pressured me to make the test, and I said, I'll do it if you make a test of Dick, too. And there was no question after that. So then they came to me partway through and said, we're going to make a big change. Just keep you and Gail Gordon, that's all. And we're going to send you to Hollywood, and it's going to... I said, it's not going to work, and I bet I have my people back in 3 months, and I did. And it was a shame, but that spoiled it.
They changed it from a public school to a private school, and to from a high school to a grammar school.
And it never recovered from that. That was really the reason we went off the air, and it's a shame.
Why did they change that? Why did they want to make the change?
Well, we were caught in a game that is played, really, by an awful lot of TV producers and sponsors. When the time comes to renew, each one pretends that, you know, the sponsor and the network say, well, the show's ratings are going down a little, and it's not as good as it used to be. So then the creative people get very upset, and they come and say, but we've got a great new idea, you know. And then they change it, and it ruins the whole thing. That was the problem with that.
You really don't like to mess with a good, successful thing that's going along. Well, today, of course, they make all kinds of changes, but they don't give them a chance to work, I don't think.
No,
you know,
they don't. They haven't a chance to gain their audience. It takes a while for people to get used to looking at you and then finding you and knowing what night you're on and wanting to see you, you know. So it's very ticklish now to go into TV.
When the Our Miss Brooks series ended, then you came back shortly thereafter with the Eve Arden show.
Yes, and that, what happened to me there, we made a good pilot which sold immediately. Then they came to me and said, well, we're on now, but you can't have the same producer, director, or writers when you go back on. I said, how can you do that? They said, oh, we'll put 15 writers on it. Well, you put 15 people in a little screening room and have them look at one thing, and they all come up with a totally different idea. So it just didn't homogenize, you know. So now...
so that didn't click too well, but you were a big hit with Kay Ballard and the Mothers-in-Law.
Yes, yes, and then they dropped that. So it's very hard to tell. I've just done a picture, by the way,
and that was
for Disney.
Oh.
It's called The Strongest Man in the World, and that's coming out in about a week. So I wanted to be sure and mention it.
We'll look for that. Yeah,
yes.
That's great.
It was a fun picture to do. Joe Flynn, who unfortunately died right after the picture. And there were a lot of wonderful characters in it. Phil Silvers is in it.
Well, you're still making movies then. You had been, well, you actually never got away from making movies. You were in Anatomy of a Murder and the Dark
my
at
husband
the
and I
top
did
of
that
the
together.
Stairs. Yeah.
But yes, my life seems to go in spurts, but mostly we love the theater. And one reason I didn't work so much then was because my husband and I took our 4 children on summer stock tours.
And did they appear with you in the show? They just went along with you?
The reason was that it gave them a wonderful vacation and allowed us to be with them in a kind of different role than we were at home, where we were always having to say, did you do your makeup? You know, I mean, do your
homework.
Your homework, makeup. You see where I am. And, you know, how you're always, did you make your bed? Did you do this? Well, do it. But we would tour in a station wagon with a nurse and a dog, and we would talk with them then, and they would see the countryside with us, and we'd be by a mountain lake one time and by the seashore another. So it was a good way of life for us for quite a few years.
Good family togetherness. You were together in a ranch. You have a great big ranch out there?
Great big ranch, and then we took them to Europe, open end, for a year and a half. So that was a wonderful period.
I was flipping through an old TV guide yesterday or today, and now I don't know whether this is press agentry or not, you know, you can't tell, but there was something in there about the animals on your ranch being named after movie stars.
Yes.
Is that real?
Oh, yes, that was, of course, this is quite a few years ago now, when the children were young, and we had 3 cows, and they were named Marilyn Monroe, dear Marilyn. Her namesake died from eating baling wire. And Elizabeth Taylor, that was a black Angus with a white face, looked like Liz, we thought, and Jane Russell. And we had the Gabor sisters, who were our sheep, and Mama Gabor, who promptly gave birth to triplets. And we had all the animals named for different people. It was fun.
Names are somewhat significant to you because your first 2 daughters are Connie and
Liza. Is the eldest. Connie, and then Duncan and Douglas, the boys.
Connie was Connie Brooks. I mean,
yes.
Now you choose that name for this?
People always ask if our Miss Brooks was named after Brooks West, you see, but Brooks and I hadn't met until I had been on radio for almost 4 years.
You actually met at a play. Were you in a play together?
Toured in summer stock the first year. But when they were giving her a first name, I had just adopted a little girl and named her Connie. So I said, how about Connie Brooks? And that's what it came. And Liza has never forgiven me because I had named a little business that I had after her first, and then the business went geflunked, so she lost out on Miss Brooks. But
Liza, wasn't that the name of the character when you played in the Eve Arden show?
That's what the second show I did, I named for Liza. That's right.
So now we have to look forward to a new series, Duncan.
Yes. I can't think if we named some characters, Duncan and Douglas, somewhere, I think.
What else can we look forward to for Eve Arden? What's the next stop after the Drury Lane?
Well, I guess our grandchildren. Oh, I thought you were meaning to name after. After Drury Lane, well, now I'm talking about a TV pilot. But, you know, until you do the pilot and the pilot is sold, you just don't talk about it. But I will go back right after this and make the pilot. And then Tony DeSantis would like us to come back here and play at McCormick Place.
Oh, good. Good.
So we will move there.
Well, he's eventually going to have 5 theaters in the Chicago area, so, you know, you'll be able to have a ring around Chicago with all of these things.
Right. He's got us scheduled for 4 of them. I don't know where the 5th one's going to be.
Well, that's good. You are seen regularly on television these days as a school teacher, I think, in what is the commercial?
Yes.
We see,
my Imperial Margarine.
Imperial. And no crown. We don't da-da-da-da. We don't get that.
No, I replaced the crown.
Well, you certainly are the crown on an evening of good entertainment, and we thank you very much for tonight and for so many good things you've done over the years.
Well, thank you. I must say it's very pleasant when people come up to you, and they enjoy Miss Brooks more than anything, I guess, that I've done. They always mention that, but it's nice to hear.
I always kind of identified myself with Walter Denton, but I could never see myself driving my school teacher to school.
Yes. That's funny. I was on AM the other morning, and suddenly this voice said, "You're getting awfully high hat. I came to drive you, and you went off in a limousine." And I thought, who is that? and it was Dick Crenna calling from the coast. And so we had a long chat. We see each other fairly often.
Oh, good.
But Gail I don't see as much because he's been working with Lucy, of course, for years and years, and he lives.
When you first went on television as our Miss Brooks, you followed Lucille Ball on Monday nights, I think. They had she was on whatever time, 8 o'clock, and you came on at 8:30 for the first season. Yeah, you were.
That's funny. I don't remember.
Back to back there for a while, as you were at RKO. And,
you see, Lucy had a radio show that was not particularly successful, which is why she is I Love Lucy today, because they dropped that then and went with Desi's idea.
That was My Favorite Husband. That she had. Yeah. You were not in a situation comedy on radio before the Our Miss Brooks.
No.
You were kind of in sketches with Danny Kaye.
Yes, and yes.
Did you ever work with Jack Benny?
Yes, I did. Dear Jack, he was very flattering to me. Once at a party, he told me that when Mary quit, that for a while he had considered asking me to join him, which would have been marvelous, you know. And
I can see you in
very
Jack
happy
Benny
when he
crew
said
there,
that, but he was a great loss.
I'll say, yeah. But you are a big asset to us, and we appreciate your talents. And,
thank you, Chuck.
Thank you, Eve Arden.
I'm enjoying.
Our guest is Jack Haley, and he is as familiar of personality as anyone, I would say. His voice familiar to radio listeners from not so long ago, and his face in the disguise of a Tin Woodsman, and without disguise is familiar to moviegoers from not so long ago, too.
Well, it's all according to what not so long ago means. I think it's quite a lot of time ago. For example, I think it was in 45, I think I had my radio show. And then, of course, in 1950, I had one of the first TV shows for Ford Motor Company. But time goes so fast, and as young as you look, it seems to be going slowly with you, not so long ago.
When did you first begin your show business career?
Oh, in vaudeville, way back in vaudeville. It was more or less easy to enter the entertainment world in years ago through vaudeville. There were many phases of vaudeville. There was the big time, there was the family time, and then there was the small time. And if your talents were just meager, there seemed to be a place for you. But today, they have no time for you. The young people have a more difficult job of getting on that first ladder rung than when I was a youngster.
What did you do in vaudeville? Were you a singer and a dancer?
Well, first I was a song plugger, which is non-extant today. There was no medium to advertise a song. If you wrote a song and if someone didn't hear it, it was just a song that was written, and it had to be popularized. Well, how did they do it? Well, they sang wherever they could get a crowd. They sang at racetracks, dance halls, and primarily the motion picture theaters. And they had slides. And if you were a song plugger, you stood in the darkness side of the stage, maybe in the orchestra pit, and then when the slides came on the screen, you sang the song. And that's they brought it back for a while. Remember with the bouncing ball? That was what you did. That's the only way they could popularize the songs. Even in Boston, where I came from, they had piano on a truck on the street, and someone played the piano, and the guy would sing the songs, and people would purchase them from the truck.
Right on the spot?
Yeah.
Did you sell many songs that way?
I didn't do that. I say in Boston they did.
Oh, in Boston.
Yeah.
Well, you were born in Boston.
Yes. But that's how I started in the business, and then I got a job in a girl act. Well, what's a girl act, Jack? A girl act is it's a small musical comedy in vaudeville, But this was a small-time one. This was not on the big time. And it consists of a few chorus girls, principals, and a little plot. And I got the job, and that was the starting of my career, and I never stopped after that. Of course, I had ambitions to get a partner and go out in what we called one in front of the curtain and entertain. And I did very successfully. I got hold of another fellow, and he and I got an act together, and in 6 months it was unheard of. We were in the Palace Theater together, the famous Palace.
And who was your partner?
His name is Charlie Crafts, C-R-A-F-T-S. I just buried him about a year ago.
Oh, I see. That was the beginning then. And the Palace?
Palace.
Right
Well, people didn't realize, people don't, when they hear about the Palace, they don't realize its importance. See, there were around 40,000 vaudeville actors, or acts, and about 500 each year could get into the Palace, and a great number were repeats. So we have all those people, and with their eyes toward the Palace Theater. How can I get into that Palace Theater and get that wonderful trademark? That's what made it so popular. So when you trod that stage, you were something important because you were 500 out of 40,000. That's the history of the Palace.
It really helped your career. With that as your credentials, you were ready to go. Huh?
You're the cynosure of all eyes. I mean, the producers see you. Ziegfeld went to the Palace. Dillingham, the Schuberts, everybody went to the Palace Theater. It probably was in its era, it was probably the most discerning audience of all audiences. Agents, actors, producers, and sundry people, you know, that are on the Broadway scene.
Did you go directly from the Palace then to the Broadway stage?
Not directly, no. No, they look you over. You had an apprenticeship, which you don't have today. One hit record, you know, which you sing, and you've probably never been before an audience. But if you happen to be down in where is it, in Virginia? Where is it they have all the...
Nashville, I suppose.
Nashville, Tennessee.
Yeah.
If you're down in Nashville, Tennessee, and you happen to induce someone to make a record, and the record hits, you were a star right away. But in the old days, you had to serve your apprenticeship. And they looked you over very thoroughly. They didn't go by one audition, or not audition, but one viewing. They looked you over thoroughly. And then I finally got a Broadway show that made me a star, which was called Follow Through, in which I sang "Button Up Your Overcoat." Remember that song?
You introduced it on the stage.
That's true, yeah. And from then on, it was you then are in the golden circle, and then I was very blessed. I had a very successful career.
Was it easy from that point on then?
No, never as easy. Yeah. Whether you're an author, there's the same way. Sits down at the typewriter and hopes it'll come out. When you do a play, you hope it'll come out right. And sometimes they don't come out right. And it's always an interesting thing that the audience are the ones who decide whether it's good or not. All those with the expertise, they falter. They don't know until the public says, "I don't like it, it's no good. What the hell did you put that together for?" You know? And they all think it's so great.
You worked with Ethel Merman and Olson and Johnson, and
I worked with Ethel Merman. In fact, her first show, she had a small part on the show before she was in the show that I was starred in, called Take a Chance. And she and I together introduced for the first time, "You're an old smoothie, I'm an old softie." Do you remember that song?
Oh, yeah, sure. And didn't you use that on the radio with...
I did it with Gleason on TV.
Yeah, but I think you used that as a kind of a theme song on the radio show, too.
Yes, that's true, yeah. I had a whole medley. But it was nice to be able to be associated with a hit song. Why? Well, yesterday afternoon at the Friars Club, they had their annual Dodgers send-off. The Dodgers go to camp Sunday. And they all come to the club and they give them a big luncheon, and O'Malley's were there, Waldo and his son Peter, and the executives and all the ace players they could gather. And they give them a salute, and while they were there, the guys, they had an orchestra there, while they were there, they played my song, you know. But when I was younger, it was nice to go into a cafe As soon as you walk in, the guys in the orchestra play your music.
Immediately recognizable, and boom, you'd walk in.
New York, yeah. There are wonderful amenities connected with show business. People all over the world love entertainment, so that they love those that give it to them. And when you're a star, you're always assured of a front row down in some cafe or restaurant where you go, special treatment. And even as evil as Hitler was, he was nice to the entertainers.
He was. Yeah. Was he ever nice to you?
I never knew him.
Never.
No.
When did you first hit Hollywood for movie making?
I was in the same show I told you to follow through, which was in 1930. That was sold to Paramount Pictures for a picture. And I went along with the sale. They wanted me with the sale. So I came out here and made that picture in 1930. That was the first picture I made. Then I went back into on the stage again. And I came out after doing Take a Chance in 33. And I was back at Paramount again. And then I put my roots down here at that time. And I stayed here. I went back for a show, come back and do pictures. But I've been here ever since.
Didn't you appear in a lot of Vitaphone shorts?
Yes. In fact, I have a picture I want to show you of my wife and I in a Vitaphone shot. This was before the two-reeler. I did some two-reelers first for Warner Brothers. But then I have one of the first, my wife and I did one of the first Vitaphone variety acts that was done. I have the picture here.
How long have you been married?
Over 50 years.
Over 50 years.
Yeah.
Now, Hollywood marriages, they don't last, do they?
No, you don't hear about kind of marriages. You only hear the ones that of the divorce, you know. My son's my son's first marriage with Liza Minnelli, I hope that we're an example for them, because there's something in that friendship. I told Liza, I said, you know, there's more to this marriage than romance. I said, it's a friendship. Imagine of all the billions of people in the world, you have this one friend who's your wife, or if it's a wife, it's a husband. One friend of all these people. It's awesome when you think of it. And this is a situation, but it's true, because it's a tough thing to be a real friend. You see it in this Watergate thing. You see it in Connolly, former governor of Texas, with his dear friend Jacobson, closest buddy he had in the world, an attorney. Turns on him when it comes down to if he can escape jail, he'll be all right. Let Connolly go, his dear friend. There's very little Damon and Pythias in the world. So it comes down to one friendship. And that's what a marriage is, that real friend that you have, nobody else. This is your family. This is also your children. They fly out of the nest, which if you're understanding it, that's life. And they have their own families, and they go off, and they have to worry about their own wives and their families and their husbands. And that leaves you two together, and that's the last trip down the road. That's where it's most delightful, that you know that you have this real person. It's very warming.
Sounds like a great piece of advice. I bet you're a pretty proud father, too. Your son...
I am, and I've been very, very proud recently. My wife is a rat pack. Is that what you call it, a rat pack? She saves, pack rat, yeah. She saves and things, and she even saved a packet of letters belonging to my son, and a couple of them were by me. And when I read it, I just had, he was a teenager, and I just was proud that I've written this type of letter to him. So, as the other thread, you're talking about the material pride of success. Now, well, that's a different type of pride. That's not a real pride. That's not pride. You don't use pride there. Pride in something that you've given, not pride in something that he has done. You're just happy that you have a good son. That's most important.
That is important.
Sure.
Yeah. We're proud of the things you've done, and you're not even related to us. You've done some pretty good things. What did you do? Your first film was the Follow Through, and then you were in.
Jack Oakey and I did Sitting Pretty. Jack Oakey and I did a picture and called Sitting Pretty. And it was a very successful picture for Paramount. And there was a song came out of that. I didn't sing it, but the song was, did you ever see a dream walking? Well, I did. And that song, I was very happy because I suggested these songwriters. They were neophytes. And the producer of the picture listened to me, and he sent for them and took a chance. And out of it, he got a smash hit, which is very unusual. You don't get them every time.
You've been associated with some pretty big songs then.
Yeah.
Were you considered a musical comedy star? Or?
I was, sure. I was always a musical comedy star. But I also could, I had the facility to act too in shows that weren't musical. But being a vaudevillian, you know, in vaudeville you had to either sing, dance, play an instrument, or recite. What's the reason for that, Jack? Well, because you had to get off the stage. Today, at the end of, aren't I garrulous? You didn't think I was as garrulous, did you?
All right, go ahead.
When you're on television, you do a monologue. At a given point, you just bow, and they wipe out. The people, they ask the people to applaud, and they wipe out, and you go. In vaudeville, you had to get off. As the expression was, it's easy to get on, but how do you get off? And you had to get applause. If you didn't get applause, no matter how good your act was, you had to get applause in order to sustain your bookings and get work. So they all devised different things: instruments, dancing, singing, or recitation. They used to have wonderful comedy recitations that got applause, or sometimes dramatic, and that got them off to applause. But in my case, it was singing and dancing. I studied tap dancing when I was a kid.
Your big finish wasn't with the American flag and all of that fireworks and the old the cornball one that they always have a lot of fun with, you know.
Well, Fred Allen was one of the first to do that. When at the end of his act, Abraham Lincoln's picture came down, the American flag, all kinds of things came down from the flies, you know, to applaud.
You were in a picture that was all about radio, and it was a spoof of, the so-called feud between Winchell and Bernie. Wake Up and Live.
Yes, Wake Up and Live. How do you remember? You're too young to remember Winchell and
well, I grew up with Walter Winchell and Ben Bernie, and you know the movies. They're still around. You get a chance to see them, and you were terrific in that picture. You were a Mike frightened singer, yet you didn't sing in that.
No, that was the fear. The two guys that I brought out here did the music. And there was a hit in that too called Never in a Million Years Could There Be Another You. That was a big hit, and Wake Up and Live was a hit. And Alice Faye and I, and that was for Zanuck, 20th Century Fox. Now my son is vice president of TV. It's interesting, you know, when if you get older and have the mileage that I have, and then see things happen that you would never dream that would happen. Like, for example, when I was making The Wizard of Oz with Judy Garland, and when we're hopping down the yellow brick road, who would ever dream that she would have a child and my son would marry her? This is, and the same way with, as I just mentioned about the two writers, they wrote they wanted their songs sung the best they could. I remember Zanuck saying, try and find a device. Haley sings. Get a device, some kind of a gimmick. That's all it has to be for people to be attracted to this man's voice on the air. And they wanted, and they got very, very good singer. Too bad his life was cut so short because he'd have been a great Buddy
Clark.
Buddy Clark. And what made the melding so great? He was from Boston. I'm from Boston, and there was detection with the Bostonian sound. So when I would speak, he sang Bostonian. I sang and my speech was talking Bostonian, so they swore it was me.
Yeah, it was very good.
Fooled Luella Parsons completely.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. She wrote about it. I must have been taking lessons and everything. She was embarrassed about it. And then she called me down to Palm Springs to ask me if it was my voice. I told her no.
Was Luella kind to you?
Luella was a kind person, yes. Her husband liked me, Dr. Martin. She was a kind, and she was strong. If they all have their likes and dislikes, like everyone else.
You were in a number of films for 20th Century Fox, and then you went to MGM for The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, they leased me out. I was under contract at 20th. They leased me to Columbia too. I had several places I worked for them.
Did Metro ask for you in that part where they looked? Did they have you in mind?
Yes. No. Oh no. Buddy Epson. He tried for the part, and I don't know what was lacking, but they decided that that they wanted me, and so they bought me, or leased me rather, from 20th Century, and I went over there. It was a horrendous job, horrible. I think 8 months altogether. Those outfits were so terrible.
How long did it take you to get into that costume?
Well, not to get into the costume per se was nothing. It was the makeup. The makeup took an hour and 45 minutes, and
you had to do that day in and day out.
Oh yes, even taking it off was a chore. And I was on radio at the same time and staying up late with the writers trying to get a show together. And between the two, I could sleep all in between shots. And Bert Lau, who had difficulty, God rest his soul, in sleeping, he used to look at me, sleeping on a reclining board. I couldn't sit down. I had a reclining board. He said, that Haley can sleep on a meat hook. We just came back. I was in New York last week. Ray Bolger, the straw man. We met Margaret Hamilton there, and the three of us went to the Waldorf Astoria, and they had a tremendous toy exhibition of the wizard characters, and they had buyers. They had about 800 people, and it was a dinner, and we entertained. And
what did you do? How did you entertain? Did you just?
I entertained. Well, Mervyn LeRoy, the producer, was with us. And he acted as the master of ceremony. He introduced me, and I went out and talked. And then at the end, I told him what I just told you about the old-time vaudevillians, how to get off the stage. And I said, recitation is a lost art. I said, I'm going to recite the type of thing that some of the vaudevillians use. Then I recited a thing I wrote called Visit Him. No, The Master's Hand, that's the one I use.
Well, and
that gets me off with applause.
We may ask you to get off that way, but not yet. I want to talk a little bit more about The Wizard of Oz, but they're going to run that on television
Easter Sunday.
Easter Sunday this year.
Yeah.
You say it took about 8 months to put that thing together.
Counting our rehearsals, yeah. See, we had to rehearse, and we had. It's very interesting about that picture, to realize that the man who directed that picture also directed Gone with the Wind, two of the great masterpieces in the motion picture world. And that's Gone with the Wind's never been on TV. The Wizard of Oz every year, I think it gets $1 million just for a shot on TV. And they never realized it would be that valuable when they made it.
Yeah. They never thought it would go that way.
Oh, in fact, it was a terrific gamble. It cost, I think, $2.5 or $3 million, which was a lot of money in those days. And today it would be unrealistic to make it.
They couldn't make it today, could they?
They could, but it would cost them a fortune. First of all, where would they get 125 midgets? They're not around. They're not making midgets any longer.
The Munchkins, huh?
Yeah, they came from all over the world. There used to be a vaudeville headline act called oh gosh, I can't think of his name. Singers Midgets. And they had a band, they had dancers, they had singers, had a strong man, they had a great headline act. And Mr. Singer knew that was his business, midgets. So when they made the picture, they came to him and asked him if he would get them the midgets, and he went around the world and got them. And then when they all got together, the different languages, they couldn't sing the songs, and the voices were so awful. Then they devised a way to have adults make the records. And then the midgets all mouthed it, and then they took the adults and gimmicked them in some way.
Mm-hmm. They probably speeded it up or something like that to get that higher pitch.
Yes.
Did you work a whole day on each day you worked? Did you work a whole day, or did you work for 2 hours at a time, or was it in and out?
No, we worked all day, and the union had just come into to existence, Screen Actors Guild. So we only worked 8 hours. Otherwise, the old days they could work you beyond that. You know, to finish up a set to get off. And the only respite we had was when Judy went to school, because the state law in California, the children have to go to school, and they put a teacher on the set. The studio pays for it. That's a California school district teacher. And when it's time for her to go to school, everything stopped. They tried sometimes to get shots without her, but by and large, we would hang around for now, and it was always a welcome sound when we hear this teacher's voice, "Judy, school!"
Did it always come at a regular time, or was she a little flexible?
No, she was very adamant about it. She didn't care about the picture. She had her job to do. And Judy was certainly a sweet child, just a gorgeous kid. So exuberant, so full of life, and her whole life was ahead of her, and she was star-eyed, you know, around the studio. She was in the first picture with me too, Pigskin Parade. Yeah, yeah, and so I saw her, you know, and I watched the 3 numbers she did and listened to her, and I knew that she was going to be something very important because of that voice. Now, it's you know. A voice is one thing, then what are the other qualities with the voice? Which I had this brought to my attention last week ago Wednesday, in New York. I went to see The Wiz, and The Wiz is an all-black show, spoof, on The Wizard of Oz. And there's some moments in it that are very good. But they have a little girl playing Dorothy, and she's unattractive, and a little bow-legged, but she belts out a song, and that's why they hired her. But there's more to it than that. Particularly if you want an audience to believe that you have some big desire, like going back to Kansas.
Well, the whole thing is more than any one element. It's everything put together, isn't it? I mean, a voice and a personality.
Yes, but I can see the producer hiring her because she can belt the song out. What she does is tremendous, the song. But that doesn't sustain the show. That's all right to come on, do a couple of songs and off. You know? Like Merman did in her first show, Girl Crazy. She sang one song, and it was a big hit. And I can't remember the number at the moment. And she was a big hit. Well, that's all right in that spot. But she happened to have, when she went in the next show, she had the quality to carry on and hold the audience with her performance.
I want to ask you to give us the benefit of your being there kind of experience. You worked at 20th Century Fox, then you were over at MGM. What was the differences between the operations of the 2 studios, from your point of view as a performer?
Physically, there's no difference. You drive in through a gate. You go to the commissary. The food in both places are good. Why? Because they want it good for their performers. They want it good for themselves. So they get the best they can in cuisine. Makeup people are all tried and true. So all those facets of it were the same. The only difference is in the choice of the producers in the type of films they make. MGM had their style. 20th Century had their style. Warner had the guns and the gangsters, and they had their style. That's the only difference. And because they all have a commercial aspect to all of them. I don't think any producers or writers in those days got up in the morning and said, let's do a fine artistic picture. let's do a picture that'll sell to people and make some money. That's the if it happens to be artistic, they're very happy about it.
You talked about the fringe benefits, so to speak, of being a star, a personality. You get a front table at a show or in a restaurant or something like that. What kind of extra added benefits did you get from the studios? Were they super nice to you? Did you get a car at your disposal here and there? Or
no.
What kind of glamour treatment did they give you, if any?
Well, I wasn't that. To be very honest with you, I wasn't. That's you're talking about superstar now. There's a difference between a superstar and a star. And a superstar is one that the people line up at the box office to see just their name. My daughter-in-law, Liza Minnelli, she's a superstar. When she plays Las Vegas, they get money under the table to buy. They don't worry about if the people will come. They worry about who they're going to reject. And when she goes over to England, and I mean to Europe, and I think it was in Germany or Sweden or someplace, she took $140,000 for her end. 10,000 people came to see her in a stadium type of place. That's a superstar. Those are the people that get the type of treatment that you speak of. They worry about them. They want, because that's a terrific asset. That's as good as gold. They take care of gold pretty good. Well, they take care of that superstar. And anything they want, and are they happy? So that's the difference. I didn't have that. I just had, I was a star, but I was never that dimension.
They must have lined up at the box office to see Jack Haley.
I don't think they lined up at the box office to see me alone. I was always with some pretty good stars, with me, and it was the package and the combination.
In 1940, you were on the stage with Higher and Higher.
Yes.
And a few years later, you made the movie of that.
Yes, that was Sinatra's first picture. Boy, he was thin. Remember all the Sinatra jokes about his thinness? But my God, he was thin. I saw the picture on the Late Show not too long ago, and he was terribly thin.
They used to joke about him standing behind the microphone, and all you'd see was his bow tie.
Yeah.
Was he pretty scared making that first picture?
No, he had good control of himself from singing in the band, and he had, by this time, he had been out on his own, walking out on a nightclub floor, and playing the motion picture theaters as a vaudeville attraction. And with that kind of, you become really hardened. Your fear is all gone. You have no trepidation. And so it was his first acting part, but acting is just being natural, more or less. Acting is more difficult on the stage than it is. You have to project on the stage. In the studio, you just be yourself. It's like, to me, always was a rehearsal. I never could quite get used to it. No audience. And some people are excellent rehearsers. They rehearse beautifully. When the curtain goes up, something's gone. They don't project. Well, those rehearsers are great on screen. Gary Cooper was one. You couldn't hear him past the second row, but on the screen he was just some magic. I don't know what it is.
You said when you were making The Wizard of Oz, you were putting together a radio program. I'd like to talk about the radio things a little bit. What were you doing? What show was it at that time?
I was doing. I believe it was Wonder Bread for the bakery. I forget the name of the company. Standard Brand. No, Continental Bakery. Yeah. I was doing that at that time. I'd worked for National Dairy. I had a show for them a couple of years. And
was that Seal Test?
Yes, Seal Test. And I had quite good ratings, but it's a mystery about your careers. People have valleys and they have peaks in their careers, and I didn't like that when I started to get a little older, and that's why I became interested in business instead of sitting home waiting for an agent. I became curious, and then I went into a subdivision, and I had better success than I've ever had in I'm speaking financially now, than I had in show business.
Are your real estate interests out in California here?
Yeah.
Stay close to you.
Yes.
Would you say the radio days were a valley in your career?
No, but I'm saying that no matter what your position is, I mean what part of entertainment you follow, there's always. I mean, look at Marie Dressler. She was one of the great stars at MGM, and she got so low that she had to borrow money from her maid that lived with her, cook, maid and a cook, and she had to borrow money from her because of the valley that she was in. That's the type of, and it's rather ignoble to sit home and wait for somebody to call you to hire you. You know, that is you don't feel like you're part of it. You know, if you manufacture something, then you manufacture the product, keep busy at it, and try to sell it. But in show business, you have to sit home and wait until the agent sells you or someone wants you, and then and then if you're around a while, it says yes, well he's been around and so forth. I don't know what the dialogue is, but I know that it's tough for a lot of people in show business.
You've done so many things in so many different areas of show business, which, not considering a financial success or a popular success, which of the things that you've done were you happiest with?
Well, there are two versions. One is the easiest job in the world was radio. You took a piece of paper and read it for a half hour, which wasn't totally a half hour because there were commercials in between. That was the easiest. It was like stealing money. That's number one. That's one. The theater is the most fulfilling job. When you walk out on the stage and hear those people laugh, and that you're privileged to do that, that that God gave you the talent to do that, it's a wonderful feeling, and it's joyous. You know, particularly if you're in a great show, like I've been in great shows where the people scream because of the situations and the jokes and the lines and so forth. And it's a pleasure to leave your apartment and get in the cab and drive down to the theater and get made up and go out there and know you're going to make a lot of people happy for 2.5 hours every night and twice on matinee days. Those two. Now the picture to me is just drudgery. You have to study your lines at night, go on the set and know them, and now, all right, let's try it again. You know, you do it over again. Something happens. Something's wrong with the film, so something's wrong with the sound. Let's try it again. You know, and you do it. I've heard them say, "We'll have a lot of fun in this picture." I fail to see any fun at all. To me, it's just work. There's no joy in it. The only fun you have is when you're in between shots, when you're cutting up and talking about the old days or telling experiences in show business, which actors are prone to do. But as far as work is concerned, I see no enjoyment in it. And then when you see the finish, you know you could have done it better. Everybody.
Yeah.
So there's no real joy in that. In the theater, they're out there to tell you. I write this in my autobiography, you know. I even tell about going up to get that Oscar. It's something you did 7-8 months ago, but you are not sure whether you could remember everything that you did. Now you're receiving an Oscar for this. Where in the theater, at opening night, that's the real Oscar. And everybody shares in it. The audience, they give you the Oscar by their applause and their acclamation. And they swarm backstage at the end of the show, and you can tell the difference between genuine appreciation and a hit than you can if you're fair weather friends. Oh, that was fine. It was a great show. There's a difference because you're smart enough to know the audience tell you.
You were just elected president of the Friars Club.
Yes, Buddy Hackett superseded me.
What exactly is the Friars Club?
The Friars Club is a social club that has overtones of charity. They've given over $5 million to various charities since their inauguration out here. And it's social, you know, it has a gymnasium, card room, has wonderful food, and it has great shows that they put on, entertainment. Much like the Bohemian Club up in San Francisco.
Now, if you were at the playing cards at a Friars Club, at the Friars Club sometime, and you were just kind of kicking it around with some of your cronies, reminiscing about the old days, so to speak, what first favorite story do you have about the old days?
I haven't any favorite. When you talk about, you know, nostalgia, one story or one thought starts a new one. And I can't remember any particular story about I have a very long one that I have in my autobiography about falsifying the claim that the audience, you can't fool an audience. And in substance, that's pretty true. An audience are very, very smart collectively. They have a sense when something's wrong with a person on the stage, or someone has missed their cue. But this was a complete reversal of that, and an actor, and I don't want to go into the detail of it. I shouldn't even mention it. You can cut it out anyway. But this fellow, this man, a juggler, was drunk on the stage, and he did a cannonball at the end of a thing he had on his head, you know, and the orchestra were afraid that it was going to hit them on the head, and he was drunk, hangover he had. And the famous old-time actor was making a personal appearance. His name was Robert Warwick, and at the end of his sketch he always made a speech. And he told the audience, they knew this man was something wrong with this man. He was dropping the plates and everything. And he told them that he was a war veteran. He said he's an Australian, and he fought under the same flag as you, Canadians, was up in Canada. And before he finished, they were cheering for this guy with his hangover. I grabbed him and got him. I said, they want you. He thought the police wanted him. I told him, and he came out on the stage, and they just cheered him, you know. And all he said was, he says, he's a pal. He's a pal. That's all he could say. So really fooled an audience.
Fooled the audience.
Yeah, the audience thought that guy was suffering a shell shock. Shell shock. It was bottle shock.
Audience have enjoyed you for so many years. What have you been doing since the last film, aside from the real estate things? Just kind of taking it easy?
Well, I went to New York for that trip, you know, and went there because I was going to be in congenial company, and also that gives you a chance to see a show or see your friends. And I entertain. I'm a Catholic, and I'll entertain at Catholic breakfast, communion breakfast they call them, or dinner that they may have, and I have a whole lot of, you know, Catholic jokes, and I also can function as master of ceremonies. That's all I do in the theatrical end. Jackie Gleason's going back on TV. He'll probably want me to do something. We're very close friends, and but as far as well, I did a Welby because Robert Young, who's a friend of mine, Dr. Welby, called me up and asked me to do it. He said, "There's a part, gee, I wish you'd do it for me." So I did it, and it turned out very, very well. And but I'm occupied all the time. I don't have time to sit around like you just said. Suppose you're over there in the club and you're talking. I have no time for that. I'll go to my office and there are letters to write. There's always something to do, and or to read. I never find myself saying, gosh, honey, let's call up Tom and Mary and see what they're doing, you know, like a lot of people have to do. I don't need that. I'm occupied completely. And that's one of the schemes of life. I mean, I think that's a very important part of life, to be occupied instead of moping around the house.
You really got a great philosophy of life. You're great.
I have a religious philosophy that I haven't got time to go into now.
We've just got time for the Jack Haley super finish.
Get the tin suit. I said at one of the dinners, they had a dinner for Eliza at the Maskers Club. And I said, they wanted me to wear my tin suit here tonight, but I refused. I said, the last time I wore it, I said, I crossed my legs and almost became Jewish.
We're going to be talking with two people whose voices were very, very familiar to radio listeners for a period of, well, about 10 years on one show, and whose voices cropped up all over the place during the good old days of radio and since then, too. Our guests are Janet Waldo and Sam Edwards. And Janet Waldo, you were who on radio?
Well, I guess I will be remembered best for having played the role of Corliss Archer on a program by F.U. Herbert called Meet Corliss Archer.
And that was based on Junior Miss, right?
No! F.U.
No.
Herbert would never be happy to hear you say that. It was based on the daughters of F.U. Herbert. He wrote the series about his two girls who were then teenagers, and let's put it this way, Junior Miss was based on Corliss Archer.
Oh, all right.
No, I don't know. They were all original. Date with Judy, Junior Miss, and Corliss Archer were all about typical American teenage girls. And F.U. Herbert wrote a stage play called Kiss and Tell, which starred Joan Caulfield. It was her first introduction into the theater. And then the series came from that.
Okay, so now we have Corliss Archer, and wherever Corliss Archer was, we had Dexter Franklin.
Right.
And so we have Dexter Franklin. Sam Edwards. Let's hear that famous voice.
Holy cow!
Oh, those were the days. Is this the first time you folks have gotten together and since the program went off the radio?
Oh, no. We worked together all the time. And,
we get together as often as we
commercials.
can.
In fact, they team us every now and then in a radio spot.
Yeah.
And, we have the same commercial agent, Jack Worms.
Right.
And I don't think Jan and I have ever worked in a movie together, though, have we?
No, how come, Sammy?
I don't know.
We got to talk to somebody about it. Besides, you do a great Jimmy Cagney. Why haven't they had you do that?
Corliss Archer hit radio in 1943 for the first time. And Janet,
that's what they say.
Were you with those old days? Huh? Were you Corliss at the very beginning?
I wasn't the very original Corliss Archer. A girl by the name of Priscilla Lyon played it first. And then I came in very shortly after it was on the air. So I have played it. I played it for the full 10 years, which I whisper.
Well, you don't have to worry. You are still America's teenager.
Oh, well.
That's
Well, actually, we do still, Sammy and I both still do the voices of teenagers in cartoons, and we love it.
And old men.
The old men.
Teenagers, old men, old women.
Yeah.
Is that where
dogs?
the radio business, all the radio actors now are finding good work in the cartoon industry?
Oh, a lot of them are.
A lot of them are.
Some of your best voice people are ex-radio performers.
But you know, I must say, it is true that a lot of radio people are into cartoons because cartoonery is sort of a glorified radio. It really is very similar to radio, except just more bigger.
And doing a lot of radio spots, too, you know, radio
spots.
Commercials, yeah.
But I have to make a point, which I'm very proud of, which is that many, many radio people, Sammy will bear this out with me, most radio people, because they were very well trained in radio, have gone on to television and motion pictures. And I mean, when you say, are radio people hiding in cartoons? Bill Conrad has his own series.
Oh, yeah, of course,
I mean, they are marvelous people from
most
radio.
of them have been very successful in the visual medium, and some of them even have gone on to nightclubs, and nearly everyone I know has done very well.
That's right. Hardly any of them have just
they made the
ended their
transition very easily.
Sam, was Corliss Archer your first radio job?
Oh, no. I started my first year in junior high school in in San Antonio, Texas. My dad and mother had been dramatic stage stars. They had their own company for years, and they started in radio when dramatic stock went out. And so they had a radio show there called The Adventures of Sonny and Buddy, which my mother wrote, and my brother and I played the kids in it, and mother played the girl, and Dad played all the men's parts. So we used to sing on the show. It was about a medicine show, traveling around and so forth. And it was one of the first radio adventure series, and that brought our family out to Hollywood. And we recorded. First, we were in San Diego for a year and a half for the Kramer Baking Company down there, doing the show live. And we had gone from San Antonio to Shreveport, Louisiana for 3 months in the summer. And then we came to Hollywood, or rather to San Diego. We were there for a year and a half and recorded 100 episodes of this up at RCA Victor. And it was one of the first recorded kids shows. It was syndicated all over the United States. So had a lot of Warner Brothers songs on it. And they had a band on their music. So we would have been quite well-to-do at that particular time, and had it not been for the fact that the Warner Brothers songs were on most of these shows, and the sponsors canceled them right and left, and my father lost everything. We were just completely broke. And Jack and I were trying to continue going to school, and you know, we would have been very wealthy people. But that wasn't in the cards, so we starved to death in Hollywood until we got started.
Well, how did you get started? What was your first job after that?
Gosh, I would sing on stage at amateur contests for $2 a night, and try to go to school. And Jack was going to school, and I went to junior college. Then finally, when I graduated, and studied law for a couple of years, and didn't like that, and I had to go to work. Then I went out with a road show. Oh, I don't know. This darn many things have happened. It's hard to keep up with them.
Gee, I'm finding out things about Dexter Franklin I never knew.
But actually, we started radio, network radio, I think up in San Francisco. We went up there. And because, you know, Dad and Mother had not a dime. I mean, they had an old beat-up automobile that would hardly run, and the tires would blow out, and they'd managed to get a second-hand one, and we got up there, and they were so broke. It was really terrible. And we auditioned at NBC, and they had their own casting service up there. And we were, you know, treated as what should we call, squatters when we first went up. They didn't want any part of us. But gradually, we'd get a little part here and a little in there, and finally, we began to be able to make a living. But we were working, you know, for $7 a show, $15 a show, and then we worked at KFRC in San Francisco. And it just started very, very slowly, getting parts, bit parts at first, and then finally we got our own show, The Edwards Family, and I got into One Man's Family. My brother won the first audition. We both auditioned against each other, and he got the part first. And the following year, Carlton Morse cast me as a character, and I was in that for about 4 or 5 years.
What was the character?
The character was Tracy Baker. He had been an ex-reform school kid that was adopted by Nicky Lacey, and Jack played Wayne Grubb, Teddy's boyfriend. So I was drafted into the service a couple of years after the war broke out, and Jack had TB of the spine when he was a child, so he was a 4F. He had, you know, he still got a scar that long. But so he played Wayne Grubb until One Man's Family went off the air. And so we were commuting back and forth, you know, Hollywood to San Francisco. I don't know, things just, from then on it started rolling, and we've done very well since.
Don't you really think
I'm
that
sorry to take
playing
up so much
Dexter
time.
Franklin did the whole switch for you?
Well,
don't you think that really brought you into your own?
It probably did, because when I got back from the service, I thought, oh boy, I'll never be able to get started again. You know, I felt like that my career was behind me, and Jack insisted, my brother, he'd heard about this audition for Corliss. And I said, oh, I can't play a teenager, and for heaven's sakes, I've been in the Army, you know, and my attitude is completely different. And he said, go down and do it. I said, I can't. So he called up Jimmy Safier and made an appointment for me to go down there. And I had known Janet, and I was, you know, delighted to see her again. And but I didn't think I had a Chinaman's chance to
But you were
got
great.
it. I won the audition.
Yeah. You know who
And,
also auditioned with you and talks about it a lot is Jay Stewart, who came in second.
Yeah.
He says.
Oh, he did? I didn't know that.
He says that, but we know that Dexter, there was only one Dexter, and it was Sammy Edwards.
Janet Waldo, where did you get your first start in radio? Was it radio, or you were in another area of show business before that?
Well, I did a lot of, oh gosh. Well, actually, let's say it was radio. I did some little theater, and I did some other things before radio, but the first radio show that I was on, actually, was Lux Radio Theater. And I played a bit on that, and I worked with Jerry Hausner and Hans Conried, who are very well-known radio people and have gone on to television. And I remember thinking, gee, this must be a crazy business, because Hans Conried had one green sock on and one red sock.
I remember that.
And Jerry Hausner kept teasing me about taking, he said, you know, they're getting younger every day coming into radio. They're taking jobs away from men with families. And it took me about 2 weeks before I realized that a man with a family couldn't have played my part, you know. But I mean, I thought, gee, everybody in radio is crazy. And then I realized, after I worked in radio, that there's no medium as wonderful as radio. I think the people in radio excel people in any other medium. It was kind of like a big family, wasn't it, Sam?
Yes, it was.
And I don't blame there being nostalgia for radio, because it was a wonderful era. Dinah Shore used to say that, isn't it too bad that radio came before television? It would have been so much better if television had come first.
Yes.
And then radio, because then we could all relax, you know, and enjoy ourselves. Radio was a fun, marvelous medium.
Yes, it was. And there was one thing about it. You had to be able to cut it. You know, everything was in the voice, and if you couldn't read lines, well, you just...
It was not easy. I mean, you could just anybody couldn't do radio. You had to be a very quick study. And in fact, I think it's too bad now that the young kids don't have the opportunity of working in radio.
It was a great training ground.
Because it was so great as a training ground. I mean, we worked in front of audiences. We had a sense of comedy timing. You know, the audiences would tell us. We had to be such quick studies. We had to be able to pick up a script. I remember one time I got a call for a silver theater, and the actress who had played the starring role opposite Kirk Douglas had panicked. She was in pictures, and she was a foreign actress. She had an accent, and so she was very insecure about having, you know, to do it with so little rehearsal. And they called me, and I had to go and be there and on the air within about 20 minutes and, you know, read it cold. And it was a great challenge, but it was very exciting.
Well, you remember the time when Bob Crosby was on the show, and he forgot about the second show, and we were about to go on the air, and he was not there, and here comes Gil Stratton marching down the hall, and they grabbed Gil by the back of the neck, says, come here, and they stuck a script in his hand, and he's on the air, and he played the part.
That's the second broadcast for the West Coast, or whatever.
There was a great danger in missing these sometimes, and Ed Begley did it one time. He came in, and he'd forgotten, and he was over at Nick Adele's restaurant, and all of a sudden he realized that he was on the air in 4 or 5 minutes, and he came racing into the studio, and he got so balled up on his script, he picked up the script, and he had a horse story. I'll remember. This was for Dr. Christian, and the horse was named Godaw Boole. And he picked up, and he started to come to this line, and he says, and what happened to Goodall Bowell? Goodall Bowell, Goodall Boole, and he never did get it out.
But live radio, of course, very shortly after we were in radio, they came into tape. We did a lot of years of taping, you know, but the live radio had a special excitement about it that it just couldn't be surpassed.
Felt like a first night.
In fact, my husband, Bob Lee, one time was doing a Jack Benny show in New York, and he tells me that he forgot about the East Coast. And he went to a movie, and he had the scripts. He was not the actor, and you know, he was the assistant director, and he was responsible for the scripts. And he was sitting in this movie, you know, thinking, and then he realized 5 minutes before airtime, and poor Jack Benny and all of the people waiting for him to come with the script. Very, very scary, but an exciting time.
But those were days where people really got involved in the stuff, and they really came through with it.
That's right. I think the adrenaline was the excitement. Everything was just at a higher pitch, and it was just marvelous, a marvelous feeling. I don't know about you, Sammy, but I remember not being able to wait to get on, especially with...
Yes, if it's something especially that you enjoyed.
You were so excited about it. I did a character called Emmy Lou on the Ozzie and Harriet show, and she was a little teenager who lived next door, and I was just a cameo, a spot in it. I came on the first spot after the act break, after the first act break, and I just stand in the wings and not be able to wait until it was time for me to get on. I just loved doing it. So
I loved Dexter because it was one of the few times I got to do comedy. Most of the time I was playing nasty little heavies or something, usually the bad guy, or once in a while the good guy, but on Dragnets and Dr. Christian was different, but so many of the shows I played, you know, heavies.
But you know, it's so interesting to me because I really didn't know you as far as playing heavies was concerned.
No.
And I knew you as, and even now when I see you, Sammy, on television doing a heavy, I look at you and I say, he can't fool me, that's Dexter Franklin. Because the real, you know, you have kind of a marvelous quality that is very Dexter, which is very, if you'll pardon me, Sammy, kind of bumbling and lovable.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
But it's
I knew you would.
You know, there are certain roles like that come along that it really appears that only one person can really do it. And you were not the first Corliss, and Sam, you weren't the first
I was about
Dexter.
the third Dexter. Yeah.
But still, you know, there you were. You had the role. It's like Richard Crenna on the R. Miss Brooks series. He was always the... I can't think of the name of it.
He had a tough time also getting out of the teenage type thing. And in fact, Dick Crenna and I did a Lucy show where we played teenagers, and I was 5 months pregnant at the time.
Oh, that's right.
And
modern teenager.
Yeah, but this was some years ago. My son is quite grown. But the only thing is, they're still playing that. They're still rerunning that Lucy show, and my son's friends all say, "Hey, John, you're on TV again. Come look," because they're still playing all those old Lucys.
I know. My daughter was looking at it last night, or yesterday afternoon, and was the ones with Desi.
Unfortunately, they're not replaying some of our Corliss shows, but I think they will. You're
Sooner
planning
or later,
to, I
we're
hope.
going to play one. Yeah, right. You never did Corliss Archer on television, did you?
Yes, it was on television. We didn't do it.
No, we didn't.
No, you didn't.
But it was on for just a few weeks, and I have a happy, sad feeling to tell. It was not very successful.
Why was it?
I don't. It just wasn't as good as the radio show. We all.
I'll tell you why. Because you see, everybody who listened to Corliss Archer and Dexter Franklin had their own idea of what those two teenagers looked like.
That's right.
And then when it went to television, what did we see but somebody else's idea?
That's right.
And
even the movie
can't replace it.
Shirley Temple and Jerome Cortland played it in pictures, and it was not a very successful movie.
No, it was
Kiss and Tell.
Entirely different. Feel.
But the radio show was very successful.
Oh, it was super. Well, listen, a radio show in those days lasted for 10 years, and yours did. I know, it went on into the 50s.
And it amazes me because, to tell you the truth, I never thought that it would be a real, a very joyful thing to be a part of history, particularly. I mean, I never really thought, that's something I really can't wait to be. But it's kind of exciting because I truly used to keep it quiet that I played Corliss Archer in radio because I thought, who wants an old Corliss Archer?
Oh,
but the only thing is that now
she
there's
still
such
looks 15.
She does,
there's such an excitement about radio and the nostalgic feeling about radio. And even now when I go to New York, and I don't know where they come from, but those autograph people, who are outside of Sardi's in New York, they always come and say, "Hey, you did Corliss Archer. Can I have your autograph?" They remember radio.
There's only one thing I don't like, though, Jan. When you meet somebody that, usually they're from out of town, and they're 65 years old, and they say, "Hey, I used to listen to you when I was a kid. I used to listen to Dexter."
Oh.
No, I've had this happen.
Oh, well, listen.
Yeah.
But, I've discovered something because I've been doing a lot of personal appearances in regard to Corliss and radio and nostalgia and everything. And I have been so amused at some of the people who come up, the old people, and you say, "Oh, do you remember radio?" And they say, "Oh, yes, well, I don't remember it too well, but my mother, she's 90. She really remembers it." But the people who remember our show are really middle-aged people because they were fans. You see, being a teenage show, they are the younger ones, the younger, older ones, because they as teenagers, they grew up with our show. So now they're not so very old.
Well, I hate to admit this. My wife is 15 years younger than I am, and she used to listen to Corliss Archer.
Well, there you have it, and she's a young woman. So this is the group that we appeal to, which is very gratifying.
Well,
you know?
it even goes younger than that, because the teenage shows were not awfully realistic to teenagers. They were more appealing, I think, to the pre-teens set in the early teens, because they always wanted to be teen. I mean, these shows were appealing to everybody, but a teenager, a 17-year-old kid listening to Corliss Archer and Dexter say, "Ah, gee, that's too," you know, they'd laugh at it, but it's not real for them. But you see a kid who's 12 years old says, "Wow, that's going to be teenage." See. So now you're getting, that was 25 years ago, so you got a 12-year-old who was listening then.
And he isn't so very old.
He's not so
old. And the parents could relate to it, too, because a lot of them had characters just like that. As a matter of fact, my stepson, he's 16 now, and he's 6'1", and I tell you, he's a combination of Dexter and Alvin. He's just... Everything, he knocks over everything. He's so awkward, and he reminds me very much of Dexter.
Well, you know, I have to tell you, I worked with the cutest black girl a couple of months ago, in an industrial film, and her name is Corliss. And her mother, and she just could hardly stand it to think that I was her namesake, and I had played the role of Corliss Archer, and her parents named her Corliss. Oh, she was cute, a really darling black girl. So you see, isn't that nice?
That is nice.
What was the impact of the Corliss Archer on the public? I mean, now you would go to a radio studio every week, and you would do your show. And then what kind of feedback did you get? What did you get from the fans, from the listeners? Were people waiting for you?
Well, we had fan clubs,
yes. We had fan clubs, we got mail.
Lots of mail.
We had marvelous audiences. Of course, during the war, actually, in 1945, we had a lot of sailors, which was marvelous. We had good audiences, servicemen, and the reaction was warm and enthusiastic, and they were indulgent, and they loved Dexter's howl, you know, and they were familiar with the characters enough so that they knew what to expect, and they loved it when they heard it, you know. I think that it was a...
I remember one time remember when we went to Yakima, Washington, your
hometown
on a personal appearance tour, and then we were in a parade. They had an old Model T Ford rigged up for us, and the townspeople were just marvelous, you know. They just great. We were treated like big celebrities.
American family, and I think the American families enjoyed listening to it. And Irene Tedrow, who played the mother on Corliss Archer, is still very much with us. We all work together, and she is a very lovely and marvelous actress and does a lot of TV and has done theater a lot with Henry Fonda. She played in Our Town recently with Henry Fonda. And she's just a wonderful person, and we've maintained our closeness to her.
Yes.
Each of you did lots of other radio work. Sam said you were on the Dragnet shows and on the radio Dragnet, and you've done lots of television too.
Oh yeah, I did the first Dragnet TV film. You know,
did you?
The pilot film.
The pilot? What was this story about?
Well, that was a story about the bomb that was planted in the city hall. I was in prison, and my brother was trying to get me out of prison, and he had a bomb, and this was played by Stacey Harris, who passed away a couple of years ago.
Another big radio.
Yeah, Ray Burr was in it. Ray sort of helped with the direction of it, but we shot it down at the city hall, way up on the 4th floor. We started on Friday afternoon after everyone went home to work, and we were still there Monday morning. Hadn't gone home, and we were still there shooting when they started coming to work. And most of it had to be shot over again in a studio, in Sam Goldwyn's studios, because Jack Webb, when he saw the dailies, suddenly realized that he had a lot of master shots, and that this was going to be on a 12.5-inch screen, and he needed some close-ups. And the acoustics were terrible up there. Everything bounced off of the walls, and there was no room for the camera to maneuver. So they had to build a set then, and 3 or 4 weeks later we went back and did some additional scenes for it. But we all worked for $100 for the entire picture, including Raymond Burr. 4 days on this thing for $100. But Jack Webb had to go into hock in order to raise the money. I think he said NBC had given him a $30,000 budget, and it cost $41,000. So he had to mortgage his house and use his own money. But since it's paid off, of course.
Yeah.
But
well, he was pretty successful with dragging it on radio. Though,
oh
you know.
yes, yes. No, Jack is a very successful man, and I have to take my hat off to him. He knows what he wants. Everybody, I won't say everybody, but he met a lot of resistance in trying to sell this idea, but he felt that it would go, and it did.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's one of the most successful radio and TV shows ever produced.
You both worked the Lux Radio Theater many times.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
And I worked...
Hallmark.
and I worked Railroad Hour
Oh, yes.
a lot, and Favorite Story, which was where I met my husband, who he and his partner Jerry Lawrence were. Did you ever work Favorite Story, Sammy?
I worked it one time, and Bob said that was the greatest show that he'd ever done, and I've never worked for him since.
Well, listen, I married him, and I've never worked for him since.
Well, your husband is Robert E. Lee.
Right.
And he is
of
the,
Lawrence and Lee.
Of Lawrence and Lee, right.
And they're playwrights, really. But they did do radio, and Favorite Story, they did classics. They did some marvelous things. In fact, I got to play Roxanne opposite Ronald Colman on that, and I did a lot of marvelous. I was given a lot of marvelous roles in that. It was an acting challenge for most people in Hollywood. We all liked to work that show because we had a chance to really emote. And let's see, I worked with Orson Welles on the Orson Welles show, which was quite an experience. He was...
Shut off your grandfather's clock.
Oh, yes. How do you like that? I inherited
that's
that.
beautiful.
And,
nice
hush
folksy
clock.
scene here. That's all right. We're still watching the clock with radio today.
Even know
right?
what time it is.
Excuse me for interrupting.
That's all right, but that clock did before you did. And I did the Eddie Bracken show for a while. I worked with Eddie Bracken, and we all were, and of course Ozzie and Harriet, which I loved doing. I did that for several years.
That was a pretty regular spot on there.
Yeah, it was every week. And then I even did it on television for 3 years after it went on television. I did the same character on television, and then I finally started playing the neighbor ladies,
Did you do any soaps?
Oh, yes, I did lots of soap operas. Didn't you, Sam?
Oh, yeah, I did several. I did, One Man's Family.
I did One Man's Family, too.
That's right.
I did Irene on One Man's Family for a couple
But
of
I
years.
did
Everybody's worked on One Man's Family.
Oh, that was
Dr.
such a large
Paul.
family.
Yeah.
Yeah, Woman in My House. I think that was TC.
You did Aunt Mary, too, would you?
No, I didn't do Aunt Mary. Jack, my brother, did Aunt Mary.
I did Aunt Mary.
No, I did Woman in My House, which was more or less replays of One Man's Family scripts.
You did Guiding Light.
I did a few Guiding Lights, but I did Dr. Paul, which was a West Coast show, and Dr. Kate up in San Francisco when I was there, and a show called Hawthorne House. I did that for a while after Eddie Firestone went to Chicago to do the Brewster Boy.
You did the Brewster Boy?
No, Eddie Firestone.
Eddie Firestone, yeah.
Eddie was doing the part. He was doing Hawthorne House on the West Coast in San Francisco, and he got this chance to go to Chicago to do the Brewster Boy, so he left, and I was working up there. We worked together on so many shows, and so I was cast in his part for a while until I was drafted. Yeah, we had a Western up there, Western show, which my dad wrote called Sons of the Lone Star, which was Eddie and I played the two leads in it. And
Sammy, was it Screen Guild Theater, which had so many guests?
Yes.
Because I remember working with Bob Hope, but I can't remember what the name of the show
was. It was
was.
Screen Guild.
It's Screen Guild.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
and in Screen Guild Theater, we worked with so many marvelously talented people, and I loved working with Bob Hope, and I remember we had to make so many more cuts in the script, on the air even, with Bob Hope, because he got so many laughs that were not expected.
Took all the time, huh?
Yeah, and I worked with Abbott and Costello,
Oh, yeah.
actually. Which I was amazed. I remember I was so fascinated watching Costello get a laugh. He had warned the audience, but I hadn't heard it in the warm-up, that when he wanted them to laugh more, he was going to jiggle his pants. He was going to, and I missed a cue because I couldn't figure out what he was doing. Because I was supposed to come in with my line, and there he was, with the pant leg. He was making it go back and forth, and then the audience would laugh and scream.
Oh, they were great.
They had, but Bob Hope, I remember. This marvelous, resounding laughter that you would hear. after some of anything that you said on the Bob Hope show got a huge laugh because he just electrified the air.
Yes, he did.
He was just fabulous to work with.
Still does. He just
And I remember working
marvelous.
with Claudette Colbert one time, and I had on a suit exactly the same color as a suit she had on. And of course, audience shows, you know, and I was so mortified. I was, you know, thinking if I had time, I'd go home and change. But she was so sweet about it. She would say, "Oh, relax, forget it. It's just radio. Who notices? Just those few people out there." But it was fun.
Did you ever have any monumental flubs or bloopers or real bad problems?
I had a few. Did you have any favorite ones, Sammy, that you... I remember...
Yes, I'm trying to think. There was one in particular. What was it? I almost ruined the whole plot because...
Oh, that's always lovely.
I said it was the wrong time or something. I can't recall exactly what it was. And I wasn't even aware that I had made this mistake. And I kept going, and you had the funniest expression on your face, and everybody did, and everybody was looking at me wide-eyed, and I thought, what's the matter with these people, you know? And I had said something, I can't recall what it was. Maybe I'll think about it later. And finally, the producer, I think it was Helen Mack at that time, the director, came out while we were still on the air, and she handed me a sheet that comes up on 3 or 4 pages later, and she had a line that says, well, I meant to say so-and-so, but what I said was so-and-so. Or I said so-and-so, but what I meant was so-and-so.
Oh, you know, that
Don't you remember that?
Yes, I do, and it reminded me also.
And I thought, what's the matter? I didn't even realize I had said it.
Oh, that's so... Well, you know, I used to wear roses or camellias or something in my hair. Do you remember that? I'd always...
Oh, yes.
And it's coming back. The style is coming back. And so, but, you know, this was a thing that I did. And one time, I had a rose in my hair, and everybody was kind of watching me and being very careful, and I did not realize why, but there was a measuring worm on the rose, and it was coming out and, you know, just reaching over and almost kissing me on the cheek, and they knew because I'm so frightened of bugs or anything. And of course, as soon as we were off the air, they said, you know, there's a worm in that rose, and I let out the, you know, shriek, which they knew I would have done on the air. Also, in Ozzie and Harriet, I was supposed to say, and they were talking about the stock market, and I was supposed to say, "Oh, you know, hi, Mr. Nell, are you a bull or a bear?" But, you know, I didn't know anything about the stock market, and I don't know what, my vision was good, I don't know what the problem was, but I said, "Hi, Mr. Nelson, are you a bull or a deer?" And he said, you know, there was this kind of beat, and then he said, I didn't know what I'd said wrong, and he said, "Well, Emmy Lou, I'm really a bull, but you can call me dear if you want." But I don't know, and on Corliss, I said one time, I was always crying.
I never knew you to make an error on Corliss.
Oh, well, don't you remember the time I had a hanky, and I was always crying into my handkerchief, you know, supposedly, and one time I had to say, my handkerchief is absolutely sopping, and I said, my handkerchief is absolutely sipping. But, you know, those are the things that, oh, and we had to say Lake Tehachapuku on Ozzie and Harriet, and I think I once said something that was a little different. And I don't know, there were...
I remember once on Corliss when we were doing it, unfortunately we were on tape. And I think it was the last year we were on the air over on ABC. And I was sort of off stage, and I gave the Corliss yell, you know, calling, "Corliss, oh, Corliss!" And suddenly the father says something, and I'm supposed to then come in. You had a few lines before that. And the audience was laughing, you know, and I was sort of enjoying the show, and all of a sudden, everything stops. And I have the next line. I'm supposed to come in. And I'm sitting there sort of enjoying it all and forgot that I was supposed to come in. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And we stopped, and fortunately we were on tape so they could do it over again. But I was so embarrassed I must have turned 7 shades of red.
Well, Sammy, you don't remember the time I sat on the Coke bottle, do you?
No, I don't
We
recall
had
that.
Cokes before the show. You can edit it. We had Coca-Colas, you know, and then they brought it. They brought us out in But anyway, they introduced us. You know, I had put my Coke bottle on my chair. And so as they introduced us, I just came up, took my bow, and then went to my chair, sat down on the Coke bottle, and there was this crash and spilling all over the floor.
But
it had to be a good show because things go better with Coke.
Oh, that's very good. They'll send you a case.
Well, you don't have to edit that out. But I want to tell you a story that happened to be Benaderet on a series I did, which I forgot to tell you about, which was with Jimmy Lydon called Young Love, which was created by my husband and his partner, and was the last time I ever worked for him because it wasn't a success. But it was on the air. It was about a young couple who were married in college, and as you know, now that wouldn't make history, but in those days it was they had to keep their marriage a secret because
matter of fact, it might make history.
It had to, it was against the rules of the college campus. So the whole theme of the show, called Young Love, was how these two kids who were married were ever going to have any time together because they were, she lived in her dorm and he lived in his dorm. And it was really a very cute show. But Bea Benaderet, you may remember from Petticoat Junction and a number of radio shows and television, she was playing a Western heroine. And an actor by the name of Herb Butterfield was playing this very stuffy, stuffy old guy, the principal in the school or something. And she had to come into the office and say, in his office and say, yippee. And he had to say, don't yippee in my office, Well, on the air, for some reason, she said, yippee! And then, of course, he said, don't yippee in my office. Forgive me, audience, if this hasn't been cut out. But you know that the audience laughed solidly for a minute, and nobody in the cast knew why they were laughing. And we would all look at each other as if to say, well, what in the world is wrong? We didn't get it. Because, we'd rehearsed it. Nobody thought it was funny, but it was just the change of inflection, which the difference in a live show, the change of inflection or, timing something, could make all the difference in how the audience reacted.
Did you ever get thrown by a miscue on the part of the sound effects man? Because sometimes they, that old story about the, the guy's going to shoot the gun and the sound man is sleeping, and then he's going to give it you with a knife, and then finally the gun goes.
Yeah, well, the audience
say struck by lightning.
Yeah, the audiences for comedy shows, this would only work for you because the audiences were so with the sound man. The sound man was the star of the show.
Yeah.
Because he would come in like when Dexter would come in, clumsily and slam the door and everything. The sound man would go, running in and slam the door and stumble all over himself, and the audience just loved that. They loved watching the sound man, and sometimes he would do, like if somebody was panting or if a dog was panting, the sound man would do, and the audience.
No, they were very, very seldom late on their cues, and they really were on the ball.
But it's fun thinking of the things that went wrong, and oh gosh, there have been times it didn't happen to me, or did it? Did the lights go out on Corliss one time, just momentarily? And you're reading a script, of course, in radio, and the lights went out, but they went on again very shortly. I don't know whether it was Corliss or Ozzie and Harriet.
I don't recall that having happened on Corliss. I know one time I was terrified when we were doing Corliss. One Sunday, I had been working on Operation Pacific with John Wayne, and I was on the thing about 6 weeks. And we were doing a scene where I'm looking into, supposedly I'm on the conning tower of the sub, and we're having a scene, and I was supposed to be from Alabama, called me Junior from Alabama. So they told me to look up into the Klieg lights, or the arcs. And I was not aware that looking into those arc lights, you could almost become blind. They would burn your eyes. And boy, I wanted to make good because this was the first big part I'd had in movies, and well, probably my whole life I'd had other parts, but this was a big part. And so all day long, this was on a Friday. I remember I was looking up here, and they'd take so long, and I'd stand and I'd look, and I wouldn't look away, and all of a sudden I would pick up a piece of paper, and everything would disappear. The lines would completely disappear.
Oh, the Klieg lights.
And then they would come back, and I didn't know what was wrong. And we started to do the radio show, and I'm on the air, and I'd see just a blank page.
Oh.
And I'd start to panic, and then it would reappear again.
Oh.
And this went on for several days.
That's scary.
I went to a doctor about it, and I explained what had happened, and he says, it'll pass. But he said, don't ever do that again, because he says you can become blind.
Yeah.
And but that's the only time, speaking of the lights going out, the page went out.
I got to tell you about an Ozzie and Harriet. I did Corliss and Ozzie and Harriet, teenagers,
through 2 pregnancies. And of course I worked right up until the final moment because I just couldn't bear to give up playing these roles, which of course I adored to do.
She didn't show until 8.5 months.
Well, I really didn't. And also it was in the era when the girls could wear petticoats. So as my tummy would get a little bit bigger, I'd wear another petticoat, and then another petticoat, and then another petticoat. But in the last month, I really showed. I really did. And I was doing an Ozzie and Harriet, and always Ozzie would introduce us, you know, before the show. And he would say, always he would say, and our little teenager next door is played by Miss Janet Waldo, you know. And then I'd come out. Well, this night he said, and it really hurt my feelings because I didn't think I showed. He said, and our teenager Emmy Lou will be played by Mrs. Robert E. Lee. And he noticed. But, you know, because it was a very kind of, they didn't want to say Miss anybody in those days. If you were pregnant, you had to be married.
Oh, that's right. Sam Edwards, what are you doing these days now?
Well, let's see. The last thing I did in pictures was Coffeeville, which was a Western about the Dalton gang, and I think that's on this week. I didn't have too big a part in it, but I worked in it for about 7 or 8 days. And then I did a thing called Requiem for a Nun with Sarah Miles. I played the governor of Mississippi. That was just released here. That's on educational TV. That was released last week 3 times. So I saw it, and usually I hate myself on the screen. I don't like to look at anything because I'm always disappointed. But I was determined to look at this one because it was a new challenge for me. I've never played a part like this before, and I would not have cast me in it. You know, I didn't think I was the type. But I must say that I was, you know, pleased.
Well, most actors probably wouldn't cast themselves in certain roles. I think
no,
an objective view, someone else.
The things that I would cast me in, somebody else is casting. The parts that I want, I don't get. But I was rather pleased with this. It probably will be played some more. And then I just came back from Tucson. I was there a couple of days doing a Honda commercial. This was about 3 weeks ago. And that was very nice. That should be coming out
Did you have
soon.
to ride a Honda all over the place?
No, I didn't. I do ride motorcycles. So I have a little Benelli, a little Italian motorbike, which I ride around trying to save gas and so forth. Plug for Mr. Ford. So then recently I did an off-camera voice for Burger Chef hamburgers, which should be released soon.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh, because I did an off-camera thing. Why didn't we work together?
I don't know, but there were about 5 or 6 men on this, and some of them I didn't know at all. Harrington, Pat Harrington.
You're doing lots of things, too.
Well, I'm doing a lot of voiceover things, and I have some commercials going, too. I did a series for a while with Tony Franciosa called Valentine's Day, but that was some time ago. Now I'm mostly doing commercials. I have one out for Home Savings.
Oh, yes, I saw that the other night.
And I do cartoons. I do Addams Family, which is the most recent one. I do.
Now, when you say you do cartoons, you don't draw them. You
no,
provide
I beg your pardon.
Voices,
I'm glad
right?
you asked that question because I do provide the voices. I couldn't draw anything. I provide the voices for a cartoon series called Addams Family, which is on Saturday mornings, and I do all the female characters in that, including Morticia, darling, you know, and which was played by Carolyn Jones.
Yeah.
And I play Granny in that too. You know, she's an old battle axe lady. You know, a typical old bat. And I do a number of cartoons I do Josie and the Pussycats. Judy Jetson, which that's been done some time, but they're still playing that. I'm very big on Saturday morning.
You're great on Saturday morning.
Because they play a lot of cartoons.
We talked to Fred Flintstone a little while ago.
I do the mother-in-law of the Flintstones.
Oh, listen, I've got to tell you this. Alan's son, Alan Reed Jr., was the producer of the Honda commercial that I did.
Oh, and he's a good actor, too.
Yeah, I know he is. He's a very good actor. Very nice fellow, too. Very nice man. Very considerate and kind, and knows what he's doing.
Well, Alan Reed Sr. is, of course, Fred Flintstone.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
you worked with him then
Yes,
on
I
some
worked
of
with
these.
him on the Flintstones many times, and of course he also worked in the Jetsons and many of the other cartoons that I worked on, but he's the best known for his Flintstone part, and I played the mother-in-law in that, which is a really old battle axe lady.
Say, now, before I forget, when you get back to Chicago, tell Joe Slattery I said hello.
I will do that for you.
We're on the board of directors of AFTRA.
Right.
And he's a good tennis player, and We were going to play in Denver last year, I think, but something happened. There was no time or something.
Joe's a good man.
Tell him to bring his racket if we go to
anyway.
Hollywood, Florida next summer, and I'll bring mine, and maybe we can have a game.
Okay. Janet, I wanted to ask about your voices. You're doing all these voices now. Were you interested in using your voice that way when you were Corliss Archer?
In radio, we're very aware of voices, of course, and we did do occasionally doubles, but not too often because we were usually signed for the one voice.
Right.
Once in a while I'd get a chance to do a double, but I think I just kind of discovered voices when I did the Jetsons. I was hired as Judy Jetson, as the voice of Judy Jetson, and everyone I worked with was doing other voices, and so I thought, hey, I bet I could, you know. So then I tried, and then I tried a little harder, and I did, which reminds me, I do Penelope Pitstop on the Perils of Penelope Pitstop with, you know, it's a female Perils of Pauline, you know.
How do you do that without popping your peas?
Oh, well, it's not easy. But anyway, I work with Paul Lynde, who is a marvelous, marvelous performer, and he does a lot of cartoons amongst his other many things.
You know, you could easily have gone, both of you I think, you could have easily have gone into the television version of Corliss Archer because where sometimes the radio...
You see, that's where they made their mistake.
That's right.
Well, actually, do you want to know,
because you do look, both of you, like you could have been Corliss and Dexter.
Well,
I've listened and I'm not disappointed.
But you want to know, actually, they did kind of think about using us, but my agent at that time, can you believe this, and he's still a good friend, but he's given up agenting, and I'm glad for his sake and for mine, because he did not want, he thought that I had played Corliss Archer on radio and that I should not do another teenager. And he didn't want me to do it. He wanted me to, you know, progress to dramatic roles and do something really exciting, like go to Broadway or something.
Well, if you were going to be pregnant again, it wouldn't have worked. I'm sorry.
But as soon as I stopped playing teenagers, I stopped being pregnant. But the only thing is, he didn't want me to do it. But I really would have loved to, and I think that we all made a mistake by not doing it, Sammy.
Well, who can tell? You know,
we're going to prove to our listening audience that Meet Corliss Archer could be just as much a hit today on radio as it was in those early days. We've got a script around here someplace.
Oh, yes. All right.
Got a scene there?
Got a scene from Meet Corliss Archer.
If we don't do it right the first time, can we have a second take?
No, this is live and in person here.
Okay.
So now we're going to set the
but
scene.
now remember, we're doing this just like radio. No pre-rehersal.
Nothing.
Cold
walk
reading.
in
If
cold.
we make a blooper, well, you'll have to
bad.
accept it, audience, because that's the way it was in radio.
Well, apparently, let's see, this prior to this, we had a spat of some kind, I assume, and
we
were always
we're always making up.
Now
right?
we're making up. Okay.
Okay, well, let's make up, Sammy.
Right.
Okay.
Gosh, it's good to be back together again.
Oh, yeah. I missed you, Dex.
I sure missed you.
We'll never have any more fights, will we, Dexter?
No, Corliss.
Oh, I love you too much to fight with you.
Me too. Corliss.
What, Dex?
Corliss, when you went out with Morton, you didn't let him kiss you, did you?
Oh, of course not, Dexter. He didn't even try.
The dope?
Oh, Dexter.
Well, speaking of kissing...
Sure, Dex. Here.
Holy cow! Betty Campbell could never kiss like that.
What? You mean you kissed her?
Oh, now, Corliss, I didn't say that. All I said was...
Oh, you beast! You philanderer! I never want to see you again as long as I live!
Oh, no!
See, it's a hit today, too.
Gosh, I didn't think I could do that.
Oh, but you did it great.
Well, it's really been fun to meet Corliss Archer and Dexter Franklin in the person of Janet Waldo and Sam Edwards. I thank you very much. We have traveled to beautiful Beverly Hills, California, to talk with a man who was probably most responsible for making the most out of a non-visual area of radio by putting so many special pictures and programs on radio. His name is John Guedel, and we're happy to be out here to visit with you.
Thank you, Chuck. I'm happy you're here.
You were responsible for producing such mostly visual programs on radio as Truth or Consequences and People Are Funny.
No, Truth or Consequences was Ralph Edwards.
But you were involved in that a great deal.
No, not in Ralph Edwards. We started our show. Matter of fact, it was called Pullover Neighbor, and it was on the coast, and it started in June 5th, 1938, here on the Pacific Coast on NBC. And Edwards' show started in 1940, coast to coast. So we started 2 years earlier, but he was on coast to coast before. And we didn't use the title People Are Funny until 1942. Matter of fact, I got into the visual radio business, as you say, by accident. I was doing dramatic programs for Forest Lawn Memorial Park. And, Cemetery, yes, here in Southern California. And I did a lot of biographies. And I was in the library downtown looking up the name of Garfield. And by chance, out of context, the book next to Garfield was Games, G-A-M-E-S. I don't know what it was doing in that section of the library. It wasn't supposed to be with biographies. And I pulled it out and looked at it, and there were parlor games. And I got to thinking, well, maybe there should be some parlor games on the radio, a little wilder than... At that time, there were only two people programs on the air, the Vox Pop, which Wally Butterworth and Parks Johnson talked to people at different factories, and they're just plain interviews, and Professor Quiz. And there were straight talk shows. So I was looking at these silly games, and I said, well, maybe this is the way radio should go. And on the very first program, which was called Pullover Neighbor, there's no reason for it to be called Pullover Neighbor, actually, except that I inherited a 2-week-old quiz show about traffic safety in which there was a cop that says, pull over, neighbor, you know, with a motorcycle, and I will give you a traffic quiz, and if you pass, you get $12 or something like that. And I had inherited this because my boss quit, and I took his job, and I didn't want a straight quiz, and that's how I changed it. But I kept the title because these little pamphlets were printed by the gas company and were all around the state, so we had to keep the title, you see. And the very first so-called visual radio stunt was the very first night. It was a very high-class thing. We told a lady to sing the song Smiles, and at the end of each line, she was to put an ice cube in her mouth, or we would force it in. And if you could still understand her, at the end of the song, she'd get $5.
Well, how many ice cubes could she get in her mouth?
She's about 6. It was I'm not sure. I think her mother was frightened by Martha Ray and had a rather large mouth. But anyway, that was the birth of those wild stunt things. It was just that accident, maybe it was fortuitous, of finding the book in the wrong place in the library. And that Pullover Neighbor went on for 2 years. It was sponsored by an oil company, the Wilshire Oil Company here in Los Angeles and on the coast. And then it was canceled, and I sold it to Southern Pacific Railroad and called it All Aboard. And that went for 26 weeks. And then that was canceled. And on this show, the MC was not Art Linkletter. It was Art Baker. Remember Art Baker?
Sure, he was on...
His name was Art Schenck then.
Art Schenck.
Yeah. Art Schenck was a song leader for Amy Semple McPherson. And the way we discovered him, he actually was the host of the dramatic Forest Lawn shows at the time we started this quiz show. And the reason he was the host of the dramatic Forest Lawn show is that he actually was the MC of the Last Supper window at Forest Lawn. What I mean is they have a beautiful window out there, you know, and there's all of the various fellows sitting there at that last dinner, you know, and
he was the MC.
People would come through there during the day, and he'd explain all about the window. And my boss, Clyde Scott, when we were looking for a host for this show, for a Forest Lawn program, a dramatic program, he said, well, why don't we use the fellow that's already working there? He's personable and so forth, and that started him on his career, you know, because you could also get him cheap.
And he later changed his name to Art Baker because he went to work for General Mills, and they wanted to think for him with baking, you know. They thought that was kind of cute. That's the advertising agency mind.
That really works, doesn't it?
And so Art Baker was the MC for Pullover Neighbor for 2.5 years. Then he was the MC for All Aboard for 6 months. And then the show was off the air and we couldn't sell it. But there was an advertising club luncheon, somewhere in 1940, I guess it was. And I was sitting down at the table at the Biltmore Hotel, and there were some pretty important executives around there, the president of the Richfield Oil Company and the head of a bank and so forth in one of the front tables. And I was looking at them, and they were all drawing pictures on the table, doodling, you know. One draws sailor, and one draws stars, and one draws a tree. And the man on the stage was making a pretty dull speech, you know. He was, you know, was just talking there. And so I wrote down a comment about what was going on. I wrote, "People are funny." Just the phrase, "People are funny," as a comment. Then I made it lots of letters and big thick letters, you know, made it look like the 20th Century Fox, you know, the logo. And I thought, well, there's a theme for a program, human nature, proving that people are funny. So what happened was I thought I should have a psychologist on it, and, you know, and do a stunt, and then have a psychologist analyze it. And I got a hold of a fella at USC named Milton Metfessel, who was a very high-class psychologist down there, teacher. And we made a record. And this record we made with Art Linkletter. Now that's where he comes into the picture. It's kind of interesting. I had a friend named Bruce Ells, and Bruce was a bank examiner, and Bruce said, "Can I get into radio? I don't like to be a bank examiner." And I said, "I can get you a job, I think, with the head of Mutual as a salesman," which shouldn't be too hard. After all, salesmen are on commission. And he said, "Good." So I got him this job, and he became their very best salesman. That's Mutual on the coast. It was called Don Lee. It's a whole bunch of 30 stations on the coast. And he traveled a lot. And he came back from one of his trips, and he said, "You know, last Sunday night in San Francisco, I was walking across the lobby of the Sir Francis Drake Hotel. And there's this young fella who was interviewing people on a program he called Who's Dancing Tonight, just standing there with a microphone talking to people. And I thought, he's awful good, and you ought to meet him. I think he's better than the fellow you have on, Art Shank." And I said, "Sure, what's his name?" He said, "Art Linkletter." And I said, "Well, the next time you run into him up there, because he's a guy traveling, tell him to, next time he's in Los Angeles, I'd like to have lunch with him." So he did set up such a lunch. And I met Art. He was standing by a lamppost out in front of the Melrose Grotto, and I introduced myself, and we went in and hit it off right away. And he had an idea for a psychology program called Meet Yourself. And I had People Are Funny. So we joined forces and made this record. Well, the record wasn't very good. It was all right, but it was kind of a serious record. So I patched it in and took some of the old Pullover Neighbor records, which were very funny, and interspersed them with the Linkletter People Are Funny record. And so it made it look like it had 2 MCs on it. We're back to Parks Johnson, Wally Butterworth, you know. And it was pretty long. And I played it for NBC, and they owned a half interest in the record and in the show because they put up $15 for the record. And I put up $15, so they owned half interest. And they sent the record to New York, and the New York man named Clarence Menzer, who was head of programming at NBC at that time, he turned it down. He says, "It's too dull. That psychologist is too dull." And so I said, "Well, can I buy back NBC's half interest for $15? They said, "Sure." So I gave him back the $15, and so I then owned the whole show. All I did was cut the psychologist out of the show and make it shorter. We just didn't have him anymore. And so we had a pretty good record then. And, you know, it didn't have the psychologist in it, and it was funny, and it had 2 MCs. And I took it to all 3 networks then. They all turned it down. I took it around to a lot of other places. About a year went by. And I read in the paper in March of 1942, that's right after the war started, the Weekly Variety, had a front page story saying that the government gave the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Company 1 week to get a program off the air. And not even one more broadcast. They had to have no more broadcasts because it was called Captain Flagg and Sergeant Quirk. And that's a funny show. And they did not, during wartime, want to show or depict Army officers fraternizing with enlisted men, because that's what that did, Captain Flagg.
That was based on the What Price Glory.
What Price Glory,
yeah.
Sure. Mm-hmm. And they gave him 1 week. Well, I'd been writing letters to everybody, President Roosevelt and Cecil DeMille, you know, and trying to get something. And so I took this yellow sheet of paper and wrote, "I have the answer to your problem," and sent it to the man's name of the agency, Tom Wallace, of the Russell Seeds Agency in Chicago, was mentioned in the article as being involved. And I did feel I could afford to send a telegram because I sent out so many letters saying, "I have the answer to your problem," that I just sent letters, you know. And that's all it says, "I have the answer to your problem." And so apparently they did have a quick problem, so they sent a wire back, "What is it?" on Monday. And I sent them the record. And they got it on Wednesday. And they said, "How much do you want for it?" And I said, "We want $5,000 a week." And they said, "We'll offer you $750. And I said, "Well, is that your rock top?" and we argued a bit and ended up at $750 for 4 weeks. And we went on 2 days later. You see, we had to go on that Friday. We didn't see any of the people back east. We didn't see the agency people. We didn't see the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Company people, because at the time was that they had live radio time coming up Friday at 6 o'clock on NBC, and what's going to fill it? So they had this high-class $750 program called The People Are Funny. And it was fair.
Well, did you do that now with
both,
one or two
both
MCs?
Both MCs. Well, after 2 weeks, Baker informed me that he said, "I am not going to work with that other fellow," because that other fellow was a great ad-libber and Baker wasn't. Baker was a nice fellow, but you'd have to write down on cards, "Yeah, that's what I would have said," and "Yes, sir," and "Thank you."
The whole business.
Yeah, he was a good voice and good newscaster, and a real nice guy, except that he didn't ad-lib. So he said, "Either he goes or I go." Now, Baker knew he had the strength because, after all, he was the one that was on the coast shows that had the good ratings and everything, and Linkletter's that new fella from San Francisco that nobody had ever heard of, and the client said, "Take Baker, you know. We won't accept Linkletter, we'll accept Baker." So I talked to Art Linkletter, and I said, "This guy's pulling a trick on us. He should have told us before it started," because he knew before it started. But he felt if he got it on the air, why, then he could make the deal, you know. And so he did. So Linkletter agreed to go back to San Francisco and write jokes for the show and stuff. And I said, "Just bide your time. You'll get back on this show." And it took a year and a half. And the show bobbled along. It went pretty good. It was a fairly good, successful show. But after about a year and a half, I felt that it's just, if we could have a guy that could ad-lib, we'd be so much better. And here's Linkletter up in San Francisco. And so I fired Baker. And he sued me for $100,000. Well, he really didn't have a right to, as far as I was concerned, because he had never contributed. He didn't own part of the show. He was hired as an MC. And
did you have a contract with him?
The contract was as an MC. He says, "Oh, I know I can't win in the lawsuit, but I just want to make it tough, you know."
Well, did you fire him at the end of the contract, or in the midst of it?
Oh, I could fire him any 13-week period.
Oh, I see.
See, and this was one of them.
Yeah.
It was just I told the client that I was going to, and then when he sued me, the client says, "Put him back. We don't want to be sued." But I said to the client, I said, "Well, I indemnify you anyway. The contract says if, you know, the packager indemnifies the network and the packager indemnifies the client, the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Company." So I didn't have any money at all. We weren't making much money on this show. After all, we were making $750 in the beginning, and then it went up to $850, and then $1,000, and so forth. And matter of fact, on the very fourth week of the show of that original contract, we got a wire from the president of the agency. He said, "This is the one that counts." And I wired back and I says, "I'm glad you sent the wire because we were going to try tonight." At any rate, the lawsuit went on. Linkletter went on the show. Baker was off, and it started to pick up. Started to pick up right away. And then the lawsuit was a long-running thing, and it was $100,000. That's, you know, I had maybe $500 in the bank one month, and maybe $250. Not really running low. And so I wouldn't know where it's going to come from. But a year later, and the thing was set to go to trial, jury trial. Baker's a nice white-haired guy and wonderful thing. I am not just John Guedel, a packager. I am National Broadcasting Company, Brown & Williamson Tobacco Company. There, he lumps them all together because they're all defendants. They don't realize that there's only one guy taking the rap for these other two because of the indemnification clause. Well, I sold a show to Pepsodent called The Charlotte Greenwood Show, and we were on our way to New York to set it up, and it was the summer of '44. And Art had gone on the show previous October, so the suit was now about 9 or 10 months along, was ready to go to trial. And just casually, as we were going along about Cleveland, the lawyer for the Charlotte Greenwood people, the Foot, Cone, and Belly advertising agency, said, "How you coming with that lawsuit Art Baker has against you?" And I said, "Well, we're going to trial in next week." He said, "Well, he can't sue you." I says, "He can't?" I says, "No." He says, a star, an actor, cannot sue the producer without first going to arbitration. Says so on page 7 after code book so-and-so and so-and-so. Now, this Martin Gang is a show business lawyer. I'd made the mistake of getting a downtown lawyer, you know, a friend of the family, that sort of thing. He didn't know about the after thing. So I got off the train, and I wired my lawyer. He says, "Look it up, page so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so." And so we did go to arbitration. And we won.
Did you send your lawyer a fee then on that?
Our lawyer, the lawyer on the train, was my arbitrator. And then Baker had his arbitrator, and then there was a neutral arbitrator. Baker's arbitrator was a Judge Leroy Dawson, a very fine fellow, whom we immediately used on the program several times because he was so funny. And a real good guy. But at any rate, that was an incident there, and Baker and I became somewhat friends after that. He's passed away, I presume.
Yes, he was on the television you asked for it.
Yeah.
No, you didn't have anything to do with
that.
that.
No, I didn't have anything to do with anything he had to do with after this particular situation.
Well, then Art Linkletter came on the scene and he ran away with it, didn't he?
Art Linkletter ran away with it, yes. It really picked up, and that was in the fall of '43 when Art went on, and that show went on 19 years. The radio went from 1942 until 1954, 12 years, and then the television from 54 to 61.
Mostly on radio it was Raleigh cigarettes, wasn't it? Or the tobacco company?
Yes, it was Raleigh and Cool, and yes. And then it was Milky Way candy bars and Amana freezers and that sort of thing. It's odd. You were speaking of the visual things, why you do certain visual things. We were going to do a show at the Long Beach Municipal Auditorium, and we called for a cow to be on the program. And Irvin Atkins, who was the guy that did everything on the show, you know, you go get anything you want, he went to the maintenance man at the auditorium and says, "This elevator's strong enough to hold a cow." And he says, "It's strong enough to hold an elephant." So Irv told me the story. He says, "Well, let's get an elephant instead." So that's how we happened to have an elephant on instead of a cow. And it's amazing how this picked up around the country. He says, they put an elephant on the radio because there's something about it. When the audience saw him, when the contestants saw him, it went through their voices and things.
Now, this was probably a rather small elephant.
Not as big as this room.
The elephant was?
Sure. full-size elephant.
Oh, all right.
Now, if we can get a full-size elephant for the same price as a little elephant, we're going to get a full-size
Well,
elephant.
I was wondering, you see, the listener at home, you know, his imagination is working. You're saying, here's an elephant.
Oh.
And he's saying it could be as big an elephant as he wanted it to be. See? But you didn't really have to have it. But because of the studio audience, you wanted to get that reaction.
Well, if you're going to go that far down, you could go down to a little Pekingese and say, this is an elephant. And the audience would just laugh, you know, and everything. Yeah. But no, actually, we tried to make it as... the imagination helped an awful lot. Because there's a funny thing, you know, we do those outside stunts where you send somebody out and then bring them back. And the reason, one of the reasons the network people turned that show down originally is they said, you mean you give a man outside to do something and you never cut outside with a tape machine or, I mean, with a record or listen to it, and you never do anything till he comes back? And I said, you just hear what happened? He says, that's right. He says, that won't work. You've got to hear him while you're outside. Well, I said, no, that won't work, because first place, it interrupts what you're doing on stage. In the second place, actually, it's not very good. The imagination and how they tell it of what really happened is concise at the end, whereas if it had been picked up here and there, you know, there's nothing so dull as an open mic on a street before anything is edited.
Yeah.
They just, now we'll go back to them in a few minutes, you know.
Well, it used to be fun, though, because he'd cut away, send them out, and then say goodbye to them, audience. Isn't that what the art used to say? And then you'd almost forget about them, except maybe somewhere
you might refer to
somebody
them,
might make a mention of it. And then when they'd come back, you know, you'd be really excited about hearing what they were saying. And if someone outside who was participating in the stunt, you know, and they bring them back, and then they tell about their reaction. It really was.
Yes, when you bring an extra person back that they found out there, that helped a lot. That helped a lot. Yeah.
I often had a guy in a bed at the corner of Hollywood and Vine, or sleeping out there, or waving a car that would growl at people or something like that. It's fantastic. Who thought up all of the stunts?
Oh, we had. I was principally a writer, because I used to write Laurel and Hardy comedies.
You did?
Oh, yeah. And Our Gang, and that's what I did before I got into radio. I got fired 6 times from Hal Roach Studios. Every time Mr. Roach would want to go to Alaska to hunt bear, pretty chilly up there, he would close the studio. And so we'd all get fired. The writers would get fired. And then we'd come back, and he'd come back and open studio, work again, you know. And so fired 6 times in 3.5 years. This radio came along. I thought that would be a good idea, you know.
How would you write? I have to step aside from this for a moment. How did you write the material for Laurel and Hardy? I mean, did you give them an outline and they just took it away?
Oh, no, no.
Really follow it?
Oh, no. They had a script, sort of, and a storyline and dialogue. It looked something like a script. There was an awful lot of work done on the set. And Laurel was brilliant, and he did a lot of improvisation, and you just kind of help out after they're on the set. The writing that was done more, followed directly, was for the Charlie Chase, the Thelma Todd, and Patsy Kelly comedies, the Our Gang. And the Our Gangs were tough to do because, you know, they always did everything as a group. The gang thinks some way. You know, that's 7 kids doing the same thing. They go in and out of a door all together. It's awkward, and it looked awkward. But the things were fairly successful.
You worked only on the comedies, then? I mean, the shorts, not any
No, I worked
features.
on the Bohemian Girl feature and General Spanky, which did 65% of normal business that year. You know, Photoplay would list all of the shows, all the movies. San Francisco was at the top in 1936, and there was about 7 columns, and we were second from the bottom with General Spanky. We beat out Jack Haley and Mexican Hayride that year. I think he did 62% of
Be
all
glad
of
to
this.
be reminded of that.
Yeah, yes. Well, at any rate, your original question about people are funny. Jack Stanley, who recently passed away, this fellow I knew at UCLA, and he was just crazy. You know, he'd wear a coonskin cap with the thing hanging down the front, and he'd go to all of UCLA football games. He'd have a trumpet and yell "charge." That kind of a fella. He later became a writer, as you could on People Are Funny. And then there was Who else? Lou Shore was a writer, wasn't he, on People Are Funny? My father.
Really?
Oh, yes, I'd hired him, and he was a writer and sort of a production man for years, and he was still on the show when it went off, and he was 75 years old then.
Oh, great.
Well, on the House Party show, yes.
We're getting some aside help from Mrs. Guedel.
Yeah, why don't you come over here, honey? You can help me out here on some of this stuff. Come on over here.
We're chatting in the Guedel living room here.
Yeah, Mrs. Guedel was cut in half by Blackstone for 8 years on the road.
She hasn't suffered a bit by it either. You were also a contestant on Groucho Marx's program.
Yes, I was.
Yeah, that was before the infamous sawing in half.
Right, about 2 years before.
Oh, good. Well, she suffered. She looks pretty good today.
Yes, the Band-Aids don't show.
Well, we bring up You Bet Your Life because you produced that program.
Yes, that came about rather interestingly, I thought. That overlapped People Are Funny, as well as the House Party overlapped them both, you know. I think the entrance, how shows start are of interest. I think, for example, how House Party started was of interest, because a lot of people listening to the radio say, well, how can I get into these things, and how do these things happen? I told you how the chance of People Are Funny reading it in the paper, didn't need an agent, you just be alert to what's going on at the right time.
Now, let's set the scene for a second. The House Party was, Art Linkletter was the host of that, and that was a daily show.
Every day,
in
yes.
the afternoons,
yes.
usually?
Yes,
Audience participation.
Yes, it ran 26 years and was one of the top 3 programs, longer than any other daytime program. So it had a highly successful rate. It was on CBS most of the time. It was on ABC a while.
How did it get started?
Well, I had sold a show to International Silver through Young and Rubicam called The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet in the summertime of the year 44. And I went to New York, and it was around noon. I went up to Young and Rubicam, which is the advertising agency, and to meet the fellas that had bought the show over the phone. You know, I'd sent them a record, and, you know, we got back and forth. And it was empty, except for one fella named Stanley Joseloff that was sitting there, and I said, where's everybody? He said, they're all out to lunch. I said, well, you must be buying something. He says, no, we're very happy, everything's fine. We're not interested in any kind of programs of any kind. I says, what's that note on your desk, which I was reading upside down? Dick Powell audition 10:30. He says, you read that upside down? I says, yeah. He says, well, that's all set. And I says, what do you mean? He says, well, tomorrow morning, Dick Powell is auditioning a musical show for General Electric, and the time's already bought, and it's all set to go on January 15th. And this was, well, I guess this must have been about September, October at the time. And I said, it's all set, but they haven't actually bought it. And he says, no, they haven't bought it, but they're tomorrow morning at 10:30, they're going to buy it. He said, if I come to you for something you like better between now and tomorrow morning at 10:30, will you, is it eligible? He says, oh, sure. You know, we're all set, Dick Powell, big star and everything. So I said, okay, I'll be back. And so I went back to the hotel, and I called Linkletter in San Francisco. Now, he was commuting to do People Are Funny every week. I said, would you like to come and live in Los Angeles? He said, sure. Why? I said, well, we've got this maybe 5-day-a-week show for General Electric. And he said, well, what'll we do? And I said, well, I don't know, we'll figure out something, you know, some daytime show. And I had wanted to do kids. And actually, I stole the idea from Quiz Kids in this fashion. Quiz Kids were on the radio, and once a week at night. And I said out loud one time, I said, you know, it seems to me that if the public could identify with ordinary kids, they would like them as well or better than with these real brilliant kids. There'd be, hey, that in other words, a kid just like their own on the radio, in preference to a brilliant kid, you know. And so Art liked that idea, and we'd been kicking that around. And we made a record of it called Paging Young America, designed for nighttime, ordinary kids, Art Linkletter. And so I said, I got to use that somehow. But of course, you can't have 5 half hours of kids because they have to go to school. So what I did is I went and made a calendar and put the kids 5 minutes each day, and then filled out the rest from stuff out of the woman's books. We'll have a hairstylist we'll have a homemaker thing, we'll have so forth. And the thing that sold it to General Electric was that we'll pretend we're in a different room of the house, and we'll call it open house. And when we are in the kitchen, we'll talk about your kitchen appliances. And when we're on the bedroom, they have some bedroom appliances. And in the living room, they'd have the radio and the things. And they thought that was clever, just one thing like that from a commercial point of view. Because we're not anywhere, it's your radio imagination, And we'd have sets built, we'd say, and have them, and so they'd walk around and hit the things. And at any rate, Linkletter was doing well on People Are Funny, so they liked the MC. And they didn't buy us, but they didn't buy Dick Powell. See? And they paid for an audition, and we made one, and we went on the air. And in other words, if you're in there at the last minute, and of course our price was better, too. Well, we didn't have
Well, you see, the big thing, though, was the...
timing.
Well, yeah, but going to the heart of it with the sponsors. This is how we're going to pitch your product.
Yes, and they thought that was good, because instead of just stopping something, I said, we'll mingle it in, And, of course, there was one interesting thing that one fellow, I don't know whether he got fired or not, but they were going to introduce a coffee maker. And they took us on tour for 19 weeks. But this one particular week, they're going to introduce the coffee maker. They chose Salt Lake City. And we were going to give coffee makers to every contestant. And all this big thing and all the coffee makers. And the very first contestant says, here's your coffee maker. Says, I'm a Mormon. I don't drink coffee. Thank you very much. Every person in that audience was a Mormon. Every person in that audience all week long was a Mormon. This is the only major city in the United States we could have picked where they don't drink coffee as our coffee maker launcher. Isn't that something?
Well,
you were back to the Groucho thing.
Oh, well, listen, we're just jumping around.
Yeah,
that's all right.
Let's see.
Now, House Party did, of course, make a very easy transition to television, too.
Oh, yes.
And,
House Party went on radio in 45, and it went on radio until, it overlapped television by some 15 years. We had both on, simulcast.
Yeah.
And I guess radio went from 45 to about 65, and television went from 52 to 70. So the run was 26 years.
Did GE started on television too?
No.
Were they the sponsor
No,
on TV?
GE started on radio, and they had a strike shortly after we went on, and we lost them as a sponsor, and then we were on co-op for a while with McMahon Furniture and some others, and then we really got Pillsbury. Pillsbury was the key sponsor of the radio show, and that was an interesting sale. I had heard on the street on Vine Street, just happened to meet a fella, and I said, House Party isn't sponsored. And he says, well, why don't you talk to Bill Guedel? He can sell anything. It was a Leo Burnett agency in Chicago, and he was the head of their radio. And I said, well, I'm going to Europe, and I'm going through Chicago on Sunday, and I'll see if I can call him. And he said, well, there's a possibility they're looking around for something for Pillsbury. They're going to buy Kay Kaiser. And so I said, okay. And so I got off the train at one station when you get through with the super chief and called Guedel. And there's only 5 Guedels in the Chicago phone book. And one of them looked like he'd be an ad agency man because it said Hillsdale. And, it sounds like where an ad agency man would live. And the other looked, it said Cicero and 14th Street and other things. And I didn't feel an ad agency man would live there. So I called the Hillsdale number, which was, it was extra, it was 40 cents. And they didn't answer. So I went over to the other station. Now this is how on what's a fine line a sale can be made or lost. Went over to the other station, which was the train to go to New York, and called again just before the train left, and let it ring and ring and ring, and said, operator, give me my money back. He said, wait a minute, here's your party, and it was Bill Guedel. And I introduced myself and said, and here again, they were just about to buy something. He said, well, we're going to Minneapolis to sign up the Kay Kaiser show for Pillsbury on Tuesday. And can you make us a definite offer on this thing? Sounds good. I'd like to talk about it. I said, well, General Foods has a Young Rubicam has an option for 90 days. He said, well, that's out. I said, however, Pat Weaver's a nice fella, and when I'm in New York tomorrow, I'll try to get him to lift it. Then you can make the offer. And so he said, fine. And, you know, Weaver said next day, he was head of Young and Rubicam Radio. And he said, we got 90 days, huh? And I says, yeah. And he says, well, I only got 2 clients, Borden and General Foods. He says, I'll call them both up now. He says, you don't want to buy that show, do you? And he says, no. He says, he says, you know, you have to buy it right now or else or something, you know. He just kind of fuddled with the executives, and they weren't really interested. He says, okay, 90 days is off, go ahead. Isn't that nice of him?
Super, yeah.
Yeah, you know, they could have held on and fussed around and made presentations, but they didn't have any real prospects. Those were their 2 big people in that. And so I called Bill Guedel, and we talked every once in a while. I went to Europe, and we talked from Scotland and talked from Germany and finally in Switzerland the deal was all set. And Link was in Rome, so I called him. It was very, very international in that thing.
Gee,
and Pillsbury, you know, they bought the whole show, and they were wonderful, wonderful outfit. They were with us all the way through radio and television until it was off. They didn't have the whole show in television. Nobody buys the whole show in television. The last thing is the Groucho thing, and you're running out of your time here, I see. You got about 5 minutes. It started in an interesting way.
Ever the producer, ever the producer.
Well, there was a Walgreen 2-hour radio show on once a year for a penny sale, and they got a lot of people that were stars. A radio spectacular, I guess you'd call it. And Linkletter was called to do a People Are Funny stunt, and I was the producer. And so I was there, and I held the needle, which was to hand to Linkletter, which was to hand to Cesar Romero, who was blindfolded, who was supposed to put a patch on the seat of a contestant's pants. It was a very high-class stunt. But I was sitting there in the audience watching Bob Hope and Groucho Marx reading a script, funny stuff. And Bob dropped his script by accident. So Groucho dropped his script on purpose, and they were much, much funnier with their scripts dropped than they were reading the stuff. And afterwards I went up to Groucho, whom I didn't know, and said, you know, hiring you to read a script is like buying a Cadillac for the purpose of hauling coal. You don't utilize your abilities. And he'd flopped 4 times on the radio. And I said, you want to do a quiz show? He says, you mean compete with refrigerators? And I said, yeah. He says, well, I've flopped 4 times so far, what can I lose? And that's how we went in business together to do this particular show, which was a rebirth for him because he was 57 years old then. And we made that show for $250 and the radio record, and I took it to all the networks. They all turned it down, and because they said Groucho's flopped 4 times on the radio. So then I read in the paper, here's the reading the Variety again, that Alan Gelman, president of Elgin American Compact Company of Chicago, is coming to the Beverly Hills Hotel to sign up Phil Baker for his new quiz show, Everybody Wins. So he's going to, see. So I called up Mr. Gelman at the Beverly Hills. I said, have you signed up Phil Baker yet? He says, no. I said, I want you to hear a record. So I took the record up to his room and played it. And he didn't know Groucho had flopped 4 times on the radio. He says, this is a funny record. I remember him in the Coconuts. There's a pretty funny man, you know. Okay, and we made the deal. And Phil Baker fired his press agent. Anyway, that's how the thing got on.
You aced him out every time, didn't you?
Well, I mean, not every time. I'm telling you about the successes. You want to talk about the failures.
What was your most spectacular failure?
I think the Jackie Coogan show was. Because it was on 13 weeks, but they changed agencies before it went on, and it was canceled before it went on. In other words, the McCann agency bought it, and then they had a party for the Broma Seltzer people to come up to New York, and Jackie Coogan didn't get to the party, and it was for him. And so they changed agencies anyway to BBD&O, and BBD&O canceled the show at the request of the Emerson Drug Company before it went on. So here we go on with 13 weeks with a show that was already canceled. And if it had been a big smash, it would have helped. But it doesn't help the morale of the actors say, all right, we're going into a show that's canceled.
Yeah, it's over before we start.
And it started in
yeah.
April, and it was 8 o'clock on Monday night, and there was too much daylight. And anyway, it wasn't very good. It wasn't bad. It was a comedy show, a half hour with Jackie Coogan in a drugstore talking in a high voice forever. And it's Lurene Tuttle was good on it.
Yeah.
She played a little girl. And it wasn't bad compared to situation comedies, but it was a spectacular failure, I would say.
Well, you're
The Lids Off wasn't very good either, with Art Linkletter. But that was 10:30 at night, and the title said we were going to be real X-rated. Well, Art isn't a very X-rated guy, you know, and the publicity department of ABC took off, the lid's off, you know, and the lid was on, yeah. That's right.
Well, your successes far outnumber your failures. And
well, at least I talk about
Groucho. The Groucho thing was on radio first for a couple of years before it went.
3 years. 3 years on radio, and then 11 on television.
Yeah. Did it go into television with Elgin American, or right away with the?
Oh no, Elgin American was only on. They'd go on for 26 weeks and then try to get out for the. See, they only had Christmas selling.
Oh, I see.
And we just fussed along with them, and they were nice people because they started us. But it was DeSoto, Chrysler Plymouth, that really took over there. Yeah. And they kept it for a long while, and we ran DeSoto out of business. In other words, you know, so that they didn't, made it an extinct car by having so many people. Actually, it wasn't the right product. Here we had a very large mass audience, a number 1, number 2 show in radio and television, and $6,000 item. So we figured Tony and Lever Brothers and those people, those are the ones that could use it, and those are the ones that finally got it.
And we're getting it again because
yes,
here we have the best of Groucho all over the place.
You got it in Chicago, and it's in a lot of other stations, and it's got a lot of young people never saw Groucho before are interested in that, which is interesting because he's lemon, you know. He's bitter on the outside and bitter on the inside, and you know, and he not.
But everybody
he's
loves
a balloon
the
pricker.
Marx Brothers movies, and they're enjoying him on television.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's
really
right.
Yeah. You've done a great job with your career over all these years, and I think you've had a good time with it too. Haven't you?
I think it's been a lot of fun. It's certainly been a lot of fun, and I'm still trying.
What you gonna do next?
Try to get out of the electronic business.
Yeah, you've got a nice little business on the side that you're trying to get out of.
Yeah, nice little. Yeah, no,
I don't want to hear about it.
I have to go back into television to make up the losses in the electronic. I have advice to all you listeners, if you're still with us, stay with what you know.
Well, all right, let's stay with what you know. Well, could you do an audience participation show on radio today? Would you like to do one?
Oh, I think people
could.
Yeah, sure. I think people could do that because radio is basically talk, and if you have, if your units are short enough. You see, radio apparently works in a much shorter memory span than it used to. Everything's got to be little units that you can catch in the car, and have you ever noticed that? They don't seem to have very long things on radio. I mean,
some places we try to take a little more time because our chat here is going to play intact without being broken.
Oh, well, that's
so
nice. Well, that's 40 minutes.
That's right.
Good. Well, thank you, John.
John Guedel, thanks very much. We've traveled to Beverly Hills, California. Actually, this is Ken. Where is this?
Brentwood.
Brentwood.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking to Ken Carpenter, one of the greatest voices in radio. And one of the nicest guys I hear. That's the rumor that precedes our visit here.
Good. Glad to hear that.
You have been a top announcer for, well, where did you start?
Well, I started locally here in Los Angeles on the local station KFI. That was back in 1930. We came out here with my wife and little baby in 1929, just looking for a job out here. And I'd done no radio work back in my hometown of Peoria, Illinois, at all. But I'd done some advertising work in department stores and things like that, and I was looking for a job out here in advertising work. And I ran into a man in an advertising agency who lights were turned off, they couldn't pay their light bill. It was just the beginning of the Depression in 1930 this was. And he said, well, you have a nice speaking voice, you know, like they always say. And, well, luckily, being an advertising man, he could get me an audition. So I took an audition at one station, KHJ, and they just hired a man away from KFI. So he took me over to KFI, and I took an audition there. And fortunately, I'd had some old German in high school and Spanish, and their audition at that time was largely musical. And you can't fake German when you're doing German musical terms. And so I just hung around there for about 3 weeks, sitting out in the lobby until they finally put me on steadily. So that was my start in locally on KFI in 1930, which was a very good place to work because they had the NBC hookup here at that time. NBC had no studios here, and any work that was done on the network for NBC, KFI did it. So I was able to get some start in the network at that time. Then I went to NBC as staff announcer here when they opened in Hollywood in 1936 and stayed there until 1942, and I freelanced from then on.
To get a job as a staff announcer for NBC, we've heard many stories about the announcers' test that they had. Did you have to go through all of that, or had you?
Well, not when I got my job at NBC. No, they just opened up down here. And well, by that time I had some reputation because I did 4 Rose Bowl games on radio in 1934, 5, and 6, and those were released over NBC, of course. So I had a certain amount of reputation. Started doing some network shows when they first started originating network shows, commercial shows from NBC out here. I won some auditions on those, of course. But not as a staff. No, I didn't have to because my name was fairly well known at that time.
Well, did you said you worked for NBC until about 42?
42, yes.
Now, when did you join the Kraft Music Hall?
Well, that was in about 1935 when they moved it out here. It was Paul Whiteman in New York, and they came out here and they were doing some. Bing was doing some just guest appearances on the show and then to originate them out here. Then they decided to bring the whole show out here with Crosby as the chief person, and I won the audition for that. That was in 1935, and then shortly after I left KFI because I was doing a lot of network work and it was just silly to stay, so I went to the network then. But for the major shows you auditioned, yes, a bunch of local boys would audition for them, of course. But later on, if you get a reputation, then you don't have to. They want you.
Well, you really were, you stayed with, besides doing many other things, you stayed with Bing Crosby almost through his entire radio
Well, yes, just
career.
about, because I had lots of other shows, the Lux Radio Theater, Lux Video Theater, One Man's Family I had for a long time, and many other shows like that. But I was with Bing even after he left NBC and Kraft. We went on for, General Electric and Chesterfield and Philco, and then into a daytime show. So it spanned quite a long time, yes.
You moved with Bing to ABC when he started doing the tape thing.
That's right. That's when I went. I was freelance, of course, by that time, you see, and could move any place. Of course, you know the reason he left NBC was because they wouldn't let him do the tapes, you see. He was really the one that broke that barrier because his little firm was the man that hired Jack Mullen, the man who got the tape from, liberated the tape, as they say, from Germany at the end of the war and brought the first tape machine over here we used. And Bing, of course, properly so, being a singer, he wanted to do at least his musical numbers. So they would be perfect, and you don't have to worry about those when you got on the talking part of the show. And NBC would not allow him to do any tape or recordings of any kind on NBC, and he said, goodbye. And that broke the barrier, and then tape began coming in, because everybody demanded then.
You say you actually used that machine that they brought over?
You betcha, same one.
He recorded his stuff
on
that?
German designations on it.
Whatever happened to that machine?
Well, it's probably in a museum someplace, an Ampex museum.
Yeah. Gee, well, that really did revolutionize the...
Oh, completely. Of course, they'd gone to, particularly the Armed Forces Radio Service, that I did a lot of work for during the war, the command performance. They perfected using the platters and also making cuts in it. They had very skilled men who could, in effect, almost do what we do on tape nowadays, almost, because they get very good at it. So they had really been perfected there of breaking things up so you didn't have to do the whole show live all the way through.
I always thought that the reason Bing Crosby wanted to use the tape was, you mentioned that he wanted his songs to be perfect, but I always thought it was a convenience thing, being very casual. He just wanted to do it when he wanted to do it.
We were very casual on the live show. We were very casual and convenient on that. No, it was mainly he wanted the proper voice quality and didn't want to have to rely on it being right during that live time on the air. That was the main reason, and perfectly good reason, of course. All singers have used it since.
Was it a really a spontaneous kind of a program, or was it tightly planned?
It was written spontaneously. Let me say it that way. The chief writer, Karl, was able to write in the way being talked naturally. He was really the first one to pick it up, and the Crosby image. He'd done a lot of motion pictures, but he has a very whimsical way of talking and very interesting way of talking. And this particular writer picked that up and put it on the radio show, and then motion picture writers adopted it after that. But it was written in that style, and very little rehearsal, practically no rehearsal, and of course ad-libs were thrown in, but it was pretty much according to the script. But it was the script that was written that made it sound so spontaneous.
You did much more than really being an announcer on the show. You were always a spokesman for the product, but there was always a certain amount of banter between you and...
That's very fortunate for me, very fortunate, because just as an announcer, that's fine. But once you get to be, as Harry Von Zell and Don Wilson and a lot of other people were, part of the show, then it's a much more important thing, and of course a lot of fun.
Yeah, there's always the kidding too, because you would kind of play it straight and always try to get back to the commercial, but Bing would always try to deter you.
We had always had a station break routine. That's when we had to have station breaks with the chimes in those days, and we had routines worked up around. I was always a student at a college, the KMH Musical College, and
Craft Music Hall.
Yeah, that's right. And we had special songs written for us. Hail KMH is our college song. Hail Rain and Snow, and John Scott Trotter wrote that, and he was the orchestra leader. Always was. And I don't know, one time I was called Stacy Unbreak. That was one of the names for the station break.
In the beginning, the Craft Music Hall and Bing shows kind of changed their style a little bit. It was an hour in the beginning.
Well, yes, all through the Craft area it was an hour. Then when we went with other sponsors on ABC, it became a half-hour show, yes.
There were some Craft 30-minute shows in the 40s, though?
No, not with Crosby. There were some in the there were half-hour shows in the summertime sometimes, things like that. But most hour shows, yes.
One of the things that strikes me about the Craft shows was that they were very. You talked about doing things for command performance and Armed Forces Radio during the war, but the Craft broadcasts were very, very heavy on patriotism and on selling the bring the fats to the butcher and buy the stamps.
Well, I think that you find that most radio shows were pretty heavy on that during the war. They were a directed effort, of course, not directed, but I mean it was a spontaneous effort and a cohesive effort to bring that sort of message to the public. And I think radio did a tremendous job during the war. Of course, the selling war bonds and everything, of course, the greatest job it did, in my estimation, why I was so happy to have been a part of it, particularly during the Second World War, was that it pulled the country together, because every Tuesday night, there was Furr McGee and Molly, there was Bob Hope, all over the country. So it brought it closest to people. They knew they were all listening, and they were to the same thing at the same time, you see. It was a very, very wonderful thing, I think, of holding the country together.
Well, that's another interesting point. You say everybody listened to it at the same time, with the exception of the repeats for the West Coast, so to speak.
Yeah.
It wasn't like today they tape it on television and
you never know when it's on.
No, you don't know when the thing is going. Yeah.
We at one time we would do, when we were live, we do two shows. One for the East Coast about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That would be 8 o'clock release in New York, and then we do a show out here at 8 o'clock at night. The same show, done live again. And some of the funniest shows ever went on the air was a great MGM star, Frank Morgan, you may remember, great personality, and he had the MJB show with Meredith Wilson. Meredith, you remember he called Meredith Wilson's orchestra? And after the show to the east, why, Frank would go across the street and enjoy himself the next 2 or 3 hours. And the people on the West Coast at that 8 o'clock show heard some of the funniest shows ever. You couldn't understand a word he was saying. They were howlingly funny. And that was one of the reasons for the use of tape, so we didn't have to do that anymore.
Yeah. Why was NBC so much against using recorded programs?
Well, it just was against their policy, that's all. You know, we build up a policy over a long period of time and take pride in everything live, and but fine, it just has to be broken, as many other things have been broken since then.
Yeah, that's right.
Sure.
You worked for were you working for Armed Forces Radio?
No, I was freelancing at that time. You just went over there and did your job, that's all. No pay, of course, was expected, because they had a wonderful staff of people in the services. Very strange-looking soldiers, I'd say, because they were writers and directors, producers, everything. But they did a beautiful job of entertainment, and were very, very meticulous in their work. So, no, all the performers, of course, worked for nothing. But they had a big staff of people that were in the services doing the work.
They did those shows, they recorded all of those shows, but they were done before a live audience.
That's right, yes.
Who made up the audience? Was it just civilians?
Oh,
or
yes,
was it all military
just take them
people?
off the street, yes. They
Anybody.
Give out tickets at the USO and various places, you see. And, of course, tickets were in great demand because of all the big stars. I recall one show was Bing and Frank Sinatra and Bob Hope. All three of them, you see. You get shows like that with all kinds of stars, and of course they're all glad to do them. And there were some great shows, of course, that were never heard in this country.
That's right, yeah.
They were tremendous shows. They were just done overseas.
You were mostly the announcer on that.
Yes, on command performance.
Yeah.
And worked in skits, too, quite a bit.
They had a couple of series. They had Mail Call and what was it, GI Journal and...
not Jubilee, a name something like that.
Jubilee was with mainly black performers,
right.
I think.
And then there was another one too, but the Mail Call was a big one, yes. But I just did the command performance show, that's all I did.
Did you ever meet G.I. Jill?
No, I never did. No.
They had a girl disc jockey on it, you know.
Yeah, I know. That's right, yeah.
I always wonder what she looked like. We hate to know, maybe.
Maybe.
Is it true that the most of the Armed Forces stuff came from the same studio where the Lux Radio Theater was broadcast?
For a time, yes. It was always at CBS on Sunset and Gower. And yes, Lux Radio Theater was done there for a time. It was done originally in the theater on Vine Street. Then it was done there and, a couple of other places. But it was done there for quite some time, yes.
How long were you associated with the Lux Radio Theater?
Well, I'm trying to think. Probably, I started in about 1943, I think, and was with it until its demise when they went to the Lux Video Theater. Then moved over to the television end of it and did the Lux Video Theater. And that was quite an experience. The early days of television were like the early days of radio to a certain extent. In other words, you tried things, everybody was learning. And the great thing, the thing that I enjoyed, and it was tough, but it was all live. Television was done completely live in those days. We did a kinescope for the repeat out here, but the show itself, the hour video theater, was done completely live, dramatic show. Tough on actors. I don't know how they did it, because learning their moves, not only their lines and their acting, but their moves, where they had to be, and changing clothes behind sets, dressers dressing them. And it was a very difficult thing to do, but once you did it, you had a great sense of accomplishment that you could do it.
They must have been out of breath running from one set to the next.
They were at times. Oh,
no
yes,
cuts.
yes. Yes, you betcha. The stage manager just grabbed and hauled over to the next set. That's quite a sight.
Well, I have listened to I grew up listening to the Lux Radio Theater, and was it really a star-studded show, wasn't it?
It was, yes. You see, the agency, the J. Walter Thompson Company, that produced the show for Chase and Sanborn, had a good in with the motion picture studios, particularly MGM. And at that time, the motion picture studios, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, 20th Century, and Universal, all of them, had contract players. They had stars, or young stars, particularly under contract. And they would get them to come on the radio show, you see, for not a great deal of money, because it was really part of their contract to do that. Of course, the other big stars, they just paid, and it was quite a thing to be on the show. but they got many of their players from the studios because the studios said, do it. Then when the contract system ended, which it practically is gone now, there's no studio has a lot of people under contract, performers. That ended, and there was just no more available talent. Then you'd say, okay, pay me my full price, you see.
Did the studios have an arrangement with, well, it was Lux, I suppose, J. Walter Thompson?
Yes.
They provided them the story probably for not a heck of a lot of money.
Well, yes, and it'll be rewritten. They'd take an original screen story, and we had a writer that would adapt it for radio, yes. And so that was really probably the only payment as far as I know. I don't think they charged a great deal for the use of the property.
Well, it was always a great plug to,
sure.
to have
yes, always a studio plug for their upcoming pictures, too.
Oh, the Lux programs were just loaded with cross plugs and plugs. So-and-so appeared through the courtesy of, and his next picture will be, and on and on and on.
That's right, you betcha.
You used to interview the starlets then between the acts.
That's right, that's right.
Young Marilyn Monroe and
young Catherine Crosby, who afterwards married Bing when she first came up from Catherine Greenstaff was her maiden name. I think that was it. Came up from Texas, and so I had to interview her. So I said, well, Kathy, come on for the show back in the green room. We had a green room, very fancy, and so we'll go over the script. And so she started reading. I said, no, wait a minute. She says, yes, I've done a lot of this work down in Texas. She had been on radio down there, which I didn't know, because some of them could, just barely read. That is difficult to get the timing and everything. But that's the first time I met her, and she was very competent, even when she first came out here, because she'd done some radio work in Texas.
Did you, you worked, of course, for a long time with Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
Oh, yes,
And I have never heard anyone speak so clearly and so quickly as you at the beginning of those shows. I mean, it was the Chase and Sanborn show with Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy, and boom, boom, boom. Man, that was fantastic.
Well, that was your job, of course. I remember one time, one introduction on a show, it was a show with Eddie Duchin, the inimitable piano fingers of Eddie Duchin. Now, you wanted to say that real fast. And the announcer, I did it for some time, well, you're just standing and blood had poured on your face before you had to say that. You had to, in an up voice, too. Piano, and that's what one announcer said one day. That was a brute.
Did you ever have any really bad moments like that?
No, not really. No, I've always, people say, what funny things, strange things happened to you. That, I never had too many of them, no. I had some experiences, but nothing outstanding like that really hurt at all. I've done things that were very peculiar at the time. That is, I did a crew race once, never having seen a crew race in my life, and they're the dullest things to broadcast in the world anyway, because you can't see who's ahead till you get right opposite you. And I'd heard that you could count the stroke, So I used a stopwatch, and I didn't know how to count a stroke, so I had them going about 40 miles an hour, and various things like that. But I did some sports. I say football out here on the coast for the Associated Oil Company at that time broadcast the coast football games and 4 Rose Bowl games. And the Rose Bowl games, they gave me a real in back east. That was where I really got a good start, because particularly at the Rose Bowl game in 1934, that was the first one I did. It was a Columbia-Stanford game. And, of course, Stanford was greatly favored, and that was the year it rained. We had 11 inches of rain in Pasadena the night before, day and night before. And the field was covered with water. In the morning, we went down to see it. You could just see the tops of the benches. And they got the fire engines to pump it out. So during the game, which Columbia finally won, to everybody's surprise, you couldn't see it. The players were covered with mud. You couldn't see the lines or anything. Oh, it was an awful mess. But at the end of the game, right toward the end of the game, Columbia was down at Stanford, about 13, 14-yard line. And they used the old hidden ball trick. The quarterback just tucked the ball behind his hip and started out to the left and then passed off to Barabbas was his name. I'll never forget his name, a halfback. And he just practically walked through the left side of the line. Nobody saw it because it was getting dark by that time and it was so wet and muddy. Well, I didn't see it either. But there was a man from Columbia acting as a spotter standing right behind me. The minute the play started, he'd been waiting for it. reached over my shoulder and put his pencil right on Barabbas' name, and I said, "It's Barabbas." And I said, "It's a touchdown." You know? But, so I got a great deal of credit back in New York for that. People who were listening to the game back there, being Columbia from New York, and the clubs back there, the newspapers next morning said, "Nobody saw the touchdown." These guys said, "Well, that announcer did," you know. Well, I didn't see it at all. As I told a group once, I'm not giving the money back.
Well, you really earned your money. Did you work with Truth or Consequences for a little while?
Yes, I did, yeah.
Did you have to warm up the audience?
Oh, sure. We had a great audience warm-up, though. Of course, everybody participated in it, and Ralph and everybody else. And they had a lot of gags, lots of stunts. And one of the greatest warm-up stunts, I think, has ever been used. We had a plant spotted down, a guy spotted down the front row. And Ralph, just before he went on the air, announced, "Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start the performance, and the doors will be closed, the studio, so nobody's allowed to enter or leave while we're in performance in progress." And this plant stooge gets up and says, "Oh, no, I'm getting out of here," and starts running down the aisle, and the producer, Ed Bailey, has a big 22 target pistol with blank, and blam, shoots right back, and the guy staggers on down, you know, and out the... But that will wake an audience up anything, and that's the greatest waker-upper I ever saw. It's a wonderful warm-up gag.
When that show would come on the radio, the first thing you'd hear would be a loud...
Yeah, because we always had some stunt going on. Some guy trying to get into a corset or something. That was it.
The timing was just such that, bang, it would come in at the right time.
That way.
You never got involved in any of the stunts, did you?
No, not particularly the stunts, no.
You have to stay away from
But it was lots of fun.
pies?
They're still going strong on television, guys. Those guys are all very close friends of mine.
Besides the Lux Video Theater, what were you involved with on television?
Well, I did quite a few commercials, of course. I had 1 year, there was a Ford program, an hour program, a television show, and I did the announcing and commercials for that. I was a year with 1 year for Kraft with Milton Berle, half-hour show, and some commercials. That's about the extent of it. Some openings and closings off camera, of course, but not too much work as a personality on camera, no.
Did you ever do much work in films?
Yes, quite a bit, but always as myself, practically. You know, always as an announcer or something like that, and not as a performer. Not at all.
I mean, in a story, you were the announcer.
That's right. That's right. That's the way I was used. Yes, and did, of course, a lot of voiceover stuff, like Speaking of Animals. Odd Occupations and things like that. There were serial. They used to have shorts that went on in the theaters. They don't have them much anymore. But there was a time when they had lots of shorts, and they were very, very interesting, good work.
Narrated some documentaries and the...
Oh, yes. Certain amount of that.
You weren't involved in the... Well, you must have done the voice in some newsreels, didn't you do something?
No, never did any newsreel work. No.
Thinking of Ed Hurley, I think.
That's right. Most of them were done back in New York. Most of the newsreel work was done there. All their head offices were there, and all their work was done there.
What was the best thing you've been associated with? What did you enjoy the most?
Oh, I don't know. I enjoyed the whole thing. That is, radio was a wonderful time to work in those days, a great time, because that was it. People had that for entertainment, and the great thing about it was, I think, about radio above television, is it was consistent. As the show went on, it stayed in that same spot year after year after year, and I think it sold merchandise regardless of ratings, just because it was there, you know. And I think it's unfortunate that they switch the shows around so much. You get used to a television show in a certain particular spot at night, you look forward to it, all of a sudden it's on a different night.
Yeah.
And this didn't happen in radio. It stayed the same place. That sense of continuity, and we're very wonderful people to work with all the way through, from the network personnel to agency people to actors and everybody. We have a group out here of we call Pacific Pioneer Broadcasters, and we have about 800 members. That's people who had 20 years in radio, 15 years in television, in any capacity. That includes musicians, script girls, everybody who work in the medium. And we have a big time. You know, people love to get together and see each other, you know.
It's a little more friendly than
much more.
Today,
it was very close, because you worked in studios that were close to each other. NBC and CBS were just down the street. And in Chicago, you know, the Merchandise Mart and the Tribune Tower were right across the street from each other, and the guy used to run back and forth with the soaps then.
Did you ever work in Chicago?
No, I never did. No, I always worked out here.
You've been out here since 29, and you just, the sunshine and no snow.
You betcha, you betcha. I stayed out here particularly because just when I went to, well, in the mid-30s, they started, some of the shows started coming out here because the big, like Jack Benny, came out to do a motion picture. And then went back to New York, but then finally came out here and stayed because he liked it better out here. And all the people like that started having to come out to do a picture. Then they decide they want to stay out here. That's when the radio production of the big shows, comedy shows particularly, started coming out here the coast. And I could see that coming. That's one of the reasons I always stayed out here, because I knew it was coming out here.
Did you enjoy working before a studio audience?
Yes, I don't mind working for an audience. I hated the warm-up part. Most warm-ups, when you've got to go out and, well, to warm up an audience for Milton Berle, that is a miserable experience. Berle has nothing to do with that. I mean, but, you know, they're waiting for him.
Yeah.
Who are you? But some guys like it, and some guys do it. I never liked to do it. It was tough to do. But as far as the audience itself, working with it, well, that's great. Sure, working in front of an audience and getting laughs, that's...
Yeah, it's much better getting immediate reaction to it, response right away.
You never get over that. That's why actors and comedians never quit. Yeah. They love it.
How long would a warm-up take? Would it be 5 minutes?
Oh,
10
yeah,
minutes?
it's about 5. They would want you to take 5 minutes. I'd take less than that because I hate to stand out there and tell people, laugh, you know. When we hold up a sign or when I give you the thing, you laugh. I never could figure myself, if I'd been in the audience, I'd refuse to. I know. That's my mentality. But you had to do it. As I say, some guys had a whole string of jokes, and they just tell them, you know, and I was never a jokester like that.
What have you been doing lately?
Well, I've been retired for quite some time now, but as I keep active in AFTRA, as you possibly know, and the Union of Formers, and in this Pacific Pioneer Broadcasters group of ours, we have 5 luncheons a year. That's our extent of our activities. We're also collecting memorabilia. We have a beautiful collection of tapes and recordings and everything. Vice president of that, so I keep my hand in the industry and a few little things like that, but most of the time I'm gardening, golfing, and generally enjoying my senility.
It looks like it agrees with you. And well, let me say, suppose someone said, Ken Carpenter, we're going to try something revolutionarily new, that's the right word, on radio today. We're going to have a live variety show with a popular singer, and it's going to have some comedy spots, and we'd like you to be the announcer.
Oh, sure.
Would you do it?
Oh, yes. Love it, of course. Oh, no question about that. Yes, you're always glad to get back in the business because, well, CBS has started this show at night, you know, the mystery shows, and I they're doing fairly well. And there's quite a bit of demand from the public for radio shows on radio, which there haven't been for a long time. It's very difficult because of the expense. Stations just won't pay for it. The networks can't clear the time.
Yes, but, you know, we were talking before about a radio show would go on. It would be on Tuesday night at 6 o'clock or whatever it would be, and it would stay there. And they really could give it a long, a good solid chance to establish itself because there were no expenses in sets.
No,
you know,
that's
didn't
it.
have to do anything.
The costs were so much less.
You got the writers, and that was it.
Certainly.
Television today, they take 4 shows, and if they, you know, if it isn't number 2 in the ratings right away, they want to kill it right off the bat.
You betcha.
Could we ever get some radio back again? Do you think we might be able to?
I don't know. I just don't know. It's been an awful lot of efforts made by some very good people, and this last one, which CBS went into, the night show, is doing pretty well. And of course, the actors love it to go back into a radio studio and only rehearse for just about, you know, an hour and a half. Is all it takes to do the rehearsal and everything. It's simple, but whether there'll be any widespread coming back of radio shows like the soap operas and variety shows or anything else, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Well, we'd like to hope so, though.
Yes, we certainly would, but I'm afraid it's because there's been a great deal of effort put behind it. But I don't know. It's just doesn't seem to work out.
Well, you put a lot of effort into the many things that you've done during your career, and it has shown, and I'd like to thank you for that and for this, too.
Chuck, thank you ever very much for coming out.
My pleasure. Thank you.
My greetings to everybody in the middle.
We've come to North Hollywood. Is this North Hollywood?
No, this is West Hollywood.
West Hollywood.
Yes.
Well, Hollywood is so big.
North Hollywood is out in the valley.
Oh, well, this is West Hollywood, and this is between Hollywood and Beverly Hills.
Yes.
That's right. The voice you're hearing is that of Lurene Tuttle, a very famous voice from not only the quote-unquote golden age of radio, but from the golden age of television, too.
And I was in the golden age of theater, too.
Were you?
Because I started in the theater in 1926. I was a full-fledged leading lady in 1928. And quite young to be a leading lady, you know, because I went to San Antonio, Texas when I was 20 or 21, and became a leading lady in very heavy drama and heavy acting. So from then on, I went to several places in the theater. I went to Portland, Oregon, I went to Salt Lake City, and became a famous leading lady in that town in those days. They were fine stock companies in those days, you know. I wish we had them now for young people to grow in, because you don't have that kind of thing anymore, where you get money for learning. You see, these days you have to pay money to learn. In,
How right you are.
Yes, in little theaters and any kind of theaters now. But in those days you got good money. I was very proud of my position in the theater.
Did you get to Broadway at all?
No, I never did. I was asked several times, but then I always had something here. I seemed to always have a contract that wouldn't let me out of it or something. Because when I started in radio, then I really got involved. And I would so many times be under contract to 3 or 4 companies at the same time. The Sam Spade show, when after a while, I think about the 2nd year, I got involved with the Red Skelton show. So I couldn't stay there to do the Sam Spade show. So I would have to put my work, our opening, dear little opening scene and our closing scene, on record, or something. No, it wasn't tape, it was record. And we would put that on during rehearsal, and then I'd go and do this Red Skelton show. So I really wasn't there for the actual showing. They would just put my part on.
In other words, when the show... Well, they weren't on in conflict with one another, were they? They weren't on
No, but
opposite.
my rehearsals were.
Oh, rehearsals. Oh,
we would start to rehearse the Spade show at 10 in the morning, and then I think we went on at 5 to 5:30 here, and then probably did... No, then they played a repeat, transcription record repeat. And so about 2, I had to go over to the Skelton show. So they, between 1 and 2, and the others were sent out to lunch, or maybe 12 to, between 12 and 1. Then Howard would stay there with me, and we would tape, or rather record, my opening and closing stuff. And I have those, you know. I bought those little records, so I have them. I love to hear Effie and Sam. Oh, they're the most adorable love scenes ever written in the history of show business, I think.
Sam Spade, Howard Duff, remembers the license number of his car.
37596.
You can't forget it either.
No, sir.
Those were the days, weren't they?
Yes, they were.
Let's back up just a little bit now before Sam Spade. What was your very first radio role? Or job?
Well, a big radio role was the part of Ginny on the Hollywood Hotel show. I was chosen because I looked like and sounded as if I could be the speaking voice of a coloratura soprano. Ann Jameson was chosen to play the singing role of Ginny opposite Dick Powell. So she wasn't an actress, so I was chosen to be her speaking voice. So all of the lovely operettas that we did, I was the leading lady opposite Dick Powell. So that was a marvelous way to start radio, because it was leads, you know. I had come right from stock company leads, from the theater leads, so I wasn't ill at ease in these things, you know. See, it was just easy for me, and we had an audience out there. It was like working, except that you had a script in your hand. You didn't have to learn it. But it was the same kind of show business to me.
Luella Parsons was involved in that program,
You bet she was.
Wasn't she?
I just found an album the other day. I haven't heard it yet, but there's some excerpts from the show, which I'd never heard in all these years. I don't know that anybody ever took any. At least I didn't have
Most of the
any.
time, it was just as you were saying about the Sam Spade, where you and Howard Duff recorded the openings and the closings.
Yes.
The shows that were broadcast in the 30s and the 40s, many of them were not recorded for preservation purposes.
No, not at
they
all.
were
They were
recorded
live.
Right. They were all
Absolutely
live.
live. If you made a mistake, it was just too bad.
Some of those conversations on the air between you and Sam
were so funny.
Were great.
I
Really,
listen to them now, and I know half of it was ad lib. We were allowed to. And so many musicians used to come down and sit in the booth. I saw Sammy Davis recently,
And he said, "Oh, I'll never forget when I was allowed to come there and sit in the booth and watch you and Howard do Sam Spade." And he said, "I wasn't anybody then, and I wouldn't have been allowed in there if somebody hadn't taken me. But somebody took me by the hand and asked Bill Spear if I could come in and visit." And he said, and I loved coming there. Louis Armstrong used to come and sit in the booth, and famous people it was a great privilege to be allowed to, because it wasn't a very big booth, you know, they didn't have very many people.
And there was no audience, no studio audience for this show.
No, not on that show. So the people who sat in the booth, and many times Howard and I would mention them. He would say, "Did you see Dizzy Gillespie the other day?" And I said, what was he doing over there? I didn't see him. "I'm so glad you mentioned him, because," you know, then we go on into something. It was so cute. And a lot of it was ad lib. I realize now when I hear some of them, because it was only, I think, about 13 weeks that I had to do that.
The doubling. Well, what about the Red Skelton show? Now, you played Junior's, when
Mummy.
Red was Junior, played Junior's mother.
Mummy, She
Mummy,
was always
right.
called Junior's
not
Mummy.
Namaw. Namaw was Verna Felton.
Yes, right.
And you were Junior's mummy.
And I played Daisy June, his girlfriend. That was Clem Gediddlehopper's girlfriend. And I played Mrs. Willie Lump Lump. He was the drunk. And I played a lot of other parts on the show. I have some of those tapes, and they're fun to listen to. I really think Red Skelton should get out a lot of his tapes and play them again, because I really think his show was always better on radio than it ever was on TV.
Well, that's the old story of...
To me, it was funnier.
Story of the imagination again.
Absolutely.
See? When you,
especially Junior.
Yeah. Oh, well, see, you couldn't do Junior on television.
No, he never did. Never.
He tried to work it into a monologue occasionally, and he would often talk about his son.
Yes.
His little boy at the time, but it just didn't work the way it did. How long were you with Red?
7 years.
Did you take over the characterizations on that show after Harriet Hilliard was on the show with Red?
Yes, she was on.
Ozzie too.
And then Gigi Pearson was on, and then I was about the third one. I loved working on that show. Oh, it was fun. Red ad-libbed a lot too, but he always came back to the cue. He would wander far away from the script, and then he'd always come back, so you'd know when you were supposed to talk.
I have a feeling that a lot of Red Skelton's ad-libs were calculated. Are the cops coming after us now?
No, the fire engine is right up the street.
Oh, we're right down the street.
I bless it, it goes by quite often, but I don't mind. It doesn't bother me.
Well, actually, your home here doubles. I want to get back to your career too, but doubles as a studio.
Oh my, yes.
Because let's go way out of context. We're out of chronological order here anyway. What are you doing today?
Well, I've just finished a marvelous part on Medical Center. See, I work all the time. I've done a nice thing, a very good part with Michael Callan on This Is the Life. It's a religious thing that goes on at 4 o'clock, at least here on Sunday on NBC. It's a good show too, very well done, very well directed, and I had a lovely part on that. I do commercials and I do everything. I was supposed to go to San Simeon, up where the Hearst Castle is, and do The Corn is Green this month, September. But the lady who was the director and the impresario there has been ill, so I'm not going to go up to do that until maybe later in the year. But I do theater, I do everything. I do radio, we still have a C.P. McGregor show.
Yes,
and I think Howard Duff does that.
Heartbeat Theater, isn't it?
Yes, I'm sure you've talked to the people on that.
Yes. But what do you do right here in your studio?
Oh, I teach acting, yes. As a matter of fact, we might mention this fact. I think it's lovely that you happened to come in when Bob Birdsong was here, and he is Mr. Universe. I have worked on tape with some of the finest athletes in the business. I had the privilege, I would call it a privilege because he was so marvelous to work with Floyd Patterson. He was trying out for a part in a movie. And I've worked with Bob Seagren, the hurdler. What is it? My goodness. The tallest one. Oh.
Basketball?
No.
I'm so far out on the sports.
Oh, I'll think of it in a second. It's not hurdler. And I've worked with, let me see now, who else in the athletic line? I can't think of anybody right now.
Will people come to you to...
pole vaulting. Bob
vault.
Seagren is the champion pole vaulter, yes.
people come to you for aid and assistance in the area of speech?
Yes, almost everything. You see, I cover everything. I've been in all kinds of show business. I've even been in vaudeville. And I've been in a circus, but I probably will. But I have done everything. So they come to me for any kind of help. I work a great deal with them on the tapes, because if somebody, for instance, Bob Birdsong was born in Memphis, and he may want to get some of those Memphis sounds out, so that's what we're going to work on. If somebody has a thick Southern accent and they would rather he wouldn't talk so Southern, for instance, somebody might go into contract to Universal Studios, and they would send them to me and say, take out some of the accent. So I do that a great deal. I was just listening to somebody on my tape who had a very thick Trinidad accent. Of course, that's something we have to work on too. But I have a workshop, and I put on showings, very good showings too, quite often. And I keep my people busy all the time. I have clever people who work in the business and who really are very talented. It's a joy to teach, a joy to direct.
They're all working with a very talented instructor, too.
Oh, thank you.
Let's get back to the development of your talents. On the Red Skelton show, we were talking about Red and his ad-libbing and all of that. I understand that he put on almost an after show for the studio audience when the regular radio broadcast was
Yes, he did. At least an hour, sometimes an hour and a half. He got steamed up, you know, and the half-hour show didn't really satisfy him. So he kept the audience there afterwards. See, we used to have a preview night, Thursday night. When we were on Fridays, we would have a preview on Thursday night, and he would go on and on and on and on. We'd have to stay there because we'd have to wait till his after show was over before we could listen to the record. And we would listen to the record to see how things went. And then we came back the next day and did the live show. Always live. I don't think I ever went on that we weren't live.
Yeah. Did you had to do 2 shows then, didn't you, for the West Coast and the East Coast?
No, in that case, no, because it was taken off on transcription and replayed. Many times we would do a 5 o'clock show, and that would be taken off on transcription and played later.
Oh, I see.
But in the old days, we did do 2 shows. We would have an afternoon show, a 5 o'clock show, or a 5:30 show, and then come back and do it again at 8:30. But those were a lot of audience shows, too. We would wear street clothes in the afternoon and come back and wear evening clothes.
Oh, you really would
yes, it was a very glamorous business.
Two different audiences then.
Over at the Huntington Hartford, when I go backstage there, I think of the many radio shows we used to do there. The Lux radio show went on there, and lots of radio shows went on because they were audience shows. That's why I felt that radio was not just a microphone working kind of show. It was audience participation. And
yet you worked before the mic and not before a live audience in many radio programs
many, yes.
too. Sam Spade, of course, was one. But you were, weren't you on the Great Gildersleeve at one time?
Yes, I was the original Margie.
You were? For Hal Perry then?
Yes.
He was Gildersleeve.
Yes, I was on the opening show. And I worked on it for about 2.5 years, and then they kept writing Margie younger all the time. She got to be about 16. And I felt that was too difficult for me to go out in front of an audience, you know, and try to look 16. So I think I gave my notice on the show.
Were you on that pilot show for Johnson's Wax?
I expect so.
Because it was supposed to be a summer replacement for Johnson's Wax. And then Johnson's decided against Gildersleeve, and then Kraft Foods came in and picked it up.
Oh, I see.
But
well, you know more about it than I do. But I'm sure I was on it.
I'll have to listen to the pilot show. I have.
Well, I have lots and lots of tapes from things. You know, I buy the albums and I buy the tapes, so that it's fun to listen. And sometimes I hear things and don't remember doing it. I have a marvelous little mystery thing about a doll. I guess it was a hoodoo or voodoo doll. And it was beautifully done, and I can't even place the man's voice who did it with me. But it was a very exciting thing, and I've listened to it several times, and I like it very much. But I don't know when I did it, and I don't remember who did it with me.
Was it on a suspense? Or
no, it wasn't anything like that, because then that would be tabulated. No, it's just remote. It's just on a piece of tape, and somebody sent it to me.
Oh, I see.
A lot of people send things to me, you know. I'm grateful to get them, too, because sometimes I get something that I would like to keep, and I'm so happy to get it.
Well, we'll dig into our hall closet and see what we can come up with and send you some things.
You know, I have one with Gary Cooper. I have one with Cary Grant. I opened Suspense with Cary Grant. That Black Curtain is the one I did with him, which is out on album. And I have one with Humphrey Bogart where he says to me, I want to see more of you, baby. My friends laugh. We love to listen to those things.
You were really all over radio,
Oh,
weren't
I
you?
should say I was. I used to do all kinds of voices, too. I still can. I can go down to McGregor and sometimes do a little tiny girl.
Can you
know.
give us a little? Could you give us a little girl?
Let me see. On a show over at CBS, Television City, I had to play a doll not too long ago. See if I can get that voice again. Somebody pushed the the little string on the doll, and I had to run upstairs and put my face into the microphone and be the doll while they were working the doll on the downstairs. Nobody knew the difference. Nobody knew I was doing it.
See, Howard Duff was right. He said you have to talk to Lurene Tuttle because she's a doll.
Oh, how sweet! Oh,
See, it worked.
you know, he used to say such a cute thing. I used to ask questions on the show. You know, I mean, on the rehearsal for real, because I'm always saying I don't understand this plot. I would always say to somebody, Howard or Bill Spear or somebody, I don't understand this plot. So they got to saying, down, Effie. Down, Effie. And that's how that phrase got started. It was
Down,
a real
Effie.
thing, you know. Shut up, Effie.
You played the nurse on the Dr. Christian show for a while.
Judy Price.
Judy Price. Was that before or after Rosemary DeCamp came in on that?
It was after. She got very busy in the picture business, so she sort of resigned for a while. But she came back. I just took over while she was busy, and then she came back. But that was a lovely thing to do. Gene Herschel was a fabulous man, lovely to work with.
The audience, they asked the audience to send in a story or a script. They said it was the only show on radio where the audience wrote the script.
Yeah, they were lousy, too.
How
were really very amateurish.
How much tampering did the writers do with the audience scripts then? Quite a bit.
Well, you mean the real writers on the show?
Yeah.
Yes, well, they had to fix them quite often, a lot, because they were really quite amateurish. But they had nice thoughts, they had nice plots, but they just needed fixing. The dialogue didn't work
That's
too
the
well.
essential ingredient that a writer has to look for anyway, isn't it?
Good plot.
A good storyline.
Yes,
something
you
to
bet.
work with, and then they can pull it together. You know? So the audience then did participate, even more so than using their imagination. Here they wrote the story.
You know, I would love to do radio again, but I would not want to do radio with some of the non-knowledgeable people running it, because you see, for instance, we'll take the show called The Frigidaire Show, which was directed by one of the best directors in the business, Bob Red. We had the most beautiful orchestra in the world with all the finest musicians and a fine director, fine conductor. We had the best sound man, we had the best mixer, we had the best engineer, we had the best everything, and very carefully put together. Now, I'm afraid they'd be careless these days. I'm afraid they wouldn't realize the essence of perfection that you have to put into one of those things. And I would not like to see them do it unless they could go back to the old days of doing them properly.
Well, you see, you have at least 25, probably 30 or even 35 years in between today and the day when the people who were doing it really were day-to-day craftsmen at it. They knew what they're doing.
Yes.
And you talk about putting it all together. The sound effects in those days, in the 40s, for example, were made on the spot. Seldom did they never used tape.
No.
Occasionally a record
no.
maybe with something, but almost always they created the sound on the spot. Today there isn't even that sound effects equipment around.
No.
Everything is on a little cartridge, a little tape cartridge, and they have to press buttons, and it doesn't work.
That essence,
it doesn't
does it?
click that way,
No.
see?
The
And
sound man
also
used to
you
do dogs, you know. I've got to tell you a funny story. Down on the Hollywood Hotel show, the sound man was supposed to do a little yappy dog, little tiny, terrier, like a terrier. And he sounded like a big dog. He sounded like a Newfoundland dog or something. And the director kept saying that it won't do. It just can't. I can't have it. So Olivia de Havilland was sitting next to me, and she says, "I can do a very good dog." And I said, "Well, I don't think they'll let you do a dog. This is an audience show. They won't let you. You're a star. You can't do a dog." And she says, "I'm going to do it." So she went over to the director. She called him went in the booth, And she said, I'd like to try doing this dog for you. So they put her behind the screen, and she went on the show and did that yipping dog. Isn't that the cutest thing? I'll always remember that.
Did you ever do animals, something like that? You never did.
Not very often. I once did, for Lawrence and Lee, on a show, Alice in Wonderland, I did the dormouse, the little dormouse in the sugar bowl. And I gave a fabulous interpretation of that. I can't recreate it because I have to have the words to go with it. They wrote such a cute little sequence there, so I'd have to have the dialogue. But I've done animals, I have done, let me see, one of the most interesting things I did one time on a show was Barnum and Bailey's First Freak. It was an old lady, 120 years old or something like that, at least over 100, and she drank heavily, so she was full of gin. And let me see what other things I had to interpret. It seems to me I had 3 or 4 things that I had she was black. That's right, she was black. So I had to conjure up all those things to do at the microphone. And the people in the studio, they were just bursting, you know. They wanted to laugh on the air, but they didn't dare.
You know, you remind me of an interesting point about radio. I've talked with a great many people who were on radio and made a living with it. And they said they loved it because it was very easy. You walk in and read the script and do it. But they really oversimplify, because you say, well, it's easy, but if you're talented, it's easy, and it may not even be that easy, even if you're talented, because you have to be able to, with the dialogue that's there, maybe with a little bit of sound effect or music help, but you have to really convince the listener that you are what you're supposed to be.
You see, I always felt that we had to work with an all-physical person. There are very clever people in the business now who are just voice characters, who I would say turn on voice 36 or voice 9 or voice 12 or something. But we always worked from the full person. At least I did, and I know that all of us tried to work that way, because that's the only honest way to do it. You have to have a person who lives and breathes and walks and is alive, rather than just turning on a voice. Because you could conjure up, if you really had, through imagination, anything that you wanted to be. That's why I loved it too, because I could play opposite Jimmy Stewart or Frederick March or Cary Grant or Gary Cooper or Leslie Howard. And on the air, I could be the most glamorous, gorgeous, tall, black-haired female you've ever seen in your life. Whatever I wished to be, I could be with my voice, that was the thrilling part to me. I did several shows with Leslie Howard, who was a marvelous actor and a fine radio actor, too. I think I did intermezzo with him one time, playing the Ingrid Bergman part, which I wish I had a tape of that.
Must have been on the Lux.
No, I think it was on Academy Award or Frigidaire, one of those two.
Oh, yeah.
Because on the Lux Radio Theater, they always had the male and female star. But on the Frigidaire show or the Academy Award show, I would play opposite the big star. I would be going on for somebody else, like Ingrid Bergman or Irene Dunne or any female star. I did a lot of things with female stars and also male stars on suspense, though. I worked one with Rosalind Russell and a marvelous one that I have with Joan Crawford, which was so good. Oh, she was so good. She was a good radio actress.
You were too.
I loved it.
Still are.
Oh,
you worked with Kenny Baker on Glamour Manor, and you were on with Ann Southern and Maisie, and you were
I
involved.
was with, by the way, Errol Flynn. You know, that Casablanca thing that he did? I don't know that he was... No, he was called Casanova, I think. Casanova somebody. And I did foreign women with him. You know, I'd come in and do some marvelous Hungarian wench. And I remember him... Yes, oh yes. And I remember Errol only as a very quiet, gentle, good actor who's very serious. When I read these things about what a wild man he was, I never saw him that way. I only see Errol as a symbol of excellence in every way. How in the world he ever got a reputation as such a bounder or a libertine, I don't know, because I never saw him that way.
Well, you worked with him in a strictly professional
Absolutely.
relationship, and he was that all the time.
I used to love to work opposite Ronald Coleman, too. I have a picture, and I should show it to you. And it says, "Dear Lurene, thank you for pulling me through so many broadcasts. Fondly, Ronnie."
Oh,
not Ronald Coleman, but Ronnie. Oh, it touches my heart.
Oh, I noticed a lot of photos on the wall in your apartment.
I have a pile over there, you see, that's just filled with stars pictures.
All over the place, and all autographed, I'm sure, to you.
Oh, yes. I have one of Gregory Peck over there. I did a marvelous radio show with him.
I see a photo on your wall here of the family that lived with Father.
Oh,
you were the mother in
yes,
Life with Father on television.
Dear Vinny,
Yeah.
I've had such lovely things to play. You know, I love to talk about having gone from Life with Father, and she was just perfection, you know. She was the dearest, but also mischievous lady. She had a lot of little plans and schemes and things, which were cute. But she was a very interesting person to play. And then after that was off the air, I did Ma Barker. You know, I did a movie called Ma Barker and Her Killer Brood. And I had those terrible gangster sons. Ma Barker taught, as she called him, Johnny Dillinger how to shoot. You know, she was what a character she was. And I loved playing her. I didn't have any problem shooting my machine gun. Hedda Hopper told me one time that the reason I loved shooting that gun was because I was after a lot of people. Maybe made me mad at times. I don't know. I don't remember being very mad at anybody.
When did you first get into television? Probably when television first came in, didn't it?
I think one of the first shows I did in television was the Dennis Day show. I played his future mother-in-law, which was a kind of a character that was fun to do because she was kind of mean to him. It was fun to do. I had some awfully good roles to play in television when it first came out. It was very interesting for me. I didn't care too much for the live shows. I did a lot of those matinees.
The matinee theater broadcast?
With dear Al McCleary. I enjoyed those very much, and they were all big roles, very interesting things.
And then in 1953, I guess it was, the Life with Father series.
Yes.
With Leon Ames and good cast.
Leon and I have done the play, you know, twice.
Have you?
Since the show went off the air. We did it at the Pasadena Playhouse, and we did it in Santa Barbara. And it was lovely to do. As a matter of fact, some interesting things have come from the plays. We did the play in Pasadena, and Ben Murphy and Michael Gray, who are both big in the business now, you know, Ben Murphy works all the time, and Michael Gray is on that Shazam show. They were in the cast. One played Clarence Jr., and little Michael played John. Then we went to Santa Barbara, and all the Bottoms boys were in the picture.
Oh, yeah.
Timothy and Sam and Joe, all of them. I think there was another fourth. I think he played Whitney or Harlan. They were all in it, too. So we've kind of launched some interesting people with our Life with Father show.
That was riding very big for a couple of years on television at this just after I think Mama was on.
Yes, that's
so
my
television.
Mama.
You know, here's television that's some really good warm shows. Mama and Life with Father. They had the whole family covered there. They don't seem to make them with that kind of warmth anymore.
I wish they'd bring back Life with Father. They have 26 films. They made a year and a half of live shows, which were Kinney's, and those are not usable. But then we went over to a studio and made 26 films, and they could be played. I wish some very alert sponsor would come along and pick up those shows, because I really think in black and white they'd even be more interesting than if they were in color. We did do one color show, but I think that was on Kinescope. But the films would play very well, I would think.
Oh, sure. Well, I think, you know, it's always interesting to see those shows again, and it's just like the movies on television, and you're staying up and watching the Late Late Show. They're just as good as they were in the first time around. The fact that they're 15 or 35 years old doesn't make any difference, you know.
1953, that's quite a ways back.
Oh, that's just yesterday, isn't it?
When I think of all of the ground I've covered and all the parts I've played, I don't know that there's anything I haven't played, really. I've certainly run the gamut of all kinds of characters.
What else did you do in the movies? You were Ma Barker, you said. That wasn't a telefilm, was it? It was a motion picture?
Oh, no, it was a motion picture.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Well, I played Jack Lemmon's mother in the Fortune Cookie. And I was just, many people have called me and said that they saw me on a show with Joan Crawford, Goodbye My Fancy, where I had a very cute part. And I've just done 2 Walking Talls. You know, I was in the original Walking Tall with Joe Don Baker. And then I just, we did it in Tennessee, in Jackson, Tennessee. And I did the 2nd installment of Walking Tall. So those are my 2 latest movies. I can't think. Let's see, what did I do after the Fortune Cookie? Oh.
Well, we got the telephone. We'll take a quick break. We're talking about her career with Lurene Tuttle in West Hollywood, California.
Yes.
And she's got a letter from a fan who just recently wrote that they wrote for an autograph, didn't they, and a photo?
Yes, and a photograph.
And they listed your movies. Or
yes,
a lot of them.
I guess I don't have a recent listing of the very latest ones I've done, but this is the list that this dear man has put down. Mr. Blandings builds his dream house. Macbeth, that was with Orson Welles. Goodbye My Fancy with Joan Crawford. Tomorrow Was Another Day. Room for One More. Don't Bother to Knock, that was with Marilyn. And Marilyn Monroe. Niagara, which was with Marilyn Monroe. Never Wave at a Whack with Rosalind Russell. The Glass Slipper with Leslie Caron. Sincerely Yours with Liberace. Slander with Van Johnson. Untamed Youth with Mamie Van Dorn. Sweet Smell of Success with Burt Lancaster and Tony Curtis. Psycho.
No, you're not going to tell me you were Tony Perkins' mother.
No, that was Jeanette Nolan. No, I played John McIntyre's wife. Isn't that funny? She was the lady on the tape, or however they played her, and I was John McIntyre's wife. I was the sheriff's wife. The Ghost of Mr. Chicken with Don Knotts, which has been played quite a bit recently. The Fortune Cookie with Walter Matthau and Jack Lemmon, and The Horse in the Gray Flannel Suit, which was with over Dick Jones. It was over at Disney. So I have done some I just realized now I've done some very interesting pictures.
You certainly have.
But I can't remember any recent ones except Walking Tall, and I guess that is the most recent one.
Well, that's just being released
yes,
now,
the second one. The second one is just coming out now. Well, I found that letter.
Earlier you said you had been in everything but the circus, included vaudeville. What did you do in vaudeville?
I did a 5 performances a day vaudeville down at the RKO Theater with Leela Bliss and Harry Hayden and Melville Ruick, to whom I was married at that time. And we did a vaudeville sketch. It was a comedy sketch. And I loved it because it was fun. You go to your dressing room and you just get your breath and you go on again. 5 a day.
Born in the trunk, almost.
Absolutely, it was fun.
You enjoyed your show business career, haven't you?
I should say I have.
And are still enjoying it.
Yes. One of the reasons, too, that I loved radio so much was because I always played opposite a very big star. And that doesn't always happen now in TV. I just thoroughly enjoyed working with Chad Everett, for goodness sake, in Medical Center. But I don't play opposite them the way I used to. You see, it was quite a thrill to play opposite Paul Muni on a show and have a role that was commensurate with his, to realize that you were co-starring with somebody who was supposedly, a really big star. And they were just wonderful. For instance, I did A Star Is Born with Frederick March. I did the Judy Garland part. And I did One Sunday Afternoon with James Stewart. So I had, beautiful moments to remember, and I have them many of them on tape so that I can recreate them in my mind, how exciting they were.
That's nice to have those.
See, they don't write really meaningful women's parts anymore. Not at all. Women are kind of discarded. We're just kind of pushed in the background a lot. They don't have the warm grandmas and aunts and people that they used to have always in a script. There was almost always a grandpa or an aunt or an uncle or somebody of an older generation. But nowadays they don't bring them in. I think younger people these days are really a little bored with their older people. I think they're only happy with their peers.
Well, do you think that the reason that we don't find these extra roles in the, we're talking about movies and television today, of the aunts and the grandmas and the older neighbors, though, wouldn't you say that's all a matter of dollars and cents? They say we don't need another person in there.
Yes,
We
that could
don't have
be.
the time in a half-hour show.
True. We have to show all the bad people, not so many of the good people. Bad people are more interesting, evidently.
Women were responsible in many cases on radio, though, for some of the most dynamic shows on the air. I mean, look at Agnes Moorehead in the Sorry Wrong Number from Suspense and others like that. Did you ever do any one-woman roles on radio?
Not all by myself. I did, just noticing the other night in my scrapbook, on The Whistler, I did twins. I did a good girl and a bad girl, and it was interesting because I had different microphones, you know, one for the good girl and another microphone for the bad girl, so that I had really a different sound of two people. And that was almost a tour de force. It was almost all by myself. There weren't very many people, more people in the cast.
Did you turn from one mic to the next then? But they were side by side.
But that's what's interesting.
Excuse me, was that an aid to you to have the two mics there to keep your roles separate?
Oh yes, because it was like night and day. These two persons were different, entirely different, even though they were twins. One was evil, and I felt, you know, I had the time to physically become the other person as I moved from microphone to microphone. I had to. My imagination has always been very strong from the time I was able to talk. See, my father, I had a stage father. Most people have stage mothers. I had a stage father, and he put me on performing when I was just able to talk. So I performed, and I've been acting since I was a year old. So it's never been anything but just joy and part of life to be acting. I wouldn't think that I could do anything else. Although when I got out of high school, I decided to work in a store, and I was only 17. And I sold so much and had so many friends coming in buying stuff in this store. It was out in Monrovia at McBratney's store. And so many people came in, and I brought in so much trade that he decided that I could be the buyer of the whole department. Well, that was too much for me. I said, oh no, I'm going off to college now. Sorry, can't do that. But it was lovely. An actress, you see, should be a perfectionist. An actress should have the epitome of belief in themselves. They should always do things well.
People have said to me about you that you are a pretty good historian and documentarian.
I have everything written down. From 1937, I have every show I ever did, and the amount of money I got for it. So I could, you know, I could count up someday how much money I made in the radio business. It would be scary, wouldn't it? But I have it all written down, all tabulated, so that if anybody says, what show did you do on August the 12th, 1942, I have it. And they can't fool me on it. If anybody wants to fight with me on it,
it's right there.
I can take it right to the government.
Do you think you could find the date of a show? For example, if we were looking for, we have a suspense program with Lurene Tuttle, but we don't have a date.
I probably could.
If I got a title,
oh yes, I'd have the date.
You would be able to say what date it was.
Oh,
and how much you got for it.
Oh, definitely.
May I ask a couple questions about that? I don't want to add up all of the money, how much you've earned in your radio career.
Oh, let's don't. I'd faint.
I would faint. How much would you earn for a suspense program as a guest?
Not very much. You see, the stars came in backed up by a studio. So, for instance, we'll take James Stewart. He would come in and get at least $3,000, maybe $5,000, and my price would be $55. That was almost always the way. The radio person hardly ever got very much over scale. I didn't fight for it because I liked volume. That's the way I made lots of money, by being on a lot of shows. I didn't hold out for a lot of overscale money, but I worked a lot, and you know, you add up about 10 $55 shows, and you're not making bad money.
That's right.
So I worked it that way, just by volume.
Were you working for overscale with Red Skelton, though?
Not much. I don't think much more than about $25 maybe overscale. I probably got $125 for that show. You know, even though I was there 2 days, Maybe I was there Thursday and Friday, and on Sunday I could have been there all day Saturday and all day Sunday. But I probably just got about 150, maybe we'll say 150.
And while you were ad-libbing with Howard Duff, about the same, I suppose, huh?
Yes, I think it finally got up to 90, or maybe 125, but not ever over that. Howard got a lot more than I did. You see, I still say it's a man's world. A man can get more money than a woman. You know, I'm not a woman's liver because I don't like that type of person. I think that we shouldn't shout and get very ugly about asking for favors. But I do think it's rather strange that a man getting a job will get more money than a woman, always.
Is this still was this still the case when AFRA came in and equalized the salaries? Even a man, but you see the star would demand more, wouldn't he?
Always,
He would get more, I see, yeah.
And in the case of Howard Duff, you know, naturally he would, because he was the star of the show. See, they have made
but
a lot.
But he had to be there live every week. You just recorded your stuff.
Well,
and
only
cut
13
out.
weeks though. 3 years of it, I was on there live with him. But it was just those 13 weeks that I had to go over and do the skeleton show.
That was good. They would permit that.
I know it. Well, Bill Spear was just dear about it. Effie, I think, was one of the dearest people I've ever played in my life because she was patient. She always waited for him to come back. And I think people were very aware of the fact that he chased around quite a bit, but he always came back to Effie. And I wanted it to be kind of a symbol to girls who had itchy feet husbands, that if they just be patient, they'll always come back. You know, don't be too demanding. Effie was just glad to see him. She loved him very, very much.
We loved the things that you did for us on radio and television and in the movies and in vaudeville and on the boards, and we'll look forward to seeing you on the high wire at one of the circuses.
Oh,
one
definitely.
Of these days.
That's
now,
my next
That's
project.
the only thing that's left, huh?
Oh, Lion Trainer or something like that.
Lurene, Tuttle, thank you very much for sharing some memories. We've come out to Hollywood, California. We're in the Cecil B. DeMille building on the lot at Paramount Pictures, and I can hardly believe we're here. How many times have we seen the mountain and the stars on the screen?
Yeah.
But we're behind that gate now with one of the stars of radio's great days and so many other things too. Elliot Lewis is with us, and we're happy to be here and happy to have a chance to talk with you, Elliot.
It's a pleasure to have you here and to have nice weather for you and to welcome you to Paramount and the mountain and that beautiful backing they have that they just put up. Maybe you noticed it when you drove in, behind the tank, which will be the setting for the new Barbary Coast show, which I would guess had better be an enormous hit after looking at the work they put into that tank. Or they'll never pay for it, and they're going to have to sell this whole building. You may have seen the last of this lot.
It may close any time.
It may close any time if that show doesn't work.
You know, I have long waited for an opportunity to tell you, face to face, that you and Phil Harris on the radio as Phil and Frankie Remley were to radio, in my mind, what Laurel and Hardy were to movies and what Gleason and Carney were to television.
Well, thank you. I remember those days with the utmost fondness. I don't know when in my life I have so enjoyed a job. It was just absolutely marvelous job. When I realized that we did that for 9 years, Phil and Alice and I, and Walter Tetley and Sheldon Leonard. And as a matter of fact, to digress a moment, I had not acted in 20 years or 22 years or something. Sheldon Leonard is acting and hadn't acted in a long time. He's doing a new show called Big Eddie. Hy Averback, who's another friend, is the producer and director of the show. They called me 3 weeks ago and said, you want to come over and have some fun? And I said, doing what? And they sent me a script, and it was cute, and I'm on Saturday night.
Are you?
First time. I haven't seen it. Everybody said, gee, it was swell. But I remembered those days because working with Sheldon suddenly reminded me of what fun that had been.
acting in comedy, I mean, in front of an audience. And I don't particularly like to act. I don't enjoy it. But I do like that. I had a marvelous week, and it reminded me of what you just said, which I hadn't thought of in I don't know how long, but that was the exact same thing on that show. It was just fun. It was just wonderfully refreshing. The two characters and the way it played and the relationships.
Well, the rapport that you guys had was marvelous. And
well, you know, Jack Benny, who was my teacher, really, I was here in Los Angeles when I was still going to school. I was going to junior college down here. And right across the street is the KHJ building. When I was 18, I worked over in that building. It was then NBC. It had just been built. And I worked in that building for Jack Benny. And then on and off, I worked for him for whenever, all of those years.
You mean on the air?
On the air as an actor, never playing Remley. Always another character, because Remley never appeared until he appeared on the Harris Show. But Jack was always fond of Phil and me and of what we were doing, and was most helpful and kind of guided us and gave suggestions and everything. And I remember sitting down with him one day and I said, please explain something to me. I know that when Phil and I work, that it's funny and the jokes are funny, but I don't understand why the laughs are so big. What are we doing? He said, well, you found a wonderful thing in that relationship, you two guys. The two of you say and do what everybody in the audience would like to say and do in a similar situation if they had the nerve. But nobody has that kind of nerve that you two guys have, and that's what people are laughing at. They're just delighted. Because it always surprised me. You know, we'd say something, you know, like you stick Tuttle in the oven, and he says, let me out, and you just wait and say, what do you think? You know, well, people are screaming. And it is, as you think about it, it's ridiculous. You don't leave somebody in an oven. But that we would even consider it and think about it and stand there and say, well, I don't know whether, you know, and talk about it. And this poor soul is in the oven screaming and yelling and banging on the oven door. So it's very kind of you to remember that. And I had just, as I say, I just remembered it myself a couple of weeks back.
Well, there was one where Phil and Remley were, you know, they were marching down the street behind an elephant or something, you know, on Hollywood Boulevard or some such thing like that. And I can remember, I've just heard this not too long ago, as a matter of fact, and you know, there could be no way that you could do that on television.
No.
Never.
No. We did one, I remember, that Dick Chevrolet and Ray Singer wrote, where they buy a racehorse, and the description of the racehorse was so hilarious, and of course you couldn't do it on television. You can't get a horse who is running slowly or cannot run more quickly because his stomach is dragging on the ground. But you know that these men would buy this and then consider it. Then they're talking about it, say, does it look right to you? And no, I think there's something wrong. No, a horse shouldn't look like that. And that they're, you know, marvelous relationship, very well written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet.
They wrote the whole series, huh?
They didn't write the first
it started
26
on
weeks
the Fitch bandwagon, didn't it?
Right, and I wasn't on it at first. I was doing something else. And Remley, real Frank Remley, it's a left-handed guitar player who worked with Phil's band and worked on the Benny Show. Dear, marvelous man. Well, they decided when Phil and Alice had their own show, they decided that, you know, the thing to do would be to use Phil's best friend, Frankie. So they wrote it in and they said to Remley, you know, here you go. And he got up and he couldn't read it. He was a guitar player, he wasn't an actor. So I had worked with all of them a long time on the Benny Show, and we all knew each other and were close friends. And I was doing a show down the hall. And Phil came in, they did the first show without me, and he came in and they cut the Remley thing, and he said, we're going to write Remley in on the second show. And, you know, the script is ready and we have to establish the relationship, and could you come in and do it? And it'll take you a couple of hours, and then that'll be the end of it. And I came in and I did it, and we got the kind of laughs that I've been describing to you, which neither of us understood, and we did it every week for 9 years. But that's how it happened. I think Mosier and Connolly wrote the first 26. Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier wrote the first 26 shows. Then Ray and Dick wrote it until possibly the last year when they were off on something else. And I have a memory of Marvin Fisher and Jack Douglas working on the show. Because I remember Jack wrote some wild material. He's so funny anyway. Funny stuff. But Singer and Chevrolet were responsible for the show.
Was there Rexall? I started with Fitch, and then Rexall came in there.
And then RCA had it in the last couple of years.
We were working the 50s more.
Yeah, we were working for the dog, his master's voice. I remember that taking a couple of trips, and where you're helping with the advertising and everything. And I remember those little statues. What's the dog's name? Didn't Crosby do a
Nipper?
Nipper.
Was it Nipper?
Isn't it Nipper?
Yeah.
He's the head cocked as he's listening in front of the speaker. I remember that very well.
Well, you did so much more in radio than, I shouldn't say than just the Phil Harris and Alice Faye show, because that actually was one of the greatest, funniest comedy shows on radio, with a storyline with the variety Phil and Alice singing.
Yeah.
But the continuity of characters, as you said, Walter Tetley was Julius.
Julius, the delivery boy, and Sheldon was all kinds of things, and was in and out as a friend of Phil's and Frankie's that Alice couldn't bear because he was so obviously conning everybody the way Lenny does.
I have to ask, on the Benny show, whenever they referred to Frankie Remley, he was, of course, a lush.
Yeah.
He was a drunkard. Now, was he really?
Oh, no.
That? No.
No. Very sweet, nice, quiet man, and a really dear man. I remember when he passed away, which is, I don't know, maybe 15 years ago now. I remember that I had a real pang, and I hadn't seen him in years, but he was a dear man, very nice man.
It's interesting how they made a fictional character out of a real person.
Yes. Well, that's the secret of Jack Benny. Jack Benny, who was the comedy genius of all time and who taught all of us, that was his theory, that you made jokes out of nothing. They would make a joke out of something that started at the beginning of a half-hour show. By the end of the show, you're laughing hysterically. Nothing funny, really. It wasn't a joke. But it was just, the gas man and the car and all of the things, the train to Cucamonga. And I remember a routine we did on the Benny show where every year Jack and the group go to New York, and that therefore is the scene in the railway station. And Frank Nelson is saying, yes. He's selling tickets, and Jack's in line, and Mel is on the speaker going, and Cucamonga, and every year we did this. And I was always the man in line in front of Jack, and Jack's trying to get a ticket, buy his ticket to go to New York. And the first routine that we did, and the reason we then continued it, was that we took the lyric of Glockamora, and all I did was read the lyric. And Jack was very nervous about it. He said, I don't know, do you think you ought to be crazy, or, is that going to be funny? And I said, I don't know. It just seems to me that it's funny if I just ask Frank Nelson these questions. How are things in Glockamora? And he says, fine. And I said, is that little brook still rippling there? And he said, oh, yes. Well, you can imagine. And you're doing this, Frank and I talking, and Jack Benny is standing behind me just staring at the audience with that look, when you did the elbow stuff. Well, what is funny about it? I don't know. It's just, but it was funny. It was funny stuff. And so Jack would create these characters, and he created the image of Phil and the image of therefore Remley. He created Phil and Remley image for them and characters for them so strong that Phil and I and Alice and the real little girls were in the Santa Claus Lane parade on Thanksgiving down Hollywood Boulevard one year, and it was freezing cold. And without thinking, we each took a mug of coffee, hot coffee. And the girls were all bundled up warm, and one of them kid sat on my lap and the other kid was on Phil's lap. And we stopped at one place and I reached to get the coffee. I was really shivering, I was so cold. And I picked it up and Phil, without seeing that I was doing it, did the same thing and he picked his up and we had stopped and there were crowds on either side of the street and they started to laugh. They thought we were drinking booze. They thought we were stoned, you know, and you don't know what to do. You got a little kid on your lap and the audience is laughing because they think you're drinking whiskey, which we weren't. We're just hot coffee. You know? But that's how firmly the Benny show created those characters and established those characters. I remember doing a show Jack created for those characters the fact that they were musicians who hadn't the faintest idea what they were doing, knew no more about the music business, had no more right to be musicians. This was so firmly established that on Phil's show then, years later, we did a scene that I still recall of a music rehearsal. Phil is conducting and Remley's playing guitar, and Phil stops and says, wait a minute, doesn't sound right. What have you got there? He says to Remley. And Remley says, there's a black dot and then another black dot. And the audience started to laugh. Now you figure they'd have to be musicians to know. They didn't. They just knew that we hadn't the vaguest idea what we were talking about. And Phil said, I think there's supposed to be 3 black dots. He said, no, there's one here that's a white dot. And he said, where is it? And I don't know, whatever the thing, that's a fly. No, that's a real, you know, all of these jokes. But people were laughing because the characters had been established by Jack.
There was one series of shows in the Harris and Fate sequence there that were somehow or other you, as Frankie Remley, signed the contract with Rexall instead of Phil. And Phil was, for 2 shows at least it went on, you know. And Alice, you were going to team up with Alice and do the whole thing.
I remember the biggest laugh we ever got, and I really, to show how little I know about what I'm doing, I had no idea would get this kind of laugh, and it made me kind of nervous. The story very simply was that Alice says to Phil, Remley is not your friend. He doesn't really care about you. He's a terrible, vile person who was looking to take advantage of you, and you got to be very careful. And Phil keeps saying, no, 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 no. That's not true. And they keep putting things in the way until finally they say, Phil says, all right, I tell you what. When he comes to the door this morning, you tell him I just died of a heart attack. And then you'll see what a friend I've got. Well, I thought, my goodness, are we really going to do that? Play the scene in front of the audience. Doorbell. Alice goes to the door. She's crying. And Remley says, what's the matter? What is it, Alice? And she says, Phil just died of a heart attack. And there was a long pause. And I said, Alice, will you marry me? Well, I tell you, we couldn't not stop the people from laughing. The studio was shaking. It was just this explosion of laughter that he had the gall. You know, didn't even wait, didn't say, gee, I'm sorry, nothing. Couldn't wait to get his hands on that money. You know? And I thought, well, no, we really can't do that. Ray and Dick said, it's funny, do it. Just do it. Phil said, don't worry about it. Well, they were right.
Did you have to do a lot of rehearsal for that show?
No. As a matter of fact, by the time we were in our 7th, 8th, and 9th year, we were on tape. The show was no longer live. And we would record. We'd tape the show on a Friday for Sunday broadcast. And we would meet at around noon, around 11 o'clock in the morning on Friday, and read the script around the table, and then make some cuts and changes. Then go get our lunch, and come back and read it again on mic to balance it, make additional cuts and changes. And then I was producing and directing over at CBS. So Phil would go and do his business, and Alice do whatever she had to do. I'd go over and work on scripts for Suspense or On Stage or Broadway or one of the shows, crime, that I was doing at CBS. And come back dressed to do a show in front of an audience at 5:30, and the audience would come in 5:30 or 6 o'clock, and we do a little warm-up and do the show from 6:30 to 7, and Phil and Alice got on the train, went back to Palm Springs, and I went home, and that was it. So we would devote most of a Friday to it, and that was about all.
Of course, by that time, the characters had been so finely refined and keenly developed.
And you're able to do in radio, especially in comedy and radio, a kind of humor that you cannot do anywhere else. And once it is set up, as you have just said, the characters are set up, the situation is set up, and you have the kind of writing that we were getting from Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, there are no problems. Everybody knows what they're doing, or they wouldn't be there. And if it wasn't a good show and the audience didn't like it, it wouldn't be on the air. You know, you find out very quickly whether it's working or not. And as always in almost anything, but especially in show business, if it's going easily, it's usually on the right track. It's not hard to have a hit. It's hard to have a failure because it's rough. You know, you keep trying to fix something that you should just throw away. When it's going well and all of the elements are together, wow, you know, and it's no problems. It just runs.
And then you said something about working on the suspense in the production, and did you do some of the writing for that too?
Yes, I did writing and editing and produced and directed radio suspense for about 5 years, I guess. And then while I was married to Kathy Lewis, we did the on-stage show for a couple of years, and I wrote the openings and the closings and did the editing on it. And E. Jack Newman, with whom I'm working here at Paramount, contributed, I would guess, half of the scripts during the 2 years that we worked on that show. Also wrote, goodness knows how many of the suspense shows. As a matter of fact, he and I were talking the other day, there was a thing we would do together that was kind of fun because it was a kind of challenge in the mystery sense. I recall saying to him one day, driving into work, I had seen a scene in my mind, which was a marvelous first act curtain. So I said to Jack, you know, I just see this somebody's chasing a man, and he's in a fun house at an amusement park, and he knows he can't get out the front door, so he tries to get out, find if there's another exit. And in the back of this building, there's an enormous animated figure, a big, jolly kind of a animated stuffed thing, and its arms are at its side, and it goes ho, 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 ho. And as it's doing ho, ho, the arms raise over its head, ho, and then the arms go down. And the man describes this in the narrative, and I said, because what he does is he times it, and the guys are chasing him, and so he waits, and the figure goes ho, 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 and the arms are up, and he's going to make a dash. And so he waits, and he times it, and goes ho, 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 and he starts to dash, and as he starts, the arms go bang, cut off. There's a door behind him when it raises. And as he heads for the door, the arms come down, and from inside the figure, a voice says, "You didn't really think I was going to let you get out, did you?" So I said, I don't know who he is or how he got there, how it ends. Jack says, great idea. He wrote a script that was called The Giant of Thermopylae. A marvelous suspense.
That was on Suspense.
That was on, we did on Suspense, yeah. We did a lot of them that way.
Was this in the late 40s then, the Suspense, when you were involved?
Yes, I did it after I had been on Suspense, working with Bill Spear, for Bill Spear, as an actor and a rewrite man, and also writing originals before World War II. Then I was in the service and didn't do any work for that, although I was working for Army Radio, Armed Forces Radio. I was in charge of what they called commercial denaturing, which was a division with Duff. Howie and I were doing that together. And we supplied 476 radio stations, Howie and I and 3 other guys, with 120 programs a week, which we took off the air, edited, took the commercials out, took out any dating material. By edited, I mean anything that would be considered information that you didn't want broadcast worldwide. These were then placed on acetates, sent to the shortwave stations. Then masters were made, they were printed, and they were shipped all over the world, all of these 470-odd radio stations. So I was busy doing that. Then when the war was over and I went back onto Suspense, Spear, Bill, who was doing Sam Spade and Suspense, wanted to do a picture in Europe with his wife at that time, June Haddock, and with James and Pamela Mason. It would be based, James and June would be the stars. Pamela had written a book that she was doing the adaptation on. Bill would produce and direct the film. So he wanted to get out of his deal, and he suggested to CBS that since I'd done so much work on it and I was doing, producing and directing another radio show for them at the time called Broadway's My Beat, that David Friedkin and Mort Fine were writing, that I should produce and direct Suspense. They were agreeable, and so that's when I picked up Suspense, and Bill went off. And I think I did some of the Spades for him, too. I don't remember.
You were Gregory Hood.
I was Gregory Hood. Yes.
The Casebook of Gregory Hood.
Casebook of Gregory Hood, Anthony Boucher. And I thought of it the other day. I was reading, somebody wrote a lovely thing about Anthony Boucher, about what a nice man he was. And I had the privilege of meeting him in San Francisco. Mm-hmm. He was up there so much, of course. He was the crime, not reporter, reviewer for the New York Times while he was alive. He was a fascinating man. And the Casebook of Gregory Hood, we did down here. Howard McNear was Sandy. I remember they used to, they'd write at the end of a scene, Gregory Hood says so-and-so and so-and-so, and then they'd write for Sandy, makes funny noises. Because Howard McNear would always, I'd say, well, let's get going then, shall we, Sandy? And Howard would go, no one can do it the way he did. And it was marvelous, and it was always that kind of a thing. He was another very, very nice man. A lot of good people in this business.
Before you took over the role of Gregory Hood, I think Gail Gordon was...
Gail and I had known each other for years, and in the true manner of show business, I was called one day to the Young and Rubicam Advertising Agency, and they said, we have a property called Gregory Hood, have you ever heard it? And I said, well, it's on the air, isn't it? And they said, yes, but it's not working out the way we want it. We would like you to be the star. And I said, what happened to Gail? And they said, well, we've told him, and he agrees, and, you know, no hard feelings or anything, and they were trying it. And so, you know, come to rehearsal Monday, and you're Gregory Hood. I said, fine. I walked into the studio, and there sat Gail. Nobody had said a word to her. So I said, Gail, why don't we go outside and have a cup of coffee and have a little talk, because we were old friends. So I was the one who was supposed to have been all arranged. I was the one who said to Gail, I'm doing Gregory Hood now, I guess you're not. Didn't matter, of course. You know,
well, he had a scratch for work then through the rest of his career, didn't he?
Yes, yeah, he really was desperately looking here and there, trying to find something to do. And then when I was producing the Lucy show on television, of course, there we are working together again. I'm producing the show, and he's, as a matter of fact, when we started the television series, the Lucy show that I produced, is when she came back from New York, and she and Desi had been divorced. She was about to marry Gary. The whole thing at the studio was going on. And Bob and Matty and the two Bobs were writing the show. And we all sat around and we said, gee, we need somebody that really can, you know, hey, let's get Gail. And that's how that started. We wrote in the Mr. Mooney character, and Gail came in. And
well, he stayed with Lucy until it finally went off the air a year or so ago.
Right.
You followed him again on another series called Junior Miss. For a while, I believe you played Judy Graves' father, and before you, or maybe it was after you, I don't know, he was in there too.
I think he may have followed me, because I remember doing, that was the one Shirley Temple did, isn't it? Junior Miss?
Yeah, it was Junior Miss. I don't know if Shirley actually
I did Junior Miss with Shirley.
Oh, well, that was pretty
and
early.
I played her father. And I was playing her father the week I was drafted. So I was like 22. I was playing Shirley Temple's father, and I did the Junior Miss show on a Thursday or something, waved bye-bye, and Friday went into the Army. So I think Gail followed me on that show, and then I think Shirley dropped out, and they did another version of it later on. Talking another funny, there was a show called Date with Judy that was on for a long time. And one of my friends out here also is Dick Crenna. And Dick and I were kidding one day because I said, you know, you may be famous for playing the part of Oogie on a Date with Judy, but I created it. He said, I didn't know that. And I said, yeah, it was a mistake. It was a double. I was there doing something else, and there were a couple of lines in for a kid named Oogie. So I did it, and my voice broke, and, you know, played the part of Oogie, and I was busy doing something else and wasn't really very good anyway. And they called Crenna, and Crenna did Oogie on a Date with Judy. It's hard to believe all of those things happened. Because we did so many shows, you know.
How busy were you at your busiest as far as being... Of course,
I think I counted one week I did 20 shows in one capacity or another. I was finally, in the late 50s, or middle 50s, I guess, I was involved in the production, direction, acting, whatever, on 5 weekly series. My desk at CBS looked like a joke. I was doing the Harris Show as an actor. I was producing and directing Suspense. I was producing, directing, editing, writing openings and closings, and co-starring in On Stage. I was producing and directing Broadway's My Beat, and I was producing, directing, and writing the openings and closings and editing Crime Classics. And at one point, CBS had 3 of those shows on back-to-back on Wednesday night. And by taping parts of this one and sections of that one, because you couldn't record the music had to be live and had to be put in when you went on the air, and having adjoining studios, studios 1 and 2 at the old CBS, I was able to do it. I was on the air. I had a show on the air from 5:30 to 6, and I had a show on the air from 6 to 6:30, and I had a show on the air from 6:30 to 7. I mean, to network feed. Some of them, I think the 6:30 to 7 was also live on the coast. The others came on at a later hour.
It was Elliot Lewis night on CBS.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. You know, there's no reason for that. It was just silly, but that's just the way the scheduling happened.
I want to back up to your Army career for a moment or so.
Yeah.
You were working on editing and
all of those
dubbing those
commercial
the radio shows.
Right.
Did you start that? Were you the first one to get involved with that?
I think Howie and I were. Yeah, we Duff. When I say Howie, we were both in the service at different places, and were called here by Colonel Tom Lewis, who we had known when Tom was head of Young and Rubicam. And he needed people who knew radio, and he had this thing starting, and he needed people to take over this job that had been handled by Don Sharp, who had been an agent and a producer and everything else in town. And at that point, I believe Don was working for, was it the OWI, Office of War Information? Yeah. He was working for the OWI, and they were trying this, but nobody had done anything with it yet. So Duff and I were there, and we're called in, and they said, now here's what we want to do. And as a matter of fact, some of the things we developed, well, I won't be bashful. Some of the things we developed worked so well that I was given the Legion of Merit for developing this new techniques in recording and broadcasting.
How did you
Only because there was no other way to do it.
Well, but that was...
We had 3 civilian crews working 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, to reassemble these shows that by the techniques that we developed, of cut disc, pick up here, and so forth. And this is before tape. We were doing this editing off of acetate. So we could look at a turntable playing at 33 1/3 speed and drop the head on a word or a spot. You could look at the grooves in the right light, and you know exactly where you are and what you're doing.
You picked up the shows as they were being broadcast, more or less, right off the line then.
Off the line at radio recorders. They were taken off the line. Howard and I would pick them up in an Army vehicle, which was given to us occasionally. The rest of the time we were to use our own car and our own gasoline, and we're never reimbursed for it. And we had to be very, very careful because we had a stack. These were not aluminum-based acetates. They were glass-based. And we had one guy cut in front of us on the way to the studio one night, and we lost 2 hours of programming because the records just slid, and that was it. Nothing you could do about it. They were gone. But they were glass-based acetates that we took off the air. We picked them up, and what we tried to do with the immediate shows is that we would make worksheets on a typewriter as the show was on the air. So when we picked it up and delivered that acetate to McGregor's or to Universal or to the other part of the division of radio recorders, they had the worksheet and the crew knew exactly what they were going to do with that, and by the following morning that show would be ready to be broadcast shortwave. So that we were watching a clock, timing when a commercial began, when a new opening was to be put in. This would be to taken out, what the fill material was to make up for what we
you always had to pad it back to 30 minutes again, or
right.
29 whatever.
29:30, yeah. And it got to be quite a thing. As I think about it now, I don't know how in heaven's name we did it. Because as we were typing, we were listening to a show and watching a clock. And
what you
never did learn how to type.
I mentioned this to Howard Duff. What you fellas did there, and you really didn't realize you were doing it, but you were really preserving the sounds of radio from
right.
the 40s.
Right.
Because the
There's
networks never wanted to keep it, you know, and they just did it live and they didn't copy
There's
it.
a complete record of all of that stuff, and I believe Armed Forces Radio Service still has those things, and they still do it. Somebody told me that they had heard my voice on a program broadcast over the Armed Forces Network somewhere in Europe 6 months or so ago. Because what we did, if we didn't have enough material coming off the line to make 52 weeks of something, we invented. So we invented the Mystery Theater. Now the Mystery Theater had to have a host, because sometimes it would be Mr. and Mrs. North, sometimes it would be Inner Sanctum. Whatever was on the air that was a mystery show that we could use, we'd grab and we'd put it on. So we had our own opening and our own closing. Now whichever of us went down with the record, with the transcription to make the show, also recorded an opening and closing for that show. So we had to invent characters because it was not the same person. So there was Corporal X and there was Sergeant Y, and we did all of these things. Whoever went down was Howard, or was Jerry Hausner, or was me, or it was Jimmy Lyons, who was part of our group and now runs the Monterey Jazz Festival. But we all fell into the patterns. Alan Hewitt loved opera and symphony, so he would edit opera and symphony. Jimmy Lyons, who was doing Monterey, loved jazz, knew all of those people. He did all of that kind of music. Howie and I did the dramatic things and the comedy things. Hausner did all of those and did also 15 and 30-minute original shows for everybody. But we were kind of the lost group. We were in a side corner because the big shows that this Armed Forces Radio Service was doing were command performance and things like that people talked about, and let's get out there and do it. And they did one command performance a week while we were doing 120 shows, and nobody even knew we were there. You know, we were just off in the back somewhere.
Did you ever meet G.I. Jill? There was a little 15-minute...
oh, sure. Marty Williamson? What's Marty's last name? All I can think of is a married name. It's Mort Werner's wife. Mort Werner was the head man at NBC Television for I don't know how long. I think Mort's trying to retire now, and G.I. Jill was Marty, was his wife. And Mort, who at that time was a G.I. with the rest of us, Corporal Werner, was kind of producing and directing his wife's little show, you know.
I've heard a lot of those G.I. Jill shows now. What did she look like?
Marty's she was a lovely looking young woman. She's a very attractive older woman now. They have grown children. I don't figure they're contemporaries of mine, so she's no longer a young woman. Not a raving beauty, just a marvelous looking woman. Warm, very attractive. To me, she always looked like what she sounded like, you know.
That's great. That's good.
It was just wonderful. And a
she
lovely,
had to be every
charming
girl
person.
Next door for every GI around the world.
But Marty primarily was a writer. She wasn't doing that. She has written many television things. She wrote for the Robert Montgomery show, wrote original material for it.
You were, back to civilian life, you were the lead, I believe, in a kind of another version of the First Nighter program called Knickerbocker Playhouse.
Yes, they called me to go to Chicago. That's when I went to Chicago in '39. I knew nothing about this program. I was working as an actor on a lot of shows here, and one of the shows I was working on was called Silver Theater, which was a Sunday afternoon drama. And I was under contract to them. The AFRA at that time, contract stated that you could pay people, if you signed them to a 13-week deal, they got scale less 10%. So I was under contract to Silver Theater in Big Town at that time. Now on Silver Theater, some weeks I had 4 lines, and some weeks I was the leading man opposite whoever the leading woman was. And this one time, they had heard me opposite, as a leading man opposite Ginger Rogers or somebody, I don't know who. And they were out here, and I knew nothing about this. And my agent called me and said, there are some people here from Chicago, and they would like you to audition for them. There's some kind of radio show that they're going to be doing in Chicago. And they're over across the hall, and would you go over and read something for them? Now, I'm in the middle of a Silver Theater rehearsal, playing the lead opposite Rosalind Russell, a darling, lovely, gifted, talented lady. So I came back in, and I must have looked puzzled, and she said, what's the matter? And I told her, and she said, well, we'll stop rehearsing for a little bit and go over and do it. It could be a big job for you. I said, I don't know what to read. She said, let's read what we're doing. I said, we? She said, sure. Don't tell them who I am. We'll go over and we'll read. I'll read with you. We went across the street to this other studio and went in, and I still don't think they knew who it was. She said, tell them I'm Miss Brown. So I said, this is Miss Brown, she's going to read with me. And they said, fine, how are you? And fine, we read the scene, which we'd been rehearsing for 2 days. They said, thank you very much, and I said, thank you, and Roz and I went back and did our work. And the following day, I got a call from my agent, and he said, they want you, the show is called Knickerbocker Playhouse, and it's going to come from Chicago, and they want you to be the star, and you want to go to Chicago this summer, it's Firm 13. So I said, well, I've never been in Chicago. That sounds to be a lot of fun. I'll drive to Chicago. And I did. And they said, bring a tuxedo, because they get all dressed up. I said, I didn't know where to live. And so I checked into the Medina Club, which was across the street from the Wrigley building, and do the show there. Then I got an apartment on Wabash. And the woman to whom I have been married for these 17 years, Mary Jane Croft, was coming through town on her way to New York. She had been working in Cincinnati, and that's when we met one another. Then she married somebody else, and I married somebody else, and she was divorced, and I was divorced, and we've been married for 17 years. And we met in Chicago, 1939. At 720 North Wabash.
I thought you were going to say that they didn't want you, but they wanted the Miss Brown. Huh?
Yeah, they wanted Rob. No, I told them later who it was, and they said, well, we knew. And they sure didn't act like they knew. They had any idea who she was.
You played in I Love a Mystery and One Man's Family.
Just as an actor that was,
roles,
right, called in because they were all friends. We all worked in anything, you know, it didn't matter. It was marvelous. And it was... because you could do anything. You go in and you do 4 lines, or you wrote it, or you were directing it, or you produced it. Everybody was interchangeable, and it was a marvelous way of working, a very pleasant way.
Not too long ago, might have been just a year or 2 back, you were involved in the production of new time radio as opposed to old time radio.
Yeah, we did. I got a call, and somebody wanted to do a show, and we worked out a format and a thing with Rod Serling, bless his heart, as host. And I did 65 half hours for them. And then they sold it to the Mutual Network and decided that, I don't know what, I was never consulted, I don't know what happened to the show after that. Somebody else did it. They decided they'd go non-union, and they bought some old radio scripts from someone and said, well, we'll revise these. And I heard a couple of them, and they were very disappointing. And the show was canceled. It didn't do well with it. Not that it would not have been canceled if I had continued, but I think there's an unfortunate thing in the entertainment business. If it's properly done, whatever it is, what you do, what I do, what Jack does, if it's properly done, it looks to somebody on the outside like, well, that's nothing to it. You know, I can do that. I just turn on a machine and hold a microphone in the fellow's face and ask him questions. Great. But there's more to it than that. And unfortunately, a lot of people have come in the history of the entertainment business from the Greeks, I suppose, where somebody said, well, you know, if he thinks he can write a play, what do you see what I write? You know, what's so great about the frogs? I'll write a play called the Gypsies or whatever, you know. Well, there's a talent to it. So a lot of things get screwed up, unfortunately.
You're quite busy these days, and exactly what are you doing right now?
Right now I'm working on a couple of projects with E. Jack Newman, and we just completed yesterday the presentation for the pilot of a new show, and if you heard any typing during this discussion, that's what's being typed. And we'll see if we're going to proceed. While we're waiting on that, we have two others that Jack and I have been working on, and so that's my immediate project. As I told you, I had the pleasure of standing opposite Sheldon Leonard and acting, which was quite a thrill a couple of weeks ago, and that pleased me.
Is that it? Are you on the premiere show now?
No, it opened last week. I'm on the
That's
second
right.
show, which is the one that
coming up now.
The next one coming up. And as a matter of fact, I got a phone call from a friend last night. Mary Jane and I was sitting watching television. The phone rang at 9 o'clock, and an old friend called and said, "Didn't you see yourself?" And I said, "No, that's not till Saturday." And Joanne said, No, you're in the promos all this week."
Oh.
She said, "They're just a promo. You and Sheldon are just talking, just ahead of Hawaii 5-0. So I'm anxious to see the promo, to see what I look like as an elderly person. I haven't seen that in 25 years.
Well, you have had an interesting career when it will still continue, and you're not an elderly person.
No, I
know
teasing.
on the show.
No, I just meant physically. As I look at the image, I say, well, who's that? That doesn't look like the guy that was in Chicago. Well, it isn't, except it is. No, I and all of us, that E. Jack, David, Mort, you know, all of us who have worked together in so many different relationships and capacities for so many years. You always think of yourself as the way you always were when you talked about Phil, you know. I saw Phil maybe a couple of years ago. He called. He was coming into town and wanted to know if I wanted to have breakfast with him, because he's an early riser. Because he was in the band business for so long, the two things he hates are staying up late and wearing a tuxedo. And his idea of heaven is if you go to bed early and you get up at 5:30 and you wander around and see a sunrise, fresh, not just as you're ready to go to sleep. And if you wear old clothes and hang around in the kitchen and cook and do things like that. So we met and we had breakfast and chatted, and it's like we hadn't seen each other in 5 or 6 years. And just picking up where we'd left off.
I wish you guys could pick up where you left off. It'd be great to hear Frankie and Phil again on
I don't know
radio.
what happened to all of those shows, whether he'd be interested in putting them on the radio or not. Pardon me. I know that I was asked to do a radiothon a year ago, and they had a piece of one of the old shows. And I know I was laughing wholeheartedly, and your memory of scenes also makes me chuckle. They were funny shows.
They
funny,
were great,
funny shows.
great shows.
Yeah, good
Thank you
time.
very much for doing
Thank
those.
you. This
and
was
for
a lot of
chatting
fun.
with us.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
And that was the voice of Mr. District Attorney,
Mr.
the
District Attorney.
champion of the people.
Yes, sir. Defender of truth.
And guardian
of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
You even remember the announcer's line,
yes.
don't you? We're talking with Jay Jostyn. We've traveled to Hollywood, California. We're in the, this is the poker room, I guess, or the finance room of the Masters Club in Hollywood.
We better not say poker room.
All right, it's the finance room.
Finance room. That's good. Well, I received a letter from a school teacher in Aurora, Illinois, which I always cherished. And she said that she was having an oral examination with her junior high school class. And one of the questions she asked, she had several of the parents in, you know, because it was sort of an occasion. One of the questions she asked was, where does the selection, all men are entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, come from? And she told me that without an instant's hesitation, the entire department roared, Mr. District Attorney. Of course, they knew differently, and of course, they knew that these were the words that came from our founding fathers some 200 years ago when they were framing the Constitution. And but just instinctively, they had heard this so many weeks. Of course, we were on the air for about 15 years, and week after week, we were at the top show for over 10 years, the top show on the air, and then we were never out of the first 10 in the 15 years that we were on the air.
My goodness, that's amazing for a weekly
yes,
dramatic adventure show.
Quite a record. We were very proud of it.
When did you say those familiar lines? You know,
yes.
And it shall be my duty every
yes.
week.
Every week. Every week.
Because those were the days before tape and records and
That's
all
right.
that.
Well, we even see we did the show in New York, so of course we had to do a repeat performance. We did one at 9:30 on Wednesday night, and then of course we'd do a repeat for the West Coast at 12:30.
Wednesday night was at our house. We always had the radio on, and we heard Mr. District Attorney Bristol Myers and Ipana and Sal Hepatica.
Sal Hepatica, yes.
15 years. That's a long,
yes.
long time.
Well, we thought it would be a regular thing.
Were you? It was. It was. Jay Jostyn, were you the one and only actor to be Mr. District Attorney?
No, I wasn't. As a matter of fact, it started with Dwight, let's see, was it Dwight Weist? Yes, Dwight Weist, I think. And he was on as a summer replacement originally. The show was on. And then it started in the fall as a regular thing. And Ray Johnson played it. Dwight played it when it was wasn't a commercial show, when it wasn't sponsored. And then Ray Johnson played it for 13 weeks, and they decided to make a change. And I remember it was, I think, the 1st of October that I went into the show. And
what year was this?
Well, it was
39, I suppose.
39, yes, somewhere around it, 39 or 40. Yes, because we went off. We went off in 56 or 55 or 56.
Mm-hmm.
So that was it. And Ray Johnson, well, they had auditions for it and so forth and so on. And I was fortunate enough to get the role of Mr. District Attorney, and I enjoyed it for that many years.
I assume this was absolutely the very first thing you ever did on radio, right?
No, no, I can't say that, because I actually started in radio out here in California. I did some recording and was familiar with it, and then of course I was down at WLW in Cincinnati. I was there for a couple of years.
You were involved there in a series of programs called Moon
River, yes. Worked on that. And then, of course, my wife and I went down there, and we were both employed at WLW. She's an actress, or was at that time, was in the profession at that time. And we were there for 2 years, and then I decided to go to New York. So that was it. And I remember very distinctly that when I left WLW, I was doing the leads in 3 or 4 different things. I mean, in The Life of Mary Southern, I played Max Tilly, the lead in that, lead opposite Mary. Of course, I couldn't do the female lead. and then we had a show called Salute to the Cities, and I was the sort of major domo of that. We had an orchestra, actually a band, and going through various cities in the United States and pointing out the places of interest in them. And then I did Smoke Dreams, which was another show, which was recalling shows that I had been to in New York and talking to my dog, you know, and just remembering, you know, the various things. And of course the orchestra would go into the various familiar numbers that were taken from these musical shows that I had seen in New York. And then, I did, which was probably the start of the idea of doing the type of thing in Mr. District Attorney was, let's see, what was his name? But he was an investigator of some kind. I can't.
Was that, you did a program once with Vicky Vola.
Oh, yes.
Was that Foreign Assignment? There was I found somewhere in my notes.
I did Foreign Assignment. But Vicky was the secretary on Mr. District Attorney.
Miss Miller.
Yes, Miss Miller. She was Miss Miller, of course, for many years. Before she got the part of the secretary, why, Arlene Francis was doing it. She was my secretary.
Was that Miss Miller? She played the role of Miss Miller?
No, it was a different name. It wasn't Miss Miller. They had changed the name at that time when they...
Len Doyle was Harrington.
Harrington, that's right, of course. He played Harrington for many years.
Are those folks still active?
Well, Vicky is. She's in New York. I heard from her just recently, but Lenny has passed on. He was in, as I understand, I wasn't in New York at the time. I had come out here. Some kind of an auto accident from which he seemingly didn't recover entirely. It just, you know, unnerved him or something.
Well, you folks were regular visitors in millions of households a week in and week out.
Yes, we were.
Before your radio days, did you work in any other area of show business?
Oh yes, I started in so-called stock companies for about 6 years. Excuse me. And I think anybody who is going to do any dramatic radio should have some actual experience on the stage, because I think it's very, very important as far as the interpretation of a part, so a dramatic part is concerned. I don't think you can do it just by getting up and have your lines, of course, with you in radio, but it takes more than just the words. It takes an interpretation of the part, which you learn from stock companies and doing parts on stage. And I think it's very important for anyone deciding to do dramatic radio to have a background of the stage.
During your Mr. District Attorney years, were you, I know you were so very much identified with that role, were you able to do anything else on radio at that same time?
Yes, I used to do a lot of shows. At one time I know I did so many shows that particular week because, as I said, we had to do the repeats, you know, on the show and repeat them live. They didn't tape them. They had no tape at that time. And I did 30 some shows in the week, they were mostly about 7.5-hour shows, and the other quarter-hour shows. But
you were on soap operas.
Yes,
and
soap operas.
Were you on the major evening shows too, and other
other
roles?
I was on Second Husband with Helen Menken. I played that for about 8 years, a part in that. Ben Porter, and let's see, I forget what the others were, but
it's a long trip back.
We did the Parker Family. I was the father in the Parker Family for about 5 years. That was with Lyon Janney. That was on Sunday nights.
Now, Mr. District Attorney lasted almost to the end of radio, which showed, of course, its great durability.
Yes, that's right, it did.
And it was transferred to television. Now, did you play in the television version of Mr. D.A.?
The first year that it was on the air. And at that time they had what they call the kinescopes, you know, and they weren't very satisfactory. And then the title was purchased by the Ziv company. I don't know. They just bought the title and ignored the cast that we had. I mean, as far as anybody of radio is concerned. But they took it and made it an entirely different show. In fact, it was practically a whodunit. They eliminated Harrington and Miss Miller. It wasn't the same show.
I think they had David Bryant
in
that role,
that's right.
And he
David
had
Bryant.
something that the original Mr. District Attorney never had. I think he had a name. You know, because when you were Mr. District Attorney, you were always Chief, or Mr. DA, or the DA, or that.
I never had a name.
That's right.
My nickname was Blackie, and they did that because I really was a great devotee of Blackstone. You know.
They called you Blackie on the air?
Sometimes, unfamiliarly, you know, certain situations that lent themselves to it.
You were quite a crusading district attorney. I mean, you really were an investigative.
It was more or less patterned after Tom Dewey, you know, from the time that he was when he was district attorney of New York. And I remember on the 10th anniversary, Dewey was invited to a little party that we had at the Stork Club. I went over to the hotel to invite him, and he said at that time, and this was just shortly after he had been defeated by Mr. Truman, and he said, "Well, Jay, you've been successful. Let me give you a little advice," he said. "You've been successful as a district attorney. My advice to you is not to try to advance politically."
He had a little experience in that area.
Yes.
He never actually appeared on the program, though, did he?
No.
Another show that was a police program that I don't believe you were involved with was Gangbusters, and they always had they had real names of police law enforcement officers, but they always appeared by proxy, they said, which meant that there was an actor there impersonating that person.
Of course.
Did Mr. D.A. always come from New York the whole run? Or did it move out here?
No, it was always from New York. Always from New York.
Now, you did get involved in television, even though it was not as the district attorney. You changed the roles in the courtroom, though.
That's right. I became a judge.
And what was that series?
I was Night Court. I did that for about 6 years. The judge on Night Court.
The concept of that program was rather interesting, because didn't they at least claim to use actual attorneys?
Oh yes. No, not on that. Not on Night Court. That was on another show. I forget what show that was.
I get it mixed up too, but it seems to me that there was always the prosecutor and the defense attorneys, and they were.
Well, no, that was another show on Night Court.
Night Court was scripted and.
Yes, scripted. That's right. It was a scripted show, but it was taken from actual cases, as I understand, and I saw a good many of the cases.
You were involved in any other television?
Not as a series. No, not as a series. I did a lot of individual things. You know.
Just
personal appearances or so.
What have you been doing since you moved out to California?
Well,
I guess that was the TV series
yes,
came from here.
That's right. That's right. Came from here. We just decided to come out here, and you know, it's a little easier living than it is in New York. You don't have to fight any of the snow and so forth. But I like New York. I still like New York. I like living there. We lived there for many years.
I said when we first sat down that we were meeting in the Maskers Club in
That's right.
Hollywood. What exactly, for our listeners, is the Maskers Club?
Well, this is an actors club that was started from former members of the Lambs Club in New York, which also, as you know, is an actors club. And they came out here, and so they became established in Hollywood, and they thought, well, we ought to have a club. So they started the Maskers Club, which is, and this year, in fact, is the 50th anniversary of the Maskers Club, which I think is pretty wonderful. And we have our roster of presidents down there in the president's room.
I see.
As you'll see.
I see paintings and photographs all over the hallowed halls of this club. How long have they been in this particular building?
Well, I think it's 50 years. I think it goes.
Oh, it was right from the beginning.
Yeah, right from the beginning. In this building.
I couldn't help but be thrilled. I heard over the page before we started, someone was paging Mr. Gil Lamb.
That's right.
The noted comedian and eccentric dancer. He's a member here.
Oh yes, yes.
Who else might we bump into somewhere along the line?
You never can tell who's liable to. Romo Vincent. He's another name I'm sure that's familiar to a lot of people in the profession. There are many of them. That was Hal Dawson that you met coming in here, and Hal is, of course, has been identified with the stage and with pictures and radio for many years.
Well, you have been
all of his lifetime
very much involved in a very important phase of show business, and that is, of course, radio, which our prime interest is. And your voice and your talent added to the imagination of millions of people combined to make some fabulously entertaining years.
Thank you.
I kind of came out this way to thank you for doing those things for us, and to wish you the best in the future. And once again, thanks, J. Jostyn, for everything you've done for the good old days of radio.
Not at all. Thank you, Chuck. And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
And that was the voice of Mr. District Attorney, the champion of the people.
Yes, sir. Defender of truth.
And guardian
of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
You even remember the announcer's line, don't you? We're talking with J. Jostyn. We've traveled to Hollywood, California. We're in the this is the poker room, I guess, or the finance room of the Maskers Club in Hollywood.
We better not say poker room.
All right, it's the finance room.
Finance room. That's good. Well, I received a letter from a school teacher in Aurora, Illinois, which I always cherished. And she said that she was having an oral examination with her junior high school class. And one of the questions she asked, she had several of the parents in, you know, because it was sort of an occasion. One of the questions she asked was, where does the selection, all men are entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, come from? And she told me that without an instant's hesitation, the entire department roared, Mr. District Attorney. Of course, they knew differently, and of course, they knew that these were the words that came from our founding fathers some 200 years ago when they were framing the Constitution. And but just instinctively, they had heard this so many weeks. Of course, we were on the air for about 15 years, and week after week, we were at the top show for over 10 years, the top show on the air, and then we were never out of the first 10 in the 15 years that we were on the air.
My goodness, that's amazing for a weekly
yes,
dramatic adventure show.
Quite a record. We were very proud of it.
When did you say those familiar lines? You know,
yes.
And it shall be my duty every week.
Every week. Every week.
Because those were the days before tape and records and
That's
all
right.
that.
Well, we even we did the show in New York, so of course we had to do a repeat performance. We did one at 9:30 on Wednesday night, and then of course we'd do a repeat for the West Coast at 12:30.
Wednesday night was at our house. We always had the radio on, and we heard Mr. District Attorney Bristol Myers and Ipana and Sal Hepatica.
Sal Hepatica, yes.
15 years. That's a long, long time.
Well, we thought it would be a regular thing.
Were you? It was. It was. Jay Jostyn, were you the one and only actor to be Mr. District Attorney?
No, I wasn't. As a matter of fact, it started with Dwight. Let's see, was it Dwight Weist? Yes, Dwight Weist, I think. And he was on as a summer replacement originally. The show was on. And then it started in the fall as a regular thing, and Ray Johnson played it. Dwight played it when it was wasn't a commercial show, when it wasn't sponsored, and then Ray Johnson played it for 13 weeks, and they decided to make a change. And I remember it was, I think, the 1st of October that I went into the show. And
what year was this?
Well, it was
39, I suppose.
39, yes, somewhere around it, 39 or 40. Yes, because we went off. We went off in 56 or 55 or 56, so that was it. And Ray Johnson, well, they had auditions for it and so forth and so on. And I was fortunate enough to get the role of Mr. District Attorney, and I enjoyed it for that many years.
I assume this was absolutely the very first thing you ever did on radio, right?
No, no, I can't say that, because I actually started in radio out here in California. I did some recording and was familiar with it, and then of course I was down at WLW in Cincinnati. You know, I was there for a couple of years.
You were involved there in a series of programs called Moon
River, yes. Worked on that. And of course, my wife and I went down there, and we were both employed at WLW. She's an actress, or was at that time, was in the profession at that time. And we were there for 2 years, and then I decided to go to New York. So that was it. And I remember very distinctly when I left WLW, while I was doing the leads in 3 or 4 different things. I mean, in The Life of Mary Southern, I played Max Tilly, the lead in that, lead opposite Mary. Of course, I couldn't do the female lead. And then we had a show called Salute to the Cities, and I was the sort of major domo of that. We had an orchestra, actually a band, and going through various cities in the United States and pointing out the places of interest in them. And then I did Smoke Dreams, which was another show, which was recalling shows that I had been to in New York and talking to my dog, you know, at Rig, and just remembering, you know, the various things. And of course the orchestra would go into the various familiar numbers that were taken from these musical shows that I had seen in New York. And then, I did, which was probably the start of the idea of doing the type of thing, and Mr. District Attorney was, let's see, what was his name? But he was an investigator of some kind. I Ken.
Was that, you did a program once with Vicky Vola.
Oh, yes.
Was that foreign assignment? There was I found somewhere in my notes.
I did foreign assignment. But Vicky was the secretary on Mr. District Attorney.
Miss Miller.
Yes, Miss Miller. She was Miss Miller, of course, for many years. Before she got the part of the secretary, why, Arlene Francis was doing it. She was my secretary.
Was that Miss Miller? She played the role of Miss Miller?
No, it was a different name. It wasn't Miss Miller. They had changed the name at that time when they...
Len Doyle was Harrington.
Harrington, that's right, of course. He played Harrington for many years.
Are those folks still active?
Well, Vicky is. She's in New York. I heard from her just recently, but Lenny has passed on. He was in, as I understand, I wasn't in New York at the time. I had come out here. Some kind of an auto accident from which he seemingly didn't recover entirely. It just, unnerved him or something.
Well, you folks were regular visitors in millions of households a week in and week out.
Yes, we were.
Before your radio days, did you work in any other area of show business?
Oh yes, I started in so-called stock companies for about 6 years. Excuse me. And I think anybody who is going to do any dramatic radio should have some actual experience on the stage, because I think it's very, very important as far as the interpretation of a part, so the dramatic part is concerned. I don't think you can do it just by getting up and have your lines, of course, with you in radio, but it takes more than just the words. It takes an interpretation of the part, which you learn from stock companies and doing parts on stage. And I think it's very important for anyone deciding to do dramatic radio to have a background of the stage.
During your Mr. District Attorney years, were you, I know you were so very much identified with that role, were you able to do anything else on radio at that same time?
Yes, I used to do a lot of shows. At one time I know I did so many shows that particular week because, as I said, we had to do the repeats, and the show, and repeat them live. They didn't tape them. They had no tape at that time. And I did 30-some shows in the week. They were mostly about 7.5-hour shows, and the other quarter-hour shows. But
you were on soap operas?
Yes, soap operas.
Were you on the major evening shows too, and other
roles? I was on Second Husband with Helen Menken. I played that for about 8 years, a part in that. Ben Porter, and let's see, I forget what the others were, but
it's a long trip back.
We did the Parker Family. I was the father in the Parker Family for about 5 years. That was with Leon Janney. That was on Sunday nights.
Now, Mr. District Attorney lasted almost to the end of radio, which showed, of course, its great durability.
Yes, that's right, it did.
And it was transferred to television. Now, did you play in the television version of Mr. D.A.?
The first year that it was on the air. And at that time they had what they call the kinescopes, and they weren't very satisfactory. And then the title was purchased by the Ziv company. I don't know. They just bought the title and ignored the cast that we had. I mean, as far as anybody of radio is concerned. But they took it and made it an entirely different show. In fact, it was practically a whodunit They eliminated Harrington and Miss Miller.
Mhm.
It wasn't the same show.
I think they had David Bryan
Yes,
in that role,
that's right.
and he
David
had
Bryan.
something that the original Mr. District Attorney never had. I think he had a name.
Mm.
You know, because
Yes.
when you were Mr. District Attorney, you were always Chief, or
Yeah.
Mr. DA, or the DA, or that.
I never had a name.
That's right.
My nickname was Blackie, and they did that because I really was a great devotee of Blackstone. You know,
They called you Blackie on the air?
sometimes
Hmm.
unfamiliarly, you know, certain situations that lent themselves to it.
You were quite a crusading district attorney. I mean, you really were an investigative.
Well,
policeman.
it was more or less patterned after Tom Dewey, you know, from the time
Uh-huh.
that he was
It was.
when he was district attorney of New York. And I remember on the 10th anniversary, Dewey was invited to a little party that we had at the Stork Club. I went over to the hotel to invite him, and he said at that time, and this was just shortly after he had been defeated by Mr. Truman, and he said, "Well, Jay, you've been successful. Let me give you a little advice," he said. "You've been successful as a district attorney. My advice to you is not to try to advance politically."
He had a little experience
Yes.
in that area.
Yes.
He never actually appeared on the program, though, did he?
No.
Another show that was a police program that I don't believe you were involved with was Gangbusters, and they always had they had real names of police law enforcement officers,
Yes,
but they
that's
always
right.
appeared by proxy, they said, which meant that there was an actor there
That's right.
impersonating
Impersonating.
that person.
Of course.
Did Mr. D.A. always come from New York the whole run? Or did it move
Yes.
out here?
No, it was always from New York. Always from New York.
Now, you did get involved in television, even though it was not as the district attorney. You changed the roles in the courtroom, though.
That's right. I became a judge.
And what was that series?
I was night court. I did that for about 6 years. The judge on night court.
The concept of that program was rather interesting, because didn't they at least claim to use actual attorneys?
Oh yes. No, not on that. Not on night court. That was on another show. I forget what show that was.
I get them mixed up too, but it
Yes.
seems to me that there was always the prosecutor and defense attorneys,
Yeah.
and they were.
Well, no, that was another show on night court.
Night court was scripted and.
Yes, scripted. That's right. It was a scripted show, but it was taken from actual cases, as I understand, and I saw a good many of the cases.
You were involved in any other television?
Not as a
programming?
series. No, not as a series. I did a lot of individual things. You know, personal appearances or so.
What have you been doing since you moved out to California?
Well,
I guess that was the TV series
yes,
came from here.
That's
didn't it?
right. That's right. It came from here. We just decided to come out here, and you know, it's a little easier living than it is in New York. You don't have to fight any of the snow and so forth. But I like New York. I still like New York. I like living there. We lived there for many years.
I said when we first sat down that we were meeting in the Maskers Club in
That's right.
Hollywood. What exactly, for our listeners, is the Maskers Club?
Well, this is an actors club. It was started from former members of the Lambs Club in New York, which also, as you know, is an actors club. And they came out here, and so they became established in Hollywood, and they thought, well, we ought to have a club. So they started the Maskers Club, which is, and this year, in fact, is the 50th anniversary of the Maskers Club, which I think is pretty wonderful. And we have our roster of presidents down there in the president's room.
I see.
As you'll see.
I see paintings and photographs all over the
yeah.
hallowed halls of
That's
this
right.
club. How long
That's
have they
right.
been in this particular building?
Well, I think it's 50 years. I think it goes.
Oh, it was right from the beginning.
Yeah, right
in
from the
here.
beginning. In this building.
I'm
couldn't help but be thrilled. I heard over the page before we started that someone was paging Mr. Gil Lamb.
That's right.
The noted comedian and eccentric dancer. He's a member here.
Oh, yes.
Who else might we bump into somewhere along the line?
You never can tell who's allowed to come. Romo Vincent, he's another name I'm sure that's familiar to a lot of people in the profession. There are many of them. That was Hal Dawson that you met coming in here, and Hal is, of course, has been identified with the stage and with pictures and radio for many years.
Well, you have been
all of his lifetime
very much involved in a very important phase of show business, and that is, of course, radio, which our prime interest is. And your voice and your talent added to the imagination of millions of people combined to make some fabulously entertaining years.
Thank you.
I kind of came out this way to thank you for doing those things for us and to wish you the best in the future. And once again, thanks, J. Jostyn, for everything you've done for the good old days of radio.
Not at all. Thank you, Chuck.
We're going to have a chance to chat now with 4 very important names from the good old days of radio, if you will. Lorenzo Jones and Lord Henry Brinthorpe and Laura Lawton and Nora Drake. And all 4 of those people are rolled up into 2 very talented people. We have Joan Tompkins and Carl Swenson. Welcome to our good old radio reveille here.
Thank you. It feels so good to be with radio people.
And you're speaking of days that were a lot of fun, but it happens that you have more than 4 here, because Joan was on Ma Perkins. And
our guest is a man whose name is very familiar to radio listeners and whose voice is even more familiar. He's Les Tremayne, and we're happy to have this chance to chat with you. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Chuck. It's nice to be here.
You recognize that voice now, didn't you?
Yeah.
Let's match the voice to the identity for a moment.
Well, can I clear up a point right now?
Go right ahead.
So many people these days say, "Oh, you were Mr. First Nighter." That's not quite true. It's like Dr. Frankenstein and the Monster, or who else? Well, we'll think of somebody else. But I was never Mr. First Nighter, who was the host of the program. I was the romantic leading man. Even with my snowy beard now, I was the guy who always got the girl. But for some reason, I guess it's more convenient for people to say Mr. First Nighter.
Well, it's very difficult to say that you were the leading man on the First Nighter.
Yeah.
Because it's a mouthful, for one thing. And secondly, you were in a different role every week.
True.
It was romantic comedy most of the
Yes,
time.
most of the time.
With the exception of...
the Christmas show, which was always about Mary and Joseph, you know. So. You met one of the Mr. First Nighters today, Brett Morrison, as a matter of fact.
Yes.
Who was also the Shadow. Little plug.
Well, when were you on the First Nighter?
I was on the show from about 1932 on. I became the leading man in 1937, and I left the show the middle of 1943. Prior to that, I had been the leading man for, 2 years, I guess, on Campana's other half-hour dramatic show, which was on Sunday afternoons on NBC, called Grand Hotel. And they had, I guess, leased the title, or whatever you wish to call it, from the property, you know, the Grand Hotel film. And I did that with Ann Seymour for, 2 or 3 years. Ann is out here in Hollywood and works, constantly. As I say, I left the show in 1943, but every actor needs an ID point, an identification point. And usually one specific thing that occurs in your career through the years will be that ID point. And for me, it was the First Nighter. It's really the luckiest, most fortunate thing I ever did in show business. And I've been in it since I was 3.5 years old.
Did you play the First Nighter, on the First Nighter, totally in Chicago, or did you move with it?
No,
To the
it was
West
always
Coast?
in Chicago when
Uh-huh.
I did it. And incidentally, it was never in New York.
Never in New York.
People sometimes, of course, think it was because of the subtitle, The Little Theater off Times Square, but that, of course, was part of the illusion of radio, you know.
You played often, excuse me, opposite Barbara Luddy on that show. Did you ever play with any of the other leading ladies?
But not as the leading man. I played on the show with June Meredith, and I believe Betty Lou Gerson, and I think those were the only two before Barbara came on. Barbara had the longest tenure, shall we say. She was on the show from about 1936 till what? It went off in the middle 50s, I think. By then it had moved to Hollywood for the second time.
For the second time?
It came out here in 1936 from Chicago when Don Amici, who was the second leading man on the show, came out to go into pictures. And, of course, almost immediately his agent, as I understand the story, asked for a lot more money because at that time he was a very hot property. And Campana had a budget beyond which they couldn't extend themselves, so they started looking around for a leading man. And I know it's kind of a cute story. I've never told it until recently. I told it at the PPB luncheon on the 16th of November when I produced and hosted the First Nighter Day and had a lot of the people on it.
PP.
That's the Pacific Pioneer Broadcasters. It's a group of people out here, all of whom have been in broadcasting for at least 20 years radio, 15 years television. The story I told was how I became the leading man on the First Nighter, even though I was, and I must be specific about this, the leading man already for 2 years on the Grand Hotel show. When Don left the show, Campana started looking coast to coast for an actor to play the leads, and they auditioned theater people, radio people, oh my golly, from coast to coast, movie stars, and they couldn't find anybody they wanted. Well, I knew what they wanted because I had worked with Don on 3 different shows, Betty and Bob, Grand Hotel, and Jack Armstrong, 4 different shows, and First Nighter. And it occurred to me that what they wanted was Don Amici. It's very simple. Well, our voices weren't dissimilar, and I knew his work so well, so I went down to RCA and I talked to dear Betty Mitchell, who is now gone, a young lady who was the hungry actor's best friend, you know. And I said, Betty, I'd like to listen to some tapes of Don Amici, and she said, or rather discs. We didn't have tape in those days, of Don Amici, and she said, okay, honey, what for? You've worked together so much, what do you want to hear him for? And I told her. She said, okay. And she gave me a studio and sat me down with a bunch of 16-inch discs and let me listen to them. Then I immediately went up to the 19th floor of NBC and auditioned for Campana because I had gone to them and said, look, I'm the leading man on your other show. Why don't you at least give me a chance to read for you? And they said, wow, we never thought of it, sort of thing, you know? So I read for it and I played Don Amici. Pure and simple. I even did his laugh, a sort of a strange laugh he had, you know. And that's how I became the leading man. They said, that's it. And they didn't know what I was doing. It never occurred to them. And over a period of about 4 weeks after I started on the show, I weaned away from Don's delivery and became myself, you know. Kind of a cute story.
Sure, that was an interesting thing too, because I would have thought that maybe they would like to have had different stars coming in instead of a resident leading man and leading lady.
Yeah, well, that happened, as I understand it. I left Chicago, you see, in '43. But when I left the show, Barbara and I had become so popular and so firmly ensconced on the show that they couldn't find somebody to replace me. See, history repeats itself. So they rotated 4 different leading men who were pretty well-known people around Chicago, and I forget the names of several of them. And finally, they decided on Olin Soleil, who then became the leading man for, I don't know, 8, 9 years, until the show went off the air. And, of course, I'd known Oli for years and years and years.
Some familiar names. It's really exciting for me to talk in person with people whose names and whose voices had entertained me on the radio years ago.
Well, you must have been a little boy.
I was a little guy. Well, not so little.
Do you remember Jack Armstrong?
Oh, sure. Well, Don Amici. I'd never heard Don Amici as Jim Amici
was Jack Armstrong, and Don was on the show. He was hot around Chicago in those days, the early 30s, middle 30s. And he played Captain Hughes. And when he played Captain Hughes, opposite Jim Amici, who was playing Jack Armstrong, nobody knew who the heck was playing who, you see. So they had to replace him, and that was the first replacement of Don that I was part of. And I didn't realize that. I didn't remember that until Jim Amici, who was a good friend of mine, told me so about a year ago. He says, no, it wasn't 3 shows, it was 4 shows. And he reminded me of this. And then I was George Hartford, Bob Drake's bosom buddy on Betty and Bob. And when Don left that show, I became Bob. Then, as I said, Grand Hotel and First Nighter.
First Nighter was so popular that a couple of other programs, fairly good imitations, occurred. Curtain Time was one of them, and the Knickerbocker Playhouse.
Grand Central Station, which was not a theater format, but much the same type of thing, the structure of the show.
That's right. I never thought about Grand Central Station in that same light, but it
well, they had a framework. As we did theater, they had Grand Central Station, and then their drama unfolded from that framework.
That was always a New York show, wasn't it?
When
did you first come into Chicago? When did you get?
I started in radio on my birthday, April 16th, in 1931. I had been there for a number of years before that, playing vaudeville and carnivals and amusement parks and community theater, little theater, stock, tent shows, everything. And I started in England, where I was born. I was born in London, and my mother was an actress, and God bless her, still is, as a matter of fact. And she was in motion pictures there, and my brother and I worked with her when I was 3.5 years old. We came over here shortly after that, 4.5, and had our English accents beaten out of us by the kids on the west side of Chicago going to school, So I've been in it a long time. I'm 60 years old now, and I've been in it for 57 years. Long time. Long time.
What, talk about growing up in Chicago, where did you go to high school?
I never finished high school. I had to quit and go to work. We were pretty poor when we got to this country. It's strange. Anyway, I went to Lakeview High.
Edgar Bergen's...
That's right. I was just going to say to you, I do much the same sort of thing for the PPB, the Pacific Pioneer Broadcasters, and Edgar Bergen is our chairman of the board, and I interviewed him not long ago. I'm what they call their audio history chairman. And when Ed said, I said, where'd you go to school? And he says, well, I went to Lakeview High, and we flipped, because he had preceded me, I guess, by about 8-10 years. But so we didn't know each other in school. But school, I was an honor student, and I won scholarships, and I was never allowed to skip classes, skip grades. That I'm thankful for, because I think you miss too much. But the scholarship I was not allowed to accept. My father was a tough man, God rest his soul, but he was a tough man, and he didn't believe in the theater, and he didn't want my mother to be in it, and he didn't want me to be in it, And I won it for my singing abilities, and that kind of put a crimp in me for a while, and I never sang. And I have been singing recently, and I used to sing on First Nighter now and then. And people are always amazed to find that I can sing. Strange little thing.
I didn't know that you had sung on First Nighter. Did they often do things with music?
Not too often. Now and then I played, one that I happened to have a recording of was a young romantic Mexican millionaire's son, and he also sang. He sang under Barbara Luddy's window with a guitar, that sort of thing.
You were on the Chicago Theater of the Air from time to time.
Yeah.
You ever sing on that, or did you just do the story?
No, just the dramatic portions,
We got off the track a second ago. What was your first radio job in Chicago? Was it in Chicago?
Yes. The first show I ever did was on WCFL, the labor station there. It was called The Night Court. It was a show with 3 men and a woman were the regulars on the show. They had built this show. And in 1931, you know, just about anything went. And one played the judge, and the other one was it was 2 men and a woman. One was the defense attorney, and the other was the prosecuting attorney. And then people like myself came in and played, in those days we had no minority stereotypes, so you played the Italian, the Japanese, whatever, you know, with heavy dialects. And it was a comedy show. It was sort of a traffic court thing. And that was the first show I ever did. There were many other shows. Oh, gosh, they piled up so fast.
You did a lot of soap operas.
I was the original leading man on Helen Trent.
Gil Whitney?
No, Grant Douglas. Before Gil Whitney came
before,
into the show, yes. I was on the audition. I helped sell the show in June or July of 1934. Ann Ashenhurst came out from New York. Later, Ann Hummert, wife of Frank Hummert of Blackett, Sample, and Hummert, which later became Dancer Fitzgerald and Sample, an advertising agency. And she came out to cast the show, and we made a live audition, which I guess was piped back to New York or wherever for the sponsors. And Virginia Clark was Helen Trent, and I'll never forget it. I'm this dashing leading man, and I come down the hall in this, I don't know, apartment building, hotel, whatever, and I hear this lovely voice. Virginia sang, too, and she was singing, and it arrested me, you know, and I came up to the door, and I listened to her sing, and then I sang back to her through the door, you see. And I don't know, I was on the show for a year or so, but that's so long ago, nobody remembers it, you know.
Well, you were on a few other soaps in town. I guess everybody who was on a soap opera was on a lot of soap operas.
Yes. People used to say who were trying to get into the business and couldn't make it for one reason or another, they used to say it was a closed thing, it was a clique. Well, it wasn't that, but if you had the sometimes peculiar capabilities which made you a good radio actor, you were used a lot because it was a matter of time more than anything else, and time is money. And if they knew that they could call you and you could do any number of voices, you know, they would rather use you than take a chance on somebody new. It's still the same thing today, you know. And, you know, radio stands me in good stead today because I do a great deal of voice work. As a matter of fact, I have a special on this Friday night, the cricket in Times Square. We did
You're
one
back
last
in Times
year.
Square again, then.
Yes, yeah, that's right. We're doing Very Merry Cricket on ABC, and I play the cricket, and Harry the cat, and oh gosh, assorted voices, and Professor Smedley, and oh, I don't know, I can't remember them all. I sing in that, incidentally, but kind of corny singing, you know, for Harry the cat, who is rather Ronald Colman-ish type.
Do you do many voices? I don't, aside from this, I mean, in your radio work today, the voiceovers, you do a lot?
Well, you see, there isn't much radio left. There's one radio show extant in Hollywood, and that is called Heartbeat Theater. And it's a half-hour show.
Salvation Army thing.
For the Salvation Army, very early in the morning on Sundays, like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. But we tape it, of course, prior to that. That's the only radio show around now, but I do a lot of animated voices. I do children's books, golden books, that sort of thing. I do many training films and documentaries, and I'm the spokesman for a home loan company here, an on-camera spokesman, corporate image, you know. That's why I have to shave this beard when I do that later on, right after Christmas.
The beard is for a movie you're doing.
Yes, I'm starred in a theatrical motion picture, not for television, which is all shot now except for pickup shots or added scenes or retakes of something that went bad. We had a bad camera for a while. It's called Holy Wednesday, that's the working title. And it is the story of an old goat who lives out in the Texas desert right close to a little town of 600 people. and he collects snakes for the University of Chicago. And while he has the snakes, he has, maybe 100 of them crawling around on this old dilapidated ranch where he lives, due to the good graces of his buddy, with whom he plays and listens to Sousa's band marches every Wednesday night. If anybody in the town does him dirt, well, he simply kills him with a rattlesnake or a water moccasin or something, and makes no bones about it. But he is still the hero, and he's a sympathetic character, and there's no moral retribution at the end of the picture. He simply rolls them off a cliff in their own cars, and they get hidden down below in the brush.
Holy Wednesday.
Holy Wednesday. They probably will change the title. It might be Unholy Wednesday, or it might be, I don't know, Snakey's Wednesday Night, for all I know.
Who co-stars with you in it?
There's a young lady, Janet Wood, who is the young co-star. There's another girl, B.B. Kelly, very fine little actress who has to work with the snakes a great deal. Marvin Kaplan, who used to be on the TV show Meet Millie years ago. Marv is in it. And Dick Kennedy, very fine youngish actor. Youngish, I guess, in his 40s, you know. Big, strapping Irishman, and a fine actor. It was great fun playing scenes with him. We had one scene that was 8 minutes long, which is long for a motion picture take. And we did it once, and I never shut my mouth. It was a long scene, and we did it in a closed room in someone's home in Beaumont, California, where we shot the whole picture. And all the windows were closed, there was no air conditioning, and with all those hot lights, it must have been about 120 in the room. And it was an active scene. We were marching to the band music, you know, and jumping around and rolling on the floor and talking all the time, loud, because the music is on. And Dick, he did a fine job and was great in the interplay with me, you know, and it worked out beautifully. As a matter of fact, it brought applause, which is kind of nice. I sound like I'm bragging, but it's, you know, it's nice to hear.
From the crew, you mean?
Yeah, from the crew, and later on when a bunch of people from MGM saw it out at the Air Force Base near San Bernardino. I can't remember the name of the Air Force Base. Isn't that silly? Anyway, Norton, I think it is. They stood up and applauded after they saw this particular scene. They were running rough cut stuff, you know, dailies.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah, it's kind of nice to have that experience. But it was one of the most exhilarating things that's happened to me in years, truly, this picture. They were wonderful to me. It's produced by two men who had never produced a film before, Art Names and John Wilson, and directed by Art Names, and the two boys wrote it. And I don't know who's scoring it. I forget offhand. It's being edited at the moment, and
will it be released by MGM?
No, I don't think so. There were some people at Norton that day, and they happened to see it. They're in the business, and I figured if they laughed and applauded that much, it must be a pretty good scene, because they know the business, you know. We don't know who's going to release it yet, but it will be probably March or April of '74 before it's ready.
We're going to look for it.
Thank you. I hope so.
What have you done on television? You must have done loads and loads of acting chores on television.
Well, I started in television in Chicago in 1939 on W9XYZ, Zenith Experimental Station.
1939. You weren't playing a test pattern or anything at that time?
No, as a matter of fact, I was hosting and playing the leading man on a series of 45-minute dramatic shows. And if I may say so, this was pure hell. There was no air conditioning. It was a very small room, maybe twice the size of this room we're in. And it must have been 140 degrees. I was a thin young man, and I lost 8 pounds on the first show. I had to host the thing in tails, and then with no incidental music, no way to segue out of one scene into another, I hosted the thing and crawled out of one scene, undressing and getting into a business suit from tails, and came right into the scene as the lead in the show, you know. Well, 45 minutes of that, boy, and I'm telling you, I was worn to a frazzle. And this went on for a few weeks, and that was enough of that.
It must have been one of the very first dramatic things ever on television, period, let alone Chicago.
I suppose. I really don't know, but 39 was pretty young for television.
Chicago and Zenith never got together as far as television is concerned.
Is that so?
No, there was never Zenith was trying to do a little bit with the Phonovision thing there back in the early 50s, but it never got off the ground, and we never did get a Zenith-owned TV station.
You never heard of W9XYZ?
I don't remember. That was an experimental call letter thing. The first the first two TV stations Chicago had were WBKB. It was owned by Balbin and Katz Corporation, and then WGN TV, which was owned by the Tribune and all that sort of thing.
WGN, world's greatest newspaper.
Right. That's right. All the call letters, well, we go into that, we'd be on forever with that, what the call letters stood for. You were, we talk about the First Nighter and your identification with that program, but there was another program that you were rather well identified with in my mind. That's exactly right, the Thin Man. You and Claudia Morgan.
Claudia Morgan, lovely girl. And I should say Barbara Luddy is also not only a fine actress, but one of the most unique and delightful voices in all of radio. And she's still around. I saw her, a few weeks ago at the PPB thing. Claudia Morgan, the daughter of Ralph Morgan, the famous theater and motion picture actor, and niece of Frank Morgan, even more famous. Yeah, I did the Thin Man for about 5 years. I did the Falcon for, 3-4 years. And just about every other show that was ever on the boards. I co-starred with various people on several Lux radio theaters. And incidentally, in those years, the middle and late 30s, First Nighter with a very small budget, actually. And we had 2 hours rehearsal on that show, including the music rehearsal. And it was a full network. We played to, 25, 30 million people, which was a tremendous audience in those days. We were neck and neck with Lux Radio Theater for years. They would be top in the polls, or we would be top. And we alternated back and forth. And they had a tremendous budget. They had to have with all those movie stars, who were guesting on their show. And we had ratings up in 27, 28, 27.6, And Barbara and I were voted as the top dramatic actor and actress in America, that sort of thing. It was beautiful times, beautiful.
It was always a good show. Show. Where did the scripts come from for First Nighter?
The freelance market.
The freelance market.
Always.
And anyone who wanted to write could submit a script?
And they had a special formula. And they had a moral code, a very strict moral code. You didn't say God or damn or darn or heck or anything like that. The leading lady and leading man did not smoke or drink. No gambling. A very circumspect sort of formula, moral code, you might say. The shows were submitted by people. They were submitted to a sort of a jury of people. Consisting of a lady novelist, Florence Ward, God bless her, she was a lovely woman, and Bill Krull, who at that time was the vice president and nephew of Emo Oswald, who was the president and founder of Campana, which is now part of the Purex Corporation. Bill Krull is now the president of Campana. I spoke to him just a couple of weeks ago. The panel was made up of the director, Bill Krull, Florence Ward, and maybe 1 or 2 other people. Oh, Tom Wallace, God bless him, wonderful man, who was the head of Aubrey Moore and Wallace advertising agency, who had the account. And later Wallace, Ferry, and Hanley in Chicago, in case you're familiar with them. Tom is gone now, Emo is gone, Florence Ward, I think, is gone. I guess I shouldn't dwell on that stuff. Anyway, they would set up a music stand in the studio, and they would call Barbara and myself and whatever character people who worked the show more or less regularly. And they'd call them in for one of these readings, and we would read 6, 8, 10, 12 scripts in a morning or an afternoon, all grouped around this one microphone with the one script. and it was cold. Nobody knew what he was doing until he did it, you know. Actually, we had to give a performance as much as we could so that they could get a feel for the show, you know. Then after that, and it was great training, tremendous training. Even though we'd been in it a long time, it made you so facile as far as sight reading is concerned. And beautiful characterizations from our character people, Forrest Lewis, Phil Lord, Cliff Sabir, oh, they go on and on. Shirley Mitchell. Anyway, we would read the scripts. They would make notes in the control room. Then if they needed fixing, they'd send them back. Or possibly Florence Ward would do some fixing, you know, because she was, I think, employed by Campana in this capacity. So no one person wrote the show. Anybody who had something to submit did so. Addison Simmons was one of our more or less regulars. Virginia Safford Lynn wrote a lot of them. Oh, many, many people. I can't remember their names now.
Were you mentioned that they were freelancers, but they were professional.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, definitely. Very definitely. Well, some of them were just starting out, perhaps, you know, but they were professional writers. As long as we're on First Nighter, I'd like to mention a couple of other things. Francis X. Bushman at one time, the famous theater and motion picture idol, was Mr. First Nighter. The show was originated and created by a man named Charlie P. Hughes, who was the original Mr. First Nighter and used to be wheeled out. They wheeled out a beautiful gold and red plush theater box onto the studio floor, and then Charlie would come out in white tie and tail and a top hat and his stick and would sit in the box with a microphone and introduce the show. And Charlie's lady friend was June Meredith, and she was the original leading lady. The original leading man was a dear friend of mine, Jack Doty. Very few people remember him. He died in 1935 at the age of 35, and I was with him when he died. It was a very tragic death. But he had a drinking problem, frankly, and I am not saying this in a derogatory way at all, because I loved the man. And I used to try and find him when he disappeared for weeks or months on end, you know, and we'd find him in a flea bag on Clark Street or something like that. And when he disappeared, all of his roles had to be recast in the various shows he was doing, in the soap operas and First Nighter and so on. And he was really a ladies' man. He was a tremendous actor, truly, and had this gorgeous, deep voice, beautiful, romantic voice. And he had beautiful gray eyes, and he was not a pretty man. As a matter of fact, he was rather thin and emaciated, with thinning, graying hair. But there was a charm about him. And the day they found him, or I found him, and would bring him back to the studio, shaking like an aspen leaf and a slight shade of green, he would have all his shows back. Every one of them came back to him, because he was so unique and such a fine actor. The women loved him. Jack Doty, fine man. Had a very tragic life, you know.
That's sad. Two names come to my mind associated with the First Nighter program. Rye Billsbury.
Now known as Mike Rye.
He's Mike Rye now.
Yes, yes. He was Mr. First Nighter for a while, I believe, in Chicago. And he was also a Jack Armstrong after Jim Amici left it for a while. Mike's a good friend of mine. He's here in town.
Say hello.
I will, indeed, sure.
The other name is Eric Sagerquist.
Oh, God bless him. He's long gone now, but he was the original conductor and arranger and music meister of the First Nighter Orchestra, Pit Orchestra. Yes.
There was a very special sound to the theme of the First Nighter program, and I guess it was the use of violins more than anything.
It was the instrumentation, actually, to make it sound as much like a pit orchestra as possible.
I always used to associate the sound of the theme of the, because when I was listening to the First Nighter as a youngster in the 40s, I never got to the legitimate theater to see the shows or things. But this was great because the imagination and you guys and the sound men and the music, they took me there.
Yeah.
But the only sound that I found that was close to the First Nighter theme was Ralph Ginsburg from the Drake Hotel, I think.
Yeah, the
from
Palmer
the Palmer
House.
House.
Palmer
Yeah,
House.
yeah.
Empire Room of the Palmer House.
Yeah.
My golly, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, the string quartet or something like that, you know. You know, radio is a wonderful medium. It's a shame that radio drama is what I'm speaking of. It's a shame that it's gone. It did something for actors, and I have said this many times, that was never been done before or since in all of history for the journeyman actor, the lay actor. And that is, it made him an upstanding, home-owning, stay-in-one-place, family-raising, tax-paying, bill-paying, credit, possible credit, what am I trying to say? He was able to have a credit rating. It did all these things for actors who were not big stars. And you had a steady salary, and you became famous, and people loved you, and you had people named their children after you. My gosh, I must have, I don't know, 50, 60, 70 kids named after me. Kids, they're now 30 years old, you know, in the United States. And they became so familiar with your voice. It was a great ID point for me in the theater in New York, and also when I went into pictures in Hollywood, because people didn't know my face particularly, but as soon as they heard the voice, they knew who it was. And it was a great tie-in for me. Even today, people over 35 remember me and are familiar with my voice. Telephone operators.
Just at random, you pick up the phone and make a call, and they say, "I know their voice."
Are you, what was that show you were on? You know, a lot of older ladies, you know, middle-aged ladies or telephone operators, and they know voices. Traveling around the country, you sign your name on a credit card in a gas station or something, and they remember you. And you have friends everywhere. It's beautiful, not only as an entree to a lot of things, but just the fact that there is a warm feeling in the recollections of the things you did and they heard you do. And as you said, your imagination created everything. You were actively with us. You weren't stupefied looking at a big eye. And I'm sorry to say that's what television is to me.
We were participants.
Right, right.
And well, now there is some little bit of new time radio coming around.
Yeah.
There's a Hollywood Radio Theater being produced out here, which has been running for a little while, picked up on Mutual. Have you been on any of those shows?
I was on the first one. The
wife of the red-haired man, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was the husband, and it was just a two-page part. But I wanted to do it, and I told Jay Colos, who was the head of the organization that produced these things, and Elliot Lewis was the director. He's an old friend and a former radio actor. I told them, please, yes, call me. I will do anything. So they did, and that was a two-page part.
Well, you know, it's interesting. Our station is carrying the 0 Hour series.
Oh, yes.
And the formula for casting is kind of obvious. The leads are from television today.
Television or pictures.
Or movies, right. But the supporting cast are all the names from radio, the working actors and actresses who knew how to do it.
Or former radio stars, you see.
Well, that's right. But they give the credits at the end of the show, and it's amazing. They
it's a
do
real
15
roster.
Different names. And you know, if you listen carefully, now if you liked radio and you really respected the people and everything, you can listen to these shows, and you can really tell the pros who have the radio background, because the supporting casts are usually superb. And then some of the people who come in from TV or the movies, you can kind of, you know, you're not supposed to visualize a guy standing there with a script, right?
Right. Well, I can see you loved radio and still do, and I thank you for saying that. I didn't want to say it, but it's true. And that same situation persisted in radio in the old days, too. They always had the feeling that to sell a show or to get an audience, you had to have a movie star or more. And many is the time, at the last minute, I have been called to do heavy dramas like Crime and Punishment and Attorney at Law, Counselor at Law, Night of January 16th, which was a heavy part. Sure, you read them. And I would do them practically cold on a network, on a live show, because a movie star broke down and either came in drunk or was so afraid of the microphone he couldn't do it. Or I was called, not only myself, a lot of us, called in to play a lead opposite a movie star who was pretty bad and had to have someone to support her and really support her, hold her up. And I think it's part of show business, but it's a crime, truly, because radio people in their own medium do not need movie stars to hold up a show. They do a pretty good job of it themselves, you know. And actually, the movie people and some of the TV people who had no radio training are a deterrent. They hurt the quality of a broadcast. But, as I say, they figure that this is the way to get an audience. And I'm sorry, the radio audience is so loyal to the radio people they fell in love with 10, 20, 30 years ago or more. They don't want movie stars. They want to hear their radio people. They want to hear Lorenzo Jones or Virginia Clark, Helen Trent, or any number of people, you know. You met Ed Prentice today.
Yes.
Ed was one of the Mr. First Nighters at one time, and I believe played some of the leads after I left the show. I'm not sure. Will Waterman, who later was Gildersleeve after Hal Perry left the show, he used to work the show all the time. As a matter of fact, he sent me a note the other day, and he says, I think I have a rare distinction. He says, I'm the only actor who ever played every part on the Christmas show we used to do, except Mary. And he has a big, deep voice.
Those were good days, and you contributed an awful lot to them.
Well, it did a lot for us, too. I mean, there was a great deal of reciprocity there, although we didn't think of it that way. We were having a ball. We were the busiest people in the world. For 2 solid years in Chicago, I did 45 shows a week, every week. And that's a lot of shows, believe me. Almost 7 a day. And
that was including repeat broadcasts.
Yes.
Something. Was the First Nighter ever, was that on a repeat basis? Did you have to do that twice? It was on Sundays for a long while, wasn't it?
I really can't remember, but I don't think the First Nighter was. We were on at 9 o'clock as a rule. And that was a pretty good time, coast to coast. Thin Man, yes. Inner Sanctum. Most of the shows from the East had to have a repeat for the West Coast. And a lot of those, Fu Manchu, I believe we used to do. That's very early. That was my first commercial show, sponsored show. And I had to ask my producer-director at WCFL, that was in 31, the difference between a sustaining and a commercial show. I didn't know.
You could tell by the paycheck size, couldn't you?
Well, there wasn't much difference in those days. I did my first, as I said, sponsored network show was Fu Manchu, and that was the big deal. Oh boy, that was the biggest show around. It had just gone on. And I'll never forget, I played a young Jewish art shopkeeper who was poisoned by the golden needles and the golden pomegranates in this beautiful carved box. And I don't know whether I was trying to steal it or what, but I got my fingers caught in the pomegranates and it killed me, and I screamed, and oh, it was a great death scene. But it was a big deal, and coast to coast, and Bob White, Charlie Warburton, and Jack Daly was Fu Manchu, and Dr. Petrie was Bob White, and Charlie Warburton was Inspector, oh golly, Smith, or Naismith, something like that. Anyway, they were the 3 leads, and a girl named Sunda Love was on it as a Chinese character. I forget, Fu Manchu's daughter or something like that. You had to dress on that show. That was my first dress show. Up to that time, I had not made any money in radio. I was in it for 8 months before I made a cent, and then I started making $2 a show, or $1.50 a show, something like that. And I made $15 on Fu Manchu with a repeat. But, now this is a long time ago, I had to buy a tux. And a tux means shoes and socks and a shirt and a bow tie, the whole works, you know, cufflinks. And I don't know how I did it. I was never a scrounger. I didn't know how to do those things. I wasn't a con man, but somehow I got this outfit for $15, so I didn't make anything on the show. You know, because I was very poor in those days. I remember when 15 cents was a heck of a lot of money. I was studying sculpture, and I needed some sculpting tools. And I went to the art store and took one look at him in the window, and he said 15 cents, and I gave up. I made my own, you know.
Well, I'm glad that you sculptured yourself a career in radio, and I appreciate very much your taking some time with us today to chat about.
Oh, I wouldn't have missed it. Wouldn't have missed it, Chuck. Thank you very much, and God bless all those people who.
Our guest today is the Songbird of the South, who is appearing at the Mill Run Theater in Niles this week through Sunday. Of course, we're talking about Miss Kate Smith. Welcome to Chicago.
Well, thank you, Chuck. It's awfully nice being here. I come to Chicago every once in a while to make an appearance, and I always enjoy getting back here to your great windy city.
When was the last time you blew into our windy city?
Oh, I was here 2 weeks ago, Chuck. I flew in on a Monday, and I gave a concert at the big hotel downtown for the Mortgage Bankers Association on a Tuesday evening. And then I had to fly out the next day on Wednesday. So I was here just 2 weeks ago.
Well, you're making a smash with your appearance at the Mill Run these days.
Oh,
we were there for opening, and it was a magnificent show.
Oh, Chuck, I'm so glad you liked it, you and your wife. I had a lovely evening last night because we just did open last night. I don't know when you're going to use the tape, but anyhow, it was a thrilling opening, truly. Everybody was in such a marvelous, festive sort of mood. It was beyond being a mood of merriment. It was really festive. This is my way of expressing that everybody's having a grand time, and that's just what we were all doing. All of us on stage, and it looked like all of you in the audience.
Yeah, the magic moment was, I couldn't believe it. There I was, standing up, singing at the top of my voice, God Bless America, with, you know, I don't know how many thousand people are there, and Kate Smith, too. Unbelievable.
All of us together. Wasn't it beautiful?
Magnificent moment.
Oh, everyone. And they just sang at the top of their voices. It was just beautiful.
It was nice.
And I saw a few tears in folks' eyes, too. So they felt like I do when I sing it. I have such great love for my country. And I'm just trying to get it across to have people realize how fortunate we really and truly are to be Americans and have the freedoms and all the great things that God has blessed our country with.
You have a great love affair with your public, with your audience.
Yes.
And they with you, I think.
That's good, because I always say you've got to give love to get it back in return. And this is what it's very easy for me to do, and I've done it all my life, and I've been well repaid, believe me, Chuck.
When did it all start for Kate Smith?
Well, professionally, it was in 1927. I made my first professional appearance in New York City. I had just entered pre-med school at George Washington University. I was going to be a doctor. That's what my family wanted me to be. And I got a call. There had been a theatrical scout had been around Washington. I didn't know anything about it, of course, but he had heard me perform as an amateur there, and he was getting ready to go into a star, in a big Broadway show called Honeymoon Lane. And he heard me sing, and so he contacted my father and asked for a possibility of my coming to New York and trying out for the show. He said that he definitely had a part for me, and after hearing me sing, he wanted me in the show. Well, I had to plead with my father because he did not want me to leave medical school and just go flying off someplace, not know what was going to happen. So my mother went to New York with me, and I will cut it short because we don't want to make this too dragged out. I appeared in the show, and the show was a tremendous success. And that, incidentally, was the first time that I ever came to Chicago. When we finished our New York run, which was a year and a half, then we went on the road for a year, and we were here 9 months in Chicago with that show.
Oh, my.
And that was my first visit in about 1929. I was here.
Remember
with
the
that
theater? Remember where that played?
I don't want to hold up here just in silence trying to think what the theater was.
Silent pauses for memories.
No, I can't remember. I can't remember the theater. We were also in, we went to Philadelphia. We went to the various big cities. And it ran for a year on the road, and then it disbanded. And I went home, came back about 6 months later, got a call from George White. And he wanted me in another big Broadway show. So my father said, I don't know whether I think you should go or not. I said, well, Dad, look, I'll try this one. If it becomes too long, I'll stop. Well, it was while I was in that show, while it was in New York, that I met Mr. Collins, Ted Collins, God rest his soul. And he was the head recorder in charge of all the recordings for Columbia Records. And he wanted me to make Columbia Records for them. So I had an appointment. He made an appointment with me, and I went and we had a long talk, and I started making records for him. And he then, in 1931, he took some of my records to Mr. William Paley, who was then the president of CBS Network. He owned it, had just bought it, and a young man at the time. And after he heard my records, he said, I'll put that young lady on any time you want her to go on radio. And that's how it's all started. Then I said, Mr. Collins asked me if I had a manager. I said, no, I don't. By then he knew it. I didn't have an agent. And so he said, well, how about me managing your affairs? And I said, it's all right with me, perfectly all right. So he did start to handle he became my manager and handling everything. And then we set up the time to go on May 1st, 1931 at 7 o'clock, 3 nights a week against Amos and Andy, who were on NBC at the time, and we were on CBS. And that's how I got into radio.
Boy, that's a whirlwind
Wasn't that a whirlwind thing, the way it happened from 27 to 31?
Wow, in just that 4 years. Of course, you see, the one essential ingredient was there. It was talent.
Well, thank you. You've got to have something, or you certainly can't last for 44 years, and that's what my anniversary was this past May the 1st. I've been in just in radio for, since I started professionally in radio, was 44 years. But in another couple of years, I will have been in my business 50 years, because it was in 27 that I started, you see. That's a long time when you think of it. By golly, I'm giving my age away here, Chuck.
Seems just like yesterday, though, doesn't it?
Well, it sure, not quite. A lot of water has gone under the bridge. Or some folks say over the dam.
Yeah. Were you known as the Songbird of the South before the radio?
Yes, that was a title that I took when I first came to New York. They gave it to me in the show, and I've never been able to get away from it. It's the Songbird of the South. To me, it's so corny now. I don't know.
Well, we don't use it now, except for me
it's
when
just,
I reminisce.
Yes, but I mean, it has stuck to me, Chuck.
Well, you're from the South.
Yes, I was born in Virginia and raised and schooled in Washington, D.C., and have lived in New York for 48 years. And I maintain a residence in the city proper on the east side of New York, and I built myself a home up in the Adirondacks in Lake Placid, New York, about 42 years ago. And I try to be there in the summertime. When I have a little time off, I go there to my home there.
Let's back up to 1931 when you first got on CBS opposite Amos and Andy. Well, now what the heck was that? Amos and Andy, everybody was listening to them. That must have been a challenge for you.
Yes, it was a challenge, but I was so young then, Chuck, that nothing was a challenge for me. You know how fresh kids are when they're, I don't care who they are. I always had great confidence in myself, in what I was doing, because I had started young in singing around Washington, as I say, as an amateur, and so I knew the public, and I had seen the response to my efforts as a youngster, and I thought, well, I must have some. The people like it, they enjoy it. So I always had that feeling that I had learned later, of course, that I had a good rapport with the audience, and the response was very beautiful. I had thousands of letters, and after I started in radio, and I knew then that I was going to go, that I was established. I had already established myself, and I was very happy, and I've always had that deep concern about my audiences, listening and viewing. I have always kept my shows top rank, as they say, in not allowing anything blue on any of them. I will not stand for that, and I'm sure you noticed last night the show you saw could be seen by little children, it could be seen by middle-aged people or elderly folks, senior citizens. They never have to worry about being offended by anything by watching or listening to my shows. This is something that I will not stand for.
Well, I think that kind of quality goes with the name Kate Smith. When you think of entertainment by Kate Smith, you know that you're getting first-class family.
That's right. That's right. That's what I've always done, and I just won't allow it. That's all. I even put one performer off my show, one of my television shows, right in the middle of his performance. He had rehearsed and done his stint for us in the afternoon, and then when he got on the air, he pulled an off-color joke, and I just went right over and took him right off the stage.
I bet you could do it too.
And I said, "You are," and I said, I told the audience, I had my camera come to me, and I said, I apologized profusely. I explained everything to them, and I said, that man will never ever appear on another show of mine as long as I live and as long as I have one, and he never has.
Weren't you? I know you had great confidence when you were pitted against Amos and Andy.
Yes.
But weren't you just a little bit nervous about
No,
it
sir.
all?
No, sir. Not at all, Chuck. I had confidence in myself, and that's what's needed, no matter who your competition is, no matter what field it's in. If you have the confidence, self-confidence in yourself, and you know that you are giving your best, and your best is being accepted, there's nothing to worry about. This applies in every field of endeavor in life.
Exactly right. That's
right.
Good advice
right.
for anybody
Absolutely.
at any time.
If you falter in your own belief, then you're not going to make it. I don't care whether you're an executive in business, whether you're the President of the United States, no matter what. You've got to have self-confidence and believe in yourself. This way you can prove your worth.
Now, what kind of confidence did CBS have in you, though? Did they give you a
they gave me the whole,
no,
they gave me a carte blanche. I could do what I wanted to do, and they were so happy about it. After a month, they put it on 5 times a week instead of 3 times a week, because they were making great inroads into the opposition network, and so they put it on 5 times a week. And within, I think I told you, within a couple of months, I had a wonderful sponsor, and for the whole time that I remained in radio, I have not been commercially in radio for quite a number of years now. But as long as I was never without a sponsor, a big sponsor, a well-paying sponsor. And this is something that I'm not proud. I'm not proud of anything. I'm happy, always happy about things happening. But when I had my television show starting, I was on 5 days a week, every day for 7 years with a TV hour. And I was never without a sponsor. As a matter of fact, I can truthfully say, because it was told to me by the top echelon of the network, which happened to have been NBC at the time with the television show. It was always NBC that sponsored my series. We had a waiting list of over 80 sponsors always waiting to buy 15 minutes of time on our show. And we were in the position where we were earning for our network $3.5 million every 39 weeks.
Oh, boy.
So you see, that's why we had all those waiting sponsors waiting to get on our show.
Who was your first sponsor?
You mean on radio?
On radio.
Oh, that's easy. The Congress Cigar Company.
The Congress Cigar
in
Company.
Philadelphia. And they sold tobacco, and they also sold mostly tobacco and cigars. And I had Lopalina cigars, the Congress Company's cigars. And that was funny because here I was, I don't smoke, I never smoked even, never tried.
Not a cigar especially.
Certainly not a cigar, but not a cigarette either. But here I was, my very first sponsor being a cigar company. I couldn't believe it. But anyhow, it was very successful. I was on with them for 3 years.
And then?
And then I went with A&P.
A&P.
I had A&P coffees, all of their coffees. 8 o'clock, Red Circle, Bocar, I think that was the 3 of them. And I was on with A&P for about 6 years. And then I got an automobile sponsor. Hudson Terraplane was the name of the cars that I sold. And then after that, I was with them a couple of years. Then I went with General Foods. And then I remained with General Foods for 24 years. That was a magnificent association. It was just beautiful, beautiful. And needless to say, Chuck, you know what they had me selling? Food. Cakes, Calumet, Swansdown, the Surto, the gels, the jelly, and jams, the jam, and grape nuts, coffee, Jello. Oh, I sold everything for them, but mainly cakes.
Well, the cakes.
I could always sell food, Chuck. I guess it was my me looking so fat and happy, and I've always been able to sell food.
When you started with your 15-minute radio show, was that it was a live show that you would do with
you mean in the beginning?
Way in the beginning.
Oh, yes.
I keep going back to the beginning.
Right at the beginning. Yeah. Oh, that was for years, Chuck. We did it live. Well, I did all of my television shows live.
Yes, right. Yeah.
Sure. And then when I got the night radio show, I had to go on twice a night in New York. I had to go on from 8 to 9 for New York. Then I had to wait at the theater and go on from 12 midnight to 1, so they'd get it on the Pacific Coast from 8 to 9, you see. So we had to do it twice a night. We did it 8 to 9 and 12 to 1. And they were all live, and so were all the television shows until just the last, we'll say maybe 10 years, 12 years they've been taping.
That's about right.
It's all taped now. The only one that's on now live is Cosell, Howard Cosell. And I think that because they haven't been doing it live for so long that as an observer as well as a performer, I see how nervous it makes them. Not me, because I did it for so many years live every single day. When mistakes were made, they went out on the air just as they were done over the tube.
That adds to the rapport between the performer and the audience, I
Definitely.
think. If somebody, that shows nobody's perfect and everybody's
That's right,
in it together.
And this is the way I used to love it. Now, they do get a perfect show by taping it.
Yeah.
There'll never be mistakes. And because they can do it over and over if they have to, as many times as they have to get it perfect.
Well, you had some perfect shows when you were doing that 1 hour at night, repeating for the West Coast over there. That's when I believe you finally, I shouldn't say finally, but at that period of time, you made the top 10 radio shows in the country, and you...
consistently.
Right, and you brought so much quality entertainment to the radio audience.
That was our purpose. We wanted to give the very best that we could get. We got the top names of every division of the entertainment industry. We got the top names in motion pictures, in the theater, the dramatics, vaudeville, every single type, radio, every type of entertainment. We went the entire field to bring the best to our audiences. And we had the best.
And not only did you bring the established stars, but you made some stars.
Yes, we did. We made quite a few. We made Abbott and Costello. We made Henny Youngman. A lot of people we brought to radio that had only been in the theater, such as Helen Menken, such as, we had Henry Aldrich, remember, Coming Mother,
yes.
And we started them, and we started Charlie Ruggles in a series for his radio. We created that, you may have remembered or heard speak of the It Pays to Be Ignorant bunch. We created that. That was
Tom Howard and
Tom
George
Howard,
Shelton.
George Shelton, Lulu McConnell, and Harry McNaughton. And I could give you a big list. I'm very, very happy about that.
I read somewhere along the line that as a warm-up announcer for one of your series, you had a young fella who sings in Atlantic City every year now.
Bert Parks. We had Bert. He was out there every evening warming up the audience. I'll tell you who else we had. We had, now wait a minute, give me a chance. It was right on the tip of my tongue. It'll come to me again. We won't wait. Let's go on. But Bert Parks was with us for years. He's just the same today as he was then. Full of pep, and right. He's great.
Your manager then, Ted Collins, was with you from the very
1930. I met Ted, and he started me. See, I met him while I was in the show, second show, which was Flying High. The first was Honeymoon Lane. The second was Flying High, and that's when I met Ted in 1930. And then we started together. We formed our own company in 1931, and we were together until he had a massive heart attack in 1964, in May of 1964. And we had been together we were in the 34th year together as business partners and artist and manager, so forth, representative. And we formed our company in 1931. And he had 2 bad heart attacks before the fatal one. And he was always saying to me, now, if and when it happens again, if you wish to retire, you can. If you want to go on and carry on our company, we were the 2 executives, president and vice president. He said, you can do so. And he gave me the name of a couple of businessmen that he had talked to at great length about the company in case he passed away. And so anyhow, out of respect to his memory, I stayed away from the entertainment field for 6 months. Then on Christmas, I came back again and started, and I said, I'm going to keep the company going. So I have, fortunately, enough of Ted's knowledge rubbed off on me in those years, 34 years, to be able to keep my company going. And I've had it going now since his passing in 11 years. And I'm happy that I still have it going.
Too. We're happy
well, I would still be working, but I could dissolve my company, but I didn't. But he also named a young man as successor, as a manager, if I wanted to continue, and that was Raymond Katz, or better known today as Ray Katz Enterprises and so forth. And Ray works exactly like Ted did. He handles an artist exactly like Ted did. Of course, Ted had one artist, that was me. Now, Ray Katz, he has many top names in the field today. Just to name a few, he has Anthony Newley, he has Mac Davis, he has the Osmond brothers, he has Paul Lynn, myself, Joan Rivers. I'm kind of... There's so many. There's so many.
They are all in pretty good company.
Yeah, he has an awful lot of names that he handles, a lot of them.
Ted shared a lot of radio and, well, I guess not on the air television hours with you, but he was on radio a great
Right. He was my announcer and producer for all of my shows, radio and television. And we were also in a lot of sports enterprises together. I've been a great sports enthusiast, and so was he. As a matter of fact, a lot of people don't realize it, but we owned in the National Football League the New York Yanks professional football team. In New York, we were there 7 years. Then we sold the franchise to Dallas. Dallas dropped it, and Baltimore picked it up, and they became the Baltimore Colts. Now, we also had originally in the 30s, we owned the championship Celtics basketball team, which consisted of Joe Lapchick, who later became the head coach of St. John's University in New York, and Dutch Dennett and Davy Banks. And on our football team, we had a couple of sensational quarterbacks, George Radaman and Bobby Lane. And we have been associated with sports, and that's why I am always so interested in I'm a professional football nut. And but even ahead of that, I am crazy about ice hockey. And of course, you've heard of my association with the Philadelphia Flyers.
Yes.
And I kind of feel that they might get their third Stanley Cup this year. Now, I'm not putting any other team down, but I'm just keeping my fingers crossed because they've gotten it 2 years, and I'd like to see them get it a third time, and then I'd like to see it go elsewhere.
Kate Smith, I can't tell you how much of a pleasure it's been for us to visit with you. And I have 2 questions yet to ask you.
You have, Chuck. Go ahead.
First is, when is the first time you sang God Bless America?
November the 11th, 1938, on Armistice Day, which is now known as Veterans Day. That's
and
when I introduced
about how
it.
many times have you sung it?
That I can't answer. That I could
about
never
97
answer.
million times.
I don't know, Chuck. I wouldn't even offer an estimate. I can't estimate the number of times, really, because I've done it so much.
You had a hand in writing your theme song, When the Moon Comes Over the Mountain, didn't you?
Well, you know, I wrote the lyric of that.
You wrote the lyric?
Yep. Pardon me. I'm kind of an amateur poetry writer. And have been practically all my life. And so I wrote this little poem down in the Blue Ridge Mountains. And then when we decided to go on the air, Ted had Harry Wood write the melody to it. And that's how we happened to use simple, very simple little thing that everybody can sing.
Beautiful melody for a beautiful lady.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You always signed off your radio program with...
thanks for listening, and goodbye, folks.
And we say thanks for broadcasting.
Thank you, Chuck. It's been